I'd be delighted to attend the auction. Xianxia nodded calmly, his eyes reflecting a moment of contemplation. In fact, he had never been to such a large auction before and was eager to broaden his horizons. Jialan clapped her hands, and the man who had led them there earlier reappeared before Xianxia. This man is called Wuxia, one of our company's stewards. He'll escort you there. With that, Wuxia gestured for them to follow, and Xianxia proceeded in the direction indicated. Wuxia's face remained expressionless, showing an unusually calm demeanor. The others behind Xianxia followed as well, while Jialan remained alone in the meeting room. This Xianxia is quite intriguing, she said, her face once again revealing a charming smile. Soon, they arrived at the auction venue. Since this auction was for VIPs only, they were directly led to a private booth. In front of the booth was a piece of crystal, through which they could see the auction scene outside, but those outside couldn't see inside their booth. This arrangement ensured the anonymity of the bidders and protected their safety. Mr. Xianxia, please wait a moment. I'll go and host the opening of the auction. With that, Wuxia left and headed to the backstage, where he quickly gave a few instructions before preparing to start the auction. At the same time, the venue below was already filled with many people. After observing for a while, Xianxia realized that the auction venue was divided into two parts. The lower section was for ordinary nobility, while their location was on the second floor, reserved for esteemed guests who were VIPs of the auction house. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed nobles, I am Wuxia, the host of this auction. I will now present today's auction items. Wuxia didn't waste any time and quickly began introducing the items. First, I'd like to present this medicinal pill in my hand, a chi restoration pill. Such pills were quite common, and Xianxia wasn't particularly interested, but many in the audience went crazy at the sight of it. After all, pills like this required powerful alchemists to produce. If a family or ordinary nobility lacked a pill master, then items like chi restoration pills would become extremely valuable. The starting bid is 10 spirit stones. Hearing the price, Xianxia frowned. It didn't seem expensive at all. Just as Xianxia thought the price was cheap, someone immediately bid, and in the end, the chi restoration pill was sold for 100 spirit stones. Hearing this price, Xianxia gasped. He hadn't expected such a small pill to fetch such a high price. Next, Wuxia presented many other items, including techniques, weapons, and various other goods. The items were numerous and of high quality, but none caught Xianxia's interest. It wasn't until Wuxia brought out a green herb that Xianxia's eyes lit up. This is a supreme heavenly treasure. Xianxia stared at the herb, his eyes gleaming. He hadn't expected an auction house to have such a precious herb. If he could obtain it, it would undoubtedly have extraordinary value. At that moment, Xianxia finally raised the bidding paddle in his room, while the crowd below looked at him as if he were a fool. In their eyes, it was just an ordinary herb with limited use. Xianxia suddenly raising his paddle from a VIP booth instantly puzzled everyone. Since the herb was considered too ordinary by others, no one competed for it. Xianxia got the herb with just one bid. The auction continued, and suddenly Wuxia presented a green longsword. The sword looked exceptionally sharp and radiated abundant spiritual energy. This is a supreme spiritual treasure. Xianxia was surprised. He hadn't expected to find a supreme-grade treasure here. This item is mine. This time, many people raised their paddles, but Xianxia still managed to secure the treasure on his own. Several other items followed. Though they weren't particularly outstanding, they piqued Xianxia's interest, so he decided to bid on them as well. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy, some people joked beside him. I just happened to rob some recently. After all, ill-gotten wealth shouldn't be kept, so I might as well spend it all, Xianxia said with a laugh, scratching his head. He felt a bit awkward for revealing his wealth in such a situation. Chapter 624. Forced Entry into the Cult, Rescuing Miyagi. Xianxia was walking along when he suddenly heard voices from the people beside him. Have you heard? The Beast God Cult is going to judge Miyagi. I've heard about it too. Miyagi is really in a tough spot. Hearing the conversation of the two people by the roadside, Yin Zirua was completely enraged. He knew that Miyagi couldn't afford to have any mishaps. "No, we must go and save Miyagi," Yin Zirua said, unwilling to see Miyagi in danger. He decided that he had to save Miyagi. And so, he led a group of people directly to the territory of the Beast God cult. When the Beast God cult saw outsiders invading, they became extremely vigilant. "Who are you and why have you come to our Beast God cult's trial?" "I'm here just to save Miyagi. I don't care about the others or anything else. Just let Miyagi go." As soon as Yin Zirua finished speaking, the people around the venue burst into laughter. To them, Yin Zirua's small group looked like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "How dare an ignorant brat cause trouble at our Beast God cult?" An old man with white hair stepped forward. Though he appeared aged, his body was brimming with spiritual energy. "This man, Yin Zirua, is no weakling. You must be careful," someone warned. Yin Zirua nodded, recognizing that this man was no ordinary figure, likely a high-ranking elder of the Beast God cult. "I understand. I'll be cautious." Yin Zirua looked over and saw Miyagi and her brother, Mizhin, both bound with ropes. They looked utterly pitiful. "Old fool, just tell me, are you letting them go or not?" Yin Zirua clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. But the old man seemed to take no notice of Yin Zirua's words. "And if I don't let them go, what can you do about it?" At this, Yin Zirua could no longer hold back. He charged straight toward the old man. Seeing Yin Zirua rush at him, the old man smirked. He knew Yin Zirua was just a brash youngster, no match for him in direct confrontation. As Yin Zirua closed in, he raised his fist. The moment the fist struck, the old man's expression changed slightly. "How is this possible?" The old man's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. In his perception, Yin Zirua's cultivation was on par with his own. "Who exactly are you? Why are you so powerful?" The old man now felt a sense of crisis, but this was the territory of the Beast God cult, and he had nothing to fear. "It doesn't matter who I am, but if you don't let them go, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, Yin Zirua charged again, this time concentrating all his strength in his fist. His eyes were cold, and the old man hurriedly prepared to counter. As his palm struck, the old man could only cross his arms in front of his chest to block. Despite managing to deflect Yin Zirua's palm, he was still sent flying several meters. "You insolent brat! You've made me angry." At this, the old man seemed to go mad, charging toward Yin Zirua with flames gathering in his hands. The flames, as if capable of burning everything in the world, were hurled directly at Yin Zirua. Seeing the flames, Yin Zirua quickly dodged to the side. He knew that if he were hit by the flames, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Using his agile movements, Yin Zirua quickly evaded the old man's attack. The old man then condensed more flames, but Yin Zirua was no pushover. The Yin-Yang Scorching Heaven technique manifested in his hands, a fusion technique that, when combined, unleashed an overwhelming force from above. Feeling the terrifying power, the old man hastily retreated. Taking advantage of this, Yin Zirua launched a fierce assault. The Yin-Yang Scorching Heaven technique was finally completed, and the old man felt a surge of power that sent him flying several meters. Seeing this, he realized the situation was dire. If the fight continued, he would be the one to suffer. He had to end this battle quickly. At that moment, he condensed several more flames in his hands and hurled them all at Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua, unhurried, used his agile and mysterious footwork to evade all the flames once again. With his movement technique, Yin Zirua reached the old man's side, who now tried to escape. A spatial cage spread around him, immobilizing his limbs and leaving him with nowhere to run. "What have you done to me?" The old man's face was filled with fear. He knew he couldn't afford to lose. If he did, it would mean certain death. "Don't worry about what I've done. Just accept your fate," Yin Zirua said, raising his fist once more. All his strength was concentrated in his fist as he struck the old man, who finally felt true fear. Panic spread from the depths of his heart, but he knew he couldn't give up. With all his might, he broke free from the spatial cage. As soon as he broke free, he gathered all his strength into his flames, aiming for a fatal blow. If this strike could kill Xianxia, it would be worth it. The crimson flames, like blooming lotus flowers, flew toward Xianxia. The areas they passed were engulfed in flames, and even some of the onlookers were caught on fire. Yet, Xianxia continued to dodge, his movements unhindered by the flames. Just as the old man thought the attack would hit, Xianxia appeared before him. The old man swung his fist, but at that moment, Xianxia summoned his sword. A thunderous flame slash struck the old man. The once arrogant old man's expression froze in shock. Xianxia, too, was hit by the flames, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But he suppressed the pain, no one noticing his injury. The others were stunned, unable to believe that Xianxia had killed one of their elders. Xianxia landed, and those behind him quickly helped him up. Though the beast god cult had many members, at this moment, none dared to attack Xianxia. Some even began to flee. Chapter 625. Corpse Poison Puppet, Moment of Peril. Xianxia was already immersed in joy, his eyes gleaming with excitement. But at that moment, the old man who had been knocked down suddenly transformed into a state of undeath. Xianxia stared at the old man lying on the ground, puzzled by his sudden change. I must say, old man, your life force is quite tenacious. Even now, you refuse to die. He looked at the large pit in the ground, certain that he had indeed knocked the old man into it. Yet, the old man suddenly rose again, leaving Xianxia baffled as to why. As Xianxia pondered, the old man revealed a sinister smile. Did you really think I'd be that easy to deal with? With that, the old man charged straight towards Xianxia, surrounded by swirling smoke, as if something was emerging. Seeing the greenish smoke, Xianxia instantly heightened his alertness. The smoke resembled toxic gas, capable of enveloping anyone. This is bad, it's corpse poison. Realizing the danger, Xianxia quickly retreated several steps. When he steadied himself, he noticed that a puppet had appeared beside the old man. The puppet was shrouded in green mist, its face expressionless, resembling a zombie. You've actually cultivated a corpse poison puppet? Xianxia exclaimed, well aware of how such a puppet was made. You even know about corpse poison puppets? Then let me show you its true power. The puppet charged towards Xianxia at an even faster speed than the old man. Seeing the puppet approach, Xianxia hastily backed away. The puppet then swung its fist, striking Xianxia. The force was so intense that Xianxia felt his bones might shatter. The puppet, being lifeless like a machine, was nearly impossible to defeat through brute force. I wonder what makes this puppet special, Xianxia thought, and charged again, focusing all his strength in his fist. But when his punch landed on the puppet, it felt like hitting steel. The puppet's body was incredibly tough. Even with his strength capable of knocking over several bulls, the puppet showed no damage. My puppet is as strong as steel. Do you really think your fist can harm it? The old man's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Xianxia's attacks now seemed useless. I refuse to believe this. He charged again, this time gathering even more power, confident he could destroy the puppet. His fist struck the puppet's chest, but it remained unchanged. This left Xianxia puzzled. Normally, his punches could shatter a person, but against the puppet, it was as if his attacks had no effect. While he was still thinking, the puppet attacked, its blows causing real pain. Xianxia spat out blood. Already injured from his earlier fight with the old man, the puppet's attack worsened his condition. At this point, Xianxia didn't know what to do. Facing the two before him, a sense of impending doom filled his eyes. Continuing the fight would only put him at a disadvantage, but escaping with his current injuries was impossible. You impudent brat, now you know my true strength. The old man's laughter seemed almost manic, while the others below showed signs of relief. Earlier, they thought their elder had lost, but now it was clear he had the upper hand. Despite his injuries, Yin Zerua wasn't ready to give up, but continuing would only worsen his condition. The only solution he could think of was to seek help from the system. System, immediately heal my injuries. His command was met with a cold electronic voice. Deducting points, commencing repair. The sound entered Yin Zerua's mind, and he instantly felt lighter. His previous injuries were rapidly healing, and the old man, seeing this, was astonished. He had thought his last attack had inflicted serious damage, yet Yin Zerua's wounds were now healing. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Now let's see if you can handle me. With his injuries healed, Yin Zerua felt a strange surge of energy in his dantian. A breakthrough? This energy was from the explosive soul technique. He had practiced this technique for a long time, always stuck at the third level. This sudden breakthrough surprised him. He felt numerous energies converging in his dantian. Having previously been stuck at the third level of the explosive soul technique, he had now reached the fourth. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. Seeing Yin Zerua's breakthrough, the old man showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Yin Zerua to break through at this moment. The old man immediately ordered the puppet to attack again. But as the puppet approached Yin Zerua, he struck with a single punch. This time, the puppet's chest caved in, and the old man, seeing this, panicked. He hadn't anticipated Yin Zerua's newfound strength after the breakthrough. The old man tried to flee, but before he could take a step, Yin Zerua appeared before him. With a smile on his face, Yin Zerua looked at the old man, whose fear was evident. "Please, don't kill me," the old man pleaded, but Yin Zerua wasn't listening. With a single move, the old man fell into a pool of blood. The onlookers below, once again, began to panic. Chapter 626, The Leader's Praise, a talented young man. They had originally thought the elder would emerge victorious, but only now did they realize they were wrong. Due to the commotion, another man appeared from a distance. He wore a hair crown, exuding a dashing and imposing aura. "What happened here?" the man asked slowly, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if he knew nothing about the situation. He speculated on what could have transpired. However, the mess around him made it clear that a battle had occurred. Then, he spotted the elder's body. "He's dead." The man narrowed his eyes, glancing at the surrounding disciples. Upon seeing the man, the disciples were once again struck with fear. "Leader, it was this man in front who killed him," one of the disciples stammered, his words disjointed. He hadn't expected their leader to appear in such a situation. "I see," the leader said, then approached Yin Zerua. Yin Zerua, upon seeing the leader, was initially hesitant but still bowed respectfully. "I didn't mean to disturb the beast god cult, but I must save Mai's Hin," Yin Zerua said, recalling the events of that night. It was he who had wronged Mai's Hin, and this time, he absolutely could not let her suffer any harm. "So, you killed our elder to save her?" The leader narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable. Yin Zerua couldn't fathom what the leader was thinking. "I acted out of desperation to save her, but your elder refused to let her go, so I had no choice but to act as I did." Yin Zerua explained the reason behind his actions. Indeed, if the elder hadn't obstructed him, he wouldn't have wanted to fight. But since the elder had challenged him and lost, it was out of his hands. "I understand," the leader said, suddenly breaking into a smile. This smile was warm and kind, a stark contrast to his earlier imposing demeanor. The sudden change in expression left Yin Zerua puzzled. He couldn't understand why the leader's mood shifted so quickly. "Indeed, heroes are born of youth," the leader praised. Yin Zerua was completely confused. He didn't understand why the leader was praising him at this moment. "Leader, I killed one of your elders. Aren't you angry?" Yin Zerua was deeply puzzled. He couldn't fathom the leader's intentions. Why would he praise him now, and why didn't he seem angry at all? "He blocked your path, so his death was deserved. But you haven't wronged me, so why should I be angry? Besides, you were only acting out of desperation to save someone, so what fault is there in that?" The leader's words only left Yin Zerua even more bewildered. He had expected the leader to reprimand him or even engage in a fight, but he never imagined it would turn out like this. The leader wasn't angry. Instead, he praised him. "What about Mize-hin?" Yin-Zirua tentatively asked. The leader laughed heartily. "Bring Mize-hin here, unbound," the leader ordered. Moments later, Mize-hin was brought before Yin-Zirua and the leader. Yin-Zirua looked at Mize-hin and immediately embraced her tightly. "Mize-hin, I'm sorry. I've made you suffer," Yin-Zirua said, his voice hoarse. He couldn't hold back any longer as he looked at the woman in front of him. "I'm fine. I knew you'd come to save me," Mize-hin said, hugging Yin-Zirua back. Her eyes sparkled with tears. She had always known Yin-Zirua would come for her, but seeing him injured earlier had still pained her. She didn't want to see the man she loved get hurt, nor did she want him to risk his life to save her. "You two can exchange sweet nothings later. Since you're both here, as the leader of the beast god cult, it's only right for me to officiate your wedding." The leader stroked his beard, his eyes still filled with warmth. Upon hearing about the wedding, Yin-Zirua was stunned. He had never considered having a wedding, but hearing the leader's suggestion, he realized it was the right thing to do to give Mize-hin a proper status. He knew he couldn't treat Mize-hin unfairly. He had taken her body, and so he owed her a proper place by his side. "Mize-hin, do you agree?" Yin-Zirua gently caressed her face, asking softly. "If you're willing, then I'm willing," Mize-hin said, her face turning red as she shyly lowered her head. She was quite shy about such matters. Seeing Yin-Zirua ask her this, she suddenly didn't know how to respond. "Then let's follow the leader's wishes and have a grand wedding," Yin-Zirua said, embracing Mize-hin once more. He felt the warmth of her body, and a wave of warmth surged in his chest. He really didn't want to part with this woman. She had brought him so many surprises and so much love. If they were ever separated, he wouldn't be able to bear it. "If you two want to be lovey-dovey, I'll prepare a private room for you. How about it? You're being watched by many people here." Hearing this, Mize-hin lifted her head. Indeed, there were many people around, and she, feeling shy, buried her face in Yin-Zirua's chest once more. "Let's go somewhere else to talk," Yin-Zirua said, lifting Mize-hin and leaping to a secluded spot. Only then did Mize-hin lift her head. "Yin-Zirua, why do you want to marry me?" Mieshin's voice was enchanting, and when Yin-Zirua heard it, his heart stirred. "There's no particular reason. I just want to give you the best," Yin-Zirua said. "After all, I owe you. This wedding is my way of making it up to you." Mieshin's head gently rested on Yin-Zirua's shoulder. As they looked into the distance, a wave of affection filled their hearts. "But don't worry, after the wedding, you'll be my woman, Yin-Zirua. I swear I'll protect you for the rest of my life," Yin-Zirua said resolutely, "and I won't let anyone harm you." "I believe you," Mize-hin said with a gentle smile, her face flushing again. She truly trusted Yin-Zirua. "Promise me we'll be together forever," Yin-Zirua said with a smile, lowering his head to kiss Mieshin's forehead. "Yes, forever," Mize-hin replied. Chapter 627. The Wedding Day. The wedding took place as scheduled the next day. The entire beast god cult was adorned with festive decorations, and red lanterns hung everywhere. Such lanterns were a rare sight in this sect, yet it was precisely this spectacle that attracted many onlookers. Just the day before, the beast god cult had sent out numerous invitations, welcoming anyone who wished to attend. When it was announced that Yin-Zirua was getting married, even more people flocked to witness the event. Yin-Zirua's name had been growing in prominence recently, and many people in the surrounding areas had heard of her. Thus, they were eager to attend her wedding, both to show respect to Yin-Zirua and to forge a bond of friendship. As dawn broke, Mize-hin rose early and sat in front of the dressing table, while a maid stood by her side, helping her with her makeup and attire. "Do I look good like this?" Mize-hin asked anxiously. She was wearing a red wedding gown and had already applied her makeup meticulously. The maid did not respond, but a deep, masculine voice came from behind her. "You look beautiful no matter what," Yin-Zirua said, his eyes filled with joy. He gazed at the woman before him, finding her absolutely stunning. Mize-hin blushed at Yin-Zirua's compliment. "We're about to become husband and wife, so why are you still shy?" Yin-Zirua teased, causing Mieshin's face to flush even more. We'll only be husband and wife after the wedding. The ceremony hasn't even started yet, Mieshin retorted, pouting. Yanzirua, however, didn't let go and instead wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Stop it. There are other people here, Mieshin said, though Yanzirua only tightened his embrace. The maid, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle quietly. All right, I still need to finish getting ready. Go outside and greet the guests, Mieshin said, finally managing to push Yanzirua away. Yanzirua didn't persist further and walked out of the room. Today, he too was dressed in a red wedding gown, and in the eyes of everyone present, he was the center of attention. As soon as Yanzirua stepped out, many young talents and dignitaries came to offer their congratulations. We are from the Tiger Head Gang, here to congratulate you. I am from Wanxiang City. I am from the Red God Temple. May you have a long and happy life together. Blessings echoed all around Yanzirua. I hope everyone enjoys themselves today, with good food, drink, and entertainment. Yanzirua responded, then moved on to greet other guests. By this time, Mieshin had finished her makeup and appeared at the banquet hall. Those around her couldn't help but smile when they saw her. They hadn't expected Mieshin to look so breathtakingly beautiful today. Mieshin's appearance once again made her the focal point of everyone's attention. Seeing her, Yanzirua quickly approached and took her hand, leading her toward the main hall. Since the wedding ceremony hadn't yet begun, Mieshin didn't need to wear a veil. As Yanzirua and Mieshin walked by, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly a match made in heaven. Such a handsome man and such a beautiful woman. Hearing these compliments, Mieshin blushed again, while Yanzirua just chuckled. Stop being shy. You're already my woman, so there's no need to be so bashful. How else will people see my dominance? Yanzirua teased. Mieshin shot him a glare, and Yanzirua immediately quieted down. At that moment, the sect leader approached. You two really do make a great pair. I wish you a long and happy life together. The sect leader gestured, and a servant quickly brought out a jug of wine. The sect leader raised a cup and drank it all in one go, and Yanzirua quickly reciprocated with a toast. Thank you for providing the venue for our wedding. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to get married here, Yanzirua said. The sect leader laughed heartily, dismissing the thanks. I'm just glad I could help. Being able to play the role of a matchmaker is a great honor for me. The sect leader's face was filled with joy as he spoke. Indeed, in his eyes, being able to preside over the wedding of these two was a source of great satisfaction. Thank you, sect leader, Yanzirua said, bowing again before moving on to greet other guests. Many people had come to the wedding, most of them there to join in the festivities and show respect to Yanzirua. However, there were also a few who had come simply to enjoy the food and drink. Some of Yanzirua's followers, seeing this, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Many of them had never been in a relationship, so the idea of getting married was something they envied. Hey, did you hear? There have been a lot of strange things happening around here recently. It's said to be because of a group called the Shadow Kill Alliance, one of them said. I've heard about that too. They say this group is extremely brutal. Another guest added in a hushed tone, as if plotting something. Brutal doesn't even begin to describe them. They're downright terrifying, the guest said, gesticulating wildly. His face showed clear fear as he spoke the name. Yanzirua, who had been caught up in the wedding festivities, suddenly became interested in the conversation. He approached the guests to learn more. The guests, seeing Yanzirua, immediately bowed in greeting. What did you just say about the Shadow Kill Alliance? Yanzirua asked, puzzled. He wasn't sure what these guests were referring to. We're not entirely sure, but we've heard that this group is extremely violent, leaving death and destruction in their wake, one of the guests explained. Yanzirua was still confused. He had never heard of this group before, but the mention of their name made it clear they were no ordinary organization. Initially, Yanzirua was just curious, but as he turned around, he noticed Mieshin's face had turned pale with fear. In an instant, tears welled up in Mieshin's eyes. What's wrong? Mieshin's sudden display of emotion left Yanzirua puzzled. He couldn't understand why Mieshin had suddenly become so distraught. My father! He was killed by the Shadow Kill Alliance, Mize said, her voice trembling as she broke down in tears. Her tears fell like broken pearls onto the ground. What? Yin Zirua was stunned, almost unable to believe it, but he knew Mize would never lie to him. My father, along with Miyagi's father, died because of the Shadow Kill Alliance, Mize said, her voice choked with sobs. Each word she spoke pierced Yin Zirua's heart, filling him with a deep sense of pain. He had never imagined that Mieshin's father had been killed by such a group. Chapter 628. In a moment of urgency, a dispute arises between the two. Yin Zirua looked at Mize at this moment, feeling a deep sense of unease in his heart. At this very moment, he didn't know what to do. Mize. Yin Zirua pulled Mize to his side, and then tightly embraced her. What exactly is going on? Yin Zirua asked, showing great concern for Mize at this moment. The Shadow Kill Alliance is the main culprit behind my father's demise. Mize spoke through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with anger and her heart brimming with hatred. The Shadow Kill Alliance was unforgivable, and now that Mize was his wife, he could not possibly abandon her. Don't worry, I will definitely investigate the Shadow Kill Alliance thoroughly and avenge your father. Mize continued to cry, and Yin Zirua held her even tighter. Do you know anything about the Shadow Kill Alliance? The sect leader asked, looking at Yin Zirua with a doubtful expression. That's precisely why I plan to go and investigate, Yin Zirua replied with unwavering determination, as if he had already made up his mind to probe into the matter. Indeed, heroes are born in youth, but I must warn you, it is extremely dangerous there, the sect leader said, his eyes revealing a hint of ferocity, as if he had some understanding of the alliance. Don't worry, I will be careful, Yin Zirua nodded. This time, it's not just for Mize, but also for everyone else in the world. In Yin Zirua's view, the Shadow Kill Alliance was a force of evil, and he had to eliminate it. This way, not only would he avenge Mize, but he would also bring peace to the common people of the world. When Yin Zirua said this, the sect leader once again showed admiration. He hadn't expected that someone as ordinary as Yin Zirua would have such thoughts. He had originally thought that Yin Zirua was just a spirited young man, but now it seemed that Yin Zirua's perspective was no longer that of an ordinary person. I didn't expect you to have such a far-reaching vision. The sect leader sighed again, his eyes filled with a hint of joy. This time, helping Yin Zirua seemed to have been the right decision. There were few young people with a sense of justice like Yin Zirua's left, and it was rare to come across one. It's not that I see things so far ahead. I just believe that such a force should not exist. Indeed, after hearing Mieshin's story, he believed even more that the force should be eradicated. If left unchecked, it would undoubtedly cause great harm to society. As Yin Zirua spoke, his eyes shone with a bright light, and it was this expression that made him seem full of spirit. Yin Zirua turned his gaze to Mize, who at this moment had a glimmer in her eyes. Having just cried, her eyes were slightly bloodshot. Thank you, Zirua. Mieshin's voice was soft, and when she said these words, Yin Zirua felt his heart melt. Looking at the woman before him, he felt an immense sense of happiness. He was grateful that he had been able to marry Mize. Now that I am your husband, it is only right that I investigate this matter. And your father is my father-in-law, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Yin Zirua patted his chest, a smile appearing on his face, and Mize, hearing this, also smiled gently. This time, you stay at home, and I'll leave tomorrow to investigate. Yin Zirua stroked Mieshin's hair, wanting her to stay at home. On one hand, it was because it was too dangerous outside, and on the other, if Mize went, he wouldn't have the ability to protect her as well. I don't want to stay at home alone. I want to go with you. Mieshin's temper was quite stubborn. When she heard that Yin Zirua wanted to leave her behind, her expression immediately changed. After all, the person who had passed away was her father. If there was a chance to avenge her father, Mize was more than willing. Be good, listen to me. Yin Zirua's voice had a magnetic quality, and his words now sounded like he was coaxing a child. Zirua, no matter what you say, I must go. That organization killed my father, and I must make them pay with their blood. I will never stay at home under any circumstances. Mizen spoke with firm determination, as if no one could stop her. At this moment, her eyes also shone with a bright light. Yes, I will go too, said Miyagi, stepping forward with a resolute look in his eyes, as if this matter was inextricably linked to them. This organization is connected to our father's life, and it is only right that we go, Miyagi said, walking towards Yin Zirua. Hearing Miyagi's voice, Yin Zirua realized that Miyagi was approaching him. But what can you do if you go? You'll just be a burden, someone suddenly said from the side, and Mizen immediately turned to look at that person. Our cultivation is not low, and we can handle ordinary opponents. Don't worry, we definitely won't hold you back, Mizen said urgently. Indeed, her cultivation level was already at a medium level, and if they encountered minor characters, they could handle them easily. As long as the opponent's strength wasn't too high, they could also win. But what Yin Zirua was worried about was that the opponent's strength might far exceed theirs. If Yin Zirua went alone, he would at least have the ability to protect himself. But if many people went together, he would have to divide his attention to protect others, which would be detrimental to him. Moreover, for such an investigation, going alone was the best option. Having too many people would only attract attention. You should stay behind, that way I'll feel more at ease. Now that Mizen was his wife, he was constantly concerned about her safety. He truly didn't want Mizen to take any risks. Zirua, you must understand that this is a matter of avenging my father. How can you expect me to stay behind and feel at ease? Mizen said, her voice already trembling with emotion. She was determined to avenge her father and would not stay behind. Mizen wanted to investigate what the organization was all about, and if given the chance, she would definitely take revenge for her father. But you are my wife now. What if a dangerous situation arises? Yin Zirua finally voiced the thoughts in his heart. Indeed, in his view, Mieshin's safety was more important than anything else. He didn't want Mizen to be in danger, and all he wanted now was to spend the rest of his life with her in peace. I will definitely protect myself. Please let me go. Otherwise, I will never be able to rest easy. Mizen held Yin Zirua's hand, her eyes filled with sincerity. Chapter 629. On the Path to Uncover the Truth. After a long dispute, neither side could convince the other, but Yin Zirua remained deeply uneasy. Stop arguing for now. I have an old friend who has heard of the shadow assassins. You can ask him for information, the sect leader finally spoke, and as he did, a glimmer of hope appeared in Yin Zirua's eyes. She hadn't expected the sect leader to know someone who had heard of the shadow assassins. Please take us to him, sect leader, Yin Zirua urged, eager to learn more about the shadow assassins. Mizen, too, was excited, never having imagined that the sect leader had such connections. The three of them set off together and soon arrived at a place where they met an elderly man. This elder wore attire similar to that of the sect members and appeared unremarkable. Elder, these two wish to inquire about the shadow assassins, the sect leader addressed the old man. Upon seeing the sect leader, the elder respectfully bowed, and Yin Zirua also bowed in respect. The sect leader gestured for Yin Zirua and Mizen to sit on a nearby bench. Why are these two young friends inquiring about the shadow assassins? The elder asked, somewhat puzzled. He observed the two, finding them quite young, and wondered why they were so eager to learn about the shadow assassins. To be honest, the shadow assassins are responsible for my father's death. He was killed because of them, Mizen said, tears welling up in her eyes, her expression tense with urgency. She was desperate to uncover any information about the shadow assassins, no matter how little. The shadow assassins have been relatively quiet in recent years, but I've heard rumors that they are organizing new activities, the elder mused, his gaze fixed ahead as he pondered. Could you tell us who founded this organization and what their intentions are? Yin Zirua pressed further. I'm not sure who founded the shadow assassins or their exact motives, but I do know they are connected to the Three Peaks cult, the elder replied. Upon hearing the word cult, Yin Zirua and the others tensed up. They had heard of this cult before. Recently, They had even interacted with members of the cult, and hearing the name again immediately heightened their alertness. That's all I know for certain. The only thing I can confirm is that this organization is indeed linked to the Three Peaks cult. After hearing this, Xianxia stroked his chin thoughtfully. He realized that if they wanted to investigate further, they would first need to look into the Three Peaks cult. Without uncovering the truth about the cult, it would be impossible to proceed with the investigation into the Shadow Assassins. I had also wanted to eliminate the Three Peaks cult, but their strength is formidable, and it's not something that can be done overnight, Xianxia said. The elder looked surprised again when he learned that they had dealt with the Three Peaks cult before. If you truly wish to investigate the Shadow Assassins, you should start by looking into the Three Peaks cult, the elder advised before taking his leave, leaving only Xianxia and Mizen behind. They decided to delve deeper into the matter. They knew this investigation wouldn't be easy and dangers would likely lie ahead, but they were determined not to give up. Let's continue toward the mysterious place, Xianxia suggested, and Mizen nodded in agreement. The next day, they packed a few belongings and set off, determined to uncover the truth. Before they left, the sect leader gave them many words of caution, urging them to stay safe. Be careful on the road, the sect leader said, looking at the young faces before him and reflecting on his own youth. There were few young people left with such integrity and righteousness, but he saw a spark of his younger self in Xianxia. Don't worry, we'll be careful. Once we've resolved this matter, we'll come back to visit you, Xianxia said confidently, patting his chest. He believed they would return safely, despite any challenges they might face. I'll be waiting for you here. With that, Xianxia and the others set off. Their goal was clear: to uncover the truth, avenge Mizen, and destroy the cult. The destination was some distance away, so they expected to spend some time on the journey. But as Xianxia looked at Mizen by his side, the distance seemed much shorter. Zirua, how much longer will it take? Mizen asked, unsure of the route, and turning to Xianxia for guidance. I'm not sure exactly how long it will take. This is my first time on this path, but I feel we'll reach our destination soon, Xianxia said, gently patting Mieshen's head, finding her endearing. Under Xianxia's touch, Mizen became calmer, and she held his hand as they continued forward. Halfway through their journey, they passed through a canyon. The canyon was high, with steep cliffs on either side, leaving only a narrow path through the middle, barely wide enough for one person. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any bird calls, which made Xianxia suspicious. However, he sensed no immediate danger. As Xianxia entered the canyon, a strange expression crossed his face, as if he had noticed something amiss. After a moment's thought, he boldly stepped forward. Zirua, what's wrong? Mizen asked, noticing Xianxia's hesitation. I feel there's something odd about this place, but I can't be sure, Xianxia replied, shaking his head, thinking he might be overthinking. But just as they took a few steps forward, heads suddenly appeared on both sides of the canyon. Xianxia realized there were people above them, and they quickly disappeared. We've fallen into a trap, Xianxia thought to himself, regretting not paying closer attention earlier. Chapter 630, Ambush and Encirclement, Firepower Exchange. Xianxia and the others immediately sensed something was amiss. The surroundings had become eerily quiet, with not a single sound, and the air was filled with a suffocating tension. No one dared to move recklessly, carefully observing everything around them. If there was the slightest disturbance, Xianxia would act immediately. Everyone, don't move rashly. I feel there might be an ambush nearby, Xianxia said gravely. He could sense a powerful force around them, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the threat. This surprised him deeply, as he hadn't expected to encounter such a formidable opponent here. Just then, a rain of arrows suddenly appeared in the sky, countless glints of cold light obscuring the heavens. Those arrows exuded a powerful murderous intent. Anyone struck by them would surely die. Seeing the sky filled with flying arrows, Xianxia inwardly cursed, then quickly extended 2 fingers and recited a mantra. A golden barrier enveloped everyone, covered with mysterious runes that spun rapidly, radiating genuine spiritual energy. Ding ding ding. Countless arrows struck the barrier, producing ear-piercing sounds and bursts of intense sparks, like stars in the night sky. When they saw all the attacks were blocked by Xianxia alone, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Well done, Xianxia. You're truly amazing. These despicable cowards actually resorted to sneak attacks. Another person, with a dark expression, glared into the distance. He was filled with rage, never expecting the enemy to attempt assassination. If not for Xianxia's quick action, they might all have perished here. The arrows had been mere inches away from piercing their bodies. Don't get too complacent. The enemy hasn't shown themselves yet, and I sense this is a very powerful opponent, perhaps more than one. Although the barrier had blocked all the arrows, Xianxia remained vigilant. He knew their adversaries were formidable, and it was strange not to sense any aura from them. Hearing this, everyone's expressions grew serious. If even Xianxia considered the enemy formidable, they must be truly terrifying. Xianxia and Miyagi focused intently on the front, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. At that moment, 5 shadowy figures suddenly appeared before Xianxia. The 5 emitted terrifying auras, causing even Xianxia and the others to feel a chill of fear. What powerful auras! Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. She looked at the 5 men before her, feeling an ominous premonition. Xianxia realized she couldn't even discern their cultivation levels. But Xianxia could see through them at a glance. These 5 were all experts, for at the peak of the true god level, and one at the first stage of the heavenly god level. He hadn't expected such powerful opponents to appear all at once. This was going to be difficult. If they attacked together, it might be hard for them to escape. Xianxia glanced back at Xianxia and the others, feeling a hint of concern. If these 5 men attacked simultaneously, he might not have the chance to protect everyone else. Xianxia and Miyagi might be able to hold their own, but the others would likely stand no chance against these 5. Who are you? What do you want? Xianxia stepped forward, shielding Xianxia and the others behind him. He decided to face these 5 powerful opponents alone, no matter what, to ensure Mieshin's safety. Haha, you're tougher than we thought. We assumed that attack would wipe you all out, but you proved to have some skill. A burly man stepped forward, his face filled with mockery as he surveyed Xianxia and the others, finally fixing his gaze on Xianxia. This man was Lu Yin, the leader of the 5, with a cultivation level at the first stage of heavenly god. The rain of arrows earlier had been his doing. He had thought a surprise attack would catch Xianxia's group off guard, but it was easily deflected. Spare the nonsense. What exactly do you want? Xianxia frowned, gripping his sword tightly. If the enemy made any move, he wouldn't let them escape so easily. His gaze locked with Lu Yan's, clearly sensing the terrifying power hidden within the man. The 4 men behind Lu Yin were also no ordinary characters. Even without making a move, their formidable presence was evident in their eyes. We don't want anything. Just turn back. If you proceed, you'll die. Lu Yin replied coldly. Their presence here was to prevent Xianxia from continuing his investigation. Sending such powerful experts was meant to show him the terrifying forces he was up against. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Xianxia and Xianxia exchanged glances, immediately sensing something was amiss. It seemed these men had come prepared, and their intentions were far from simple. I have no grudge with you. Why are you targeting me? Xianxia had never met these men before and had no idea who they were. At that moment, he suddenly thought these men might be connected to Mieshin's origins. Stop investigating what you shouldn't. Otherwise, all of you will die here. Lu Yan's tone revealed a hint of impatience. He suspected Xianxia might have already guessed their identities. Continuing this conversation might expose them. Brother, why waste words? Just kill them all. Another man stepped forward, gripping a sword that emitted chilling glimmers. The man had a long scar across his face, his eyes radiating terrifying killing intent, making it hard to meet his gaze. He had been eager to attack from the start. If not for Lu Yan's restraint, Xianxia might already be dead. Miyagi, protect them. I'll handle these men myself. Without another word, Xianxia charged forward, leaping into the air with his sword, unleashing several streaks of cold light. These opponents were all formidable experts. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, they would be at a severe disadvantage. Perhaps by taking down the weaker ones, the strongest man would back off. On Lu Yan's side, two men shot forward simultaneously, brandishing their blades. The sharp sword cut deep trenches into the ground, sparks flying. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out as two powerful forces clashed, billowing smoke rising from the ground. Without hesitation, Xianxia charged again, and the two men engaged him in fierce combat. Chapter 631. Overwhelming pressure, forced to fight. In the sky, three terrifying auras clashed with each other, causing thunderous rumbles to echo across the heavens, yet their figures were invisible. Xianxia's speed was so astonishing that even Lu Yin couldn't help but be amazed. Xianxia's speed is so fast that even I can't keep up with his movements, Lu Yin thought, his mind filled with shock. After all, he was a celestial deity of the first rank, and even he couldn't discern Xianxia's movements. He couldn't understand how Xianxia, a mere true god of the third rank, could possess such incredible speed. Below, standing on the ground, Miyagi watched the flickering shadows in the sky with a look of astonishment. Sister, it seems those two men aren't a match for Xianxia. Maybe we can leave this place now? Miyagi saw the two men being utterly suppressed by Xianxia, and he began to think that their opponents weren't as strong as he had feared. However, he was also puzzled by Xianxia's sudden increase in speed. He had never seen Xianxia display such prowess before. Xianxia has already used the true god technique, Golden Rock Steps. Of course, those two aren't his match. Although he has the advantage in speed, they are still 2 against 1 in terms of strength. Mieshin's face didn't show much excitement. Although Xianxia currently had the upper hand in speed, the fact remained that he was facing 2 opponents. One can hardly defeat 4 hands. If he wasn't careful, he might end up injured. At the same time, her gaze was fixed on Lu Yin, her mind racing to guess his identity. It seems these people are here because of us. Our backgrounds must be tied to something far more significant. Mizen had a hunch about their opponents' motives. Besides their own mysterious origins, there was no other reason that would warrant such powerful experts to intercept Xianxia. Should we leave now? If they catch us, we might never escape. Miyagi's expression was filled with worry. He knew Lu Yin was a formidable opponent, and if Xianxia were to lose, Lu Yin wouldn't let them go so easily. They might be captured and imprisoned forever, with no one to save them. What are you saying? How can we leave now? Xianxia is fighting for us. Even if it means dying, I will stay with him. Mizen rebuked Miyagi, her resolve unwavering. She was prepared to fight to the death alongside Xianxia. If the worst came to pass, she would have Miyagi escape with the others while she stayed behind to face their enemies. Boom! A loud explosion shook the air as 2 figures plummeted from the sky, crashing violently into the ground and creating a massive crater. As the dust settled, the 2 men were revealed with countless sword wounds, their necks slashed deeply, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood in midair, gripping his sword, his eyes radiating an intense aura. Although his body was covered in wounds, his presence was still fearsome. Great! Xianxia is amazing! Miyagi exclaimed, jumping in excitement. He had been worried that Xianxia might be defeated, but it seemed his fears were unfounded. I knew Xianxia would win. How could this man possibly be his match? Miyagi looked at Xianxia with a mixture of admiration and respect. Initially, he had doubted Xianxia's reliability, but now, with him around, Miyagi felt confident that his sister's safety was assured. Mizen, seeing Xianxia's battered body, felt a pang of heartache. Blood dripped from his arm, and her eyes began to well up with tears. Xianxia, come back. Let me handle them. You're badly injured. You can't fight anymore. Mizen shouted, fearing that if Xianxia continued to fight, he might not survive. Although 2 of their opponents had been dealt with, Lu Yan's strength was at the celestial deity level. With Yin Zerua's current state, it would be nearly impossible for him to resist. Everyone, step back. Without my command, no one is to advance. If they want to pass, they'll have to step over my dead body. Yin Zerua roared, his spiritual energy erupting once more. In the sky, he stood like a war god, his presence causing the earth to tremble. He was determined not to let Mize or anyone else step forward. If any of them were captured, it would put him in a very difficult position. Yin Zerua's decision to keep Mize and the others back was to prevent Lu Yin from using them as leverage. Even if he had the upper hand, being forced to negotiate under such circumstances would make things much harder. Upon hearing Yin Zerua's command, Mieshin's face showed signs of struggle. She clenched her fists tightly, her heart filled with frustration. Yin Zerua was risking his life, and she could do nothing but watch, unable to help in any way. This made Mize feel deeply guilty. But in the next moment, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from Yin Zerua's dantian, enveloping his body. His face lit up with a hint of joy. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. I've unexpectedly broken through to the true god of the 4th rank. This time, you're doomed. Yin Zerua hadn't expected to reach the 4th rank of the true god realm. He then noticed that his sword was absorbing the spiritual energy of the 2 dead men. So that's how it is. The sword absorbed their energy and channeled it into me, allowing me to break through. Lu Yan's expression darkened as he saw the bodies of his comrades on the ground. A terrifying aura flashed in his eyes, and black energy began to emanate from his sword. Brother, let me go and kill him. My 4th and 3rd brothers were killed by him. No matter what, I must avenge them. Another man stepped forward, gripping a massive red saber. His body was burly, his limbs strong, and with every step he took, the ground trembled and the stones cracked. Stand down. You're no match for him. This time, I'll deal with him myself. You, guard Mize carefully and don't let her escape. Lu Yin stepped forward, his sword in hand, black energy seeping from his feet. The plants on the ground withered instantly. Wherever this sinister energy spread, nothing grew. He looked up at Yin Zerua in the sky, a cold smile playing on his lips. Interesting. 2 true gods of the 3rd rank couldn't kill him. It seems I'll have to take care of this myself. Lu Yin had initially thought his 2 brothers could easily deal with Yin Zerua, but the outcome had been far from what he expected. If he didn't kill Yin Zerua today, how could he maintain his standing among his brothers? Seeing Lu Yan's terrifying presence on the ground, Yin Zerua's eyes showed a hint of caution. This man's cultivation is extraordinary. Even though I've broken through, I can't underestimate him. Yin Zerua knew Lu Yan's strength was no laughing matter. He had been reluctant to use his ultimate move, but now, with the situation critical, he had no choice but to act. If he didn't, he might meet his end here. Chapter 632. Facing a formidable opponent, situation critical. When Lu Yin saw Yin Zerua break through his cultivation, instead of feeling fear, he became even more excited. Ha ha ha, I hope you don't disappoint me. I haven't been this excited in a long time. Before his words even faded, Lu Yin vanished, transforming into a black phantom that instantly appeared in front of Yin Zerua, a flash of cold light slicing through the air. The speed was so fast that Yin Zerua couldn't react in time. He swiftly raised his Sui Xian Rui ruler to block in front of him. Dang! A loud clang echoed, sparks flew, and Yin Zerua was sent flying. Immediately, he felt his entire arm go numb, and his sword began to tremble violently. Boom! Yin Zerua's body crashed through over a dozen trees before finally hitting the ground. At that moment, he could hear his own heartbeat, his whole body devoid of strength, his legs trembling, unable to stand. He was utterly shocked. He never imagined Lu Yin could be so terrifying, capable of defeating him with just one move. How is this possible? After breaking through my cultivation, I couldn't even withstand one of his moves. How powerful is he? Yin Zerua stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. He had thought that after reaching the 4th level of True God, he could at least hold his own against Lu Yin. But he hadn't expected Lu Yan's strength to far exceed his imagination. With just one move, Lu Yin had demonstrated overwhelming power, completely crushing him. You're actually not bad. If it were any other cultivator, they would have been reduced to dust by now. You're still alive, which means you're quite lucky. Lu Yan's tone was filled with mockery and disdain. His current cultivation was at the first level of Heavenly God, while Yin Zirua had just reached the fourth level of True God. The gap between them was vast. Compared to ordinary people, Yin Zirua was already quite formidable. In that last move, Lu Yin had used half of his strength. If it had been anyone else, they would have been obliterated. But Yin Zirua was still alive, which proved just how strong his physical body was. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Yin Zirua didn't feel any relief. Instead, his expression grew even more grave. Damn beast, how dare he mock me? If it weren't for the fact that I'm already drained from my previous battle, how could he possibly have the audacity to act so arrogantly in front of me? Yin Zirua placed his hand on his chest, gritting his teeth against the pain as he forced himself to stand up, his hand gripping his sword trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, he could clearly feel that all the veins in his arm were numb, and he couldn't muster any spiritual energy. Yin Zirua tried to channel his spiritual energy into his sword, but no matter what he did, the energy refused to flow into the blade. In the next moment, Yin Zirua suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and inwardly cursed. A mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth, and his face turned pale as he widened his eyes in shock. How could this be? Why would I be so badly injured internally without even realizing it? Yin Zirua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of disbelief. He hadn't noticed how severe his internal injuries were until the blood spurted out. I thought you were some kind of prodigy, but it seems you're just average. After taking such a powerful blow and forcing yourself to use your energy, it's no wonder you're spitting blood. If it gets worse, you might just drop dead on the spot. Lu Yin let out a cold laugh. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua to be so stubborn, pushing himself despite such severe injuries, which had led to his anger overwhelming him and causing the blood to gush out. What a bore. Insects are insects after all. I thought you might surprise me. I thought this fight would be intense, but it's over so quickly. Lu Yin shook his head in disappointment as he looked at Yin Zirua. He had initially thought that after breaking through, Yin Zirua would become much stronger, but now, he couldn't even withstand one of his moves. This dashed all of Lu Yan's previous expectations. Damn it, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. How dare you hurt Yin Zirua? You're not walking out of here alive today. At that moment, two female voices came from the side. It was Little Cat Demon and Yao Jiuhong. Seeing Yin Zirua in such a critical condition, both of them were filled with rage, tears streaming down their faces. They charged at Lu Yin simultaneously, launching a frenzy of attacks. Little Cat Demon, Yao Jiuhong, hurry back. You're no match for him. Come back. Yin Zirua was frantic, shouting at them urgently. He couldn't believe that Little Cat Demon and Yao Jiuhong would be so impulsive, rushing out without even giving him a chance to stop them. How could they possibly be a match for Lu Yin? Even Yin Zirua, at the fourth level of True God, couldn't handle him. If Little Cat Demon and Yao Jiuhong went up against him, it would be suicide. This is bad. If they don't come back, they might be in serious danger. Yin Zirua's heart sank with anxiety as he watched them fail to land a single hit on Lu Yin, making him even more worried. Ha ha ha, too slow. You're both too slow. With such weak strength, you dare to charge at me? You're simply overestimating yourselves. Lu Yin taunted as he attacked, treating Little Cat Demon and Yao Jiuhong like playthings. When he grew bored, they would be doomed. You're full of crap. If you've got the guts, fight back instead of dodging. Little Cat Demon roared, baring her claws and fangs. Let's see just how strong you really are. Yao Jiuhong also showed a rare flash of anger. Little Cat Demon and Yao Jiuhong were completely blinded by rage, ignoring all warnings. Their only goal now was to kill Lu Yin, because he had hurt Yin Zirua. They didn't realize that their attacks had lost all strategy, their movements chaotic. Fine, if that's what you want, don't regret it. Lu Yin sneered, then seized the moment to strike with both palms. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk. Little cat demon and Yao Jiuhong were sent flying, blood spraying from their mouths as their swords fell to the ground. They lay on the ground, their expressions filled with pain as they clutched their stomachs. Even so, little cat demon's face still showed signs of unwillingness. How's that? I told you. You two trash could never kill me. Lu Yin walked toward little cat demon and Yao Jiuhong, his body radiating a powerful killing intent. Now, little cat demon and Yao Jiuhong were like lambs on a chopping block, completely at his mercy, with no way to fight back. Go ahead and kill us if you have the guts. We'll never let you off, even as ghosts. Come on, make your move. Little cat demon and Yao Jiuhong shouted at Lu Yin, their voices filled with defiance. Although they weren't a match for Lu Yin, they wouldn't submit to death. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Lu Yin raised his sword, the cold light radiating from it making people's hair stand on end. Just as he was about to strike, Yin Zirua's voice came from behind. What kind of man are you, picking on two women? If you've got the guts, come at me. Yin Zirua struggled to his feet once more, determined not to let Lu Yin kill little cat demon and Yao Jiuhong. Chapter 633, Death Approaches, Breakthrough once more. Upon hearing Yin Zirua shout, Lu Yin turned around, his face revealing a ghostly smile. You're almost dead, yet you still dare to stand up. Since you want to end your life early, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Yin had originally planned to deal with Yin Zirua at the very end, but he didn't expect the man to be so reckless. Thus, he decided to oblige and end him sooner. With his feet firmly planted, Lu Yin lunged forward in the next second, instantly reaching Yin Zirua. He swung his sword with a single strike. Yin Zirua furrowed his brows and mustered all his strength to block with the sword transformed from his Sui Exine Ru I ruler. Clang! Yin Zirua's sword flew out of his hand, and he rolled onto the ground once more. His body was already covered in wounds, littered with gravel and leaves, looking extremely disheveled. Blood from his injuries had stained the ground beneath him, yet despite the pain, he forced himself to stand up again, his eyes filled with determination. Yin Zirua, don't stand up again. He'll kill you. Yes, don't stand up. You beast. Come at us instead. The two cat spirits, Xiao Miao Yao and Yao Jiuhong, cried out, their hearts torn as they watched Yin Zirua being tormented by Lu Yin. They could do nothing but scream in frustration, knowing no one present could match Lu Yin's strength. But Yin Zirua seemed unfazed, his eyes bloodshot as he stood up once more. He glared at Lu Yin, ignoring the blood flowing from his wounds, his teeth clenched. Is that all the strength you have? It doesn't even hurt, haha. Yin Zirua sneered, his face contorted in a mocking grin, taunting Lu Yin. His goal was to provoke Lu Yin, to keep the man's focus on him and away from the cat spirits. Doesn't hurt? Lu Yin was instantly enraged by Yin Zirua's taunts. He plunged his sword into the ground. In the next moment, Lu Yin charged forward, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes at Yin Zirua. The palm strikes rained down like hail, each one striking Yin Zirua's already battered body with the force of a cannonball. Defenseless, Yin Zirua could only lie on the ground, subjected to Lu Yin's merciless assault. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin finally stopped. He stood up, panting and drenched in sweat, looking down at the motionless Yin Zirua with a triumphant grin. How's that? Are you satisfied now? Lu Yin seemed transformed into a demon, his twisted smile making Xiao Miao Yao and the others avert their eyes. You're asking for it, daring to provoke me. No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of me. This time, you're dead for sure. Lu Yin's tone was venomous. He had originally planned to give Yin Zirua a quick death, but now, he changed his mind. Yin Zirua now lay in a pool of blood, motionless, as if he had lost all signs of life. Seeing this, Xiao Miao Yao and Yao Jiuhong collapsed to the ground, sobbing in despair. They couldn't believe Yin Zirua had really been killed by Lu Yin. Xiao Miao Yao clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, yet she felt no pain, her grip tightening more and more. All she could think of was to die together with Lu Yin. Ding! Detecting severe injuries to the host. Repair function can be activated with points. The system's voice echoed in Yin Zirua's mind. Activate! Yin Zirua managed to utter the 2 words with his last ounce of strength. In the next moment, a golden light enveloped his body, and torrents of spiritual energy surged into him. Yin Zirua felt the sensation of rebirth. All his injuries healed, and even his meridians were enhanced. Seeing this, Lu Yan's face showed a hint of mockery. You're on the verge of death and still struggling. Let me send you on your way. Lu Yin reached out, and the sword he had plunged into the ground instantly returned to his hand. He gripped it with both hands and swung it down toward Yin Zirua's head. Just as everyone thought Yin Zirua was doomed, a powerful surge of energy erupted from his body. Boom! The shockwave sent Lu Yin flying. How is this possible? You were on the brink of death. How could you still possess such power? Lu Yan's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Yin Zirua still had such terrifying strength. Just moments ago, the man had been on the verge of death, yet now he seemed infused with divine power. What was going on? How could his body still contain such fearsome energy? Seeing Yin Zirua stand up again, Lu Yin felt a twinge of unease. Xiao Miao Yao and the others, upon seeing Yin Zirua rise once more, were filled with joy and excitement. Great! I knew Yin Zirua wouldn't die so easily. Xiao Miao Yao and Yao Jiuhong jumped and hugged each other in excitement. Yin Zirua stood still, examining his fully restored body, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. I told you, I won't die so easily. Today is your end. With a flick of his wrist, Yin Zirua sent his sword flying into the air, where it halted. Then, the sword split into multiple copies, all aiming at Lu Yin. Blast Soul Technique. Yin Zirua roared, and his power surged once more. The swords began to spin rapidly, forming a massive vortex. Seeing such a fierce attack, Lu Yin didn't hesitate. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of sharp sword chi. Clang! The 2 terrifying forces collided, sending a blinding white light that made everyone shield their eyes. But both Yin Zirua and Lu Yin charged forward, clashing once more. Xiao Miao Yao and the others could only hear the distant rumbling, as if weapons were clashing, but no one could make out the movements of the 2 combatants. Lu Yan's face was dark with fury. Yin Zirua was now his equal. How is this possible? You're only at the 4th level of true God. What gives you the right to match me? Lu Yan's eyes burned with anger and disbelief. No matter what move he used, Yin Zirua countered it effortlessly, as if he had transformed into someone else entirely. After so many years of cultivation, Lu Yin had never seen such an anomaly. How had Yin Zirua achieved this? What does being at the 4th level of true God matter? Do you think being at the 1st level of heavenly God makes you invincible? Chapter 634. Defeating the heavenly deity, severely injured. Yin Zirua smiled slightly, raising his fist and slamming it down toward Lu Yan's head. His current cultivation was likely beyond the level of a 4th-grade true god, and with the help of the exploding soul technique, the terrifying power made even Yin Zirua feel like he was on the verge of losing control. Lu Yin dodged the sword but had no time to evade Yin Zirua's fist. He quickly raised his arm to block, and a golden-green glow enveloped him. Bang! In the next moment, he was sent flying. Fortunately, he had activated a barrier in time, or his arm would have been shattered on the spot. You managed to dodge that. Yin Zirua sneered coldly, his eyes slanting. Now, he was completely transformed. The previous move had barely tapped into his full strength, using only about 30% of his power. Lu Yin looked at Yin Zirua, no longer daring to act recklessly. He had no idea how powerful his opponent had become. From that move, he knew Yin Zirua hadn't even used his full strength. Otherwise, the barrier might have shattered instantly. In battles between experts, a single move was enough to gauge the other's true strength. This kid has suddenly become so powerful. I can't drag this out any longer. I must end this battle quickly, or the outcome is uncertain. Lu Yin realized he couldn't afford to be careless anymore. He had to finish off Yin Zirua as soon as possible. He gripped his sword with both hands, unleashing all the black energy within him. The black aura enveloped him entirely, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that appeared before everyone. Within the black energy, there was a terrifying cacophony of wailing, making Xianxia and the others feel as if they were in hell. What kind of evil technique is he practicing? It's so terrifying. Xianxia had never seen such a horrifying spell. It was clear that Lu Yin was practicing something sinister. When Yin Zirua saw the spell, he also frowned. Devouring technique. He's practicing such a terrifying evil art. Those who practiced this technique had to turn their dantian into a vessel to absorb others' spells, making themselves stronger. However, this technique had a drawback. It shortened one's lifespan. Lu Yin had already used his ultimate move, which was enough to show he wanted to end the battle quickly. Yin Zirua didn't dare underestimate him. He extended 2 fingers, and a torrent of flames erupted, instantly wrapping around the blade of his sword. The sword burned with intense fire, and anything that came close would be reduced to ashes. Flame slash. Yin Zirua unleashed several sword beams, and in an instant, countless flames surged forth. The flames roared toward Lu Yin like fire dragons, shaking the earth with their ferocity. The intense heat even caused Xianxia and the others, standing several meters away, to feel a burning sensation. Lu Yin quickly retaliated, thrusting his palms forward to release the black energy, which took the form of a demonic face with a gaping maw, charging toward Yin Zirua. The terrifying force caused countless cracks to appear in the ground, leaving nothing alive in its path. But to Lu Yin's shock, the demonic face was instantly obliterated by the intense flames, which then pierced through his body. How is this possible? Lu Yin stared in disbelief, blood gushing from his body. He couldn't fathom how he, a powerful figure, could die at the hands of a mere 4th-grade true god. In the end, after great effort, Yin Zirua finally defeated Lu Yin. However, he was severely injured and exhausted from the exploding soul technique. Having used up all his spiritual energy in that final move, he glanced at Xianxia and the others before fainting. Hen, Xianxia, and the others immediately rushed forward to support Yin Zirua, their faces filled with worry and distress. What do we do? Yin Zirua has fainted. We need to find a doctor right away. Hen held Yin Zirua in her arms, her eyes filled with concern. Earlier, she had been worried about whether Yin Zirua would survive, and now, although he had made it through, he had passed out due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. If they didn't treat him in time, Yin Zirua could still be in mortal danger. The nearest city to us is Linlang City. There might be a doctor there who can help. Mieji quickly thought of the closest city, Linlang. Without hesitation, Hen immediately set off for Linlang City with Yin Zirua. Upon arriving in Linlang City, they discovered a crucial problem. They didn't have much money. When the doctors there heard they couldn't pay, they all turned them away. What should we do? We don't have enough money to see a doctor. If we don't find one soon, Yin Zirua might not make it. Hen watched as Yin Zirua's complexion grew paler, her heart racing with anxiety. Tears streamed down her face. Normally, Yin Zirua never needed to worry about money, as there were always people willing to serve him. But now, with him severely injured and unconscious, they didn't know who to turn to. If it comes down to it, we could just threaten a doctor into treating Yin Zirua. Xianxia was also desperate, watching Yin Zirua's breathing grow weaker. She was already considering forcing a doctor to treat him. No, that's too risky. What if the doctor sabotages the treatment? We wouldn't know. Hen immediately dismissed the idea, realizing it wasn't a good solution for Yin Zirua. Maybe Yin Zirua has something valuable on him? Thinking of this, Mieji decided to search through Yin Zirua's belongings. Surely, he must have brought something valuable with him? And indeed, Mieji found something. She suddenly discovered a badge on Yin Zirua. The badge looked very exquisite, clearly a valuable item. This looks good. Maybe we can pawn it to get some money? Mieji handed the badge to Hen, her face filled with hope. Although she hadn't done much shopping, she could tell that the badge was no ordinary item. Its presence on Yin Zirua only confirmed its importance. Mai's Hin hesitated, holding the badge in her hand. This thing, could it be important to Yin Zirua? She was hesitant, worried it might hold significant meaning for him. Sister, you're overthinking. Right now, Yin Zirua's life is in danger. Finding a doctor is the priority. Mieji grew impatient, wondering why her sister was so hesitant at a time like this. Hearing Mieji's words, Mai's Hin composed herself and finally decided to pawn the badge. No matter what, getting Yin Zirua treated as soon as possible was the most important thing. Chapter 635. No Way Out. The token saves the day. They soon arrived at a pawn shop. The shopkeeper eyed Mai's Hin and the others with a hint of suspicion. Why are these people bringing an injured person here? The shopkeeper thought, glancing at Yin Zirua. In all his years, he had never seen someone bring an injured person to pawn something, especially one who looked like they were on the verge of death. Hey, can you move that injured person away? I don't want the blood staining our floor, the shopkeeper said with obvious disdain. Mieji was a bit angry, but, realizing they needed help, reluctantly moved Yin Zirua further away. What kind of treasure are you looking to pawn? The shopkeeper asked, sizing up Mai's Hin. He noticed their ordinary attire and figured they didn't have anything valuable. We want to pawn this token. How much can you offer? Mai's Hin reluctantly handed over the token. She knew how important this token must be to Yin Zirua, otherwise he wouldn't have carried it with him. But there was no other choice. If they didn't pawn it, Yin Zirua's life would be in danger. If Yin Zirua blamed anyone later, she would take the blame. When the shopkeeper saw the token, his eyes widened, and his expression immediately turned respectful. Please wait here for a moment, esteemed guests. I'll go get our master, the shopkeeper said hurriedly, rushing inside as if meeting a VIP. This left Mai's Hin and the others puzzled. They had no idea what was going on. What's wrong with him? Does the token have a problem? Mieji asked, confused. She had seen the shopkeeper almost trip over himself rushing in, wondering what could make him so nervous. Mai's Hin, could something be amiss? I fear the shopkeeper might be associated with a faction intending us harm. The cat Yao voiced her concern, her caution heightened by the shopkeeper's evident agitation. She suspected that this encounter could be with an adversary. Mai's Hin pondered for a moment, then shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. If they were enemies, they would have surrounded us by now. Let's wait and see. If anything goes wrong, take Yin Zirua and leave immediately. Soon, the shopkeeper returned, accompanied by a man in black robes. Branch leader, it's them, the shopkeeper said. The man in black robes stepped forward and looked at Mai's Hin. Is this token yours? Mai's Hin was taken aback but answered, no, it belongs to my husband. Where is your husband? The man asked. Mai's Hin instinctively looked toward the door, where Mieji was carrying the severely injured Yin Zirua. Isn't this young Master Yin? The man exclaimed, shocked. The shopkeeper panicked. Just moments ago, he had shown disdain for Yin Zirua's bloodied state, unaware that Yin Zirua was a VIP of their superiors. Mieji now understood. These people knew Yin Zirua's identity and respected him greatly. Mieji immediately complained, pointing at the shopkeeper. It's him. He was the one who disrespected Yin Zirua, telling us to move him away. What? Don't you know this is a VIP of Lady Jialan? The man in black roared, then bowed to Mai's Hin and the others. We apologize deeply. Young Master Yin is injured, and we had no idea he was in Linlang City and encountered such trouble. Please follow me, and I'll arrange for the best doctor to treat him immediately. The group exchanged glances. The trouble they had faced seemed to resolve itself in an instant. The man introduced himself as Xiachu, the branch leader of the Jialan merchant house in Linlang City. He happened to be checking the shop's accounts when Mai's Hin and the others arrived. Thank you so much. If not for you, we wouldn't know what to do, Mai's Hin said gratefully to Xiachu. Please, don't mention it. Young Master Yin is a close friend of our boss, Xiachu replied with a smile. Xiachu quickly arranged for the best doctor in Linlang City, known as Dr. Shui, to treat Yin Zirua. Dr. Shui was a renowned physician in Linlang City, with appointments so hard to get that even cultivators would travel great distances to seek his medicinal expertise. When Dr. Shui examined Yin Zirua's injuries, he was also surprised. What on earth happened? How did he sustain such severe injuries? Dr. Shui asked, puzzled. Doctor, is there nothing you can do? Maizhen felt despair. If even the best doctor in a major city like Linlang couldn't help, what would happen to Yin Zirua? There's no need to despair. It seems you don't know the extent of my skills, young lady, Dr. Shui said, smirking. He turned to Xiachu. However, it might require me to use some very precious herbs. Dr. Shui, rest assured. We will pay for the herbs in full, Xiachu said. Excellent, excellent. Dr. Shui smiled and took out a brocade pouch. Inside are 3 pills. Give one to the young master every 2 hours. These will stabilize him temporarily while I go prepare more medicine. Maizhen accepted the pouch with great relief. Dr. Shui then proceeded to examine the cat Yao and Yao Jiuhong in the adjacent room. Although they were also injured, their conditions were much milder compared to Yin Zirua's. Dr. Shui gave them a small vial of pills, instructing Yuan Lingdan to administer them regularly. 6 hours later, Dr. Shui returned on time, carrying many more pills. Are all these for young Master Yin? Yuan Lingdan asked. In contrast, the cat Yao and Yao Jiuhong had almost fully recovered within those 6 hours, demonstrating just how miraculous Dr. Shui's medical skills truly were. Indeed, Dr. Shui said, glancing at the cat Yao and Yao Jiuhong. It seems the 2 young ladies are much better? Yes, thank you, doctor. Yao Jiuhong bowed to Dr. Shui. How is young Master Yin? She was deeply concerned about Yin Zirua's condition, recalling the difficult battle they had fought against Lu Yin. This young lady, you're also worried about his condition? Dr. Shui chuckled, not knowing the relationships between the women and Yin Zirua. Still, with such a serious injury and so many admirers around, it seemed Yin Zirua was quite the charmer. Heh, don't worry. With my skills, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take him from me, Dr. Shui boasted confidently, feeding Yin Zirua the newly prepared pills. After checking his pulse, he confirmed that Yin Zirua's condition was indeed improving. Chapter 636, Awakening from Injury, Uninvited Guests. All right. Shueshini stood up. My task is done. Seeing Shueshini about to leave, Maizhen quickly stopped him. Hey, you can't just leave like this. Zirua hasn't woken up yet? Shueshini shook his head. Within 2 hours, he will definitely wake up. Just wait. With that, Shueshini swished his fan and left. 2 hours later, Yin Zirua blinked his eyes, looking very calm at the moment. Yin Zirua didn't know where he was. When he looked up, he saw Maizhen beside him. Maizhen was also very surprised to see Yin Zirua awake. Zirua, you've finally woken up, Maizhen said, still unable to believe it. She hadn't expected Yin Zirua to really wake up, and especially at this moment. What happened to me? Yin Zirua rubbed his head, but a sharp pain shot through it. The pain was excruciating, but after a while, he managed to recover. Don't move around or think too much right now. The doctor said you still need to rest, Maizhen said, tears welling up in her eyes. She was truly heartbroken for Yin Zirua, but there was nothing she could do to help. Where am I? Yin Zirua asked, feeling a bit lost as he looked at Maizhen. We're in Linlang City. After you were injured, we brought you here for treatment. Maizhen recounted the events of that day. This place doesn't look cheap. Where did we get the money? Yin Zirua was even more puzzled. He couldn't understand how Maizhen had managed to bring him here. The architecture here looked very luxurious, far beyond what they could afford. That day, I was extremely anxious seeing you injured. I wanted to take you to see a doctor, but we had no money. Maizhen recounted her predicament with a hint of helplessness. That day, she was truly desperate. With no money and no way to help, she could only watch as Yin Zirua's life signs grew weaker. But how did you treat me without money? And how did we end up in such a luxurious place? Yin Zirua was puzzled and continued to ask Maizhen. It was then that Maizhen slowly explained. I realized I had nothing of value on me, so I searched through your things and found a delicate insignia. I thought I could pawn it to raise some funds for your treatment, but as soon as we reached the pawn shop, they recognized the origin of the badge. Mizen spoke with some embarrassment, as she had nearly pawned Xianxia's most precious item. It turned out that the Lingpai belonged to the Jianan Trading Company. Mizen blinked. The shopkeeper recognized the token as belonging to the Jialan Trading Company and offered to treat us for free, Mizen explained. With that, Xianxia finally understood the reason behind it. But now you're finally awake. Mizen leaned in and hugged Xianxia tightly. To her, as long as Xianxia was safe and sound, that was enough. Other matters, in Mieshin's eyes, were not so important. Before Xianxia could react, he was already embraced by Mizen. At this moment, a smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Xianxia was very happy. He was truly grateful to have a woman who loved him so much by his side. If it weren't for this woman in front of him, he might have died. Don't worry, this time you saved me, and next time I will definitely not let you suffer any harm. Xianxia made a promise, and Mizen nodded slowly, her eyes filled with trust. Let the people inside come out now. Just as Mizen was still immersed in joy, a commotion erupted outside. Before Xianxia could determine the source of the noise, several people had already barged in. Tell the people inside to come out now. The voice outside was loud, and Xianxia had no idea what was going on. Let's go out and take a look, Mizen said, pulling Xianxia up. By now, Xianxia's body had mostly recovered, except for the depletion of his cultivation. Soon, he would be fully recovered. Even so, he wouldn't have much trouble fighting at the moment. What's going on outside? Mizen slowly walked out, and the person blocking the door was none other than Miyagi. Seeing Mizen supporting Xianxia, Miyagi was also very surprised. How is Xianxia's condition now? Miyagi was also very concerned, as they were on the same side, and he would feel guilty if Xianxia was injured. Xianxia's injuries have mostly healed, but his cultivation hasn't returned to its peak yet, Mizen explained Xianxia's condition. Hearing that Xianxia was mostly healed, Miyagi finally let out a sigh of relief. A few days ago, he had also been worried about Xianxia, fearing that he wouldn't wake up, but now seeing Xianxia unharmed, he was no longer so tense. Who are those people outside? Xianxia asked, his eyes looking at the group in front of him. They were all dressed in white, with many white ornaments, and each carried a long sword. Xianxia didn't know who these people were, and he didn't think he had ever seen them before. I don't know who these people are, but if we capture one, we should be able to find out, Miyagi said, ready to grab someone, when a man at the front stepped forward. The man had a very upright and handsome face. The man directly approached Xianxia. We are all disciples of the Supreme Tao sect. Be wise and come out to die, the man said, and Xianxia's face clearly showed displeasure. Before he even understood what was going on, the other party had already spoken like this, making him feel a surge of anger. What's your name? Xianxia asked coldly, his voice freezing the surroundings. Mizen, seeing Xianxia like this, knew he was already a bit angry. She didn't stop him, just quietly observing the situation. My name is Jun Xingjiu, one of the top disciples of the Supreme Tao sect, Jun Xingjiu said with a hint of arrogance, as if he didn't take the people in front of him seriously and wanted to escalate the situation. Chapter 637, Clash of Destruction and 2-on-1 Attack. You say we should come out and die. What wrong have we done to deserve death? Xianxia asked Jun Xingjiu, who stood before him. At this moment, Jun Xingjiu's expression turned stern. I heard that our allies were killed by you, so we've come to avenge them, Jun Xingjiu replied, his face hardening once more. Xianxia was completely baffled. The people he had killed were from the Shadow Assassin Alliance. If the allies of the Supreme Tao sect were killed by him, then there was only one possibility. The Supreme Tao sect had colluded with the Shadow Assassin Alliance. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's eyes filled with doubt. The Supreme Tao sect was a major sect, and if it truly colluded with a force like the Shadow Assassin Alliance, it would undoubtedly provoke justified criticism from the secular world. However, Since the Supreme Tao sect was a representative of the righteous sects, there was only one possibility. It wasn't the entire sect that had colluded with the Shadow Assassin Alliance, but rather certain individuals within the sect. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt a dizziness in his head. He hadn't expected that even a sect like the Supreme Tao sect could be infiltrated by the Shadow Assassin Alliance. However, these were just his speculations for now, without any evidence, so he could only ponder them. The Shadow Assassin Alliance is ruthless and one of the evil forces. I never thought the Supreme Tao sect would collude with them, Xianxia said, raising his voice slightly. Hearing this, Xianxia in front of him felt a flicker of doubt in his heart, but didn't delve deeper into it. Stop spouting nonsense. The Supreme Tao sect is a righteous and prestigious sect. If you continue to slander us with such lies, we won't show any mercy, Xianxia retorted. Suddenly, another disciple stepped forward behind Xianxia. This disciple looked quite arrogant. Xianxia was a bit speechless. Did the people of the Supreme Tao sect really have such a strong sense of superiority? Xianxia glanced over slowly, only to find that the disciple's cultivation had already reached the peak of the true god level. Such strength was quite formidable within the city. Xianxia's eyes carried a hint of doubt, but he still looked over. Whether I'm slandering you or not is your own business, not mine. But to come out and demand our deaths without considering sparing us. You haven't given us much of a choice, have you? Xianxia said, his eyes carrying a smile, which infuriated the group in front of him. They hadn't expected Xianxia to dare provoke them at this moment. Who do you think you are, some country bumpkin? Don't you know how powerful our Supreme Tao sect is? And yet you still dare to provoke us. At that moment, two more figures appeared beside Xianxia. They were Xianxia and Xianpiaomiao. Both of them had reached the peak of the true god level, and their strength was no less than that of the others present. That's right. We're provoking you. What are you going to do about it? At this point, Miyagi, standing beside Xianxia, could no longer hold back. The constant provocations from the others had pushed him to his limit. If he didn't show them some consequences now, he wouldn't be himself. With that, Miyagi charged forward. Seeing this, Xianxiao and Xianpiaomiao were a bit flustered. They hadn't expected that despite their numbers, the opponent would still dare to charge forward. This was practically suicide. Xianxia signaled with a gesture, indicating that they could attack. At that moment, Xianxiao charged toward Miyagi. As Xianxiao rushed out, Miyagi swung his fist, while Xianxiao quickly drew his long sword. Holding the sword, Xianxiao's demeanor changed entirely. The blade glowed with a blue aura, as if infused with sword energy. So you're a swordsman, Miyagi muttered, then charged toward the other side, appearing behind Xianxiao in an instant. He swung his fist and struck Xianxiao's back. Xianxiao quickly turned, slashing his sword toward Miyagi. Miyagi smirked. Just as the sword was about to strike him, Miyagi's body suddenly vanished. The body that had been about to be hit suddenly reappeared behind Xianxiao. Xianxiao's expression turned to one of shock. He hadn't expected Miyagi's speed to be so fast. How is this possible? Before Xianxiao could react, Miyagi attacked from behind. At that moment, Xianpiaomiao moved to Miyagi's side and drew his sword, thrusting it toward Miyagi. Seeing the incoming sword energy, Miyagi quickly dodged to the side. He was already a hot-tempered individual, and the verbal provocations had pushed him to the brink of anger. I'll help you, Xiaoyao, Xianpiaomiao said, standing beside Xianxiao, who nodded in agreement. 2 against 1, and you're not even ashamed? Is this the so-called trait of the Supreme Tao sect? Disgraceful, Miyagi said, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that facing 2 opponents at once would be challenging, so he needed to stay composed to handle the situation. If you hadn't made the first move, we wouldn't have either. Since you did, don't blame us for being ruthless, Xianpiaomiao said. The 2 then unleashed 2 streams of sword energy, forcing Miyagi to dash to the side. Miyagi took a deep breath. He hadn't expected their strength to be so terrifying. It seemed they hadn't shown their full power earlier. Our cultivation levels are both at the peak of the true God realm. How could you possibly defeat us alone? Hearing their cultivation levels, Miyagi took another deep breath. He hadn't expected to run into such tough opponents. If he wanted to win against them, it would certainly be difficult. As Jian Piaomiao charged toward him, his sword danced in the air as if painting a picture, each thrust elegant and precise. Let me show you the three-word sword technique of our heavenly obstacle sect. Break. The first sword strike unleashed several streams of sword energy toward Miyagi. Seeing the incoming sword energy, Miyagi was astonished. He could only brace himself and quickly drew his weapon. Chapter 638. Defeated, Miyagi falls. At this moment, he raised his weapon to shield his chest, but the sword chi still sliced through him. The sword chi cut into his body, and he felt a sharp pain. How is it? Now you know our power, Xianxia said with a smirk. Miyagi gritted his teeth fiercely. He was already feeling a tinge of regret, but he knew he couldn't show it. If he admitted defeat, he would lose a significant amount of momentum. Just SOSO. It's barely enough to tickle me, Miyagi said through gritted teeth, refusing to back down. This only further enraged his opponents. Stubborn as a dead duck. Let's see how you'll manage later, Xianxia retorted. With that, the two enemies attacked Miyagi again. He was already feeling the strain and knew he couldn't afford to fight head-on.
Shan.
The second incantation unleashed a fierce sword chi that sliced through the air, splitting the chairs and tables behind Miyagi in half. Xianxia watched from the side, feeling anxious. She wasn't sure whether she should intervene. Knowing Miyagi's personality, if he could handle it himself, she would only get scolded for stepping in. But now, it was clear that Miyagi was at a disadvantage. If she didn't act soon, he might get seriously injured. Should I step in? Xianxia glanced at Mieshin, who could see her dilemma. Mieshin, however, didn't know what to do either. Let's just keep watching for now, Mieshin said, stopping her. She didn't want Xianxia to intervene just yet. Meanwhile, Miyagi was still struggling to defend himself. Jian Xiaoyao, unable to hold back any longer, drew his sword and slashed through the air once more. This time, all the sword chi converged on a single point. Miyagi sensed the imminent danger. He channeled all his energy, forming a protective barrier around himself. He used his energy to block the incoming sword chi, but the chi seemed to pass through the barrier as if it were intangible, striking him directly. It's useless. Our sword chi is formless and can pierce through any defense, Jian Xiaoyao said with a cold smile. He hadn't expected the first person to charge out would be so eager to die. Jian Piaomiao, unable to hold back any longer, also drew his sword. He began inscribing patterns in the air, and soon, several more sword chi surged toward Miyagi. Feeling the pressure of these attacks, Miyagi spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't anticipated that their strength would be so formidable. Perhaps stepping out in the first place had been a mistake. But now that things had reached this point, he couldn't back down. Miyagi took a few steps back and began channeling his energy again, using his inner strength to repair his damaged meridians. If he could recover quickly, he might still have a chance to fight. However, Jian Piaomiao and Jian Xiaoyao had already gained the upper hand. Even if he fully recovered, he might only be able to match them. But Miyagi was the kind of person who refused to give up. Even if he was going to lose, he had to try. With that, Miyagi began channeling his energy again. But soon, the two enemies noticed his actions. Still trying to heal yourself at this point? That's wishful thinking, Jian Xiaoyao said. He then stepped directly in front of Miyagi, raised his palm, and struck Miyagi's chest. Miyagi was sent flying several meters, spitting out another mouthful of blood. He felt like he was about to collapse, his condition deteriorating rapidly, but he still forced himself to stand. Jian Xiaoyao could see that Miyagi was on the verge of collapse. This is what happens when you go against the Supreme Path sect. You were so arrogant earlier. Let's see what you've got now. Jian Xiaoyao spoke without holding back, delivering the harshest words. Miyagi felt utterly humiliated. He clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and refused to give up. Summoning his last bit of strength, he stood back up. The two opponents were slightly surprised. They hadn't expected Mieji to still be able to fight at this point. It was truly shocking. You're already badly injured. Are you sure you want to keep fighting? If you do, you'll only end up worse off, Xianxia said with a faint smile. He no longer considered Mieji a threat. Shut up and fight me already. Mieji channeled the last of his strength, the only energy left in his body. Even at this point, he refused to admit defeat. He wanted to keep fighting. You've got some guts, Xianxia said. Shut the hell up. Before Xianxia could finish, Mieji charged forward. All his remaining strength was concentrated in his fist. When he threw the punch, it forced Xianxia to retreat several meters. Jin Piaomiao saw this and quickly moved to support his brother. But by the time he reached him, Mieji was already in front of them. Mieji was like a madman now, with no restraint left. He unleashed all his remaining power in a single blow. Jin Xiaoyao and Jin Piaomiao realized the danger and quickly retreated several meters. Even so, they were still caught by the force of the punch. Impossible. How do you still have strength left? Then don't blame us for being ruthless. The two adjusted their stance and charged at Mieji again, this time holding nothing back. Their combined attack struck Mieji directly, and he was sent flying, spitting out another mouthful of blood. His body, already barely able to stand, collapsed to the ground. Yin Zirua, unable to hold back any longer, flew to Mieji's side and helped him up. Mieji, are you okay? She asked, her voice filled with concern. Seeing his condition, she knew it was dire. Chapter 639. Mediation by the Merchant Guild, 5 days agreement. Mieji's face was pale, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he managed a bitter smile. I'm fine, Mieji insisted stubbornly. Yin Zirua shook his head. He was just as obstinate. He quickly helped Mieji into the house. At this moment, Yin Zirua was truly torn. After all, Mieji was not only his friend but also Mieshin's younger brother. Seeing Mieji so badly injured, how could he just sit idly by? After settling Mieji down, Yin Zirua directly confronted Jin Xiaoyao and Jin Piaomiao. Weren't you quite capable just now? Now let's see what else you can do. Yin Zirua was furious, and he immediately took out his personal treasure, the Sui Xian Rui ruler. During the earlier battle, Yin Zirua had been using his full spiritual energy to help restore his cultivation. After so long, he had recovered most of his strength, enough to handle the two in front of him. Jin Piaomiao and Jin Xiaoyao, of course, were unwilling to back down. Just as the two were about to clash, Jun Qingjio stepped forward. I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. Jun Qingjio quickly intervened, trying to mediate. How dare you, the Wuxiang Dao sect, call yourselves a righteous sect? A female voice rang out. It was none other than Mize. Earlier, she had tried her best to stop Yin Zirua from acting, not wanting the situation to escalate. To her surprise, the Wuxiang Dao sect had injured Mieji so badly. Moreover, now Jun Qingjio was trying to sweep the matter under the rug. Did her brother deserve to be injured for no reason? You, a woman from a heretical sect, don't think we're afraid of you. Jin Piaomiao spoke disdainfully. In his eyes, everyone present was associated with heretical sects and should be eradicated. Enough, stop. Jun Qingjio frowned. Earlier, he had vaguely felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. Now, however, continuing this fight was out of the question. Mr. Jun, this matter cannot be left unresolved. After all, the one injured was my wife's younger brother. How can I let my brother-in-law be injured without any explanation? Yin Zirua suppressed his anger. Were these people from the Wuxiang Dao sect treating him like a fool? Jun Qingjio knew it would be difficult to explain the situation, especially since someone from Yin Zirua's side had been seriously injured. What's going on here? Another voice interrupted. Yin Zirua, already irritated, looked down and saw a man enter. It's him. Mize exclaimed. You know him? Yin Zirua was surprised. Mize quickly nodded. Yes, He's the branch leader of the Jialan Merchant Guild in Linlang City, named Xiachu. It was him who recognized the token that day. Yin Zirua looked at the man. So, he was from the Jialan Merchant Guild. Xiachu was equally surprised to see Yin Zirua. Mr. Yin, you're awake. How's your health? At this moment, he also noticed the chaotic scene around them, as if a fight had taken place. Who dares to cause trouble on the Jialan Merchant Guild's territory? Xiachu was furious. That day, if not for his timely intervention, the precious guest of the boss lady might not have been saved, and they would have faced severe consequences. Now, just after the guest woke up, someone dared to cause trouble on the Jialan Merchant Guild's turf? Although the Jialan Merchant Guild didn't rely on force, its wealth allowed it to dominate across the star domains, and no sect or faction dared to offend it lightly. Xiachu then noticed Jun Qingju. Isn't this Mr. Jun from the Wuxiang Dao sect? Xiachu was a bit stunned. The Wuxiang Dao sect had always been considered a righteous sect, and Xiachu had dealt with them before. Could there be a conflict between Jun Qingju and Yin Zirua? Mr. Xia, we apologize for the disturbance. This matter seems to be a misunderstanding, and we have unfortunately injured one of the young man's friends, Jun Qingju said with some difficulty. No matter the consequences, the Wuxiang Dao sect will take responsibility, but this matter is significant and requires careful investigation. Seeing Xiachu siding with Yin Zirua, Jun Qingju was even more puzzled. It seemed Yin Zirua was a valued guest of the Jialan Merchant Guild. Even the mighty Wuxiang Dao sect wouldn't dare offend the Merchant Guild. Moreover, Yin Zirua had previously accused the Shadow Kill Alliance of countless evil deeds, which also made Jun Qingju suspicious. It seems there's a misunderstanding between the two of you, Xiachu thought for a moment, then looked at Yin Zirua. Mr. Yin, would you trust me? Yin Zirua was taken aback. Of course. That day, you saved my life, so naturally, I trust you. Mr. Jun's sect also has business dealings with the Jialan Merchant Guild. They wouldn't jeopardize that over such a small matter. My suggestion is to let Mr. Jun investigate this thoroughly, and he will surely provide an explanation, Xiachu said. We are willing to be the guarantor. Hearing Xiachu's words, although Yin Zirua still felt conflicted and angry, he knew he had to give the Jialan Merchant Guild some face. Within 5 days, I need them to give me a reasonable explanation, Yin Zirua said coldly. Is that too much to ask? Yes, within 5 days, we will provide the Wuxiang Dao sect's explanation. Jun Qingju bowed to Yin Zirua. I must thank Mr. Yin for his magnanimity. Otherwise, I would make your 2 disciples pay tenfold. Yin Zirua coldly glanced at Jian Piaomiao and Jian Xiaoyao before turning away. Yin Zirua snorted, unwilling to speak further with Jun Qingju. After Jun Qingju left with Jian Piaomiao and Jian Xiaoyao, Maizhen was still fuming. Did we just let them go like that? Maizhen was furious. Miyaji is still lying there. They will have to provide an explanation, Yin Zirua sighed. But we have to consider the Jialan Merchant Guild's reputation. If not for the Jialan Merchant Guild's influence, Yin Zirua wouldn't have let them go so easily. Fine. Maizhen reluctantly agreed. After all, the other party had just saved Yin Zirua's life, so this was the best they could do for now. Since Mr. Yan's friend is injured, I will immediately call for a doctor to ensure he recovers, Xiachu quickly added. Just as Xiachu left, a commotion broke out outside. Yin Zirua was annoyed. Was there no end to today's troublemakers? He stood up, determined that if anyone else came looking for trouble, he would make them pay dearly. Chapter 640. Unexpected news. Yin Zirua was truly furious at this moment. He stormed out the door, where several people were already standing. He slowly approached them, studying their faces filled with confusion. Who exactly are you? Yin Zirua asked, examining the group in front of him. Their attire was familiar, yet he couldn't recall which sect they belonged to. Something has happened to the Beast God cult. The leader of the group grabbed Yin Zirua by the arm. Who are you? Why do you say the Beast God cult is in trouble? Yin Zirua questioned the man, who then explained, I am a disciple of the Beast God cult. Not long after you left, the Shadow Kill Alliance launched a surprise attack on our cult. The man's voice trembled with urgency, and Yin Zirua was equally puzzled. He couldn't understand why the Shadow Kill Alliance would strike at this moment. Don't rush. Take your time and explain what happened. Yin Zirua gestured for the man to calm down. The more frantic they were, the harder it would be to understand the situation clearly. The day you left, the Shadow Kill Alliance sent a large force to attack us, the man said, his tone anxious. But our cult is no pushover. Everyone fought back against the Shadow Kill Alliance. However, our strength wasn't enough. Before long, we were defeated. That's when the cult leader appeared. The leader fought alongside them, and we thought he would win. But in the end, even the leader was defeated. The man's voice grew even more frantic, his eyes filled with anger. Hearing this, Yin Zirua also became enraged. He hadn't expected the Shadow Kill Alliance to do such a thing. He was on the verge of exploding with anger, but he knew it was crucial to remain calm in this situation. How is the leader's condition now? Yin Zirua asked. The leader is in very bad shape. He suffered severe injuries during the fight. Tears welled up in the man's eyes as he spoke. He had lived in the beast god cult for a long time and felt great sorrow seeing the leader so gravely injured. The leader! Upon hearing about the leader's misfortune, Mize-Hin collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. No, I must return, Mize-Hin said, her eyes filled with urgency. She had to go back and check on the leader's condition. With the leader already in trouble, if they didn't return soon, the entire beast god cult might be lost. If you're going back, then I'll accompany you, Yin Zirua said, equally worried about Mize-Hin. He feared she might encounter danger on her own. He wanted to go with her to protect her and ensure a more stable return. He trusted Mieshin's strength, but with so many enemies, he worried that without his presence, the situation might spiral out of control. No, things here are also urgent. You should stay and gather intelligence, Mize-Hin said, her eyes sincere. But if you go back, you might face danger. I'll be worried without you by my side, Yin Zirua said earnestly, but Mize-Hin shook her head. The Shadow Kill Alliance should have already left, and I won't be in danger. In fact, it's more dangerous out here. You should stay and continue gathering information. Mize-Hin was resolute. But, Yin Zirua started to protest, but Mize-Hin quickly covered his mouth. Don't worry. Miyagi and I will go together. We'll be fine, Mize-Hin said calmly. Indeed, Miyagi's skills were also formidable, and together, they could handle most threats. After Mize-Hin spoke, Yin Zirua nodded, finally agreeing. Be careful, Yin Zirua whispered, gently kissing Mieshin's cheek. Her face turned red at the gesture. Don't worry. I'll return safely, she assured him. If you encounter any danger, let me know immediately. Yin Zirua added one more reminder before Mize-Hin and Miyagi left. Time was of the essence, and they quickened their pace. They had to return soon to prevent further damage to the beast god cult. Yin Zirua remained behind, anxiously waiting for news. Once he received it, he would act. Just as Yin Zirua sat down, another voice came from outside his door. He was stunned. This was the third time someone had interrupted him today. This time, he remained calm as he stepped outside. The person at the door looked faintly familiar. Yin Zirua, something terrible has happened. The Divine Alliance is in trouble, the man outside said, panting as if he had run a great distance. Take it easy. Explain slowly what's going on, Yin Zirua comforted him. Seeing the man out of breath, he knew it would be difficult for him to convey the full story. At this moment, it was best to let him speak at his own pace. The Divine Alliance was attacked. Hearing this, Yin Zirua was once again shocked. This was the second time today, first the Beast God cult, and now the Divine Alliance. Such unexpected events left him reeling. What happened to the Divine Alliance? Are there any casualties? Yin Zirua asked urgently, deeply concerned. The Divine Alliance was even more important to him. If there were casualties, the entire alliance might be in danger. There were some casualties, but not too severe, the man said, finally catching his breath. How could this be? Yin Zirua was puzzled. Why would the external forces repeatedly attack the sects he was involved with? Chapter 641. Farewell to Juhong. Departure for the hunt. We don't know the specifics, but when the Three Peaks cult launched their attack, all our sect elders were present. It was precisely because they were all there that we were able to counterattack together. The man spoke with a calm expression on his face. Meanwhile, Xianxia was still pondering why this had happened. Since there's nothing wrong, why did you come to find me? Xianxia looked puzzled at the man in front of him. After a moment of rest, the man finally remembered something. The elders want you to return first. After some thought, Xianxia decided it would be best to return. After all, news from here wouldn't surface anytime soon. It was better to head back and investigate what was happening on the other side. Xianxia nodded slightly and followed the man back to the Divine Alliance. The Divine Alliance wasn't too far away. Traveling at their fastest pace, they soon arrived. Upon reaching the Divine Alliance, the elders were already waiting for Xianxia. Seeing the elders, Xianxia quickly approached them. The elders didn't say much, but gestured for Xianxia to head to the inner hall. Entering the inner hall, Xianxia found it filled with elders. All the elders were seated on armchairs, waiting for Xianxia. Glancing around, Xianxia recognized many of the elders and sat down without hesitation. Xirua, we've called you back urgently for 2 matters we need to inform you about. Hearing that there were matters to discuss, Xianxia immediately perked up. He knew the Divine Alliance wouldn't call him back for no reason. If they did, something significant must be happening. Elders, please go ahead and tell me. Xianxia didn't beat around the bush. Such matters were undoubtedly important and couldn't be delayed. I believe you've heard about the attack on the Divine Alliance. The elder asked, looking at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded faintly. He had already heard about it from others. I believe the continent is about to change. The elder sighed and continued, the treasure from the Qing'an star domain has been found. The elder stroked his beard and added, causing Xianxia to be utterly shocked upon hearing this. Xianxia hadn't expected the treasure to be found so quickly. Now that the treasure has been found, what should we do? Xianxia continued to ask. After all, such a treasure from the Qingyuan star domain was of utmost importance, and they were determined to obtain it. Since the treasure has been found, we need Yao Jiuhong to return immediately to inherit it. As the elder spoke, Xianxia began to ponder. Indeed, this treasure was extraordinary and had to be inherited by Yao Jiuhong. I agree with that. Xianxia nodded. The elder then continued, the second matter is that the Beast Hunt Conference is about to begin. Hearing the term, Beast Hunt Conference, Xianxia began to think. He had heard of it before. Essentially, it was a gathering to hunt beasts or monsters. It was a way to exchange skills and form friendships through combat. I believe you absolutely cannot miss this Beast Hunt Conference. From what I've heard, there will be rich rewards. As the elder spoke, a smile appeared on his face. Xianxia, hearing about the rewards, was overjoyed. After all, he liked anything valuable. Moreover, such a conference might even yield some precious treasures. If any priceless artifacts were discovered, he would truly benefit. Don't worry, I'll definitely participate. Xianxia smiled faintly. The elder, hearing that Xianxia was willing to participate, was very pleased. Since you're willing to join, set off tomorrow. After speaking, the elders left the inner hall, and Xianxia followed suit. Not long after, Yao Jiuhong received news of the treasure's discovery. She knew she had to leave now. Although she was reluctant to part with Xianxia, she knew that avenging her family was more important than personal feelings. Yao Jiuhong's eyes were filled with worry. She looked back at the Divine Alliance and then forward, making her decision to leave immediately. Xianxia, wait for me. When I return, my strength will have greatly improved. Yao Jiuhong spoke with determination. She knew that after inheriting the treasure, her strength would increase, giving her the power to avenge her family. Thinking of this, she clenched her teeth once more. If not for avenging her family, she wouldn't want to leave here. But fate had other plans. She had to avenge her family and strengthen herself. The next day, as the sun began to rise, Xianxia got up. Stretching lazily as he watched the sunrise, he prepared for the journey to the Beast Hunt Conference. He already knew the route and now needed to find companions to join him. Soon, he found companions to travel with, including the cat spirit and Yuan Lingdan. With his group ready, they set off. The Beast Hunt Conference was located to the east of the sect. As they left the sect, many people came to see them off. Yin Zirua's eyes remained filled with confidence and anticipation for the Beast Hunt Conference. Yin Zirua, do you think this Beast Hunt Conference will be very dangerous? Yuan Lingdan asked with a hint of coquettishness. There will undoubtedly be dangers, but it's precisely in such perilous environments that we can rapidly improve ourselves. Yin Zirua believed that being too safe would limit growth. Placing oneself in danger was a better way to enhance one's cultivation. While you're right, if the danger costs us our lives, how can we improve? The cat spirit pouted, causing Yin Zirua to be momentarily stumped. Don't worry, you're not going alone. With so many of us here, if someone encounters danger, we'll all help them, won't we? Yin Zirua quickly found an excuse to justify himself. Chapter 642. Learning the News, Anomalies in the Taoist Sect. You're right, the little cat Yao agreed, continuing to follow Yin Zirua's lead. They traveled for a long time, traversing mountains and valleys, and encountered numerous human settlements along the way. However, just as they had gone a short distance, they suddenly spotted two familiar figures. These two individuals were none other than Jian Xiaoyao and Jian Piaomiao. Yin Zirua was no stranger to Jian Xiaoyao and Jian Piaomiao. He had already dealt with them before. It was these two who had gravely injured Miyaji. Now that these two had appeared, Yin Zirua immediately signaled everyone to take a few steps back. With their cultivation at the True God 9th rank, these two were formidable beings even within their group. Therefore, Yin Zirua was uncertain about their intentions. Yin Zirua, wait a moment. Jian Piaomiao and Jian Xiaoyao blocked Yin Zirua's path. Seeing them stop him, Yin Zirua was slightly puzzled. He didn't understand why these two would cause trouble at this moment. Xianxia was still investigating the matter, which meant the situation hadn't been clarified yet. Yet, Jian Xiaoyao and Jian Piaomiao had come to cause trouble, leaving Yin Zirua unsure of their motives. The matter hasn't been investigated yet, and you two are already causing trouble, Yin Zirua said, his tone showing his irritation. He wasn't afraid of these two, but since the matter was still under investigation, engaging in a fight would only strain their relationship. Actually, you've misunderstood. This time, we're not here to cause trouble but to ask for your help. At this, Yin Zirua's eyes showed a hint of confusion. He didn't understand why these two had come to seek his assistance or what they wanted from him. What's the situation? Yin Zirua's voice was icy cold, his suspicion evident as he looked at the two in front of him, fearing they might be plotting something. Jun Qingjiu has been captured, and we want you to help rescue him, Jian Piaomiao and Jian Xiaoyao explained the reason for their request. Upon hearing that Jun Qingjiu had been captured, Yin Zirua was deeply puzzled. After all, Jun Qingjiu held a significant position within the Supreme Taoist sect. Who could have captured him? A question immediately arose in Yin Zirua's mind. What exactly happened? Explain it clearly, Yin Zirua demanded, his tone filled with suspicion. The two in front of him exchanged glances before starting to speak. Jun Qingjiu also felt that there was something wrong with the previous incident. So, after returning to the sect, he began a thorough investigation. However, he hadn't been investigating for long when he was discovered by the sect elders. When the elders found out he was investigating, for some reason, they immediately detained him, Jian Piaomiao explained. Detained? Yin Zirua was shocked and quickly asked, why did your elders detain him? He was just investigating a matter. Was it really necessary? Yin Zirua looked at the two in front of him, his suspicion growing as he questioned them again. We also thought it was unnecessary, but the elders still detained him. When Jun Qingjiu mentioned he was investigating the matter, he was immediately imprisoned by the elders. We don't understand what mistake Jun Qingjiu made to be imprisoned, but there must be something wrong with this situation. After hearing the details of the matter, Yin Zirua narrowed his eyes in thought. He too felt that there must be some ulterior motive behind this. Your elders imprisoned him directly. There must be something going on. Yin Zirua speculated that the elders must not want Jun Qingjiu to uncover something. But what didn't the elders want Jun Qingjio to discover? Another major question arose in their minds. We don't know what's going on, but since Jun Qingjio is imprisoned, we hope you can help rescue him, Jian Piaomiao and Jian Xiaoyao said. Although their strength was formidable, at the True God 9th rank, rescuing Jun Qingjio would require Yin Zirua's assistance. Why should I help him? Yin Zirua retorted, recalling how these two had injured Miyagi during their previous conflict, something he could never tolerate. Only you can save him now. Jun Qingjio was imprisoned while investigating the matter for you. Jian Piaomiao was quite agitated. He knew that if it weren't for Jun Qingjio investigating on Yin Zirua's behalf, he wouldn't have been captured. But now, Yin Zirua didn't seem willing to help rescue Jun Qingjio, causing Jian Piaomiao to grow anxious. Where is Jun Qingjio being held? Yin Zirua inquired, wondering if the situation was too dangerous for him to assist. He should be held within the sect. We don't know the exact location, but according to the information we've gathered, he hasn't been tortured, just confined, Jian Piaomiao explained slowly, his eyes dim. To them, Jun Qingjio was like their senior brother, always looking out for them since they joined the sect. Now that such a situation had arisen, they naturally wanted to help him. He's just been confined, so there's no immediate danger to his life, Yin Zirua thought for a moment. Let me handle the beast hunting assembly first, Yin Zirua said calmly, treating the significant event with a casual demeanor. Indeed, the beast hunting assembly was more important. Since Jun Qingjio wasn't in immediate danger, it could wait until after the assembly. Are you really going to help him? Jian Piaomiao was surprised, not expecting Yin Zirua's attitude to change so suddenly. What's the harm in me helping him? I'm a person who values justice and grievances. Don't think too poorly of me, Yin Zirua sighed. Besides, this matter is also related to the shadow assassins. Don't forget, I was already investigating them. With that, Yin Zirua turned to leave, as the beast hunting assembly was more urgent, and he needed to hurry. Hearing Yin Zirua's words, Jian Piaomiao and Jian Xiaoyao felt much more at ease. Indeed, the information they currently had was limited, but at least the beast hunting assembly could provide them with some leads. That would be the best scenario. Are you going to the Imperial Beast King Mountain? Jian Piaomiao asked, looking at Yin Zirua. We're heading there now to attend the beast hunting assembly, Yin Zirua replied briefly before walking away, leaving the two behind to watch his group depart. Do you think he'll really help us? Jian Piaomiao asked Jian Xiaoyao, his voice filled with doubt. Don't worry. If he promised, he'll definitely help us, Jian Xiaoyao said firmly, nodding. In fact, he had recently investigated Yin Zirua's background and found that he wasn't as heartless as some might think. All right, let's wait for him then. Yin Zirua and his group moved at a steady pace, soon approaching the Imperial Beast King Mountain. Although they felt some fatigue, no one complained, as their primary goal was to reach the beast hunting assembly as quickly as possible. Chapter 643. The start of the hunt, confronted by provocation. Soon, they arrived at the Imperial Beast King Mountains. As they reached the mountains, they realized that many people were already there, indicating they were not the first to arrive. Yin Zirua scanned the area and noticed that various sects had already set up camp. Different sects were spread across different areas, each flying their respective banners to signify their affiliation. They were still unsure of the situation, so they decided to observe for a while. Yin Zirua looked around and approached a man to inquire. Brother, hello. Could you tell me what's going on here? The man, who was quite burly and appeared very honest, looked at Yin Zirua and gave a friendly smile. You must be new here. The Beast Hunt Convention is about to begin. This is the outer perimeter of the convention, where many people set up camp. After hearing this, Yin Zirua understood that a barrier surrounded the Imperial Beast King Mountains, and most people chose to camp here until the competition began. Even in the outer perimeter, they could hear the distant roars of beasts. That means we haven't arrived too late, Yin Zirua said, glancing at the group behind him. They had hurried here, fearing they might be late. All right, let's set up camp quickly then, suggested the cat spirit. They indeed needed to set up camp quickly. It was getting late, and if they didn't hurry, they might not finish before nightfall. Thank you for informing us, Yin Zirua said, bowing slightly with his hands clasped. The man across from him, seemed to be deep in thought as he observed Yin Zirua. By the way, my name is Dashin. What's your name? Dashin introduced himself first, and only then did Yin Zirua realize he hadn't introduced himself. I'm Yin Zirua. Upon hearing this, Dashin exclaimed in surprise. So you're Yin Zirua. Dashin's previously calm expression turned excited as he looked at Yin Zirua, finding him very similar to the image he had in mind. Have you heard of me before? Yin Zirua asked. Many people here know you, Dashin explained. As Dashin spoke, he noticed that many people were now looking their way. Yin Zirua, feeling even more uneasy, lowered his head with a hint of embarrassment. That's Yin Zirua, a female cultivator suddenly pointed at him, causing her male companion to quickly cover her mouth. How could you just blurt that out? The man whispered, signaling for her to be quiet. Yin Zirua was puzzled as to why the female cultivator had suddenly pointed at him. After the woman mentioned Yin Zirua's name, more people turned to look at him, making him the center of attention in an instant. Yin Zirua lowered his head, his eyes showing a hint of shyness, and he moved closer to the cat spirit. The cat Yao, confused as to why everyone was staring at Yin Zirua, also felt self-conscious since she was walking right beside him. Yin Zirua, I didn't expect you to be so famous. Everyone seems to know you, the cat spirit said with a playful smile, while Yin Zirua quickly covered his forehead with his hand. He was utterly confused and had no idea why so many people recognized him. Don't tease me. I have no idea why so many people know me, Yin Zirua said helplessly, shaking his head. I didn't ask for this. It's because you're famous that people know you. You should be proud of this. After all, not many people get this kind of attention. The cat Yao continued to tease, leaving Yin Zirua completely baffled. He hurried forward, eager to find out what was happening. Don't rush so quickly. If you walk slower, it'll feel like you're on a red carpet, the cat Yao teased, tugging at Yin Zirua's sleeve to slow him down. But Yin Zirua was desperate to escape the many eyes fixed on him, feeling too self-conscious to linger. The group behind Yin Zirua followed him into the inner area. They were still in the outer perimeter, where most people had set up camp. Yin Zirua and his group quickly took out their luggage and set up a tent from his storage space. Soon, a medium-sized tent was erected. As they entered the tent, Yin Zirua had just sat down to rest when a man approached him. The man was dressed in luxurious clothing, clearly not a commoner or a sect member. This guy looks like he's here to cause trouble, the cat Yao said with a smirk, while Yin Zirua seemed unfazed by the man's presence. Judging by his attire, he must be some noble or a member of a prestigious family. We don't need to pay any attention to him, Yin Zirua said, glancing at the cat Yao. Although Yin Zirua didn't want to engage with the man suddenly stepped in front of him. Just as Yin Zirua was about to enter the tent, the man blocked his way with his hand. The man was wearing several large rings on his fingers, clearly showing off his wealth. You're Yin Zirua, aren't you? The man said, with a hint of provocation in his tone, but Yin Zirua didn't respond. Let me tell you, Yin Zirua, I'm a member of the prestigious Xianxia family. If you provoke me, I'll make sure you regret it, the man said, his anger rising as Yin Zirua ignored him. Although Yin Zirua was somewhat famous, he should still show respect to the Xianxia family, right? Seeing that Yin Zirua didn't even greet him, the man was furious. I only speak to people. I didn't hear any barking, Yin Zirua said, looking at the cat Yao, while the man in front of him was completely enraged. Let me tell you, don't push your luck. After all, I come from a prominent family. Do you really think you can afford to provoke us? The man said, bringing up his family's name. However, Yin Zirua still didn't seem interested in engaging with him, simply staring calmly at the man. That attire suggests he's either a noble or a member of a prominent family. We don't need to pay him any mind, Yin Zirua said to the cat spirit. Although Yin Zirua didn't want to engage with the man suddenly stepped in front of him, blocking his path as he tried to enter the tent. The man wore several large rings on his fingers, a clear show of wealth. You're Yin Zirua, aren't you? The man said with a tone of provocation, but Yin Zirua didn't respond. Let me tell you, Yin Zirua, I'm from the prestigious Xianxia family. If you provoke me, you'll regret it, the man said angrily when Yin Zirua ignored him. Although Yin Zirua was somewhat famous, he should still show respect to the Xinyuan family, right? Seeing that Yin Zirua didn't greet him, the man was furious. I only talk to people. I didn't hear any barking, Yin Zirua said, glancing at the cat spirit, while the man in front of him grew furious. Let me tell you, don't push your luck. I come from a prominent family. Do you really think you can provoke me without facing our family's retribution? The man had already invoked his family's name, but Yin Zirua still didn't seem interested in engaging with him, simply staring calmly at the man. Chapter 644. Entering the Beast Mountain, encountering a pack of demonic beasts. Little cat demon, did you hear someone talking? Yin Zirua asked, glancing again at the little cat demon beside her, who was busy grooming her nails. What? Where is anyone talking? The little cat demon, humming a tune and preoccupied with her own tasks, ignored the person in front of her, prompting the onlookers to start jeering. Many present were from prestigious families. Seeing a man from a similarly esteemed family being bullied, they all stepped forward to support him. I think Yin Zirua isn't responding because she's afraid of provoking him. Suddenly, another man stepped forward, looking at Yin Zirua and mocking her. You claim to be so brave, but what can you really do? Yin Zirua swiftly moved in front of the man, sizing him up. His cultivation level didn't seem particularly high, but his words were deeply unpleasant. Why don't we make a bet? The man proposed suddenly. Yin Zirua, hearing the suggestion of a bet, was immediately intrigued. After all, a grand hunting competition without some excitement would be rather dull. All right, let's make a bet. This storage ring of mine contains many treasures and spirit herbs. If you win, everything inside is yours. But if you lose, you'll have to bark like a dog and crawl around the mountain while doing so. The man laughed heartily as he laid out the stakes, and the other young masters from prestigious families gathered around to watch. For them, money was no object, but being able to humble Yin Zirua's arrogance was a pleasure in itself. Since you've put it that way, just tell me how we're betting. There's a beast king in the mountain called the Twin-Winged Tiger. Whoever captures it first wins. After the man finished, Yin Zirua agreed without hesitation. Indeed, this bet seemed like a sure win for her. She had heard of the Twin-Winged Tiger before. It was a type of white tiger demon beast, said to be entirely snow-white, with formidable strength but also corresponding weaknesses. Although it was called a beast king here, in Yin Zirua's eyes, its cultivation level shouldn't be too high. As long as it was an ordinary demon beast, she could handle it. All right, our bet is set. Everyone here should have heard our stakes. I hope everyone can serve as a witness. The man was full of confidence, certain that Yin Zirua would lose. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua wore a calm expression, as if she was already assured of her victory. After setting up camp for the night, the barrier disappeared early the next morning. The disappearance of the barrier caused everyone to cheer, and they all rushed in like a swarm of bees. The main goal of this demon beast hunting competition was to kill demon beasts, obtain their demon cores, or collect their bones to craft magical artifacts. Everyone was excited, and almost all the people who had been camping outside rushed in at once. Yin Zirua and her group slowly approached the barrier. As soon as they reached out, their bodies were transported inside. Looking around, Yin Zirua saw a dense, primitive forest. The moment she entered, she could sense the various auras of demon beasts around her. These auras varied in strength. Yin Zirua was now focused on detecting the aura of the Beast King, but finding one wasn't easy. They could only take it step by step, and only when they found the Beast King could they make a move. As soon as they entered, a pack of leopards charged toward them. Yin Zirua looked closely and realized they were thunder leopards. Thunder leopards were quite common. Due to their speed, they had avoided many natural predators, resulting in a large population. They were social creatures and quite common in ordinary demon beast forests. Look, there are so many thunder leopards ahead for us to practice on. This is the perfect time to strike. Although their cultivation levels aren't very high, killing them might yield demon cores. As soon as Yin Zirua finished speaking, the little cat demon darted forward, slashing at the thunder leopards with her sharp claws. The two leading leopards immediately fell to the ground. Not to be outdone, Xianxia charged toward the thunder leopards as well. Her speed was incredible. As she reached the leopards, she revealed a fierce gaze, and with a swift motion, her long sword sliced through a thunder leopard's chest. Let's have a competition. See who can kill the most thunder leopards. After Xianxia spoke, the entire group sprang into action, each activating their own magical artifacts and martial techniques. What was once a large pack of thunder leopards quickly dwindled to just a few, which, upon seeing Xianxia and her group, even showed signs of fear. They hadn't expected these humans to be so terrifying. Seeing many of their pack members being slaughtered, the remaining thunder leopards turned and fled. Seeing this, Xianxia quickly chased after them, thrusting her long sword into another thunder leopard's body. Xianxia, although your strength is good, this time I won. The little cat demon pointed to the pile of thunder leopard corpses beside her, indicating she had killed the most. Fine, you win, Xianxia said, speaking to the little cat demon as if she were his younger sister, his tone filled with affection. By the way, check if there are any demon cores here. Xianxia looked around, and the little cat demon began rummaging through the corpses. Soon, a round object appeared in her hand. Indeed, many of these demon beasts had demon cores. After killing the thunder leopards, they continued their journey forward. Within the Imperial Beast King Mountain, there were many demon beasts, and their cultivation levels weren't particularly low. Xianxia, look, there's a thunderbolt tiger over there. The little cat demon pointed to a nearby thunderbolt tiger. Xianxia looked and saw that there was indeed a thunderbolt tiger, which seemed to be hunting something. As she approached, she realized the tiger was eating a human. The person appeared to be one of the hunters here to kill demon beasts. Seeing this, Xianxia felt a bit queasy. Since it's killed a human, we can't let it go, the little cat demon said, charging forward. Chapter 645, Giant Bird Soars, Crisis Unfolds. Chapter 645, Giant Bird Soars, Crisis Emerges. The little cat's claws slashed through the air, directly aiming for the body of the thunderbolt tiger. The tiger felt the intense pain coursing through its body and let out a roar. I didn't expect this tiger to have such high cultivation, the little cat said as she quickly took a few steps back and hid behind Xianxia. Xianxia, I've caused trouble unintentionally. Now, please help me clean up this mess. The little cat felt a bit embarrassed, as she hadn't anticipated her claw strike landing on the thunderbolt tiger's rear end. She had originally thought the tiger's cultivation wasn't very high, but only when she attacked did she realize it was on par with her own. Although Xianxia could handle these thunderbolt tigers, it would definitely require a fierce battle. Given the current situation, if they exhausted their energy, it would be difficult to move through the mountains. Xianxia charged forward, swinging his fist. With a single punch, the thunderbolt tiger in front of him was sent flying over 10 meters. The thunderbolt tiger rolled a few times on the ground before getting up again and lunging toward Xianxia. As the tiger approached, Xianxia suddenly felt the tiger's imposing presence. This thunderbolt tiger's cultivation is indeed not low, Xianxia said in surprise, then swung his fist again, this time gathering even more strength. The extra force proved effective. Under this punch, the thunderbolt tiger lay on the ground, gasping for breath, its once robust body collapsing beneath a tree. Feeling Xianxia's power, the thunderbolt tiger turned and fled. But how could Xianxia let his prey escape? He quickly threw another punch, and the thunderbolt tiger, unable to withstand the blow, spurted blood and soon lost its breath. You're really amazing. Quickly, check if there's a demon core, the little cat said from behind Xianxia. Yes, look, Xianxia said, holding up a demon core. The little cat grabbed it eagerly. As they continued, they killed many small demon beasts. Just as they were basking in their success, a giant bird suddenly flew over their heads. When the bird appeared, Xianxia was initially surprised, but he soon sensed a terrifying aura from it. This demon beast cultivation was definitely higher than theirs. Everyone, get down quickly. Don't let the bird spot us, Xianxia commanded, and everyone immediately crouched down. Yin Zirua looked up at the giant bird and took a deep breath. He hadn't expected such a powerful demon beast to exist in this place. Yin Zirua, what kind of demon beast is that? The little cat Yao asked. After some thought, Yin Zirua replied, I don't know its origin, but I can feel its terrifying power. Its cultivation is definitely higher than ours. Just as he finished speaking, the bird that had flown overhead turned back. Yin Zirua and the others didn't dare move, but then someone in their group sneezed. The bird, which was about to leave, suddenly exhaled a gust of wind. Run! Yin Zirua shouted, urging everyone to flee. But the bird had already spotted them and flew back toward them, its sharp claws reaching for the people on the ground. The bird swooped down and grabbed Yuan Lingdan's back, lifting him into the air. Yuan Lingdan, are you okay? Yin Zirua asked urgently, flying into the air himself. Meanwhile, the bird continued to flap its wings. The bird's wings seemed to generate powerful gusts of wind, stirring up the calm sky. This bird uses wind attacks. Be careful, Yin Zirua warned. Many people on the ground also took to the air. Their primary goal now was to subdue the bird, but it was incredibly powerful, making it difficult to achieve. Yin Zirua didn't hesitate and charged toward the bird. He slashed with his long sword, sending 2 sword chi attacks toward the bird. The bird cried out when hit and dropped Yuan Lingdan to the ground. Its eyes burning with fury, the bird charged toward Yin Zirua. Having been attacked by Yin Zirua, it had marked him in its mind, and now everyone else was safe, but Yin Zirua had become its primary target. There was nothing Yin Zirua could do but continue to fight it off. He drew his sword again and slashed at the bird, which spiraled in the air, generating more powerful winds. The wind slammed Yin Zirua to the ground. Yin Zirua, are you all right? Everyone asked. After getting up, he signaled that he was fine and urged everyone to leave. Indeed, the bird's cultivation was as formidable as he had thought. Although they could handle it, fighting in the air would put them at a disadvantage. No, we must fight together now, someone said. At that moment, everyone charged forward. Seeing this, Yin Zirua was deeply moved. He hadn't expected such unity at this critical time. Each wielding their own weapons, they managed to strike the bird down. Taking advantage of the situation, Yin Zirua swung his fist at the bird's head. The bird spat out blood and tried to rise again, but Yin Zirua wouldn't give it the chance. With one last strike, he plunged his sword into the bird's body. Finally, the bird lost all its life. Yin Zirua sighed in relief, having finally defeated this avian demon beast. Yin Zirua, are you okay? The little cat Yao asked, helping Yuan Lingdan over to him. Yin Zirua waved his hand, indicating he was fine, but he noticed that Yuan Lingdan had been injured. I didn't expect this tiger to have such high cultivation, the little cat Yao said as she quickly retreated a few steps and hid behind Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua, I accidentally caused trouble. Please help me clean up this mess. The little cat Yao felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't expected her claw to strike the Thunderbolt tiger's rear end. Initially, she thought the tiger's cultivation wasn't very high, but when she attacked, she realized it was almost on par with her own. Although Yin Zirua could handle these Thunderbolt tigers, it would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. In such a situation, exhausting their cultivation would make it difficult to move through the mountains. Yin Zirua charged forward, directly throwing a punch that sent a Thunderbolt tiger flying over 10 meters. The tiger rolled a few times, got back up, and lunged at Yin Zirua. As it approached, Yin Zirua felt the tiger's formidable presence. This Thunderbolt tiger's cultivation is indeed not low, Yin Zirua said, revealing a surprised expression. He then threw another punch, this time with even greater force. The strength he gathered proved effective. Under this punch, the Thunderbolt tiger lay on the ground, gasping for breath, its heavy body collapsing beneath a tree. Feeling Yin Zirua's power, the Thunderbolt tiger turned and fled. But how could Yin Zirua let his prey escape? He quickly threw another punch, and the tiger couldn't withstand the blow, spewing blood and slowly losing its life force. You're really strong. Quickly, check if there's a demon core, the little cat Yao said, hiding behind Yin Zirua. There is. Look, Yin Zirua said, raising a demon core. Upon seeing it, the little cat Yao immediately ran over and snatched it. As they continued on their journey, they killed many small demon beasts. Just as they were basking in their success, a large bird suddenly flew over their heads. When the bird appeared, Yin Zirua was initially surprised, but he soon sensed a terrifying aura from it. This demon beast cultivation was definitely not low, possibly even higher than theirs. Everyone get down. Don't let the bird spot us, Yin Zirua commanded. Immediately, everyone crouched down. Looking up at the bird, Yin Zirua took a deep breath. He hadn't expected such a powerful demon beast to exist in this place. Yin Zirua, what kind of demon beast is that? The little cat Yao asked. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zirua replied, I don't know what kind of demon beast it is, but I can feel its terrifying power. Its cultivation is definitely not low, possibly even above ours. Just as Yin Zirua finished speaking, the bird that had flown overhead suddenly turned back. Yin Zirua and the others didn't dare move, but at that moment, someone in their group sneezed. The bird, which was about to fly away, suddenly exhaled a gust of wind. Run, everyone! Yin Zirua shouted, urging everyone to flee. But the bird had already spotted them and swooped down again, its sharp claws reaching for the people on the ground. As the bird approached, it grabbed Yuan Lingdan by the back, lifting him into the air. Yuan Lingdan, are you okay? Yin Zirua asked urgently, flying into the air himself. Meanwhile, the bird continued to flap its wings. The bird's wings seemed to generate strong winds. The once calm sky was now filled with swirling gusts. This bird uses wind attacks. Be careful, Yin Zirua warned. Several people on the ground also took to the air. Their primary goal was to subdue the bird, but with its strength, it would be no easy task. Yin Zirua didn't hesitate any longer. He charged toward the bird, his sword slashing through the air, sending 2 sword chi attacks toward the bird. The bird screeched in pain after being hit. It dropped Yuan Lingdan, who fell to the ground. The bird's eyes seemed to burn with fury as it charged toward Yin Zirua. Having remembered Yin Zirua's attack, the bird now focused its attention on him. Everyone else had escaped, but Yin Zirua became its primary target. There was nothing Yin Zirua could do but continue to fight. He drew his sword again and slashed at the bird, but the bird merely circled in the air, generating more fierce winds. The winds knocked Yin Zirua to the ground. Yin Zirua, are you okay? Everyone asked. After getting up, Yin Zirua signaled that he was fine and urged everyone to leave. Indeed, the bird's cultivation was as formidable as he had thought. Although they could potentially defeat it, fighting in the air would put them at a disadvantage. No, we must fight together now, someone said. At that moment, everyone charged forward. Seeing this, Yin Zirua was deeply moved. He hadn't expected such unity at this critical time. Each person wielded their own weapon. The bird, which had previously held the upper hand, was now struck to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Zirua swung his fist at the bird's head. The bird spat out a mouthful of blood and tried to take off again, but Yin Zirua wasn't about to give it a chance. This time, he drew his sword and slashed through the air, piercing the bird's body. Finally, the bird lost all vitality. Yin Zirua let out a sigh of relief, having finally defeated this avian demon beast. Yin Zirua, are you alright? The little cat Yao asked, helping Yuan Lingdan walk over. Yin Zirua waved his hand, indicating he was fine, but when he saw Yuan Lingdan, he realized the latter had been injured. Yes, look, Yin Zirua said, raising a demon core. The little cat demon quickly snatched it. As they continued, they killed many small demon beasts. Just as they were basking in their success, a giant bird suddenly flew over their heads. When the bird appeared, Yin Zirua was initially surprised, but he soon sensed an overwhelming aura of terror from it. This demon beast cultivation was undoubtedly far above theirs. Everyone get down. Don't let the bird spot us, Yin Zirua commanded, and everyone quickly obeyed. Yin Zirua watched the giant bird overhead, taking a deep breath. He hadn't expected such a powerful demon beast to be lurking in this place. Yin Zirua, what kind of demon beast is that? The little cat demon inquired. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zirua slowly replied, I'm not sure, but I can feel the terrifying power within it. Its cultivation is definitely above ours. Before Yin Zirua could finish speaking, the giant bird that had just flown overhead suddenly turned back. Yin Zirua and the others didn't dare move, but at that moment, someone in their group sneezed. The bird, which had been about to leave, suddenly let out a gust of wind from its mouth. Run! Yin Zirua shouted, urging everyone to flee. But the bird had already spotted them and flew back toward them. Its sharp claws reached out, grabbing Yuan Lingdan by the back, lifting him into the air. Yuan Lingdan, are you okay? Yin Zirua was anxious and quickly flew into the air. The giant bird, however, continued to flap its wings. The bird's wings seemed to carry a storm. The once calm sky was now filled with raging winds. This bird uses wind attacks. Be careful, Yin Zirua warned. Many on the ground also took to the air, their primary goal being to subdue the giant bird. However, the bird was so powerful that subduing it would be no easy task. Ignoring the danger, Yin Zirua charged toward the bird, his sword slashing through the air, sending two sword energies toward it. The bird let out a cry as it was struck. The Yuan Lingdan it had been holding fell to the ground. The bird's eyes seemed to burn with fury as it charged at Yin Zirua. Having marked Yin Zirua from his earlier attack, the bird focused its assault on him. Everyone else had escaped, but Yin Zirua found himself the primary target. With no choice, he continued to engage the bird, drawing his sword and slashing at it. The bird circled in the air, whipping up more winds that sent Yin Zirua crashing to the ground. Yin Zirua, are you okay? Everyone asked. Getting up, he signaled that he was fine and urged everyone to leave. Indeed, the bird's cultivation was as formidable as he had feared. While they could handle it, fighting in the air would put them at a disadvantage. No, we must fight together now, someone said. At that moment, everyone charged forward. Seeing their unity, Yin Zirua was deeply moved. The once dominant bird was now being overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Zirua threw a punch at the bird's head. The bird spat out blood and tried to take flight again, but Yin Zirua wouldn't give it the chance. Drawing his sword, he thrust it through the bird's body. Finally, the bird lost all life. Yin Zirua sighed in relief, having defeated the avian demon beast. Yin Zirua, are you all right? The little cat Yao inquired, assisting Yuan Lingdan as they approached. Yin Zirua waved his hand, indicating he was fine, but noticed that Yuan Lingdan had been injured. Chapter 646. The Beast King appears, engaging in battle. Is Yuan Lingdan injured? Yin Zirua asked the cat spirit. He sustained some injuries when he was thrown down earlier, but I've just checked him, and it's not too serious, the cat spirit explained. Hearing that it wasn't too serious, Yin Zirua let out a slow sigh of relief. If the person he brought got hurt, he would feel guilty. Everyone, rest here for a moment, Yin Zirua commanded. They had already expended considerable energy dealing with the giant bird, and some had suffered minor injuries. They needed to recover quickly, as there were many also in these mountains. If they encountered a formidable one, their current condition would make it impossible to cope. Yuan Lingdan began meditating to recover his cultivation, while Yin Zirua also started circulating his qi to bring his body to its peak condition. Just as they had all sat down to recover, a massive figure suddenly appeared in their field of vision. Yin Zirua slowly turned to look. The figure resembled the thunder tiger they had encountered earlier, but this tiger was white, not the same as the one they had seen before. This is bad. This beast is a two-winged snow tiger, Yin Zirua said. The two-winged snow tiger had two wings on its body, and its white fur was streaked with faint patterns, exuding an aura of supreme majesty. As the two-winged snow tiger emerged, all the beasts in the mountains fell silent, their roars hushed by its presence. This is the Beast King, the two-winged snow tiger. Yin Zirua immediately identified the creature. Upon hearing this, the others gasped. They had just survived an attack from the giant bird, and now they were faced with the Beast King. If they had to fight it now, it would be quite challenging. Yin Zirua, what should we do now? Yuan Lingdan asked, looking at Yin Zirua. Indeed, if they faced it directly, they wouldn't be able to handle it well. What else can we do? One word, fight. Yin Zirua had made a bet that he had to capture this snow tiger, and now that it was right in front of him, he was determined to succeed. Before Yin Zirua could launch an attack, the two-winged snow tiger charged at him, its sharp claws swiping at him. Yin Zirua blocked the claws with his hands. Under these circumstances, he could only engage in a fight with the two-winged snow tiger. Seeing that its claws couldn't penetrate, the two-winged snow tiger took a few steps back, then lunged again, spitting out a glowing orb from its mouth. The orb seemed to carry immense power. Seeing this, Yin Zirua could only retreat. In that instant, the orb struck a nearby tree, which was instantly snapped in half. This outcome was beyond Yin Zirua's expectations. He had initially estimated the two-winged snow tiger's strength, but now, after witnessing its attack, he realized it was even more powerful than he had thought. A divine beast? Yin Zirua muttered the words, and those behind him gasped. They hadn't expected the two-winged snow tiger to be a divine-level creature. Yin Zirua, are you okay? Do you need our help? The cat spirit asked. Her nature as a cat made her instinctively recoil upon seeing the divine two-winged snow tiger. It was a bloodline suppression, and she felt an overwhelming fear. It's fine. I can handle it, Yin Zirua said. Before he could finish, the two-winged snow tiger lunged at him again, its claws slicing through the air, and two bolts of lightning struck Yin Zirua. Seeing this, Yin Zirua retreated once more. I'll help you, Yuan Lingdan charged in, wielding his weapon and aiming for the two-winged snow tiger. Seeing Yuan Lingdan's attack, the two-winged snow tiger swung its tail, sending Yuan Lingdan flying into a tree. Yuan Lingdan, are you okay? The cat spirit rushed over to him, her face filled with anxiety, but Yuan Lingdan had already fainted. Yin Zirua knew he had to quickly deal with the two-winged snow tiger. If it continued its attacks, everyone's lives would be in danger. A spatial cage manifested around Yin Zirua, trapping the two-winged snow tiger mid-attack. The free will soul-calming ruler appeared in Yin Zirua's hand, and the previously roaring two-winged snow tiger showed a hint of fear. Now you're scared? It's too late, Yin Zirua continued his assault. The two-winged snow tiger immediately flapped its wings, breaking free from Yin Zirua's spatial cage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yin Zirua swung his Rui scale once more. This time, the blow landed, and the two-winged snow tiger finally felt the sting of pain. Completely enraged, the massive body of the two-winged snow tiger lunged at Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua, however, was not one to be underestimated. He was determined to end the fight quickly. The two-winged snow tiger spat out several glowing orbs in quick succession, which surrounded Yin Zirua. In an instant, all the orbs exploded, and Yin Zirua took the opportunity to fly into the air. The explosion's roar echoed through the entire mountain range. As the smoke cleared, the cat spirit was deeply worried. Yin Zirua had landed on the back of the two-winged snow tiger. As soon as he did, he plunged his Thuishin Ruichi, a magical weapon, into the creature's body. The two-winged snow tiger let out a roar of pain, thrashing its body in an attempt to throw Yin Zirua off, but Yin Zirua clung tightly, refusing to let go. Panicking, the two-winged snow tiger continued its efforts, but Yin Zirua's face showed a hint of a smile. With the two-winged snow tiger unable to attack him, Yin Zirua could focus on his own assault. Raising his Sui Xian Rui ruler, Yin Zirua unleashed a thunder flame slash in an instant. A streak of flame appeared on the two-winged snow tiger's back, causing it to howl in agony. It rolled around in the grass, trying to extinguish the flames on its back. Seeing this, Yin Zirua couldn't help but laugh. Despite being a fierce beast, the scene was rather comical. Once the flames were extinguished, the two-winged snow tiger slowly reappeared before Yin Zirua. Just as Yin Zirua was about to continue his attack, the two-winged snow tiger began to shrink, eventually becoming the size of a spiritual pet. What? It's surrendering, Yin Zirua said in surprise. He hadn't expected the two-winged snow tiger to choose to submit. At this moment, the two-winged snow tiger even showed a playful expression, rubbing against Yin Zirua's feet. All right, stop rubbing. Now you'll become my spiritual pet, Yin Zirua said with a smile, looking at the two-winged snow tiger. It seemed that the two-winged snow tiger had indeed become his spiritual pet, and he had won the bet. Chapter 647. Winning over the crowd, turning enemies into friends. When Yin Zirua emerged from the Divine Beast King Mountain with the twin-winged snow tiger by his side, everyone was stunned. Is that Yin Zirua? The creature next to him, could it be the twin-winged snow tiger? He actually tamed the twin-winged snow tiger. But only one day and one night have passed. The crowd murmured among themselves, their voices barely audible. Yin Zirua's companion was none other than the legendary beast, the twin-winged snow tiger, which struck fear into the hearts of all. Hey, it seems like everyone is talking about us, the little cat spirit whispered. Ever since arriving at the beast hunting gathering, Yin Zirua had become a hot commodity, attracting attention wherever he went. To be honest, I'd rather not have this kind of attention. Yin Zirua shook his head. He spoke the truth. Among all these onlookers, many brought trouble with them. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. This is so annoying. 2 days have passed, and I haven't even seen a single hair of the twin-winged snow tiger. The voice was familiar. It belonged to the young master of the Xianxia clan, the same man who had made a bet with Yin Zirua. It seemed he was venting his frustration over failing to find the twin-winged snow tiger. Xianxia young master, Yin Zirua walked straight toward him. Upon seeing Yin Zirua, the man sneered, You're here? Looks like you've come up empty-handed as well. But his smirk froze on his face when he saw the spirit pet following Yin Zirua. The creature was pure white, with every hair glistening and exuding an aura of spiritual energy. Could it be anything other than the twin-winged snow tiger? This can't be. The man's face turned pale. How is this possible? Only 1 day and 1 night had passed. The beast hunting gathering lasted for over 30 days. During the last gathering, the strongest beast caught was only a second-tier spirit beast. The twin-winged snow tiger was a solid first-tier beast. How could Yin Zirua have tamed it in just 1 day and 1 night? Moreover, spirit beasts were known to be extremely proud. To make one a spirit pet, one had to demonstrate extraordinary strength, earning the beast's admiration and submission. What could Yin Zirua possibly have done to tame such a beast in just a day and a night? You were the one who provoked us first. Are you going to go back on your word now? The little cat spirit raised an eyebrow, looking at the man. By now, a large crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle. After all, this young master of the Xianxia clan had publicly humiliated Yin Zirua in front of everyone, not to mention making a highly insulting bet. And now, Yin Zirua had delivered. Yin Zirua, however, remained silent, merely gazing at him. But the whispers from the crowd were overwhelming. TSK, is this really someone from the Xianxia clan? He publicly taunts others, yet he's unwilling to own up to his actions. Exactly, it's laughable. The words swirled around the young master of the Xianxia clan, whose face had turned beet red. Shut up, he shouted, glaring resentfully at Yin Zirua. Since I made the promise, I will keep it. Gritting his teeth, he took out the item he had promised to give to Yin Zirua if he lost. This is yours. It contains rare treasures I've collected over the years. Take it. Yin Zirua watched the young master of the Xianxia clan with a hint of amusement. It seems you're not very willing, Yin Zirua said lightly. But I don't need this. A joke. Such things were insignificant to Yin Zirua. The second part of their bet was even more humiliating. The loser had to bark like a dog in public. The man's face turned even redder. Now he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Since I said it, I will do as I promised. With that, he prepared to kneel down. But Yin Zirua stopped him. I didn't ask you to do that. Yin Zirua shook his head. Yin Zirua's actions infuriated the young master of the Xianyuan clan. Yin Zirua, what exactly do you want? Aren't you just trying to humiliate me? I've already said I'll do it. Even if I've lost, I'm willing to own up to it. But you, what are you pretending to be a gentleman for? The young master was furious, his face red with anger. In his eyes, Yin Zirua was simply taking advantage of the situation. Yin Zirua, however, found himself at a loss for words. The bet had been proposed by the man himself, and now that Yin Zirua didn't want to humiliate him, it seemed to be his fault? You might have misunderstood. Yin Zirua shook his head. I'm not trying to humiliate you. All of this was your own doing, but now, I don't need you to do it. What do you mean? The young master was confused. Yin Zirua looked at him with a deep gaze. You are a scion of a prestigious clan, born with resources others can only dream of. But that doesn't give you the right to look down on others. Hearing this, his face turned even redder. Interrupting others is rude. Yin Zirua shook his head. I don't really need you to bark like a dog or do these things, but I want you to understand that even if you are from a prestigious family, you need to learn to respect others. As long as someone doesn't do evil, even if they are mediocre, they deserve respect. Yin Zirua's words earned him newfound respect from many in the crowd. Many had heard of Yin Zirua and his exploits, assuming him to be a reckless individual. But now, it seemed he was not as they had imagined. All right, I've said what I needed to. Whether you take it to heart is up to you. Yin Zirua shook his head. He was about to leave with the little cat spirit, intending to continue his mission to rescue Jun Qingjio from the Supreme Dao sect, as he had promised Sword Whirlwind and Sword Immortal. But before he could leave, the young master caught up with him. Yin Zirua, hold on. Yin Zirua stopped and turned. What, are you going to cause trouble for me? No. The young master quickly shook his head. I treated you unfairly before, yet you didn't hold a grudge. Perhaps I should apologize to you. I was rash and rude. Yin Zirua. I'm sorry. Yin Zirua was a bit surprised. This pampered young master was actually willing to apologize to him? My name is Xianyuan Yuqin, the sole heir of the Xianyuan clan. I admire the way you conduct yourself. I was wondering, could we be friends? Chapter 648. Forcing entry into the Dao sect, rescuing the dungeon. The group exchanged glances. No one expected Yin Zirua's words to completely change Xianyuan Yuqin's attitude, even leading him to want to befriend Yin Zirua. Not just anyone can be friends with young Master Yin, the little cat Yao blurted out. Don't think your master is the only one who's special. Our young Master Yin is... Little cat demon. Yin Zirua cut her off. But, the cat Yao protested indignantly. He spoke so ill of you before. Why should he apologize and suddenly want to be your friend? The cat spirit was merely defending Yin Zirua. Although Xianyuan Yuqin had apologized, the cat spirit still found it difficult to forgive his earlier condescending demeanor. Enough. Don't be like this. Yin Zirua waved his hand, then looked at Xianyuan Yuqin. You don't need to think too much. I didn't take it to heart at all. Since you're the heir of the Xianyuan family, you should focus on earning more honor for your family during this beast hunt conference. Although Yin Zirua had already captured the twin-winged snow tiger, there were still many powerful spirit beasts in the Royal Beast Mountain. Xianyuan Yuqin shook his head. No, young Master Yin. If there's anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate to ask. Yin Zirua sighed, realizing this young master of the Xianyuan family was a bit stubborn. If he didn't give him something to do today, it seemed he wouldn't leave. All right, since that's the case, I'll ask you this. Have you heard of the Shadow Assassin Alliance, or the Three Peaks cult? These two groups are my enemies, and I'm currently searching for information about them. Yin Zirua said directly, without any pretense. To Yin Zirua, there was no need to hide anything. After all, both the Three Peaks cult and the Shadow Assassin Alliance probably wanted him dead. The Three Peaks cult? The Shadow Assassin Alliance? Those are both well-known evil sects, Xianyuan Yuqin thought for a moment and said, but these people always act in secret. What I know, you probably already know. His words were sincere, leaving no room for criticism from Yin Zirua. The Three Peaks cult was already cautious in its actions, and the Shadow Assassin Alliance was even more so. It was unlikely they would have caught any information about them. Moreover, the Xin Yuan family wasn't built on being informants, so there were no special secrets to be had. All right, I'll remember this favor. If there's anything I need your help with in the future, I won't be polite. Xianxia shook his head. You can rest assured. The Beast Hunt Conference isn't over yet. You should hurry back and earn more honor. Xin Yuan Yuqin didn't insist further and nodded. Then it's a deal. After Xin Yuan Yuqin left, Jin Xiaoyao was puzzled. Young Master Yin, why didn't you let him join us? He's at the 8th rank of the true god level. Their next task was to rescue Jun Xingjiu, and having one more person meant one more helper. Yin Zirua shook his head. He's the young master of the Xin Yuan family. Many things aren't as simple as they seem, and we can't let him casually get involved with these sections. That guy still has the heart of a child. This was also for Xin Yuan Yuqin's sake. Jin Piaomiao couldn't help but show admiration. Young Master Yin, you truly embody chivalry and tenderness. I didn't expect that after he provoked you so much, not only would you not hold a grudge, but you'd also consider his well-being. All right, enough of that. Let's hurry and rescue your senior brother, Yin Zirua sighed. He had hoped to gain some information at the Beast Hunt Conference, but in the end, he came up empty-handed. However, they couldn't delay rescuing Jun Xingjiu any longer. Yin Zirua and the others decided to force their way in. Jin Piaomiao and Jin Xiaoyao said that Jun Xingjiu was being held in the dungeon of the Supreme Dao sect. The dungeon had a main entrance that would attract too much attention if used. There was another secret passage that led from the wine cellar. As soon as they entered the wine cellar of the Supreme Dao sect, the little Catyala's eyes lit up. Wow, there's so much fine wine here. Yin Zirua couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Don't get any ideas about that now. If you get drunk, we'll be in trouble. I know. We're busy now. I won't mess things up, the little Catyal said, though her eyes were still fixed on the wine jars with longing. Following Jin Piaomiao and Jin Xiaoyao's lead, they quickly found their way to the dungeon. The guards here are quite strict, Yin Zirua whispered. Patrols passed by frequently, leaving them no opportunity to sneak in. Forget it, maybe we should just force our way in. Yin Zirua shook his head. It seemed that forcing their way in was the most straightforward solution, as they had already bypassed so many obstacles. Thinking this, Yin Zirua charged out directly. The patrols were disciples of the Supreme Dao sect. Yin Zirua struck down several of them in an instant, though he didn't intend to kill them and merely knock them unconscious. Intruders! The others quickly reacted. The leader swung his sword, and Yin Zirua felt a powerful sword aura. It's the Protector. Jin Xiaoyao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He hadn't expected that even the Protector would be guarding Jun Xingjiu. Could it be that the Protector knew about their schemes, or even participated in them? Who dares to trespass into the Supreme Dao sect? The speaker was the leader, Protector Gu Lufeng. Emph. The Supreme Dao sect poses as a righteous sect, but secretly colludes with evil cults. I, Yin Zirua, am destined to oppose such cults. If you are allies of these evil cults, I will eliminate you. Yin Zirua snorted coldly. Although the members of the Supreme Dao sect were strong, he wasn't afraid. Nonsense and quite pretentious. Gu Lufeng waved his hand, and instantly 6 sword arrays rose behind him, rushing toward Yin Zirua. Little cat demon, Jin Piaomiao, Jin Xiaoyao, take care of the underlings and rescue him. Yin Zirua quickly commanded. Then, Yin Zirua focused entirely on dealing with Gu Lufeng. Yin Zirua instantly activated his Poison Thorn Golden Bell cover, blocking Gu Liufeng's attacks while causing a violent light explosion in the dungeon, toppling tables and chairs. Not bad, Gu Lufeng sneered, then raised his sword, which transformed into a vermilion bird. Vermilion bird divine command. Exterminate the fiends. The sword aura condensed into a vermilion bird that took flight, directly diving toward Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua also formed seals with his fingers, instantly opening a domain. Within the domain, a light array rose, clashing with the vermilion bird's power. The earth shook, and the heavens trembled. Both were forced back. Gu Lufeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Yin Zirua's skill had caused internal injuries. Yin Zirua executed the golden rock steps, instantly appearing behind Gu Lufeng, and placed the sword transformed from his Ishinruichi against Gu Lufeng's neck. Chapter 649. Investigating after being followed. Don't move. You don't hold the upper hand now, Yin Zirua chuckled lightly. At that moment, the little cat demon and the sword immortals Jin Xiaoyao and Jin Piaomiao had already infiltrated Jun Qingzhou's prison. Transforming into their true forms, the little cat demon swiftly destroyed the prison door. Brother, we've come to rescue you. Jun Qingzhou was astonished, especially upon seeing the little cat spirit. He remembered her as the girl who followed Yin Zirua. Why would she come to save him? This young lady isn't, Jun Qingzhou started to say, but the little cat yaw interrupted him. Now is not the time to answer questions. Let's get out of here first, she said, her brows furrowed. Seeing that they had rescued Jun Qingzhou, Yin Zirua decided not to linger too long with Gu Lufeng. She cast a binding spell on him and then made her escape, leaving Gu Lufeng fuming with anger. After a long escape, Yin Zirua and the others finally reached a safe zone. Yin Zirua's eyes constantly scanned the rear, fearing someone might appear. If anyone showed up now, it would mean they had been followed. However, after a long while, no one approached, and she finally let out a sigh of relief. Why did you come to save me? Jun Qingzhou asked, his eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't understand why Yin Zirua would rescue him. Actually, we went to ask him. Jin Piaomiao stepped forward, his eyes calm as he looked at Jun Qingzhou, feeling a pang of guilt. Jun Qingzhou had once been their senior brother, and seeing him in such a state was heartbreaking. After you were captured, we went to find Yin Zirua, asking him to rescue you, Jin Piaomiao explained. We knew our strength wasn't enough to save you, so we sought out Yin Zirua. Jin Piaomiao revealed everything, and Jun Qingzhou's face showed a hint of shame. But on that day, when Jin Piaomiao acted, I didn't stop him. I let him harm your companion. I never expected you to forgive me and come to save me. Jun Qingzhou's voice trembled, his eyes moistening. He hadn't anticipated Yin Zirua's magnanimity. If it had been an ordinary person, they wouldn't have done such a thing. But Yin Zirua had come to save him without hesitation. Let the past be past. Besides, I don't hold much blame against you, Yin Zirua said. Although he was still a bit upset about the incident, he understood Jun Qingzhou must have been manipulated. If Jun Qingzhou had seen through the situation from the start, he wouldn't have let Jin Piaomiao act. The circumstances that day were due to orders from their sect. Thank you, Jun Qingzhou expressed his gratitude, truly surprised by Yin Zirua's kindness. It's nothing. Our main task now is to figure out how to escape from here, Yin Zirua said, his eyes scanning the exit. 2 guards stood at the entrance, likely the sentries. To escape, they would need to deal with those guards. You go out first and distract the guards. I'll attack from behind. Yin Zirua outlined his plan, and Jun Qingzhou nodded in agreement. Jun Qingzhou stepped out, approaching the guards with a smile. The guards, seeing Jun Qingzhou appear, were immediately flustered. They didn't understand how he had escaped and were filled with astonishment. How did you get out? One guard asked, but Jun Qingzhou just smiled foolishly at them. Brother, we need to capture him and bring him back. Otherwise, the elder will punish us, the guard said, and the 2 guards charged toward Jun Qingzhou. However, Jun Qingzhou casually stepped aside, and Yin Zirua seized the opportunity, dashing behind the guards and knocking them unconscious in an instant. Done, Yin Zirua said, dusting off his hands, and Jun Qingzhou gave him an admiring look. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua's speed to be so fast. Despite his own high cultivation, he was still impressed. Let's move quickly, Yin Zirua said, ready to leave. But as he was about to depart, he noticed a white envelope on the table. Curious, he approached it. What's this? Yin Zirua asked, bringing the envelope to everyone's attention. Jun Qingzhou, too, was puzzled and opened the envelope. Inside, they were shocked by the contents. Information about a deal between their sect and the Shadow Assassins. The letter detailed how the sect's elders would assist the shadow assassins in exchange for cultivation techniques. I never imagined the elders of our sect would collude with the shadow assassins, Jun Qingju said through gritted teeth, furious that the elders had sold out the sect for personal gain. The shadow assassins were a heretical sect, and such a union would surely destroy the sect's foundation. Jun Qingju couldn't believe it. The sect he had once revered had fallen to such depths. Why is it like this? Jin Piaomiao was also shocked, realizing the true mastermind behind it all was their sect's elders. No wonder you were imprisoned. It was all because of the elders' schemes, Jin Piaomiao said, feeling indignant for Jun Qingju. Only now did they understand that Jun Qingju had been imprisoned due to the elders' corrupt dealings. I had guessed as much, though I wasn't certain. But now, it's clear, Yin Zirua said, sharing his thoughts. From the start, he had sensed Jun Qingju wasn't aware of the inner workings, and now it seemed that was indeed the case. If Jun Qingju had known, he wouldn't have caused trouble. What should we do now? Jin Piaomiao asked Jun Qingju. He had lost faith in many within the sect. With the sect in such a state, we'll have to take it one step at a time, Jun Qingju said, stepping forward, while Yin Zirua followed behind, shrugging in resignation. Chapter 650. On the trail, a tense moment. Yin Zirua and his group were walking along when suddenly a foreign presence emerged behind them. This unfamiliar aura immediately alerted Yin Zirua that someone was following them. Jun Qingju, we've got a tail, Yin Zirua said, his face expressionless, his voice barely audible. Unless the follower was very close, they wouldn't be able to hear him. Upon realizing they were being followed, Jun Qingju didn't turn his head. If he did, the follower would surely realize they had been discovered, and their plan would fail. What do you propose we do? Jun Qingju asked Yin Zirua. There's no need to rush. I believe he'll either seek reinforcements or, once he discovers our base, send a message to his organization. At that point, we can counter-track them and locate their hideout. Jun Qingju's face showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua to think so far ahead. Your plan does sound promising, Jun Qingju said, continuing to walk forward. They quickly left their original location, needing to make haste and leave the sect behind. The tail continued to follow them, seemingly unaware of the situation, maintaining a calm demeanor. As they walked, the sky gradually darkened, and everyone prepared to rest. They found an inn and settled in. Meanwhile, their follower finally showed signs of movement. He's finally making a move, Yin Zirua said, a smile playing on his lips. Jun Qingju, too, noticed the change in the surroundings and sensed the presence of others. What should we do now? Jun Qingju asked Yin Zirua. He'll definitely go to call for reinforcements, Yin Zirua replied. Before he could finish, the aura they had sensed earlier moved away from its original position. He started moving, Yin Zirua said, glancing out the window. Sure enough, a dark figure disappeared into the night. Yin Zirua and Jun Qingju hurriedly followed. The figure moved swiftly, as if in a hurry, mainly because he feared Yin Zirua might leave. Yin Zirua's eyes lit up with a hint of satisfaction. See? Our plan is working, he said. The black-clad figure continued to move, as if heading toward a destination. However, after walking for a long time without stopping, Jun Qingju began to feel uncertain. They couldn't be sure where the figure was headed, or if they were on the right path. Yin Zirua, are we on the right track? Jun Qingju asked, concerned. After walking for so long, the figure showed no signs of stopping, leading them to doubt their direction. Don't rush. If it's their hideout, it's unlikely to be within the city. If it were within the city, it would attract too much attention. Typically, such hideouts are located outside the city. At this, Yin Zirua's eyes showed determination, and Jun Qingju agreed. Indeed, if it were a hideout, it would be impossible to set it up within the city. After an unknown amount of time, the figure finally stopped. After surveying the area, he entered. As expected, the place was crowded with people. The figure knelt before a man standing with a stern expression. You mean to say they've settled in? The man asked the figure. Yes, I noticed they had settled in when I returned, the figure replied. The man's eyes showed a hint of calm upon hearing this. Well done. Now, gather everyone and bring them back to us. Before the man could gather his forces, Xianxia and Xianxia emerged from behind. Following them was Xiao. Rather than you coming for us, it's better we come for you, Xianxia said, causing everyone to panic. Capture them all, the man ordered, and numerous guards rushed toward Xianxia. Each guard wielded various weapons. One guard approached Xianxia, who responded with a punch, sending the guard flying. Xiao, not to be outdone, stepped forward, swiping with her claws, leaving another guard's face bloodied and him collapsing in a pool of blood. Are these the opponents you've chosen for me to practice on? Xiao licked her blood-stained claws. Attack them all, the man commanded, growing desperate. He hadn't expected Xianxia to be so powerful. Xianxia's strength was also formidable. He charged forward, his power concentrated in his hands. A golden light emanated from his sword, slicing through the guards. At this sight, everyone began to fear. The man, finally enraged, swiftly moved toward Xianxia. Xianxia sensed the man's aura, realizing he had reached the peak of the true god level. I didn't expect your cultivation to be at the peak of the true god level, Xianxia said with a calm smile. Facing such a powerful opponent, he didn't back down but instead stepped forward. Such a formidable foe couldn't be left to Xiao and Xianxia to handle. Let's see how strong you are, the man said, raising his hammer, which seemed to possess endless power. Chapter 651. The ultimate goal, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Xianxia felt the force of the hammer sweeping toward him, and he was completely stunned. He hadn't expected the man's strength with the hammer to be so formidable. The hammer struck the ground directly, instantly creating a massive dent in the surface, accompanied by a series of loud noises. Today, I'll show you what I'm capable of, the man shouted, swinging the hammer again with all his might. This time, he concentrated all his strength into the hammer, but as soon as he struck, Xianxia swiftly retreated. The hammer was about to hit Xianxia, but he dodged it with his speed. You're like a bull, using brute force, but your speed can't keep up with mine, Xianxia quipped, taking the opportunity to taunt. Indeed, although the man in front of him was incredibly strong, his speed was painfully slow. What about me? At the same moment, another figure appeared behind Xianxia. This person looked quite aged. Elder, you've finally shown up, Xianxia said, which instantly bolstered the man's confidence. Upon seeing the elder's arrival, Xianxia felt a surge of crisis. He had already gauged the elder's cultivation level before. The elder's cultivation had reached the peak of the true god realm, level 9. Such strength was considered quite formidable across the entire continent. Now, facing two true god realm level 9 experts, Xianxia knew he had to be extremely cautious. With both of us working together, you won't stand a chance against us, the elder declared, charging forward at that moment. His hand was engulfed in flames, flames that seemed capable of burning everything in existence. In this instant, the elder's hand grabbed onto Xianxia, who quickly retaliated by smashing his fist into the elder's hand. Feeling the pain, the elder retracted his hand, but it was still covered in flames. The flames were different from ordinary ones. They were a dark purple-black. Xianxia had heard of such flames before. They were usually associated with those who practiced demonic arts. The purple-black flames surged toward Xianxia again, transforming into two vines that wrapped around his wrists. Now you know my power. The elder's face twisted into a malicious grin as his flames flared up once more. Xianxia felt the burning sensation, but he didn't give up. He channeled all his strength into his hands, and in an instant, the vines were shattered. Since the vines were conjured by the elder, the backlash caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't expected Xianxia's strength to be so formidable. You're indeed quite powerful, but I won't concede defeat so easily, the elder declared. Come, let's attack together. After the elder spoke, the man charged alongside him. The man's hammer swung upward with the force of 1,000 pounds, reverberating before Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua was shaken by the force, and before he could recover, the elder appeared behind him, his flames igniting from behind. The purple-black flames engulfed Yin Zirua, but he wasn't a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He quickly dropped his body to the ground, and only then did the flames on him dissipate. Yet, the elder showed no signs of giving up. His eyes carried a calm, almost terrifying smile. He seemed like a madman, conjuring more flames from his hands. These flames, like flowers blooming on vines, transformed into countless fireballs that rained down toward Yin Zirua. Seeing the fireballs approaching, Yin Zirua realized the situation was dire. If these fireballs hit him, he would surely be injured. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to be hurt. Just as he prepared to dodge the fireballs, the hammer came crashing down toward him. Yin Zirua raised his hand to block, but as the hammer struck, he felt as if his bones were about to shatter. A mouthful of blood spurted from Yin Zirua's mouth. The pain in his hand was excruciating. He hadn't expected the man's hammer to be so powerful. "Enough of this game," Yin Zirua said, charging forward. At that moment, his divine weapon appeared in his hand. Thunder Flame Slash. In an instant, a crimson flame surged outward, and the elder and the man were knocked from the sky, crashing to the ground. The elder's purple flames were instantly engulfed by the crimson flames. "So you've been playing possum all along," the elder said, realizing Yin Zirua's true strength. "I was just playing with you. I didn't expect your skills to be decent, so I had to go all out," Yin Zirua replied, charging forward again. His fist struck the man, who now bore multiple injuries. The man's bones were completely shattered, yet a smile still lingered on his face. "You can still smile at a time like this?" Yin Zirua glanced at the man beside him. "Do you think my subordinates didn't notice you following them? Didn't you realize that my subordinates could have hidden their auras but deliberately released them? Why do you think that is?" When the man said this, Yin Zirua's eyes widened in surprise. His pupils constricted as if he had realized something. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Yin Zirua demanded, glaring at the man, who only laughed louder. "You'd better hurry back and check on the demon beast cult." In an instant, Yin Zirua understood. His eyes burned with anger. He hadn't expected to fall for a diversionary tactic at this point. If he had been a bit smarter from the start, this wouldn't have happened. His eyes filled with fury as he glared at the men before him. He was furious to the extreme. "So you deliberately lured me here, didn't you?" Yin Zirua clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with anger. It seemed as though he was about to strike at any moment. "I just wanted to tell you something. But it seems you're incredibly foolish." Chapter 652. Swift Return, Late Protection. Yin Zirua immediately understood everything. "You guys, hurry up and follow me to the Beast God cult," Yin Zirua said urgently. He was truly anxious and needed to rush to the Beast God cult to see what was going on. After recalling the entire situation, he realized that the people they had encountered earlier hadn't concealed their presence. Instead, they had deliberately led them here. When the little Catyal learned of this, she was quite taken aback. She couldn't understand why they had to leave so suddenly. "Why is Yin Zirua leaving now? I was just starting to enjoy the fight," the little Catyal grumbled, feeling a bit aggrieved. She had been thoroughly enjoying the slaughter of the small soldiers, and Yin Zirua's sudden order to leave left her feeling unsatisfied. "We've fallen for their trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. We need to leave immediately," Yin Zirua quickly informed them before setting off. The Beast God cult was still some distance away, and if they wanted to get there quickly, they had to hurry. After Yin Zirua explained, the little cat demon and Jun Qingjiu understood the situation. Hearing Yin Zirua's explanation, the little cat demon had no reason to stay behind. She was also very concerned about the situation at the Beast God cult. If what the man had said earlier was true, then the Beast God cult must be in great danger right now. They had to rush back to prevent things from worsening. The two of them quickly followed Yin Zirua's direction, while Yin Zirua himself was extremely anxious. Maizhen was still at the Beast God cult, and if something happened to her, he would never forgive himself. Yin Zerua moved at top speed, reaching the beast god cult as quickly as possible. When he saw the scene before him, he was utterly shocked. The surroundings were littered with corpses, and smoke filled the air, as if a battle had just taken place. Inside the cult, the sound of clashing weapons could still be heard. Yin Zerua looked around and saw a few people fighting in the distance. He recognized their clothing. Some were members of the cult, while others were likely attackers. Little cat demon, go help? Yin Zerua's eyes were calm, and at his command, the little cat demon rushed forward. Her claws slashed through the air, and the face of the man in front of her was instantly marred. She then kicked him in the chest. At that moment, the attacker was sent flying. How was that? Am I amazing? The little cat demon stuck out her tongue, but Yin Zerua didn't waste any time. He immediately approached the man who had been attacked. What happened here? Why does it look like a battle took place? Yin Zerua asked, puzzled. The Shadow Kill Alliance has attacked us. The man who had been attacked gasped, spitting out blood. So it seems. We fell for their ruse of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Where are the cult leader and Mai's Hen? Yin Zerua asked, now only concerned about their whereabouts. The cult leader is probably inside, and so is Mai's Hen. But many people have already entered. They're likely in danger. Hearing that Mai's Hen was in danger, Yin Zerua quickly rushed inside. His speed was like a gust of wind, and he soon reached the cult's inner chambers. There, many people had surrounded Mai's Hen. She was holding a long sword, her eyes bloodshot. You beasts, even if I die, I won't let you off. Mieshin's voice was hoarse, as she had been fighting for a long time. She had been hoping that Yin Zerua would return, but now, she was beginning to despair. Mai's Hen charged at the group, who had formed a tight circle around her. The attackers closed in, and Mai's Hen felt exhausted, but she knew she had to keep going. At that moment, Yin Zerua finally arrived. Seeing Mai's Hen surrounded, he was furious. In an instant, he appeared by her side. Mai's Hen looked at Yin Zerua in surprise, and then she fainted. Seeing Mai's Hen in such a state, Yin Zerua was enraged. He drew his sword and pointed it at everyone in front of him. Everyone here will die today, Yin Zerua said coldly. The words sent a chill through the attackers, who laughed in disbelief. With just you against all of us, you dare say such things? Despite their mockery, Yin Zerua ignored them. His sword moved through the air with a light swing. Thunder crash slash. Countless crimson flames shot toward the attackers. Each of them was struck by the flames, leaving a bloody mark on their chests. Someone tried to attack from behind, but Yin Zerua's sword pierced his chest. The man spat out blood, and although others continued to charge at Yin Zerua, he paid them no heed. To him, they were like ants, unworthy of his pity. Moreover, these people had just harmed the woman he loved, and now, he was consumed by anger. His eyes were filled with nothing but rage. One by one, the attackers fell, spitting blood. Only then did Yin Zerua relax. He gently stroked Mai's Hen, who finally opened her eyes. You're finally here, she said, genuinely happy to see him. She had been waiting for so long, and Yin Zerua had finally arrived. Don't worry, I'll never let you fall into danger again, Yin Zerua said, truly worried about Mai's Hen. Seeing her injuries, his heart ached. He hadn't expected to fall for the enemy's ruse. If he hadn't been tricked, he might have returned to the beast god cult much earlier. If he had returned sooner, Mai's Hen wouldn't have been hurt so badly. I'm fine, Mai's Hen said with a bitter smile. Although she felt the pain in her body, having Yin Zerua by her side made her feel much warmer. Chapter 653, The True Motive Behind the Search. Isn't this the husband of Mai's Hen, who just got married recently? A familiar voice rang out. It was none other than the leader of the Beast Soul cult. Yin Zerua looked at the cult leader with a gaze full of regret. He felt that the current situation was all due to his own carelessness, resulting in the current outcome. If he had returned earlier, the situation here might not have been so dire. Are you all right, leader? Yin Zerua asked urgently, looking at the cult leader. I'm sorry, leader. It's all because I was too careless. If I had returned with Maizen earlier, we wouldn't have suffered so many losses. Please punish me. The cult leader was actually quite surprised by Yin Zirua's abilities just now. He hadn't expected this young man to possess such formidable strength. He realized that he had underestimated him before. Although he had always known that Yin Zirua was formidable, such power was almost unheard of for someone of his age. This also proved that Yin Zirua was truly a prodigy. Why would I punish you? The cult leader shook his head. After all, Yin Zirua wasn't originally part of the Beast Soul cult. He was only here because of his relationship with Maizen, and he had returned at the most critical moment. If Yin Zirua hadn't come back today, the situation might have been even worse. Zirua, don't be too hard on yourself, Maizen said softly, her eyes filled with tenderness. She was deeply touched that this man had returned to her side when she needed him most. Yin Zirua sighed. Let's not talk about this here. Let's go inside first. After a fierce battle, many members of the Beast Soul cult were outside assessing the damage, while Yin Zirua and his group followed the cult leader into the inner sanctum. Once inside, the cult leader noticed Jun Xingjiu and the others who had come with Yin Zirua. Initially, Jun Xingjiu and his companions felt a bit uneasy upon arriving at the Beast Soul cult. After all, in their minds, they were part of the righteous sects, while the Beast Soul cult was considered a heretical faction. Therefore, they had never expected to have any dealings with them. However, recent events within the Supreme Taoist sect, which seemed to be colluding with the Shadow Kill Alliance, had left them in an awkward position. Are these fine young men your friends? The cult leader asked Yin Zirua. Although Yin Zirua was now considered half a member of the Beast Soul cult, it was still better not to bring outsiders into the inner sanctum so easily. Oh, yes, these are from the Supreme Taoist sect? Yin Zirua introduced. Upon hearing this, the cult leader's expression changed noticeably. The Supreme Taoist sect near Linlang City was well known as a righteous sect. Although they had no direct conflicts with the Beast Soul cult, in their eyes, the Beast Soul cult was undoubtedly a heretical faction. Sure enough, Nyeshin's expression also shifted slightly upon hearing this. She lowered her voice. Zirua, why did you bring them here? They. At this moment, Yin Zirua realized his mistake and quickly explained. Oh, this is a long story. Before Yin Zirua could finish, Jun Xingjiu interrupted. I am Jun Xingjiu, the chief disciple of the Supreme Taoist sect, and these two are my fellow disciples, Jin Piaomiao and Jin Xiaoyao. We came here today because of many events, Jun Xingjiu said, bowing to the cult leader. Allow me, as a party involved, to explain. I'm all ears, the cult leader said coldly, looking at Jun Xingjiu. After all, he had never had much goodwill toward these so-called righteous sects, so this reaction was understandable. Jun Xingjiu sighed. The cause of this incident should be known to Miss Maizen as well. We had a conflict with Yin Zirua and ended up injuring Miyaji. I must apologize to you, Miss Maizen, for this. It was indeed our fault. Seeing Jun Xingjiu's sudden change of attitude, Maizen was a bit puzzled about what had happened. Later, we learned some things from Yin Zirua about the Shadow Kill Alliance. Initially, the Shadow Kill Alliance and our Supreme Taoist sect had a cooperative relationship. So, when we heard that several members of the Shadow Kill Alliance had been killed by the Beast Soul cult, we received orders to deal with Yin Zirua, Jun Xingjiu explained. Hearing this, the cult leader was also confused. You have a cooperative relationship with the Shadow Kill Alliance? The cult leader found this laughable. Ha! Your Supreme Taoist sect has always been the epitome of righteousness. How could you be involved with such a ruthless organization? After all, the cruelty of the Shadow Kill Alliance was something even the Beast Soul cult disdained. That's why we felt there was something wrong and decided to investigate. But unexpectedly, when our senior brother started investigating, he was even imprisoned, Jin Piaomiao added. It was then that we realized something was amiss and sought Yin Zirua's help. Maizen and the cult leader exchanged glances, understanding the situation. It seemed that the Supreme Taoist sect was colluding with the Shadow Kill Alliance. This is too ridiculous. You call yourselves a righteous sect, yet you act like this. You even attacked me and Miyagi. How laughable. Mizen couldn't help but mock. After all, seeing Miyagi suffer as her sister, how could she not feel heartache? This anger naturally spilled over to Jun Qingjiu and the others before her. Enough, Mizen. Now is not the time to discuss this, Yin Zirua said, shaking his head. While he could understand Mieshin's feelings, the more pressing matter was the connection between the Three Peaks cult and the Shadow Kill Alliance. Fine, then what should we talk about now? Mizen asked, a bit annoyed. The most urgent matter is to figure out why the Three Peaks cult and the Shadow Kill Alliance are so eager to target the organizations around me, Yin Zirua pondered. In fact, he had realized that the Three Peaks cult and the Shadow Kill Alliance seemed to have a purpose, not just random attacks. There was a clear reason. The Divine Alliance was considered a righteous faction, while the Beast Soul cult was a heretical faction. But they had one thing in common, a close connection to Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua realized that there might be a deeper motive behind their actions. Could it be? Their ultimate goal is to lure the snake out of its hole, and I am that snake? Yin Zirua voiced his speculation. At these words, both the cult leader and Mizen fell silent. Chapter 654. Investigating the clues, heading to the town. Now, thinking back, perhaps this was the ultimate goal of the Three Peaks cult and the Shadow Kill Alliance, to eliminate Yin Zirua. Otherwise, why would they repeatedly target those associated with him? It seems that's the case, the sect leader said, looking at Yin Zirua. So, young Master Yin, do you have any thoughts? Yin Zirua was also feeling quite troubled, as he was at a disadvantage, with the enemy hidden in the shadows and himself exposed. He still hadn't been able to gather more information about them. Although they had destroyed a branch of the Three Peaks cult last time, in reality, such a minor branch meant little to the Three Peaks cult. This thought only made Yin Zirua feel even more troubled. At that moment, someone suddenly walked in, and it was none other than Miyagi. I know some information related to the Three Peaks cult. It's a bit far from here, in a town called Biluo. It seems to have many connections with the Three Peaks cult, Miyagi said. Yin Zirua was surprised. How did you find out? Actually, I've been investigating this matter for some time, and finally, I have some results. However, I think you'll need to go there yourself, Miyagi said seriously. Compared to the impulsive and reckless Miyagi from before, the current Miyagi seemed quite different. Although this place has just been dealt with by you, I don't think they'll send a large force to act rashly. But just in case, I think it's better for my sister and me to stay here and wait, Miyagi said, looking at Mizen.
But
Mizen, upon hearing that Miyagi didn't want her to go, immediately became unhappy. No, Miyagi is right. Mizen, you should stay here, Yin Zirua quickly said. He had just dealt with the Shadow Kill Alliance members who came here, but now it seemed that the Three Peaks cult and the Shadow Kill Alliance might have joined forces. Miss Mizen, don't worry. We'll go with young Master Yin, Jun Qingjiu said. Having been helped by Yin Zirua before, if he didn't offer his assistance now, what kind of person would he be? He would never do such a thing. Upon hearing Jun Qingjiu's words, Jin Xiaoyao and Jin Piaomiao also quickly voiced their agreement. Yes, Yin Zirua has helped us so much before. Now, we'll go with them to investigate this matter. Moreover, if the Three Peaks cult and the Shadow Kill Alliance are truly so evil, we must eliminate them, they said with determination in their eyes. Hearing their words, the sect leader and Mizen understood. Even if there were some problems within the Supreme Dao sect, it was only a small part. As for Jun Qingjiu and the others, they were genuine gentlemen with true sincerity. All right, since young Master Yin agrees, then you can go with him, the sect leader waved his hand. Just be careful not to fall into an ambush. Remember, their target is you. Don't worry, Yin Zirua nodded. As they left, Mizen came to see Yin Zirua off. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. She didn't understand why, just after marrying Yin Zirua, they had to be apart so often. All right, don't be like this. It makes me feel bad, Yin Zirua said, seeing the reluctance in Mieshin's eyes, which also made him feel uneasy. After all, she was the woman he loved the most, and just after their marriage, they were separated, which was indeed hard to bear. I know, Just come back soon, Maizen said, unwilling to part. Yes, don't worry. Yin Zirua gently kissed Maizen and then quickly left, as they still had a journey ahead. Traveling at full speed, it would only take a day and a night to reach Biluo town. By the evening of the next day, Yin Zirua had arrived at Biluo town. Is this Biluo town? It doesn't seem particularly special, the cat demon said, glancing at the town before them. To her, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary small town. But Yin Zirua felt differently. As soon as he approached, he sensed a powerful force. There might be a very powerful person hidden here. Do you feel it too? Yin Zirua asked. Yes, Jun Qingju nodded. There seems to be a very powerful person here. That kind of power I've only felt a few times before. Hearing Jun Qingju's words, Jin Piaomiao and Jian Xiaoyao also looked ready for battle. Yes, so we must be careful, Yin Zirua cautioned. Just as they had walked a few steps into the town, they were stopped. Halt! Halt! Yin Zirua and the others stopped. A few men in identical uniforms, resembling guards, approached. What is it? Yin Zirua asked. Our town is under lockdown. No outsiders are allowed in, the guard said, sizing up Yin Zirua and the others. Why? The cat spirit couldn't help but ask. Why do you need to know so much? Get lost, one of the guards said impatiently, giving the cat Yao a push. The cat Yao became angry, but Yin Zirua quickly grabbed her hand, signaling her to stay calm. Yin Zirua quickly came up with a plan and put on a friendly smile. My apologies, sirs. We're traveling merchants, and with the late hour, we can only stay here for the night. The guards glanced at Jun Qingjiu and Jian Xiaoyao behind them. All carrying swords, traveling merchants? Who are you trying to fool? They seemed quite cautious. Yin Zirua didn't get annoyed. He continued to smile and took out his token. Take a look. We're from the Jialan Merchant Guild. When traveling, one has to hire bodyguards, right? The Jialan Merchant Guild was well known across the entire Star Domain, and no one dared to offend it. Seeing the Jialan Merchant Guild token, the guards exchanged glances. Maybe. Let them stay for the night, one of them whispered. The leader of the guards also seemed a bit annoyed. Fine. There's an inn on this street. Find it yourselves. Just as they were about to leave, a commotion suddenly broke out. Help! Help! Yin Zirua and the others quickly looked toward the source of the noise and saw a young girl. The girl's clothes were tattered, and she stumbled toward them, shouting, Help! Save me! They're going to kill me! Before Yin Zirua and the others could react, two men rushed over and grabbed the girl. Come back with us. You dare run away again. Wait a minute. Yin Zirua couldn't help but speak up. What's going on here? His words also caught the attention of the guards who hadn't left yet. Chapter 655. Designing Questions, the Qin family of the town. Yin Zirua was feeling a bit regretful at this moment. She had just barely managed to deceive them earlier, and if she were to be suspected now, it would be disastrous. Let me go. The young girl was still struggling desperately, but was immediately knocked unconscious from behind. This is one of our household servants. She didn't do her work properly and even stole from the master, the two men said, glancing at Yin Zirua and the others. Isn't the town sealed off? How did outsiders get in? The guards quickly explained, they are merchants from the Jialan Trading Company, and the three behind them are their bodyguards. We've already questioned them. People from the Jialan Trading Company. The two men scrutinized Yin Zirua for a moment, then snorted coldly, Fine, but remember to leave soon. Outsiders are not allowed to enter and exit freely here now. Yes, we understand. Yin Zirua forced a smile. After the men left, Yin Zirua breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they hadn't been discovered. However, her heart was now gripped by unease, all because of the incident with the young girl earlier. But everywhere they looked, there were eyes and ears. There was nothing they could do except find an inn. Once inside their room and certain no one was following or eavesdropping, they lowered their voices to speak. What just happened was truly terrifying, Jian Piaomiao said. I don't think it's as simple as they made it out to be. This whole town is shrouded in a strange atmosphere. And that power we sensed earlier, it doesn't seem simple at all. Xianxia frowned. Xianxia closed her eyes and carefully sensed her surroundings. When she opened them again, she looked at Xianxia. I don't know if you felt it, but to me, that powerful force seems to be located right in the center of the town. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia also used her spiritual sense to feel around and then nodded firmly. Yes, Master Yin, your feeling is correct. It is indeed in the center. With both of them sensing the same thing, Xianxia could be almost certain that the person with the powerful force was located right in the heart of the town. Since we don't know much, why don't we try to discreetly gather some information when we go down to eat later? The little cat Yao suggested. But wouldn't that be too obvious? Jin Piaomiao hesitated, showing a bit of reluctance. He didn't think the little cat Yao's suggestion was a good idea. After all, they had already attracted quite a bit of attention by being able to stay here. If they were to start asking questions now, it might raise even more suspicion. Of course, if we asked directly, it would raise suspicions. But I have a plan, the little cat Yao said with a wink, her mind already crafting a strategy. Xianxia and the others decided to dine at the inn. The innkeeper's attitude towards them was quite good. With the town sealed off, it had probably been a long time since they had any guests. Seeing new customers, the innkeeper was naturally very welcoming. What would the esteemed guests like to eat? Feel free to order. Although we are just a small inn, our cooking skills are quite good, the innkeeper said enthusiastically. Xianxia ordered a fair amount of dishes, which made the innkeeper even happier. When the dishes were served, the innkeeper brought them himself. Just as the innkeeper was about to leave after all the dishes were set, Xianxia called out to him. Wait, innkeeper. Xianxia stopped the innkeeper. My younger sister is quite curious about your town. Could you tell us a bit about it? Of course, the innkeeper replied quickly. After all, Xianxia and the others were his important guests. The little cat Yao glanced at the innkeeper and inquired, Innkeeper, why does it seem so quiet here? The streets are almost deserted. We heard about the town being sealed off during our journey, but we're not sure why. It's quite puzzling. Upon hearing the little cat Yao's question, the innkeeper's face stiffened momentarily. However, he quickly composed himself and said, It's nothing serious. Just some decisions made by those in power. We merchants don't really have much insight into it. We also wish there were more people around. Although the innkeeper's words seemed calm, there were many inconsistencies. A town being sealed off, yet the innkeeper claimed not to know anything? The little cat Yao and Xianxia exchanged glances. The little cat Yao then acted as if she had just realized something and said, Oh, so even the innkeeper doesn't know. Then, may I ask, what family lives in the house right in the center of the town? I saw it from the window. It's quite magnificent. Earlier, when they were in their room, they had seen from the window that there was a very grand mansion right in the center of the town, and that was also where the strongest force was located. The innkeeper didn't think much of the question and replied naturally, Oh, that's the Qin family of our town. They are a family of cultivators and have produced several experts at the True God 8th rank. They hold a very high position in our town. Hearing this, the group had a pretty good idea of what was going on. After eating a little, they planned to sneak into the Qin family mansion at night. Do you think this will work? Jin Piaomiao asked, feeling a bit nervous as they climbed over the wall into the backyard of the Qin family mansion. Yeah, even if something happens, we'll just fight, the little cat Yao said nonchalantly. Yes, little cat spirit is right. If anything happens, we'll just fight. There must be something here we need to find, Xianxia said. As they walked through the Qin family mansion, they had no map and could only rely on their sense of the powerful force to guide them. Suddenly, they heard a voice ahead. No, I don't want to go. What are you doing? It was a girl's voice, filled with fear, and it sounded somewhat familiar. Xianxia quickly signaled for everyone to hide. They slipped into a nearby room and peeked out. The girl being pushed and shoved by several men was none other than the same girl they had encountered earlier that day. I don't want to go. The other girls before me all turned into mummies and were thrown out. I don't want to. Shut up. Your gambling father has already sold you to the Qin family. Besides, it's an honor to become nourishment for the elder master. One of the men slapped the girl to keep her quiet. Yin Zirua couldn't stand it anymore and rushed out. Stop right there. Yin Zirua's sudden appearance startled the men. Who dares to trespass into the Qin family mansion? One of the men recognized Yin Zirua as the merchant they had seen earlier. Aren't you that merchant? How did you get here? The man glared at Yin Zirua with fury in his eyes. Enough of your nonsense. Yin Zirua looked at them. This girl is not your slave. What kind of vile deeds are you involved in? Have you harmed many people already? From the girl's words, Yin Zirua could easily deduce that the Qin family was engaged in some dark and nefarious activities. Chapter 656. Causing harm, the elder appears. This is truly bizarre. What kind of creature are you to dare cause trouble in the Qin family? The man sneered, drawing a curved blade. However, since you don't value your life, I can fulfill your wish. Brothers, kill these intruders. They're here to ruin our family's great plan. With a command, several men charged towards Yin Zirua and the others. The cat's spirit instantly transformed into its true form and pounced on one of them, engaging in a fierce battle. Xianxia and the others each held off one opponent, matching the 5 attackers. Only the man who had shouted earlier, seemingly a true god of the 9th rank, exuded a power that made Yin Zirua feel deeply uneasy. The man's speed was astonishing as he swung his curved blade towards Yin Zirua, aiming to turn him into mincemeat. Yin Zirua stepped with the golden rock steps, dodging through the man's flashing blades. His refusal to engage directly only fueled the man's rage. How dare you act recklessly in the Qin family? The man roared, unleashing a massive surge of energy. Following that, he slashed out dozens of golden blade lights towards Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua immediately activated the golden bell shield, blocking all the attacks. Another massive surge of energy erupted, but that wasn't all. Yin Zirua quickly leapt into the air, summoning 3 balls of fire in front of him. With a loud boom, the flames converged, exploding into a fiery green lotus. The dark red lotus bloomed like a specter from hell. Ah! Screams echoed in succession. With a single strike, Yin Zirua sent all 5 men flying, causing quite a commotion. Yin Zirua landed on the ground, the black scorch marks from the previous explosion still visible. At that moment, a girl who had been trembling under the eaves ran over. Hero, please save me. I don't want to be drained of blood by that old man. I don't want to become a dried-up corpse. The girl was shaking like a leaf. Hearing this, Yin Zirua, Xianxia, and the others frowned. What do you mean by draining blood? What exactly is going on? Yin Zirua asked. The girl wiped her tears and told them what had happened. It turned out that there was an elder in the Qin family. The girl didn't know what relationship this elder had with the Qin family. About half a month ago, the Qin family suddenly posted notices inviting young girls from nearby villages to work as maids in the mansion. Those who agreed would receive 100 taels of silver. The Qin family had always been a prestigious clan in town, and even working as a maid would ensure a life of comfort for poor girls. However, it wasn't long before people noticed something was wrong, as the girls who entered the mansion disappeared without a trace. Those who tried to seek justice were imprisoned. This was the real reason the town was sealed off. So, those girls were actually drained of blood? Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. Yes, because that old man needed to practice his martial arts? At that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread suddenly descended upon Yin Zirua and the others. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It's him. The girl trembled, as if seeing a demon. Yin Zirua shielded the girl behind him, looking at the approaching figure. The man was emaciated, but the terrifying power radiating from him was overwhelming. It seemed he was the elder. Are you the elder? Yin Zirua asked, staring at the figure. The elder looked at Yin Zirua and let out a strange laugh. Does it matter if I am or not? Yin Zirua felt a nauseating aura from the elder, one he was all too familiar with. It belonged to the Three Peaks cult. So, you're from the Three Peaks cult. Yin Zirua's eyes turned cold. You people are like maggots in a gutter, stinking up wherever you go. The elder stopped, his gaze falling on the girl. Hand the girl over to me, and I'll pretend you were never here, the elder said to Yin Zirua and the others. Surely, you wouldn't risk your lives for a mere stranger. At that moment, Xianxia and the others stepped forward, standing alongside Yin Zirua to shield the girl. This action infuriated the elder. You dare to interfere with my affairs? The elder charged forward. His face wore a cold smile as he looked at Yin Zirua with disdain. Today, I'll uphold justice and deal with you, old man. Yin Zirua charged forward, directly confronting the elder. The elder's face grew even angrier. The elder rushed towards Yin Zirua, his hand reaching out to grab him. Yin Zirua quickly backed away, but the elder's speed was astonishing, closing the distance in an instant. Seeing the elder's attack, Yin Zirua quickly retreated several steps to steady himself. Boy, if you have the guts, don't run. The elder charged again, this time even faster, quickly closing in on Yin Zirua. Seeing the elder before him, Yin Zirua no longer had any intention of retreating. In an instant, he swung his fist towards the elder. The elder quickly dodged, but Yin Zirua's fist carried a powerful force, striking the elder directly. The elder, however, showed no signs of injury, instead revealing a strange smile. You're not bad, but you're still too inexperienced to deal with me. The elder laughed again, his smile growing even wider. He felt a surge of excitement at the sight of Yin Zirua. This is a good opportunity to spar with me. The elder dusted off his clothes and charged again, his speed incredible as he reached Yin Zirua in an instant, grabbing him. Yin Zirua finally felt the pain, quickly drawing his sword. But the elder's speed was too fast, and Yin Zirua couldn't execute his sword techniques. He quickly backed away. However, the elder immediately closed the distance again, his hand suddenly exuding a dark, ominous aura. So you've also cultivated demonic arts, Yin Zirua sighed. What I practice is no concern of yours, the elder said, slapping his palm onto Yin Zirua, spreading the dark aura throughout his body. Chapter 657. Difficult to handle, the black fog. Yin Zirua felt as if his body was bound, struggling to move while the black fog tightly coiled around him. Seeing this, the little cat demon was also very anxious. He wanted to help, but if he intervened, he might also get trapped. Yin Zirua, are you all right? Do you need my help? The little cat demon's eyes showed a trace of worry, yet he hesitated, unsure whether to step in. Don't come over. The black fog will extend endlessly. Yin Zirua had already noticed that the black fog constantly surrounded him. Any slight movement would cause the fog to shift in that direction. If the little cat demon tried to help, the fog might latch onto him as well. That's why, when the little cat demon first considered helping, Yin Zirua immediately stopped him. Do you think this can hold me back? Suddenly, a golden light erupted from Yin Zirua's body, gradually eroding the black fog. What is this? The elder was astonished. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua to be so powerful. In an instant, the elder reappeared behind Yin Zirua, his palms once again releasing a surge of black fog, which he immediately directed at Yin Zirua. The black fog enveloped Yin Zirua once more, but the golden light on his body grew even brighter, slowly consuming the black fog. The elder then swiftly moved behind Yin Zirua again, delivering a powerful blow that sent Yin Zirua, already immobile, crashing to the ground. At this moment, Yin Zirua finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia, witnessing this, desperately wanted to help, but he knew it was not the right time to intervene. Yin Zirua struggled to his feet, the black fog on his body already dissipating. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Yin Zirua charged toward the elder. The elder, seeing Yin Zirua, was surprised that he could still stand after being struck. Did you not eat today? Such weak strength, Yin Zirua taunted harshly. This time, the elder was genuinely angered. He swiftly closed the distance to Yin Zirua, but this time, he missed. In response, Yin Zirua delivered a punch that landed squarely on the elder's abdomen. The elder felt a sharp pain, but instead of anger, a strange expression appeared on his face. The fist that hit his abdomen seemed to be sucked into his body. His body appeared like a dark void, and when Yin Zirua tried to pull back his hand, he found it firmly trapped. You probably don't know the power of my cultivation. Today, I'll show you what I'm capable of. In an instant, more black fog surged from his abdomen, spreading through Yin Zirua's arm and climbing up his body. Yin Zirua struggled to pull his hand free, but to no avail. Panicking, Yin Zirua knew the danger of the black fog. If he couldn't break free, he would be doomed. How could this be? Yin Zirua was shocked. He tried to move again, but still couldn't find a way out, watching helplessly as his hand was slowly consumed by the black fog. Today, I'll show you my true strength, the elder declared menacingly. The black fog once again enveloped Yin Zirua. Trapped in the black fog, Yin Zirua felt as if he were suffocating. But he knew he couldn't give up. He had to win. Surrender and die. Oh, and my black fog also has control powers. You'll become my puppet. The elder began to channel his energy, releasing more black fog from his body. The chilling aura of the black fog surrounded Yin Zirua completely. But Yin Zirua wasn't one to give up. In an instant, golden light surged from his body again, as if burning away the black fog. The black fog continued to rise, but Yin Zirua didn't give up. After a moment, the black fog was finally dispelled. At a loss, the elder watched as Yin Zirua approached. The elder crossed his fingers in front of his chest, and his hands transformed into a sharp sword. He wielded the sword, engaging Yin Zirua in direct combat. Both used swords, but there was a difference. Yin Zirua's weapon was a precious artifact, while the elder's was merely ordinary. When the two swords clashed, sparks flew. The elder realized his weapon was inferior and quickly withdrew it. Energy surged from the elder's body, growing stronger until it completely overwhelmed Yin Zirua. Feeling this pressure, Yin Zirua took a sharp breath. He hadn't expected the elder to hold back earlier. The elder pointed at a nearby boulder, which he then controlled, sending it flying toward Yin Zirua. Surprised by the weight of the stone, Yin Zirua managed to catch it with both hands. However, the sheer weight of the stone soon forced him to his knees. His body, already on the ground, was pressed further down, with only his head and the stone he was still holding visible. Drawing on his inner strength, Yin Zirua knew he had to use his chi to lift the stone. But the elder continued to exert pressure, making it nearly impossible for Yin Zirua to breathe. Realizing the elder's true strength was far above his own, Yin Zirua understood that the elder had been toying with him earlier. Now, the full force of the elder's power pressed down on him, leaving him unable to move. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Zirua finally managed to rise from the ground, still holding the stone, his body weighed down as if by 1,000 pounds. Chapter 658, Critical Moment, Choosing Soul Explosion. How could this be happening? The little Catyal looked grave, deeply concerned for Yin Zirua at this moment. This old man's cultivation is truly formidable, Xianxia remarked, shaking his head as he witnessed the scene. It was clear that the elder's cultivation far surpassed his own. If things continued this way, Yin Zirua would surely be injured. Little Catyal, let's work together to distract him, Xianxia suggested. Without hesitation, the two of them charged forward. The little Catyal, with her graceful figure, darted through the air like a beautiful shadow, arriving right in front of the elder. The elder, seeing the sudden appearance of the little Catyal, harbored malicious intentions. But before he could speak, the little Catyal's claws struck directly at his face. The sharp claws left the elder seething with anger, causing him to momentarily halt his assault. Unexpectedly, he quickly retaliated, his hand landing on the little Catyal's body. Despite her struggles, the little Catyal found herself immobilized. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yin Zirua managed to rise from the ground. As soon as he stood up, He saw the little cat Yao being captured, and without delay, he rushed over. Channeling his internal energy, it surged through his body, rapidly pushing his cultivation to its peak. Thunderbolt slash. A powerful sword aura shot toward the elder. The elder, seeing the incoming sword aura, was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua to still have the strength to resist at this moment. Observing Yin Zirua more closely, he realized that his opponent's power had increased twofold. I didn't expect you to still want to resist. Then let me make sure you can't resist anymore. With that, the elder approached Yin Zirua, clasping his hands together in front of his chest. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from him. Yin Zirua was immediately struck, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His vision began to blur as he looked at the elder. Realizing the dire situation, Yin Zirua knew that if things continued this way, their side would surely suffer. He needed to find a way to defeat the elder in front of him. However, with his current strength, it was impossible. System, is there any way to deal with him? Yin Zirua inquired within his mind. After a brief moment, a cold, electronic voice responded in his mind. Master, your current cultivation level is insufficient to defeat the elder. His strength is formidable. Even if you were to detonate your soul, it would not be enough to kill him. Hearing this, Yin Zirua was stunned. Detonating one's soul was a power that would lead to a cultivator's death, yet even such a power would not be enough to kill the elder. How could this be? Yin Zirua's eyes filled with doubt once more. Earlier, he had engaged in a brief battle with the elder. If what the system said was true, and detonating his soul couldn't kill the elder, then there was only one possibility. The elder had not yet unleashed his full power. At this thought, Yin Zirua was utterly shocked. The little cat Yao was now in the elder's grasp, and Yin Zirua had to save her. Without thinking further, he once again swung his sword. The thunderbolt transformed into a powerful sword aura that shot toward the elder. This sword aura was even stronger than before, and in an instant, it struck the elder's wrist. However, despite hitting the elder's wrist, it caused no damage. Normally, such an attack from Yin Zirua would at least sever the opponent's hand, but the elder showed no signs of injury. Yin Zirua was at a complete loss. Is there really no way? He continued to ask the system, desperate for a solution to save the little cat Yao. His strength is too great. Master, even if you were to detonate your soul, it would require at least 3 detonations to kill him. Hearing this, Yin Zirua was dumbfounded. 3 detonations? Normally, even detonating one's soul once would lead to certain death. Yin Zirua was no exception. Even if he were exceptionally strong, the outcome would still be the same. But, was this really the end? Yin Zirua refused to accept it. He truly refused to accept it. Yet, the little cat Yao's situation was critical. No matter what, he had to save her. Without hesitation, Yin Zirua charged toward the elder. The elder's face was filled with a sinister smile. As Yin Zirua grabbed the elder's hand, it felt like grasping a heavy iron bar. No matter how hard he squeezed, he couldn't exert any force. It's useless. You're no match for me, the elder sneered, his face brimming with arrogance. At that moment, the elder raised his blackened fist and struck Yin Zirua in the abdomen, sending him flying once again. The little cat Yao was frantic, but she was firmly held by the elder, making escape impossible. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua's situation was also perilous. Jun Qingjio quickly moved to the elder's rear, attempting to ambush him. But the elder's strength was overwhelming. As soon as Jun Qingjio approached, the elder unleashed a powerful aura, sending Jun Qingjio flying several meters away. Why is your strength so formidable? Jun Qingjio was astonished. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at the elder. He must have cultivated some demonic technique. Such techniques gradually consume one's consciousness but grant immense power in return. Yin Zirua observed the elder, who now appeared like a madman, his entire being radiating an eerie, terrifying aura. This energy was clearly not from a righteous sex technique. As the elder's aura grew stronger, Yin Zirua was at a complete loss. If he had any other options, he wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Yin Zirua, what should we do now? If this continues, the little cat Yao will surely be in danger, Jun Qingju said anxiously, his eyes filled with urgency. At this moment, Yin Zirua could only grit his teeth, his heart racing with desperation, yet he was utterly powerless. The elder gazed at the little cat Yao with a look of desire. Slowly lowering his head, he watched as the little cat Yao struggled fiercely, each attempt to escape only tightening his grip further. This old man's cultivation is simply too high, Jun Qingju sighed, shaking his head as he witnessed the scene. Indeed, the elder's cultivation was far above his own. If things continued like this, Yin Zirua would surely be injured. Little cat, let's work together to distract him. Before the words were even finished, the two figures dashed forward. The little cat's figure was graceful, a silhouette cutting through the air as she swiftly arrived before the elder. The elder, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the little cat Yao, harbored malicious intentions. However, before he could utter a word, the little cat Yao's sharp claws raked across his face. This strike angered the elder, causing him to immediately halt his pressure. Unexpectedly, one of his hands landed on the little cat Yao's body. She struggled, but her body seemed paralyzed, unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, Yin Zirua crawled up from the ground. As soon as he got up, he saw the little cat Yao being captured again. In a rush, he charged forward, his body surging with genuine energy. The energy coursed through him, and soon his cultivation reached its peak state. Thunderbolt slash. A sword aura flew directly towards the elder. The elder was slightly surprised by the incoming sword aura. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua to resist at this moment. Observing Yin Zirua now, he realized the young man's strength had doubled once again. Unexpectedly, you still want to resist. Then I'll make sure you can't. With that, the elder approached Yin Zirua, clasping his hands together in front of his chest. A tremendous power surged forth from his hands. At this moment, Yin Zirua spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision blurred as he looked at the elder. Yin Zirua knew the situation was dire. If it continued like this, they would surely suffer. He had to find a way to deal with the elder in front of him. But with his current strength, it was impossible. System, is there any way to deal with him? Yin Zirua inquired within his mind. After a while, a cold electronic voice resonated in his mind. Master, your current cultivation level is insufficient to deal with the elder. His strength is formidable. Even if you choose to explode your soul, you won't be able to kill him. Hearing this, Yin Zirua was stunned. Soul explosion was a power that would lead to a practitioner's death. Yet, even such a power couldn't kill the elder. How could this be? Yin Zirua's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Earlier, he had fought the elder briefly. If the system's assessment was correct and even soul explosion couldn't kill the elder, then there was only one possibility. The elder hadn't unleashed his full strength yet. Realizing this, Yin Zirua was utterly shocked. The little cat Yao was already in the elder's grasp, and now Yin Zirua had to save her. Without hesitation, he swung his sword again. The thunderbolt transformed into a sword aura that flew towards the elder. This sword aura was even stronger than before. In an instant, it struck the elder's wrist. Yet, despite hitting the elder's wrist, there was no visible damage. Normally, with such strength, Yin Zirua could at least sever the opponent's hand. But the elder seemed unharmed. Yin Zirua was completely at a loss. Is there really no way? He continued to ask the system, desperate for a solution to save the little cat demon. The opponent's strength is too formidable. Master, even if you choose to explode your soul, it would require at least 3 times to kill him. Hearing this, Yin Zirua was dumbfounded. 3 times? Normally, even a single soul explosion would lead to a practitioner's death. Yin Zirua was no exception. Even if he were exceptionally strong, the outcome would still be death. But, was it really over? Yin Zirua refused to accept it. He truly couldn't accept it. However, the situation with the little cat Yao was critical. No matter what, he had to save her. Without thinking further, Yin Zirua charged towards the elder. The elder's face was filled with a sinister smile. His smile was malevolent. As Yin Zirua approached, he grabbed the elder's hand, feeling as though he were gripping a heavy iron. When he squeezed, there was no sensation. His hand on the elder's wrist exerted no strength. "It's useless. You're no match for me." The elder's face still carried that strange smile, exuding a sense of smugness. At that moment, the elder raised his blackened fist and struck Yin Zirua's abdomen, sending him flying once again. The little cat Yao was extremely anxious, but she was already in the elder's grasp, making escape impossible. The situation was dire for Yin Zirua as well. Jun Qingjiao quickly moved to the elder's rear, attempting to ambush him. However, the elder's strength was formidable. As soon as Jun Qingjiao approached, the elder unleashed a surge of power, sending Jun Qingjiao flying several meters away. "Why is your strength so formidable?" Jun Qingjiao was astonished, his eyes filled with fear as he gazed at the elder. He must have cultivated some demonic technique. Such methods gradually erode his consciousness but grant him immense power, Yin Zirua observed. The elder appeared to be in a frenzy, his entire being radiating an aura of terror, clearly not the kind of energy used by orthodox sects. His aura grew increasingly intense, leaving Yin Zirua utterly at a loss for what to do. If he had any options, he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament. "Yin Zirua, what should we do now? If this continues, the little cat Yao will be in grave danger." Jun Qingjiao's eyes brimmed with urgency. Yin Zirua could only grit his teeth, his desperation mounting, yet he was truly out of options. The elder gazed at the little cat Yao with a hint of covetousness. Slowly lowering his head, the little cat Yao struggled frantically, but each attempt only tightened the elder's grip further. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua's situation was also perilous. Jun Qingjiao quickly moved to the elder's rear, attempting to ambush him. However, the elder's strength was formidable. As soon as Jun Qingjiao approached, the elder activated his power, and a strong aura emanated from him, sending Jun Qingjiao flying several meters away. "Why is your strength so powerful?" Jun Qingjiao was astonished, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at the elder. He must have cultivated some demonic technique. Such a technique gradually erodes his consciousness, but grants him immense power. Yin Zirua observed, noticing that the elder seemed like a madman, radiating a terrifying aura. This aura was clearly not from a righteous sect's technique. The elder's aura grew stronger. Yin Zirua truly didn't know what to do. If he had any options, he wouldn't have been reduced to this state. "Yin Zirua, what should we do now? If this continues, the little cat spirit will surely be in danger." Jun Qingjiao's eyes showed a hint of urgency, while Yin Zirua could only clench his teeth tightly. He was extremely anxious, but there was truly no way out. The elder gazed at the little cat demon before him, his eyes filled with desire. Slowly, he lowered his head, while the little cat demon struggled desperately, but each movement only tightened the elder's grip even more. Chapter 659. Agony and Despair, a grueling battle. If he continued to struggle, he might be crushed to death. "Let's charge at him together and fight." At that moment, two figures rushed toward the elder simultaneously, each unleashing their own techniques. Various attacks manifested from their bodies, but when these attacks struck the elder, they seemed like mere tickles. Jun Qingjiao quickly drew his long sword. His sword sliced through the air, leaving two crescent-shaped trails as it aimed for the elder. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua had also moved close to the elder. Instantly, his spatial prison unfolded, and the elder felt his body being restrained. The elder struggled fiercely, but it seemed futile. In a panic, he tossed the little cat demon to the side. The cat demon hit the ground heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Yin Zirua drew his sword and lunged straight toward the elder. The elder was shocked by the incoming sword. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua's speed to be so fast this time. The sword pierced through the air and struck the elder's chest. At first, the elder's face showed a hint of panic, but soon he smiled again. The spot where Yin Zirua had stabbed turned into a puff of black mist, leaving a gaping hole in his chest, as if leading to an endless void. The sword Xianxia had thrust and fell directly into the hole. How can this be? Xianxia was even more astonished. He had never seen such a body structure before. Let me try. Jun Qingjiu charged forward, and his sword also struck the elder's body, but the spot he hit turned into another dark void. What's going on? Now, I'll return everything to you. In an instant, all the power surged back toward Xianxia and Jun Qingjiu. The two of them spurted out blood once more. At this point, Xianxia realized the situation was dire. They had to eliminate the elder before them immediately. If they continued like this, all three of them might be injured. The longer they dragged this out, the worse it would be for them. They had to resolve the situation as soon as possible. But under the current circumstances, even if they wanted to act, they were physically incapable. And if they tried to retreat, it was almost impossible. The elder continued to approach step by step, and Xianxia was utterly panicked. In the past, he had always been like an older brother, someone everyone in the team could turn to for help. But now, even he didn't know what to do. Xianxia clenched his teeth. He suddenly remembered what the system had told him earlier. Soul Burst. But the system had also said that even if he used Soul Burst, it wouldn't be enough to kill the elder. So, what was the point of Soul Burst? Thinking this, Xianxia made up his mind. He had to make sure the elder died. He gathered all his strength, and an overwhelming aura emanated from his body. The little cat demon noticed the change. Xianxia, are you out of your mind? The cat demon's voice was filled with urgency. She hadn't expected Xianxia to consider using Soul Burst. She also knew that for a cultivator, using Soul Burst meant certain death. She wanted to stop him, but the intense pain in her body made it difficult to move. She crawled slowly toward Xianxia. Xianxia, why are you doing this? It's not worth it. Her crawling speed was painfully slow. With her severe injuries, every movement brought waves of pain. Jun Qingjiu, seeing this, was also greatly shocked. He hadn't expected Xianxia to go to such lengths. But Jun Qingjiu also knew that under the current circumstances, Soul Burst would be useless. There's no other way. Xianxia continued to gather power, while the elder across from him looked puzzled. Do you think Soul Burst can kill me? A single burst would barely tickle me. The elder smiled, not expecting Xianxia to be so stubborn as to resort to such a method. But he was confident in his own strength. No matter how many times Xianxia tried, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. At most, he'd suffer some injuries. Then I'll do it several times. At this moment, Xianxia charged directly toward the elder. The elder was slightly surprised by Xianxia's decisiveness. Then, Xianxia wrapped his arms around the elder's body. His energy continued to gather, and the elder finally felt fear. While a single burst might not kill him, it would definitely cause significant damage to his body. This was clearly not a good trade-off. The elder desperately tried to use his techniques to push Xianxia away, but Xianxia clung to him like a piece of sticky rice, refusing to let go. The elder summoned a large cloud of black mist, enveloping Xianxia, but it was too late. A surge of positive energy erupted from Xianxia's body, forming a massive bomb. Right next to the elder, Xianxia burst apart. Xianxia! The cat demon cried out in heart-wrenching despair. She hadn't managed to reach him in time. She watched as Xianxia exploded before her eyes, something she had never wanted to see. But there he was, using Soul Burst in front of her. Jun Qingjiu, witnessing this, also wept. Tears welled up in his eyes. He hadn't expected Xianxia to be such a noble and selfless person. Xianxia, why are you so foolish? Jun Qingjiu's voice trembled as he looked at Xianxia with deep pain in his heart. He couldn't believe Xianxia had done something so reckless. Xianxia. The cat demon stared at the rising dust. She saw that the elder was still standing, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. She knew the elder was injured, but both she and Jun Qingjiu were also severely hurt. Under the current circumstances, it was impossible for them to finish off the injured elder. Chapter 660. Overcoming 1,000 difficulties and hardships to achieve victory. I never expected there to be such a fool who actually thought a soul explosion could kill me, the elder said, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Within their group, Xianxia was the strongest. Now that she was gone, it meant these two were like lambs awaiting slaughter. You two should just surrender now. With Xianxia dead, what else can you do? The elder approached the cat spirit, who was still sobbing. Her eyes were filled with tears, not out of fear, but out of grief for Xianxia. She squinted, feeling a deep ache in her heart as she watched the situation unfold. Xianxia, why were you so foolish to do something like this? Her voice was hoarse, as if she couldn't believe how resolute Xianxia had been. Old bastard, I'll fight you to the death. The cat spirit rose, blood seeping from her claws. But before she could strike, the elder grabbed her hands. With a slight exertion of force, her arms were broken in an instant. Ah! The cat spirit screamed in pain. Meanwhile, Xianxia struggled to his feet, his eyes burning with fury as he charged at the elder. But with a single kick, the elder sent him flying. Although the elder was injured and his strength diminished, dealing with these two equally wounded opponents was still effortless. Now that Xianxia is gone, what can you do? The elder sneered, grabbing the cat spirit, his eyes returning to their usual lecherous gleam. Who said I'm gone? A cold voice echoed from behind the elder, causing him to tremble involuntarily. How are you still alive? The elder exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the figure. He had clearly witnessed the soul explosion, yet here she was, unscathed. Because I'm a ghost, here to claim your life. The cat spirit and Xianxia were equally shocked to see Xianxia, unsure of what had happened. Xianxia's lips curved into a faint smile, her eyes calm. Only she knew what had transpired. During the soul explosion, she had experienced the most excruciating pain of her life. Just as her body was about to dissipate, she activated the system. Using her points, she restored herself to peak condition, healing her injuries in the process. When Xianxia returned to the elder's side, he looked as if he had seen a vengeful spirit. She once again embraced him, and the elder was truly terrified, realizing how relentless she was. You were already injured earlier. Now, take another hit. She recalled the system's words. A single soul explosion wouldn't be enough to kill the elder. But now that he was wounded, another explosion would surely be fatal. With that, Xianxia's body erupted again, this time with even greater force. The overwhelming energy surged around her, all of it crashing into the elder, who spat out a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid dripped down his chin onto his clothes, but the elder still couldn't understand how Xianxia had reappeared. The cat spirit and Xianxia were stunned, having witnessed Xianxia's death and resurrection, only to see her die again. The back and forth left them bewildered, unsure whether to cry or not. Before long, Xianxia's figure reappeared, and the elder was utterly terrified. He had seen reckless fighters, but none as relentless as Xianxia. Once again, she embraced him, and the elder was filled with dread. If she exploded again, he would surely die. You lunatic, get away from me. Dark energy surged from the elder, enveloping Xianxia in black mist, but her light persisted, slowly consuming the darkness. The elder was truly frightened now. One soul explosion he could handle, but this was the third. If he took another hit, he would perish. Panicking, he mustered his strength to push her away, but she clung to him like glue. Xianxia's power continued to grow, reaching a critical point. The elder was consumed by fear, knowing her strength wasn't insignificant. All the energy converged on her, and her aura grew even stronger. At the peak of her power, her body seemed on the verge of exploding. Yet, even then, a serene smile remained on her face, one that filled the elder with dread. He knew the destructive power she wielded, and if it unleashed, he would die. You lunatic, stop! But would Xianxia stop? Of course not. After two soul explosions, she was far stronger than before. Her body erupted once more, and she immediately called upon the system to exchange her points for healing. In the next moment, she was alive again. This time, however, the elder wasn't so lucky. After repeated soul explosions, he was finally obliterated, his blood splattering everywhere, his body vanishing without a trace. Yin Zirua's wounds were mostly healed. She then turned to the others, noticing the severe injuries of the cat spirit and Jun Qingjio. She also spotted Jian Xiaoyao and Jian Piaomiao, who, though not directly involved in the battle with the elder, were also gravely injured, perhaps the most among everyone. Chapter 661. Encountering Battle, the Invasion of Shadow Assassins. Returning to the Cloud Mist Valley once again, Yin Zirua found herself thinking about the debt of gratitude she still owed to the reclusive alchemists. She had yet to repay them, yet now she had to trouble them once more. However, there was no other choice. After all, the injuries sustained by Jian Piaomiao and Jian Xiaoyao were severe. If they were left untreated, it could lead to disastrous consequences. But as soon as they arrived at the outskirts of Cloud Mist Valley, Yin Zirua and her companions discovered that the valley's barrier had been breached. Inside, there seemed to be a cacophony of noises, as if something had happened. So this is the legendary Cloud Mist Valley, home to the reclusive alchemists. I've only heard of it in legends, Jun Qingjie remarked, gazing at the valley before them. However, he also sensed an odd aura. The tranquil valley, which should have been free of any abnormalities, now seemed to be permeated with a scent of blood. I feel it too, Yin Zirua said, her expression grave. She sensed that something bad had occurred inside. After all, the last time she was here, she had personally opened the barrier. Now, it seemed as if some external force had violently broken through it. We should hurry in and take a look, Yin Zirua immediately suggested. Speculating here was useless. Only by entering and seeing for themselves could they understand what had happened. As soon as they stepped into the valley, Yin Zirua saw several people lying on the ground. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be members of the reclusive alchemist clan, with medicinal baskets scattered nearby. What exactly happened here? The little cat Yao asked fearfully, instinctively feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. I don't know. We need to go further in. Hurry. Yin Zirua quickened her pace, and the others quickly followed. As they moved forward, they witnessed a chaotic battle unfolding. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that members of the reclusive alchemist clan were being slaughtered by black-clad figures. Those people seemed to be from the Shadow Assassin Alliance. How did they end up here? Jun Qingjie exclaimed in shock. A masked black-clad figure was raising his weapon high, preparing to strike at a group of children who appeared to be mere teenagers. Yin Zirua's anger flared. She recalled how the Shadow Assassin Alliance was said to be ruthless and merciless, even towards the elderly and children. It seemed that the Shadow Assassin Alliance had invaded the reclusive alchemist clan. Although the reason was unclear, saving lives was the priority now. Yin Zirua soared into the air, and in an instant, she unleashed a burst of crimson flames. The flames exploded near the black-clad figure, the shockwave knocking him back. The black-clad man, injured by Yin Zirua's flames, spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering internal damage. He looked up at Yin Zirua. Who dares to ambush me? The black-clad man snarled. His voice attracted reinforcements, and soon several other black-clad figures surrounded them. It seemed the Shadow Assassin Alliance had sent a significant number of men. Yin Zirua had already owed the reclusive alchemists a debt of gratitude, and now the Shadow Assassin Alliance was mercilessly slaughtering them, fueling her anger. She never expected these heretics to be so devoid of humanity. It seemed her mission to purge them was just. Finding leads had been difficult, but now that they had stumbled upon this situation, it was time to send these minions straight to hell. Little cat Jun Qingjie, go check if anyone needs assistance. Leave these men to me, Yin Zirua said. Are you sure you can handle them? Little cat Yao asked, a bit worried. After all, Yin Zirua had just been through a tough battle and might not be in top form to take on multiple opponents. Of course, no problem, Yin Zirua urged. There are a few young ones over there who have passed out. Check if they're still breathing. Earlier, Yin Zirua had noticed that there were about 5 or 6 of them. The strongest among them was only at the 8th rank of true god. For Yin Zirua, dealing with him would be a piece of cake. Be careful then, Jun Qingju said, not wasting any more words. He and little Cat Yao went to tend to the wounded, leaving the black-clad men to Yin Zirua. The black-clad men quickly surrounded her, forming a formation that trapped Yin Zirua within. Yin Zirua could feel the dark energy swirling within the formation. It seemed the Shadow Assassin Alliance, like the Three Peaks cult, practiced dark arts that felt deeply unsettling. These dark arts were powerful but came at a cost. The practitioners likely bore physical deformities from their training, a price they paid for their pursuit of power. Yet, despite this, they could not resist their desire for strength, which explained why these heretics were fundamentally insane. This guy just said he could take us all on by himself. Let's show him the might of the Shadow Assassin Alliance. The leader of the black-clad men hissed, his eyes fixed on Yin Zirua with a sinister glare. In an instant, their bodies glowed with a purplish-black light, a sight that filled those nearby with unease. The next moment, a massive beam of light shot skyward, directly targeting Yin Zirua. But Yin Zirua's golden bell shield of the poison needle activated instantly. The beam collided with the shield, creating a massive shockwave that sent the black-clad men flying back several meters. Impressive. He's got some skill, the leader of the black-clad men said, surprised by Yin Zirua's strength. He had sensed that Yin Zirua was only at the 4th rank of true god, yet here she was, still standing strong against him, a true god of the 8th rank. It seemed she had some tricks up her sleeve. Now it's my turn, Yin Zirua said coldly, her gaze sweeping over them. She leapt into the air, wielding the Thuishin Ruichi, and with a casual swing, sent several beams of fire toward them. The beams converged into a larger flame, the shockwave wrapping around and burning the men. It's hot. It's scorching, they screamed, writhing on the ground as the demon smoke flames engulfed them. After all, this was the purest form of flame, refined through calligraphy, different from ordinary fire. Not only did it burn, but it also absorbed their spiritual energy. The pain inflicted by the intense flames was 100 times more intense than that of ordinary fire, and within a minute, these men would be reduced to ashes. The only one who managed to dodge was the leader of the black-clad men, as his rank was significantly higher than the others. He was dumbfounded. Yin Zirua's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 662. Internal conflict in the valley. Another wave arises. This is impossible. You're only at the 4th level of true god. The leader of the black-clothed assassins was already seething with anger. Yet, this Yin Zirua, a mere 4th-level true god, had instantly caused him to lose several brothers at the 6th and 7th levels of true god. Now, he no longer wished to continue this entanglement with Yin Zirua. Having witnessed his strength, it was best to eliminate this dangerous individual as quickly as possible. Summon, Black Soul Beast. The ground shook violently. A massive black wolf-like beast materialized on the nearby empty ground. However, it wasn't exactly a wolf, as its body was far larger than any ordinary wolf. Moreover, Yin Zirua could sense the dark energy emanating from its body. Called for backup, have you? Yin Zirua remained unperturbed. It was just a summoning spell, something he had seen before. But suddenly, his expression grew serious. He could feel the overwhelming dark energy emanating from the wolf-like beast. The immense dark power surged outward like a howling gale, spreading around the beast. The air carried a faint, cold, and putrid stench, an unpleasant sensation that came with the dark energy itself. Yin Zirua gripped the sword formed from his soul-calming and will-fulfilling ruler, his eyes fixed intently on the wolf-like beast before him. At the same time, his body radiated intense heat, as if he were a blazing golden crow, burning fiercely. Within his tense frame, a formidable power was brewing, deeply concealed within his body, waiting for the right moment to burst forth. Yin Zirua and the wolf-like beast were both biding their time. To the beast, Yin Zirua was also a formidable predator. The air was deathly silent, yet fraught with hidden danger. Once the silence was broken, it might be the moment of instant death. In an instant, the wolf-like beast lunged at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately activated his golden rock step, shifting his position to evade the beast's attack. But then, the beast let out a roar, and from its gaping maw, it unleashed a purple energy blast that hurtled toward Xianxia. Xianxia dodged, but the ground where the blast landed was scorched black. At that moment, the wolf-like beast seemed to split into countless phantoms. Just illusions, Xianxia snorted coldly, ready to discern the true body by sensing its power. But to his astonishment, all the phantoms felt equally powerful. How could this be? In the split second of his hesitation, the black soul beast pounced and knocked him to the ground. A revolting stench assaulted his senses. Xianxia was shocked. He tried to activate his techniques, but found himself completely suppressed by the wolf-like beast. At the critical moment, a flash of white light appeared. It was none other than the two-winged snow tiger. "Master, I'm here to help you." For convenience, Xianxia had previously shrunk the two-winged snow tiger and placed it within the universe lotus pagoda. Now, sensing Xianxia's peril, the two-winged snow tiger emerged on its own to save him. "It's you." Xianxia was both surprised and delighted. Unexpectedly, it was the two-winged snow tiger that saved his life in this dire moment. With the two-winged snow tiger engaging the wolf-like beast, it unleashed its full power. As a beast king, its aura was no less intimidating than the wolf-like beast. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxia swung his sword and decapitated the wolf-like beast. With its head severed, the beast disintegrated into ashes, and the black-clothed leader who had summoned it was left severely injured. "Go to hell. Repent for your sins," Xianxia bellowed. In the next moment, a burst of earth fire green lotus erupted, reducing the black-clothed leader to ashes. Xianxia panted, his energy significantly depleted from the intense battle. Having dealt with the beast, he continued deeper into the valley. Suddenly, a group of people approached from ahead. Curious, Xianxia wondered who they were. As they drew closer, he realized they were also from the Shadow Assassins Alliance. At that moment, a scarred man stepped forward. His face was marked by a large scar, and he appeared robust, dragging a massive blade in his hand. Xianxia glanced at him and deduced that this scarred man must be their leader. The heavy blade seemed too cumbersome for him to lift, leaving deep marks on the ground as he dragged it along. "Since you're here, let me, Scarface, have a go at you," the scarred man said, raising his heavy blade and slashing toward Xianxia. Startled by the sudden attack, Xianxia realized he had barely laid eyes on the man before being targeted. However, knowing they were from the Shadow Assassins Alliance, he held no mercy. With a swift step, he closed the distance to the scarred man. Scarface glared at Xianxia with fury, swinging his blade down. At the same time, Xianxia raised his sword, which instantly traced a sharp arc through the air. "You're strong, but what good is brute strength alone?" With that, Xianxia dashed forward, his sword slicing downward in an instant. The blade struck Scarface's skin, but to Xianxia's shock, not a single mark appeared. "How could this be? Forgot to tell you, I'm a physical cultivator. Your weapon is useless against me," Scarface said with a smirk, revealing his true nature. Xianxia now understood that Scarface was a formidable opponent. Xianxia knew what a physical cultivator was, a practitioner who focused on body techniques, excelling in martial skills but lacking in spells. Calm and composed, Xianxia looked at Scarface without any emotion. He knew that while Scarface relied on his physical prowess, there must be a way to counter him. He just needed to stay calm. Taking a few steps back, Xianxia focused on finding Scarface's weakness. Though Scarface's entire body seemed impenetrable, Xianxia believed there had to be a chink in his armor. At that moment, Scarface launched the first attack, raising his blade once more and slashing toward Xianxia. Xianxia blocked with his sword, but the impact from the heavy blade nearly shattered his grip. His eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected Scarface's strength to be so overwhelming. Chapter 663. Mysterious Opponent, the Body Cultivator. It was his first time encountering a body cultivator, and he hadn't expected them to be so formidable. As he pondered, Xianxia once again positioned himself behind Scarface. Xianxia's speed was exceptionally fast. By the time he reached Scarface's back, Scarface hadn't even reacted yet. At that moment, Xianxia drew his sword and thrust it forward. The sword struck Scarface's body, and only then did Scarface slowly turn around. To his surprise, his sword had inflicted no damage at all. Scarface's body remained unharmed. Seeing this, Xianxia was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't expected Scarface's strength to be so formidable. What's going on here? Xianxia found it hard to believe. Even an ordinary body cultivator shouldn't have a body that hard. In an instant, he fell into deep thought, trying to figure out what was going on with Scarface. Eventually, he arrived at a conclusion. Scarface must have been practicing body cultivation and had also trained in body-enhancing techniques. The combination of these two factors made his body so resilient. Could this be the legendary bone shield? Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. He had never imagined the man before him could be so powerful. Looking at everything in front of him, Xianxia suddenly felt uneasy. "You can't beat me. Just give up," Scarface said with a disgusting smile, his fat seemingly concentrated on his face. As he opened his mouth, one could see a few yellowed teeth. His expression even made the little cat demon behind him shudder. "Whether I can beat you or not isn't up to you to decide," Xianxia said as he took several steps back. In that moment, he quickly began forming hand seals, and soon several fireballs flew directly towards Scarface's body. He knew that relying on weapons or brute strength alone, he wouldn't be a match for Scarface. But if he used spells, he might have a chance. As the group of fireballs flew toward him, Scarface immediately felt the pain. So this guy's only physically defensive, not magically defensive, Xianxia muttered, his eyes lighting up with a peculiar glint. Seeing Scarface in pain, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he launched a few more fireballs, which quickly surrounded Scarface. After observing for a while, Xianxia realized that although the fireballs could cause some damage, they still couldn't threaten Scarface's life. Such attacks could at most make Scarface feel a bit of pain. Seeing this, Xianxia lowered his head. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so strong. At the same time, Xianxia took several steps back. He needed to find a way to deal with Scarface quickly. If this dragged on, it would definitely be disadvantageous for them. Moreover, Xianxia had other concerns. He feared that something might have happened to the Saintess Wuxia. He needed to resolve this situation quickly and go find her. After some thought, Xianxia began scanning Scarface's body, eventually discovering a fatal weakness: his eyes. Although his body was incredibly tough, his eyes had no protection whatsoever. At this realization, Xianxia couldn't help but smile subtly. "I've finally found your weakness. Now, let me show you what I'm capable of." With that, Xianxia charged forward, his sword aimed directly at Scarface's eyes. Seeing Xianxia attack his eyes, Scarface quickly raised his hands to shield them. At that moment, Xianxia realized he had struck Scarface's hand. Xianxia quickly stepped back, then gathered all his strength into his sword once more. The sword thrust forward again, and this time it made contact with Scarface's face. However, Scarface's strength was immense. The moment their weapons clashed, he knocked Xianxia's sword away, and a wave of pain shot through Xianxia's hand. "Even if you found my weakness, what good will it do? Do you really think you can defeat me with your strength?" Scarface mocked Xianxia, and at that moment, Xianxia finally felt a surge of anger. He hadn't expected Scarface to be so strong. Despite discovering his weakness, he still couldn't land a decisive blow. "I refuse to believe this." Xianxia got back up, his competitive spirit ignited. Charging toward Scarface, his sword swung through the air, and Thunderclap / transformed into 3 streaks of sword energy, flying towards Scarface from 3 different directions. At this moment, Scarface seemed flustered. He could withstand attacks, but with 3 attacks coming from different directions, defending would be extremely difficult. Yin Zerua's face lit up with a smile. Scarface first blocked 1 attack with his left hand, then another with his right, and finally, the 3rd attack was stopped at his chest. Yin Zerua clearly saw Scarface's movements, but in the next second, he surged forward like a gale, directly in front of Scarface. His sword thrust towards Scarface's eyes, and at that moment, Scarface let out a blood-curdling scream. "No!" Scarface cried out, shocked by Yin Zerua's sudden speed. Bright red blood spurted from Scarface's eyes. At that moment, Scarface tried to retaliate, only to realize he was completely blind. Yin Zerua, feeling triumphant, hadn't expected it to be so easy. Then, he advanced once more, raising his sword and thrusting it towards Scarface's head. The sword pierced through Scarface's skull, and blood exploded out. Body cultivators required absolute focus, and with their eyes destroyed, the bone shield naturally fell apart. This was only natural. "Done," Yin Zerua said, feeling a bit more relaxed. At that moment, the little cat demon ran over to Yin Zerua. Just as Yin Zerua was about to rest, he suddenly remembered the Saintess Wuxia. The shadow assassins were wreaking havoc in the valley, and he feared for her safety. "Little cat demon, tend to the injured here first. I'm going to check on the Saintess Wuxia," Yin Zerua said before rushing toward the Saintess's residence. As soon as he arrived at the Saintess's residence, he was stunned by the scene. The Saintess Wuxia was holding her weapon, facing off against 5 members of the shadow assassins. The 5 men stood before her, clearly preparing to attack. "I advise you to give up. I will never submit to you," the Saintess said, her voice filled with determination to die. She looked at these men with utter disgust. If not for these people, their tribe would have remained peaceful. But their arrival had brought danger to their tribe. "You don't have a choice now," one of them said with a smirk, and in an instant, they charged toward the Saintess. Yin Zerua, seeing this, felt a sense of impending doom. With the fastest speed he could muster, Yin Zerua reached the Saintess's side. Then, he threw his sword, and at that moment, 5 streaks of sword energy flew toward the 5men. The next second, all 5 men fell to the ground. Their abilities were no match for Yin Zerua at this stage. They were nothing more than easy kills, providing him with experience points. Yin Zerua looked at Wuxia, the Saintess, at this moment, and felt a deep sense of pity. He had never expected that Wuxia, the Saintess, alone here, would suffer such severe injuries. Seeing the wounds on her body, he felt a pang of heartache. "Are you all right?" But just as he asked, it seemed that one of the men on the opposite side was still alive. As he got up, he threw a white pill towards Yin Zerua. Suddenly, a sword aura flashed in Yin Zerua's hand, and at that moment, the pill was directly shattered in midair. Following that, a large amount of white powder dispersed from the pill. Realizing something was wrong, Yin Zerua quickly covered his mouth and nose. Meanwhile, the Saintess Wuxia had already fainted, and the medicinal gas from the pill was inhaled directly by her. After inhaling the gas, Wuxia's entire body began to heat up. Yin Zerua also noticed something was amiss and, after sniffing the air, instantly realized the problem. "I never thought these people would be so despicable to use such a drug on her." Yin Zerua knew exactly what it was, a substance that could stimulate one's desires. While Yin Zerua was still thinking, Wuxia had already embraced him. Yin Zerua felt his thoughts starting to spiral out of control. "Calm down." Yin Zerua tried to make Wuxia calm down, but at that moment, he accidentally felt her pulse. This wasn't an ordinary aphrodisiac. Wuxia's meridians were extremely unstable. Could it be that once someone inhales this drug, if it isn't resolved, they will explode from within? Faced with this situation, Yin Zerua himself didn't know what to do. And then, Wuxia became even more unrestrained, directly tearing at Yin Zerua's clothes. "Please help me." Wuxia's voice was extremely pitiful, her tender voice instantly stirring Yin Zerua's heart. Looking at the sky, Yin Zirua knew that if he didn't help Wuxia, she might really die. Yin Zirua couldn't care about anything else anymore. In an instant, it felt like the entire world had stopped, and he slowly closed his eyes. On the other side, the Cloud Mist Valley Master came out and happened to meet the little cat demon and the others treating the wounded. "Did you save our people?" the Valley Master asked. "Yes, but the person who brought us here, we don't know where he went now," Jun Qingju said helplessly. "Where had Yin Zirua gone? In any case, I am the leader of the Pharmacist clan and the Valley Master of Cloud Mist Valley. If not for you, our clan might have been wiped out today," the Valley Master said gravely. "You are the Valley Master? Then please ask someone to help us treat our two friends," the little cat demon quickly said upon hearing he was the Valley Master. By now, Jin Piaomiao and Jin Xiaoyao were still on the brink of death. Yes, when Yin Zirua arrived, he brought two people with him. Both of them seemed to be seriously injured, and his main purpose for coming was to heal them. "Take me to those two people, and I will treat them now," the Valley Master agreed immediately upon hearing this. The Valley Master's attendant was quite surprised. He hadn't expected the Valley Master to be willing to treat the patients personally. Chapter 664. A gentleman's promise is not easily broken. "All right, I'll take you there right now." With that, the little cat Yao quickly led the Valley Master to find Sword Xiao Yao and Sword Piao Miao. The Valley Master then had them escorted to the medical room. At this moment, both Piao Miao and Xiao Yao were wrapped in bandages, and their complexion looked extremely poor. Although Yin Zirua had initially used pills to sustain their lives, their condition had reached the point of imminent collapse. Seeing this situation, the Valley Master immediately sensed something was wrong. He had to treat these two men as quickly as possible. He motioned for the attendants to leave and quickly took out his silver needles. The silver needles slid through his hands, and in an instant, 3 needles were swiftly inserted into the bodies of Xiao Yao and Piao Miao. Following that, he took out several more needles, which were all inserted into their bodies in a matter of moments. And then, a miraculous event occurred. The two men, who had been lying unconscious, suddenly opened their eyes. The Valley Master quickly gestured for them to stay still and then retrieved 2 pills from his medicinal supplies, feeding them to the two men. "I have already treated your injuries. Do not move during this time. The most important thing now is for you to rest and recover." As the Valley Master spoke, his eyes carried a hint of confidence. He was very confident in his medical skills, believing that healing the two men would be no problem at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, with Yin Zirua. After some time had passed, the Snow Saintess had regained consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yin Zirua beside her. "It's you. Why are you here?" At this moment, Yin Zirua's upper body was bare, revealing his well-defined muscles. The Snow Saintess, upon waking, realized her hand was resting on his body. The Snow Saintess let out a scream upon seeing Yin Zirua, and only then did she recall what had happened earlier. "Earlier, you were poisoned by them, and the poison was of a kind that induces lust," Yin Zirua quickly explained, and the Snow Saintess's face was filled with embarrassment. She had never imagined she would do such a thing. After all, she was a saintess, and her pure, untainted body had been taken by Yin Zirua. "You scoundrel, how could you do this to me?" The Snow Saintess spoke with great grievance, her emotions on the verge of breaking into tears. "I didn't want to do that to you either, but you were poisoned. If I didn't help you, you would have died from it. Do you want to die?" Yin Zirua stammered, trying to justify himself. Yin Zirua bluntly stated the situation, as he had only intended to help the Snow Saintess detoxify. But the Snow Saintess wasn't interested in explanations. She slapped Yin Zirua across the face. As she struck, she realized she had no strength left, and a dull ache spread throughout her body. "You should save your strength," Yin Zirua said, recalling the events with a look of helplessness. "Then I'll just die for you," the Snow Saintess declared, seeing no other way to deal with Yin Zirua. She immediately ran toward a nearby wall to hurl herself against it. Seeing this, Yin Zirua quickly stepped in front of her. Instead of hitting the wall, the Snow Saintess found herself in Yin Zirua's embrace. Let me die, please. I have no face to live in this world anymore. The Snow Saintess's eyes were red, truly ashamed of what had happened the previous night. Stop acting out, okay? If I've done that to you, then I will take responsibility, Xianxia said, pulling the Snow Saintess into his arms. At this moment, the Snow Saintess looked at Xianxia and felt a new emotion stirring within her. Are you serious? The Snow Saintess asked, half believing, unsure if Xianxia was sincere. Don't worry, I will take responsibility, and I'll take you away from here, Xianxia said again with firm resolve, and the Snow Saintess looked at him, sensing his words were not false. You'll take me away? The Snow Saintess asked, puzzled. Xianxia nodded, his eyes once again filled with determination. Don't worry, a gentleman's promise is not easily broken. I will not go back on my word. Xianxia looked at the sky. Although this was not something he had intended, it was something he had done, and he had to take responsibility for the Snow Saintess. Oh, I also need to go see the little cat spirit for a bit. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to recall something important. Indeed, he needed to hurry to the little cat's location. Although the matter there had been resolved, he couldn't be sure if members of the Shadow Kill Alliance would appear again. Stay here and wait for me, Xianxia said, patting the Snow Saintess's head. But at this moment, the Snow Saintess suddenly felt a resistance and took several steps back. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, the Snow Saintess grabbed his hand. No, I have to go with you. The Snow Saintess was very afraid Xianxia would run away, especially after what he had done to her. She had to keep a close eye on him. Then come with me, Xianxia said, taking the Snow Saintess's hand and heading in another direction. The little cat spirit and the others remained in their original spot, and Xianxia quickly reached their location. The little cat first looked at the unexpected Snow Saintess with some confusion, but upon seeing Xianxia beside her, she said nothing. The little cat first looked at the unexpected Snow Saintess with some confusion, but upon seeing Xianxia beside her, she said nothing. Shadow Kill Alliance members also appeared near the Snow Saintess, so I brought her here, Xianxia explained. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat nodded, and Xianxia noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yelled nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat yell nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the battlefield. The little cat Yao nodded, and Yanzi Ruan noticed that there were many injured people on the. Their injuries varied. Some were seriously hurt, while others were only slightly injured, but fortunately, no one's life was in danger. The little cat Yao had already treated many of the wounded, and others had arrived to assist. By the way, who here is the most seriously injured? Yanzi Ruan asked the little cat Yao. The little cat Yao glanced around and then shook her head helplessly. She found that although these people were all quite injured, none of their conditions were life-threatening. After she had bandaged them, they were basically out of danger. Chapter 665. Take Wuxia and leave the medicinal valley. I've already checked on them. Most of their injuries aren't life-threatening, so it's pretty much safe here now, the little cat demon explained, glancing around. Yanzi Ruan nodded. At this moment, he also wanted to go back and ask the valley master what was going on. The situation here had become somewhat dangerous, and he assumed the valley master would know what was happening. Yanzi Ruan quickly returned to the Cloud Mist Valley, accompanied by the holy maiden Wuxia and the little cat demon. Upon seeing the Valley Master, the latter immediately guessed Xianxia's identity. Are you the one who brought them here? Thank you so much for today. The Valley Master expressed his gratitude to Xianxia. Please don't say that. It's what I should have done. Valley Master, do you know what those people's ultimate goal was? Xianxia's eyes were filled with confusion, as he genuinely didn't understand why the Shadowkill Alliance had come at this time. In fact, their arrival didn't surprise me, the clan leader said, which instantly left Xianxia puzzled. If the clan leader said this, then there was only one explanation. They had known beforehand that the Shadowkill Alliance might come. There are many rare flowers and herbs here, most of which are treasures of heaven and earth. If they could be refined into pills, they would be of the highest quality, the clan leader explained, his tone tinged with helplessness. At this point, Xianxia finally understood the reason. Their main goal was those treasures of heaven and earth. Fortunately, you were here to stop it from happening, the clan leader said, his voice filled with gratitude, to which Xianxia merely waved his hand lightly. You are now our savior, the one who saved our pharmacist clan. The clan leader's eyes still showed gratitude, but Xianxia remained indifferent, as if it were nothing. Although he had saved them, he didn't think much of it. It's just a small matter, Xianxia said calmly, his eyes showing a hint of tranquility. Suddenly, he changed the subject. By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to ask the clan leader for help with. As he spoke, Xianxia's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He wasn't sure if the clan leader would help him with this request. Just say it, the clan leader replied. Since Xianxia had already saved their entire clan, if there was anything they could do to help, they would certainly do so. I was saved by the holy maiden Wuxia, so this time, I want to take her with me to help out, Xianxia stated his intention. Although this was a hastily concocted excuse, the clan leader still hesitated upon hearing it. That might not be appropriate. The clan leader felt that this request was a bit problematic. The holy maiden Wuxia had rarely left their clan, and Xianxia suddenly wanting to take her away was unexpected. I just want her help. There's no other intention, Xianxia quickly explained, fearing that the clan leader might have ill thoughts about him due to the holy maiden's beauty. But the clan leader was about to say more when the holy maiden Wuxia stepped forward behind him. I am willing to go with him. The holy maiden's voice was cold, and Xianxia immediately looked over. At this moment, the holy maiden's face remained expressionless, as cold as ever, like frost. In fact, she knew Xianxia was lying, but she still wanted to help him out. Are you sure? The clan leader asked slowly, finding it hard to believe the holy maiden would say such a thing. I am certain. Wuxia's voice was melodious as she agreed to go with Xianxia. Moreover, they helped our secluded pharmacist clan. We should repay the favor, shouldn't we? Although the clan leader was reluctant, he eventually agreed. After packing their belongings, the two prepared to leave, with the little cat demon standing beside Xianxia. Why are you taking her with you? She doesn't seem willing at all, the little cat demon muttered, puzzled as to why Xianxia was doing this. Just be quiet. She might hear you. Xianxia didn't want to engage with the little cat demon and simply glanced at the holy maiden Wuxia. At this moment, the holy maiden was indeed very beautiful. As he looked at her, his eyes showed a hint of emotion. In fact, that day, he hadn't meant to do what he did. If it weren't for her poison, he would never have dishonored such a beautiful woman. But the situation had been too urgent, and he had no choice but to act that way, which had led to the holy maiden still harboring misunderstandings about him. Let's just keep moving forward, Xianxia said, and everyone in the group responded, except for the holy maiden Wuxia, who remained silent. Do you have any objections? Xianxia asked the holy maiden, wondering why she wasn't responding. No, was the simple reply, but the coldness in that one word pierced Xianxia's heart. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't understand why the holy maiden was so cold toward him. Can you smile? Don't always keep a straight face. It'll make you age faster, Xianxia tried to make a joke, but the holy maiden remained expressionless, merely staring ahead. Let me tell you, Xianxia, if it weren't for the poison that day, Do you think I would have let you do that to me? The holy maiden's voice carried a hint of anger. Every time she thought of that day, her eyes filled with humiliation. She had desperately wanted to control her body, but at that moment, it felt like she was out of control, pressing herself against him. I'll tell you this, Yin Zirua, even if you've taken my body, you'll never have my heart. As the holy maiden spoke, she walked forward again, leaving Yin Zirua standing in place, unable to understand why she was saying such things. In fact, he had no feelings for the holy maiden initially, but after that incident, a trace of tenderness appeared in his eyes, and it belonged to the holy maiden before him. Don't walk so fast. Yin Zirua hurried to catch up, but at that moment, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Yin Zirua's eyes darted around, but he couldn't detect anything unusual until a dark shadow appeared in front of him, revealing the source of the disturbance. Chapter 666, Shadow Kill Alliance, Delivering a Challenge. You are from the Shadow Kill Alliance. Yin Zirua suddenly recognized the group before her and immediately became vigilant. The aura of these individuals was identical to that of previous members of the Shadow Kill Alliance. Yin Zirua was certain she could not be mistaken. What do you want here? She asked again. The group remained silent, but then a man suddenly stepped forward from behind the black-clad figures. As Yin Zirua sensed the man's cultivation, a spark of light flashed in her eyes. She realized that the previous individuals were mere underlings, and this man was likely their true leader. If it's a fight you're after, I'll gladly oblige, Yin Zirua said as she unsheathed her sword. With the weapon in hand, two streams of sword energy shot forth. However, it seemed the other side had no intention of fighting, as they quickly waved their hands to signal a ceasefire. This only deepened Yin Zirua's confusion. She couldn't understand why they were signaling her to stop. What else do you want? She asked, puzzled. In fact, we're not here to fight. We've come to deliver a challenge, the man replied, his eyes glinting with a hint of a smile. He stared at Yin Zirua, seemingly struck by some unusual emotion. A challenge? What do you mean? Yin Zirua wondered what the Shadow Kill Alliance was plotting this time, but she knew there must be some scheme behind this. Our leader has long been aware of you. This time, he sent us to negotiate with you. Since you've been seeking us out, why not settle things with a duel on a stage? The man's face twisted into a strange smile, and Yin Zirua was taken aback by their actions. He never expected that a cult organization like the Shadow Kill Alliance would hold such a fair arena, which left him momentarily incredulous. Just tell me if you're coming or not, the man said, his eyes glinting with an odd smile, leaving Yin Zirua momentarily at a loss. He couldn't figure out what the other party was up to, so he was unsure whether to go or not. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? The man taunted Yin Zirua with a smirk in his eyes. Of course, I have no fear. I just don't know if you've set a trap there waiting for me. Yin Zirua had considered the situation carefully. He knew that going could very well be like walking into a tiger's den. However, he had been battling the Shadow Kill Alliance all along, and this was such a good opportunity that if he didn't seize it, he would be wasting a golden chance. Rest assured, the arena we set up there will be absolutely fair. The man continued to smile as he spoke, and Yin Zirua, realizing there was no other choice, decided to proceed. Where is the location? We'll go. Yin Zirua accepted the invitation, knowing that they had to go this time. If they didn't, all their efforts might be in vain. Wait for you at Invisible Peak. The man finished speaking and vanished into the wilderness, leaving Yin Zirua still staring ahead. His fist was clenched, as if he were harboring a hint of anger. Yin Zirua, you're not seriously considering going, are you? The little cat-yowl pouted, unable to understand why Yin Zirua would even consider it. This is such a great opportunity to locate their lair directly, so of course, I must go, Yin Zirua said with a smile. But don't you think this might be a trap? The little cat-yowl herself felt it was a trap, clearly designed to lure Yin Zirua into their clutches. What if it's not a trap? Yin Zirua also suspected that it might be a trap, but he believed he could handle whatever situation they faced. And now that they are traveling together in such a large group, there shouldn't be too many dangerous situations. Fine, if you insist on going, then we'll go together." As he spoke, he dashed forward and happened to catch up with Wuxia Saintess. At this moment, the Snow Saintess was also walking. In fact, she had heard everything Yin Zirua had said earlier. Although she was deeply concerned about Yin Zirua, she also harbored a deep resentment towards the Shadow Kill Alliance. If it weren't for the Shadow Assassins Alliance, she wouldn't have lost her purity. "Let him go if he wants to. It's none of our business," Wuxia the Holy Maiden said coldly, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. "That's right. If anyone doesn't want to go, then don't. This is a responsibility I've taken upon myself, so I'll handle it alone." Yin Zirua wanted to take all the responsibility upon himself. Indeed, going alone would be the best option at the moment. If too many people go, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Going alone, however, would make it easier to escape if danger arises. "How could we let you go alone?" The kitten Yao spoke with determination in her eyes, and she was absolutely unwilling to let Yin Zirua go alone. He had already realized that the path ahead was fraught with peril, so he was determined to accompany Yin Zirua no matter what. "Rest assured, we will all go with you." Several people behind him suddenly stepped forward, and Yin Zirua was deeply touched upon seeing them. He hadn't expected so many people to stand by his side. "Let me be clear. If we encounter any danger, everyone must flee immediately and not linger." Yin Zirua understood the level of danger, so before leaving, he gave everyone a few words of advice. Everyone agreed with Yin Zirua, but deep down, they all knew that if Yin Zirua were to face danger, they would never stand idly by. They all headed towards the direction of Wuyin Peak. Wuyin Peak is actually quite remote. It is a mountain where the Shadow Kill Alliance has established their own territory. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. As soon as Yin Zirua stepped onto the mountain path, he immediately sensed an eerie aura. This aura made him feel extremely uneasy. As soon as he stepped in, many people started approaching him from all directions. Yin Zirua looked at these people and immediately understood their intentions. It was clear that they had walked right into a trap. "I never expected that you would actually dare to come here. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." The man spoke, and with a quick step, he approached Yin Zirua, who instantly felt uneasy upon seeing the man before him. The man's cultivation had already reached the level of Celestial Deity Grade 1. Chapter 667. Heavenly God Rank. Terrifying Power. Such strength would be formidable even across the entire continent. As Yin Zirua looked on, a hint of urgency flickered in his eyes. There were many people accompanying him this time, and while he didn't mind if something happened to him, he didn't want to drag others down with him. "Yin Zirua, don't be afraid. Let's fight together," said the little cat spirit, her eyes filled with determination. "Little cat spirit, you?" Yin Zirua felt a twinge of bitterness in his heart. The little cat spirit had been by his side throughout the journey. Now, she was once again offering to fight alongside him. "Don't you believe in me?" The little cat Yao blinked. "But I believe in you." Hearing these words, a surge of power ignited within Yin Zirua. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yin Zirua raised his head and charged straight toward the man. The man, seeing Yin Zirua's attack, revealed a sinister smile. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua to attack him so boldly. "Are you crazy? You dare to attack me? Do you think you can beat me?" The man casually drew his weapon, a staff-like object that was black with flowing, radiant patterns. This staff seemed to have been specially crafted, far from ordinary. As the staff swung down, Yin Zirua felt a wave of fear. He sensed an overwhelming power emanating from it, a force that pressed down on him. What's going on? He couldn't spare a thought for the staff's origins. In that moment, Yin Zirua charged forward, hoping his speed would give him the edge. After all, even the most powerful techniques could be countered by seizing the initiative. And someone believed in him. He had to win. With a determined gaze, Yin Zirua moved with incredible speed, instantly appearing behind the man. The man was startled by Yin Zirua's swiftness, but he wasn't helpless either. Almost simultaneously, he swung his staff, which struck Yin Zirua's back. The impact was immense. Yin Zirua spat out a mouthful of blood, shocked by the staff's weight. That was because the man's power was truly formidable. This is my life-bound artifact. Since you're going to die, let it be a blood sacrifice. Ha ha ha. With that, the man approached Xianxia again. His staff spun in the air, transforming into a tornado that surged toward Xianxia. Xianxia was astonished. He hadn't expected an ordinary artifact to take on a form like this. He quickly retreated several steps. Perhaps he had underestimated them. The strength of the Shadow Assassin Alliance was beyond his expectations. If he had known their power would be this great, he would have planned more carefully. But this time, he had miscalculated. He hadn't anticipated such a deadly trap. Xianxia steadied himself. He knew he couldn't back down now. Drawing his sword, he slashed through the air several times. The blade cut through the air, releasing several sword chi that roared like thunder. Do you think that's enough to defeat me? How laughable. The man chuckled, swinging his staff. The incoming sword chi was effortlessly dispersed. Xianxia gasped. What kind of power did this man possess to achieve such feats? Charging again, Xianxia channeled all his strength into his sword. The thunderstrike slash unleashed a torrent of crimson flames, as if to melt everything in its path. The man, however, remained unfazed, a smile playing on his lips. He raised his staff above his head, spinning it rapidly. A defensive wall materialized around him. When the thunderstrike slash struck, the wall repelled the attack. The scorching sword chi returned to Xianxia, who was stunned by the man's overwhelming strength. He hadn't expected this outcome. In the past, this technique had always inflicted heavy damage. Now, it seemed the man's power had reached an unfathomable level to withstand such an attack. Is that all you've got? It's like a tickle, the man taunted, a smirk on his face. Xianxia was both furious and anxious, but he seemed unable to overcome the man before him. Before he could react, the man charged again. His staff swirled in the air, forming a massive vortex. Xianxia felt himself being pulled in, his body swaying unsteadily. An overwhelming pressure engulfed him, leaving him gasping for breath. This is the technique I've cultivated. Today, I'll show you its true power. Seeing this, Xianxia knew things were dire. He had always thought the Shadow Assassin Alliance was just average. But now, deep within their ranks, he realized their strength was far greater than he had imagined. The vortex continued to spin. Xianxia grabbed a nearby tree, refusing to be sucked in. That staff now looked like a meat grinder. If he were pulled in, there'd be no trace of him left. Drawing his sword, Xianxia activated Spatial Prison, locking the vortex created by the staff. His spatial prison could not only immobilize people but also weapons. The staff finally stopped. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected the man's strength to be so terrifying, and this power far exceeded his expectations. Interesting. You actually have a locking technique, the man said, intrigued. Such techniques were rare in the world, and seeing it used by Xianxia piqued his curiosity. Chapter 668. Grueling battle, severely injured. How about this? Hand over all the techniques you've learned, and I'll spare your life. The man taunted Xianxia with a smile. But how could Xianxia possibly agree to such a thing? Dream on, Xianxia retorted, refusing to back down. He knew that giving in now would mean becoming a lamb to the slaughter. Fighting back might still offer a chance to escape, but surrendering would mean certain death. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. With the wooden staff locked in place, the man leaped into the air with a light jump. In an instant, his palm struck the spatial cage, and in that split second, the cage shattered into pieces. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't anticipated that a single palm strike could shatter his spatial cage. As the one who cast the technique, he suffered a backlash upon its destruction. Now, let me show you what I'm capable of. Before Xianxia could recover, the man appeared behind him and struck with his wooden staff, causing Xianxia to spit out another mouthful of blood. The crimson blood stained Xianxia's white robe red. The little cat demon, witnessing this, felt that the situation was critical. The little cat Yao rushed toward the man, but he sensed her approach. He swung his wooden staff to the side, knocking the cat Yao away. This outcome was unexpected for the little cat Yao, but she knew she couldn't abandon Yin Zirua. She had to save him. This outcome came as a surprise to the little cat Yao, but she knew she couldn't leave Yin Zirua behind. She had to save him. With a sense of urgency in her eyes, the little cat Yao rushed toward Yin Zirua. She hadn't expected him to be in such a dire condition. "Who else is joining you?" The little cat Yao commanded the others behind her, and they charged forward in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the little cat Yao managed to get back on her feet, feeling as though her body was on the verge of collapse. She hadn't anticipated the man's strength to be so formidable. If not for the spiritual energy shield she had activated earlier, she might have been killed outright. "Are all of you here to die?" the man said, charging forward again. This time, he struck at the group in front of him. His wooden staff was long, and the speed of his strikes startled the others. They hadn't expected him to be so fast. Despite approaching from different directions, the man's speed was overwhelming. He quickly dealt with one target after another, then turned to eliminate the others. "A bunch of ants dare to challenge me." The man charged forward, swiftly taking down everyone. Only then did Yin Zirua manage to rise from the ground. As he stood, Yin Zirua felt as though thousands of ants were gnawing at his body. He was severely injured, but he knew he couldn't give up. Surrendering now would only lead to disaster. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yin Zirua charged toward the man again. This time, he focused all his strength into his fist, which landed squarely on the man's abdomen. Before the man could react, he was sent flying several meters like a deflated ball. "You must not have eaten today. Your strength is so weak," the man mocked, taunting Yin Zirua. This only enraged Yin Zirua further. He charged again, his fists flurrying through the air like countless phantoms, making it impossible to track. Yet, when his fist struck the man, it felt like hitting cotton. The man showed no reaction. "Do you think this will work on me? You underestimate me." With that, the man raised his wooden staff once more and struck down. The staff hit Yin Zirua again, this time sending him to the ground, unable to rise. The strike had landed on Yin Zirua's thigh, leaving a deep wound, and he felt as though his leg was losing sensation. Time was running out. Continuing like this would only worsen his situation. If his injuries became more severe, he might not even have a chance to escape. With what little strength he had left, fleeing might still be an option. But with so many people present, even if he could escape, others might not. He couldn't abandon them at this critical moment. "Today, I'll fight you to the death," Yin Zirua said, dragging his injured leg to stand. Each movement brought sharp pain, but he couldn't care less now. He had to protect the others, and the Shadow Kill Alliance was his sworn enemy. He wanted to wipe them out. With that, Yin Zirua charged forward once more. The man gazed at him as if he were a lunatic, his face still wearing a faint smile, as if he were relishing the prospect of unleashing his brutality. "Since you're seeking death, I'll play with you a bit," the man said, his smile growing more sinister. Yin Zirua rushed forward once more, raising his wooden staff. He threw it into the air, and in an instant, one staff transformed into dozens, which then multiplied into hundreds. All the staffs plunged downward. Yin Zirua circulated the spiritual energy in his body, and a warm aura surrounded him as he tried to quickly heal his wounds. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to counterattack. Just as he began to recover, the staffs rained down from the sky, all aimed at him. Yin Zirua relied on his footwork to find a way out among the staffs. Fortunately, there were gaps between the staffs, allowing him to escape. He dodged swiftly, managing to evade all the staffs. The man was surprised. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua, severely injured as he was, to still be able to dodge. But to him, the more resilient Yin Zirua was, the more interesting it became. The man charged toward Yin Zirua again, his wooden staff spinning in the air, transforming into a whirlwind once more. Chapter 669. Overcoming 1,000 difficulties, breaking through once more. Host, system warning. Your body is on the verge of collapse. The system's voice echoed at this moment. Yin Zirua could barely see clearly now. He was relying entirely on instinct to dodge the relentless attacks coming his way. But how long could such evasion last? His body had reached its limit. Bloodshot eyes glaring, Yin Zirua gritted his teeth and roared, "Convert points." Points conversion successful. As the system's prompt sounded, a powerful and mysterious force within Yin Zirua began to furiously repair his damaged meridians at an astonishing speed. What is happening? The man opposite him was stunned. Yin Zirua now resembled a Vajrapani, with golden fisher-like patterns radiating from his muscles. An infinite surge of power emanated from his body. The man couldn't believe it. Even in such a dire state, Yin Zirua still had the strength to fight back. Did he still have reserves of power? Meanwhile, Yin Zirua heard the voice of the twin-headed whale shark in his ear. "Are you all right? I sense your internal energy is extremely unstable." The twin-headed whale shark, weakened due to Yin Zirua's frequent severe injuries, had rarely been able to communicate with him. But this time, Yin Zirua's wounds were too severe, affecting the creature's senses, forcing it to inquire about his condition. I'm fine. I can hold on." Yin Zirua clenched his teeth. Of course, he had to persist. Was he going to die here at the hands of these insignificant foes? But if this continues, you're very likely to fall into demonic possession. The twin-headed whale shark grew anxious. Yin Zirua was already operating at full capacity. Perhaps everything now depended on how far the system could support him. With the stride of the golden rock steps, Yin Zirua moved like a gust of wind, dodging the man's attacks. "Since you lack the ability to finish me in one strike, then it's my turn." Yin Zirua drew the Sui Xian Rui ruler and unleashed several scorching streams of fire. Earth Fire Lotus Technique. Countless fireballs materialized from the void, merging into one to form an explosive blooming lotus that erupted on the man's body. The man was blown away by the blast. His body instantly charred and mutilated, the scene horrifying. Yin Zirua's vision had cleared, but at that moment, the man quickly formed seals, and whirlwinds rose from all directions. "This is bad." Jun Xingjio and the others below grew anxious. The opponent's strength was overwhelming. If Yin Zirua insisted on fighting, he would surely suffer. This isn't the way. "But do you have any solutions?" A cold voice spoke. It was none other than the Wuxia Holy Maiden. Although she had traveled with them, the Wuxia Holy Maiden had rarely interacted, appearing indifferent to them. Yet, she insisted on accompanying them, making her seem peculiar in their eyes. Now, hearing her words, the most infuriated was the little cat Yao. "What are you saying?" the little cat Yao exclaimed angrily. "You haven't helped at all, and now you're just talking nonsense. What are you saying at a time like this?" The little cat Yao was furious. "You haven't lifted a finger to help, yet now you're spouting cold words." The Wuxia Holy Maiden coldly glanced at the little cat spirit. "Do you think we can still leave now?" They had already reached the invisible peak, surrounded by the shadow assassins. The Wuxia Holy Maiden had noticed this long ago but had said nothing. She had already given up on life. But if she could die alongside this man, Yin Zirua, it would be her fate. She had nothing left to lose. Jun Xingjio and the others understood. They had no way out. "In that case, we can't just watch Yin Zirua face these enemies alone," Jun Xingjiu said. Jian Piaoliu and Jian Xiaoyao immediately nodded. Over the past days, Yin Zirua's actions had earned their deep respect. At that moment, the Wuxia Holy Maiden drew a slender sword. "You." The little cat Yao hesitated, unsure of what to say next. The Wuxia Holy Maiden offered no explanation, charging directly toward the encroaching enemies. In the sky above, the battle between Yin Zirua and the man raged on. Yin Zirua's repaired body moved with incredible speed, his golden rock steps reaching their peak. His entire body was enveloped in a crimson spiritual energy, his power like a blazing inferno, charging directly into the whirlwind. The man was astonished. Yin Zirua's entry into his wind array, should have instantly shredded him into mincemeat. Had Yin Zirua gone mad? Or had he given up and sought death? But in that instant, Yin Zirua appeared behind him, the whirlwind now transformed into a firestorm. Chapter 669. Overcoming Countless Hardships, Another Breakthrough. Host, System Alert. Your body is on the verge of collapse. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Yin Zirua could barely see anything at this point. He was relying purely on instinct to dodge the relentless attacks coming his way. But how long could such evasion last? His body was teetering on the edge of collapse. With bloodshot eyes, Yin Zirua clenched his teeth and roared, "Convert points." Points conversion successful. As the system confirmed, a powerful, mysterious force within Yin Zirua began to repair his shattered meridians at an astonishing speed. What is happening? The man facing him was stunned. Yin Zirua now resembled a Vajra deity, with golden cracks resembling veins radiating from his muscles. Incredible power surged through his body. The man couldn't believe it. In Yin Zirua's state, how could he still have the strength to fight back? Did he still have reserves of power? Meanwhile, Yin Zirua heard the voice of the twin-headed whale shark in his ear. "Are you all right? I sense your internal energy is extremely unstable." The twin-headed whale shark, weakened by Yin Zirua's frequent severe injuries, had rarely been able to communicate with him. But this time, Yin Zirua's injuries were so severe that they affected the spirit beast's perception, forcing it to inquire about his condition. I'm fine. I can hold on." Yin Zirua grit his teeth. Of course, he had to hold on. He couldn't die here at the hands of these insignificant foes. But if this continues, you're very likely to fall into demonic cultivation, the twin-headed whale shark warned, growing anxious. Yin Zirua was already operating at his limit, and everything now depended on how far the system could assist him. Yin Zirua stepped into the golden pong stance, moving like a gust of wind, dodging the man's attacks. "Since you lack the ability to finish me in one strike, then it's my turn." Yin Zirua drew the Sui Xian Rui ruler and unleashed several scorching streams of fire energy. Earth Fire Lotus Technique. Countless fireballs materialized from the void, merging into one to form an explosive blooming lotus that erupted on the man's body. The man was blasted away by the shockwave, his body instantly reduced to a bloody, mangled mess, a horrifying sight. Yin Zirua's vision had cleared, but at that moment, the man instantly formed hand seals, summoning whirlwinds from all directions. This is bad. Xianxia and the others watching below grew anxious. The opponent's strength was overwhelming. If Yin Zirua insisted on fighting to the bitter end, he would surely suffer. This isn't going to work. But do any of you have a plan? A cold voice interjected. It was none other than the Snowy Saintess. Although she had been traveling with them, the Snowy Saintess had rarely interacted, seeming indifferent to everyone. Now, hearing her words, the most infuriated was the little cat spirit. "What are you saying?" The little cat spirit snapped angrily. "You haven't helped at all, and now you're spouting nonsense." The Snowy Saintess coldly glanced at the little cat spirit. "Do you think we can still escape?" They were already at the foot of the invisible peak, surrounded by members of the Shadow Assassin Alliance. The Snowy Saintess had noticed this long ago, but had kept silent. She had already given up on hope, but if she could die alongside this man, Yin Zirua, it would be her fate. She had nothing left to lose. Xianxia and the others understood that the Snowy Saintess was right. They had no way out. "In that case, we can't just watch Yin Zirua face these enemies alone," Xianxia said. Jin Piaomiao and Jin Xiaoyao immediately nodded. Over the past few days, Yin Zirua's actions had earned their deep respect. At that moment, the Snowy Saintess drew a slender sword. "You." The little cat spirit started to say something but hesitated. The Snowy Saintess didn't explain. She charged directly toward the enemies, closing in on them. Meanwhile, high above, the battle between Yin Zirua and the man raged on. Yin Zirua's repaired body moved at an incredible speed. His golden pong stance had reached its peak, his entire body enveloped in a crimson spiritual energy. He resembled a blazing flame, charging into the whirlwind. The man was astonished. Yin Zirua's entry into his wind/formation would normally have turned him into minced meat instantly. Had Yin Zirua gone mad? Or had he given up and chosen to die? But then, Yin Zirua suddenly appeared behind him, along with the whirlwind, which had now transformed into a fiery tornado. Yin Zirua had pushed his poison thorn golden bell to its limit, rendering the wind/formation incapable of harming him. Meanwhile, his fire techniques, empowered by the whirlwind, became even more potent. Yin Zirua's gaze was as cold as the depths of winter, his body overflowing with immense spiritual energy. A phantom of a fiery dragon appeared around him, a manifestation of his flame god strike. With a thunderous punch, the dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that altered the direction of the wind formation. The dragon's mouth then spat out a radiant sphere, hurtling toward the man. The combined onslaught left the man defenseless. Ah! A scream escaped the man's lips. Amidst the light and shadow, his silhouette began to fade. Yin Zirua, as if drained, had expended all his strength with that final strike. But then, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the True God 5th rank. True God 5th rank. Yin Zirua hadn't expected to achieve such a breakthrough while severely injured. Meanwhile, the little cat spirit and the others had dealt with the first wave of attackers. Seeing Yin Zirua fall from the sky, they rushed to catch him. Yin Zirua's face was covered in blood, a terrifying sight. Yin Xiao, are you all right? Jun Xingjiu and the others were deeply concerned. No one knew what to do next. The little cat spirit's eyes reddened at the sight of Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua, how did you end up like this? You. Then, she suddenly thought of something and turned to the snowy saintess. Hey, you're a healer, right? Quickly, save him. Chapter 670. The leader of the Shadow Assassins, finally revealed. Even though the saintess Ruashue remained ice-cold, a crack appeared in her frosty demeanor as she watched Yin Zirua in this state. You stubborn fool, hold on. I won't let you die here, the saintess said as she checked Yin Zirua's pulse. His weak and erratic pulse confirmed his severe condition. Heh, don't worry. I won't. Yin Zirua smiled weakly at the saintess. But, are you worried about me? The saintess was both anxious and angry. Why would Yin Zirua still have the heart to joke at a time like this? I'm worried you're dying too slowly, the saintess snapped, spitting out her words harshly. However, her eyes reddened slightly, and she began to use healing techniques. The hidden pharmacist clan was not only renowned for their alchemy skills. Ruashua's ability to become the saintess was also due to her rare aptitude for healing arts, which was highly unusual since the cultivation of healing techniques had a high threshold. Ruashua's physique was perfectly suited for it. Yin Zirua, having just awakened his True God 5th rank, was rapidly repairing himself internally. With Ruashua's healing techniques, he soon regained consciousness. Young Master Yin, you? Jun Xingjiu and the others gathered around him. Your injuries are so severe. Should we continue? The invisible peak was too mysterious, and they had no idea what dangers lay ahead. They wanted to ask Yin Zirua if they should leave now while they still could. After all, they had just defeated the vanguard forces that had surrounded them. There was still a chance to escape. But if they continued, it would be a risky venture, with unknown traps awaiting them. No, we can't retreat. Yin Zirua shook his head. But, Jun Xingjiu, you and the others might find a way to leave, taking Ruashue with you. What? Jin Pumiao exclaimed. Young Master Yin, what are you saying? We came together. How could we abandon you? The saintess also frowned. Yin Zirua, stop talking nonsense. No, I'm serious, Yin Zirua insisted. Just now, I awakened my True God 5th rank. Perhaps if I try, there's still a chance. But you? Although Jun Xingjiu was a heavenly god 1st rank, Yin Zirua could feel that his strength paled in comparison to his previous True God 4th rank. Now that Yin Zirua had ascended to a higher level, there might be a chance of competing. I'm not leaving, Yin Zirua. Don't even think about sending me away. the little cat Yao protested. How could she abandon Yin Zirua on her own? Be good, listen. Yin Zirua shook his head. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Yin Zirua's expression immediately changed. They were originally at the foot of the mountain, but now they could see a black arc of light emerging from the distant peak, breaking through to form a higher peak. A deep, distant voice echoed. Heh, Yin Zirua, I never expected you to possess such formidable strength. Even my Grand Protector felt to you. In my eyes, you are indeed worthy of a fight with me. The voice sounded aged, like that of an old man. Yin Zirua frowned and shouted, Who are you? Are you the leader of the Shadow Assassins? You guessed correctly. I am the leader of the Shadow Assassins, Asen. What? Asen actually exists? Jun Qingjiu exclaimed in surprise. Who is this Asen? The little Catiao asked, completely puzzled. She had never heard of this name before. However, it seemed that Jun Qingjiu and the others were greatly shocked upon hearing the name Asen, the legendary #1 shadow swordsman of the Star Domain, with sword techniques so elusive that countless masters have fallen by his blade, Jin Piamiao explained, also frowning. Why would Asen be associated with the Shadow Assassins? Yin Zirua wondered, sensing a complex web of connections behind this, though he couldn't quite piece it together. Asen was once a shadow swordsman of the Star Domain, a mysterious and elusive figure, Jun Qingjiu said. It's said that he could claim the heads of anyone he wanted to kill. He was a high-priced bounty hunter, taking jobs solely based on his mood. Then why did he become the leader of the Shadow Assassins? Yin Zirua asked, puzzled. It seemed Asen would disdain to work with others, so why had he taken up the role of leader? 10 years ago, he suddenly disappeared, Jun Qingjiu explained. Many speculated that he had been killed by his enemies. The Shadow Assassins appeared around 7 or 8 years ago, so the timeline seems to align. The missing bounty hunter Asen had become the leader of the Shadow Assassins. This was truly unexpected. With the leader of the Shadow Assassins standing before them, Yin Zirua had no option to retreat. You can't go, the Saintess suddenly said. Why? Yin Zirua asked, puzzled. That man's strength far exceeds yours. I know you're a genius, but the gap between you two is too vast, the Saintess said, looking at Yin Zirua. She was right. Asen's power was at least at the Heavenly God 5th rank, while Yin Zirua had just awakened his true God 5th rank. How could he possibly compete? I know you're doing this for my sake, but we have no other choice. Yin Zirua shook his head. If I don't go, none of us will make it out. Having come this far, they could only fight to the death. Perhaps Yin Zirua was overly confident and hadn't anticipated the opponent's strength. Yin Zirua, you stubborn fool. The Saintess was furious. She hadn't expected to be unable to convince Yin Zirua. At that moment, Yin Zirua leaped up and charged toward the summit of the invisible peak. Yin Zirua, stop right there. The Saintess immediately tried to chase after him, but was stopped by Jun Qingjiu. Saintess Ruoxue, please calm down. Jun Qingjiu blocked her path. The Saintess was furious and pushed Jun Qingjiu away. How dare you touch me? Jun Qingjiu quickly apologized. My apologies for offending you, but the summit of the invisible peak is likely beyond our reach. Jun Qingjiu had already noticed the powerful barrier formed by the black arc of light around the new peak. With their current cultivation, they wouldn't be able to pass through that barrier with their physical bodies. This was Asen's prepared battlefield, designed to accommodate only him and Yin Zirua. Chapter 671. Terrifying Opponent, Crushing Strength. When Yin Zirua entered the space prepared by Assassin, he felt a dizzying sensation. The aura here was completely different from the outside world. If this space was built by Assassin's power, then the source of this terrifying strength was the shadowy figure in front of him. Are you Assassin? The first shadow swordsman of the Star Domain, and also the leader of the Shadow Assassins? Yin Zirua asked. He had determined from the previous voice that Assassin was an old man, but when the man turned around, Yin Zirua was surprised. The person in front of him was not an old man, but rather, extremely young. a man with a charming and slightly sinister appearance. If he met this man outside, Xianxia might even take a second look, marveling at the unique charm this man possessed, something even ordinary women couldn't match. But now, he had no such thoughts. The man in front of him possessed deadly strength. The first shadow swordsman of the Star Domain. Huh? That title hasn't been used for many years, Assassin chuckled lightly. You remind me of some old memories. Xianxia frowned. Why would someone as powerful as you do such things? Such things? What things? Assassin looked at Xianxia. Forming the Shadow Assassins, this source of all evil, committing countless atrocities. Even the father of my wife, Mai's Hin, died at your hands. Xianxia clenched his teeth. Why would someone as strong as you do such things? Assassin seemed both surprised and puzzled. I am strong, but what does that have to do with doing such things? Assassin tilted his head. Having power means you can dominate the world and do as you please. Shouldn't a truly strong person use their strength to help others? At Xianxia's accusation, Assassin burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. The entire world actually has someone as foolish as you, thinking of using your own strength to help others. Assassin laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. If that's the case, then you don't really need this power. Why don't you just hand it over to me? With that, Assassin charged directly at Xianxia. Assassin drew his weapon, a crescent-shaped saber that emitted a dark red-purple aura, exuding a sinister energy. Compared to the shadow assassins Xianxia had encountered before, Assassin's power was significantly stronger. What is this? Xianxia frowned. He didn't understand why, but Assassin's strength made him tremble from the inside out. Heh, looks like you felt the power of the souls, haven't you? Assassin sneered. Since you're about to die, I might as well tell you. The dark power of the shadow assassins is entirely based on stealing the strength of those we kill. The stronger the person we kill, the greater the power we gain. What? Hearing this, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. There was actually such a cruel and insane way of cultivation in the world. People like you are a scourge to the world. Let me end you now. Xianxia's eyes flashed with determination. He knew this would be a tough battle, but he had to persevere. You talk big, but let's see if you have the skill to back it up. Assassin's tone grew even darker. He raised his saber high, and the blade erupted with a dazzling light that pierced the sky. The vast blade wind, accompanied by that scorching light, soared like another peak in the heavens, piercing through the clouds. The sharp blade wind reverberated through the heavens and earth, and even the sky darkened, leaving only that piercing light between heaven and earth. Could it be that he has reached the level of divine mastery over the heavens and earth? The more power Assassin displayed, the more grave Xianxia's expression became. This was by far the most terrifying opponent he had ever faced. Divine Blade Tornado Slash. With a shout from Assassin, several blade winds materialized from the light and instantly surged toward Xianxia, filling every direction with flashes of sword and saber. Xianxia immediately formed hand seals, and a blazing aura of flame erupted from his body. Like a tidal wave, the fiery energy burst forth from within him, enveloping his body in a crimson sphere. Then, it surged out, as if the flame god had descended to deliver divine punishment, carrying a raging inferno that collided directly with Assassin's blade winds in the sky. A deafening explosion. When the two forces clashed, the blade winds and crimson flames exploded simultaneously, unleashing a massive shockwave. As the two powers raged, even the sky above distorted, showing signs of space being torn apart. The two were like gods clashing, and Xianxia's forehead was already covered in sweat. At that moment, the crimson flame sphere exploded. However, Assassin's blade light showed no fear and was not hindered by the flame sphere. It pierced through the fiery light and slashed toward Xianxia. Xianxia, unable to dodge in time, immediately activated the golden bell shield of poison stingers. But to his surprise, under the overwhelming force, the golden bell shield shattered instantly. Yin Zerua was struck head-on, sent flying dozens of meters, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Assassin's strength and the swiftness of his blade attacks far exceeded Yin Zerua's expectations. With just one strike, Yin Zerua was severely injured. "You brat, do you still have the guts to claim you want to kill me?" Assassin laughed wildly. Originally, he had thought that since Yin Zerua had killed the Guardians, he must have some skill. But after facing him, Assassin realized he could still crush Yin Zerua effortlessly. This immediately dampened his interest in playing with Yin Zerua. Now, he just wanted to finish him off quickly and lose all interest in him. Yin Zerua struggled to his feet, opting to use his exchange points to heal his body. Aware of the relentless battle against Assassin, he knew he had to recover quickly from each injury, or his body would not withstand the strain. "Heh, this is just the beginning." Yin Zerua's eyes flashed with a rebellious smile. "Do you really think your abilities are enough to make me submit? Dream on." Assassin seemed to be instantly angered by Yin Zerua's words. "You refused to drink the wine offered in respect." In a flash, Assassin's body disappeared and reappeared just inches away from Yin Zerua. Wherever he went, flashes of blade and saber followed. Assassin raised his saber high and slashed down at Yin Zerua. The blade light was even faster than the speed of light, rushing toward Yin Zerua before his very eyes. Chapter 672. Life and Death Struggle, a tense moment. Assassin's speed was simply too fast. His swiftness was entirely a product of his cultivation, his strength far exceeding Yin Zerua's initial estimation of him. Before Yin Zerua's eyes could even catch up, her body was already racked with the searing pain of his attacks. The poison thorn golden bell barrier was as inconsequential as air before Assassin, leaving Yin Zerua like a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of Assassin's relentless onslaught with no way to resist. The blade swept in with a chilling, purple-red murderous aura, its force erupting before Yin Zerua, sending her flying with a shockwave. Yin Zerua landed in a disheveled heap dozens of meters away. The impact was something no ordinary weapon could have caused. In just 2 exchanges, Yin Zerua's internal meridians were already on the verge of collapse. Redeem points double. Yin Zerua's eyes turned bloodshot. Assassin frowned, watching Yin Zerua rise once again. This young man's behavior was somewhat perplexing to him. From their previous encounter, any normal person should have realized they were no match. Yet, Yin Zerua showed no sign of fleeing, stubbornly standing up instead. But did he not realize that standing up would only leave him open to more punishment? "What a strange person," Assassin muttered, shaking his head. "I'm beginning to wonder if you're not just a fool."
No.
Yin Zerua drew the sword transformed from the Sui Xian Rui ruler. "My principles won't allow me to bow to someone like you, the leader of a heretical sect." Yin Zerua's gaze was resolute. At that moment, his figure shot forward at an incredible speed, the golden Pong step reaching its peak, leaving only fragmented shadows in the air, barely visible to the eye. In his hand, the sword gleamed brilliantly, its sharp whistle blending with the wind, merging him and the sword into one. The sword aura was fierce, hidden within it a surging killing intent that burst forth with a chilling air, piercing through the atmosphere with a soul-shaking force. Yin Zerua's strike this time was even more ferocious than before. He had already realized that Assassin's strength was far from ordinary, and thus, he had to face him at his absolute best. This strike was filled with a murderous intent that was even more chilling and pressing. Unlike previous encounters where Yin Zerua would use some techniques to probe his opponent, this time, every move was a full-powered assault. Thunderclap slash. Yin Zerua let out a loud shout, and Assassin, on the other side, also brandished his curved blade, charging forward. In an instant, Yin Zerua and Assassin met in the high sky, their collision unleashing an absolute release of their intense powers. Within the blazing light explosion, Assassin uttered an ancient incantation, eerily strange. In the next moment, glittering, fluttering objects appeared around him, circling like butterflies. But unlike the beauty of butterflies, these were deadly. Assassin's curved blade carried a chilling blood aura, forged from the souls of the dead. Even Yin Zirua could hear the wailing of 10,000 ghosts from the overwhelming power, souls of those who had perished beneath Assassin's blade. With a swing of his blade, Yin Zirua's sword also thrust forward, the sword tip and blade clashing instantly. The sword and blade, neither yielding, for from the moment they were drawn, it was destined to be a fight to the death. One was a blazing, sun-like torrent of fire, Yin Zirua's strength. The other, Assassin's bloodthirsty demonic might, both possessing devastating power. The sword and blade sparked with countless flames. Sea of blood, echo of the dead. Assassin's face revealed a sinister smile. In an instant, those deadly butterflies flew towards Yin Zirua. Behind Assassin, a wave of blood-red energy surged. Within that blood-red wave, Yin Zirua caught a whiff of a nauseating stench. At the same time, those butterflies had already reached Yin Zirua. It was then that Yin Zirua realized these were all hidden weapons, repeatedly slicing into his body. First soul burst, second soul burst, third soul burst, poison thorn golden bell barrier, upgrade. Yin Zirua let out a loud shout, immediately activating 3 soul bursts to upgrade the poison thorn golden bell barrier. The poison thorn golden bell barrier erupted with golden light, melting the butterfly hidden weapons into dust. Heh, I didn't expect you to have some skill, Assassin sneered, seeing Yin Zirua's struggle as utterly futile. I hear you have connections with the beast spirit heretics. Then, you must be curious about the cause of Mieba's death. Hearing this name, Yin Zirua was jolted. That was the father of Mieshun and Mieji. Before Yin Zirua could speak, Assassin suddenly raised his hand, a magic array appearing before him. In the next second, the array burst with a dazzling light. Then, watch closely. Yin Zirua gazed at the scene before him. It depicted a familiar place, none other than the beast spirit heretics. Dad, where are you going? 2 young figures, not others, but the younger versions of Mieji and Mieshun. There's an intruder. Dad has to protect you two. Stay safe. The speaker should have been their father. Then, Mieba gave a signal, and the people beside him took Mieji and Mieshun away. Turning back, Mieba's face was cold and stern. We must protect it. In the following scenes, the Shadow Kill Alliance invaded the beast spirit heretics, overwhelming them with sheer force, turning countless people into ashes in an instant. Their methods were brutally cruel, leaving the beast spirit heretics defenseless. Within the scenes, countless people turned to ashes in the invasion. Now, Yin Zirua felt as if he were there, hearing the despairing cries ringing in his ears. Heh, weren't you curious? That's how it was back then, Assassin said, looking at Yin Zirua. Yin Zirua, since you have such strength, why not join us? I think you're qualified to join us. Assassin smiled. Grasp power, grasp authority. Make these people bow down, take power from the weak. Isn't that exhilarating? Yin Zirua felt an unbearable sensation creeping over him. When he came to his senses, he felt weak all over. At that moment, Assassin appeared before him. Assassin stood before Yin Zirua, swinging his curved blade, unleashing a burst of power that struck Yin Zirua's body with a flash of light and shadow. Yin Zirua had no time to defend, flying hundreds of meters away. Yin Zirua spewed blood. Just as Assassin was about to deliver the fatal blow, a dazzling light flashed. Chapter 673. The Lotus of Heaven and Earth Saves a Life. Yin Zirua finally felt a glimmer of despair at this moment, but just then, a tower-like object suddenly floated out from his chest, and it continued to grow larger. At the same time, the object emitted a blinding flash of light, which eventually absorbed Yin Zirua into its interior. Where am I? While Yin Zirua was still puzzled, he realized that he had been absorbed into the Lotus of Heaven and Earth Tower. The tower appeared very small from the outside, but inside, it was a world of its own. Despite its small size, the tower had transformed into this vast space. While Yin Zirua was still filled with wonder, he was suddenly drawn to the whale tiger shark inside. The creature, seeing Yin Zirua's arrival, first showed a hint of confusion in its eyes, but then it calmed down. "Let me heal you now," said the whale tiger shark, which then let out a long roar. Immediately, a soft blue glow emanated from its body, enveloping Yin Zirua in an instant. Inside the Lotus of Heaven and Earth Tower, it felt as if the outside world was completely cut off, and the blue glow completely enveloped the tower. "My body is improving." Yin Zirua was astonished. He hadn't expected his condition to improve so quickly. The blue glow was rapidly healing his body. He had thought he was on the brink of death, but in a flash, he had been transported into the Lotus of Heaven and Earth Tower and was now receiving treatment. This situation was beyond his expectations. Outside, Isagen's expression darkened as he saw Yin Zirua enter the Lotus of Heaven and Earth Tower. "I'd like to see where you can hide," Isagen said with a smirk in his eyes. He then concentrated all his power into his hands, unleashing a searing force that struck the Lotus of Heaven and Earth Tower. After being hit, the tower began to shake violently. Isagen's eyes lit up with satisfaction. He hadn't expected his attack to have such an effect. Inside, Yin Zirua was in the midst of healing and was unable to participate in battle. If he were to engage in combat now, his injuries would only worsen and his cultivation would be ruined. Upon learning of this, the whale tiger shark immediately ceased the release of its power, gradually reducing it until it was focused solely on Yin Zirua's head. Seeing Yin Zirua in this state, it gave a faint smile before suddenly darting out of the tower. The whale tiger shark then appeared before Isagen. Upon seeing the whale tiger shark, Isagen smirked and his eyes gleamed with mischief. "So, Yin Zirua has turned into a coward, huh? Can you even hope to defeat me?" Isagen taunted, provoking the whale tiger shark. The creature was finally angered by Isagen's words, and in an instant, it charged at him. The whale tiger shark concentrated all its strength in its tail, which it then swung at Isagen. Seeing the tail coming at him, Isagen quickly retreated. The whale tiger shark then charged again, its tail spinning furiously in the air, creating a water vortex that rushed toward Isagen. Seeing the vortex approach, Isagen's eyes filled with surprise. Only now did Isagen realize that the whale tiger shark was indeed powerful. In a flash, he moved behind the creature and concentrated all his strength in his palms, which he then slammed onto the whale tiger shark's back. The whale tiger shark immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Its massive body made it difficult to evade, and Isagen's small frame made it nearly impossible to dodge. The whale tiger shark's eyes burned with anger. It knew it had to stay calm. If it rushed, it would only endanger Yin Zirua. For now, it could only try to delay Isagen as much as possible. Once Yin Zirua recovered, they would have a chance to deal with Isagen. But for now, Yin Zirua was still healing, and if he were to come out now, he wouldn't be able to face Isagen. With this in mind, the whale tiger shark charged at Isagen once more. This time, it opened its enormous mouth and in an instant, clamped down on Isagen. However, a red glow suddenly erupted from Isagen's body, a scorching force that enveloped him. At that moment, the whale tiger shark spat him out. The whale tiger shark felt a sense of impending doom. Its eyes filled with confusion. It hadn't expected Isagen to be so powerful. A look of fear flashed across the whale tiger shark's eyes. Its mouth had been burned by the searing force, and it swam toward Isagen once more, its body now glowing with a soft blue light. This layer of power enveloped it in an instant, and the whale tiger shark felt the energy circulating through its body, healing its wounds. Yet, it still needed to continue fighting Isagen. Seeing the whale tiger shark approach, Isagen's eyes also burned with anger. He knew he couldn't continue fighting the creature here. If he wasted too much time, and Yin Zirua recovered, it would be disadvantageous for him. He had to resolve the situation quickly. With fury in his eyes, Isagen concentrated all his power into his fist, which was now enveloped in a layer of red flames, as if it could ignite at any moment. The power continued to rise, eventually wrapping around his entire hand. The whale tiger shark's eyes filled with astonishment. It hadn't expected the opponent's power to be so terrifying. Now, it could only continue the fight head-on. Gritting its teeth, the whale tiger shark's eyes turned red as it swam toward Isagen. At the same time, Isagen swung his fist, and in the blink of an eye, they collided. The whale tiger shark was knocked back, and it couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Chapter 674. Another soul burst. Physical transformation. After being knocked away by the attack, Yin Zhiruo finally became anxious. His injuries hadn't fully healed yet, and if he continued to fight now, he would certainly lose. But there was no time for Yin Zhiruo to wait any longer. In an instant, he dashed forward, and his eyes immediately filled with a spark of fury. Just moments ago, the whale tiger shark had helped him, and if he now watched it get injured without doing anything, he would feel deeply guilty. Without hesitation, Yin Zhiruo charged forward, gathering all his strength within himself. He intended to perform the sixth soul burst. He knew that relying solely on his own power, he had no chance of defeating Isagen. But perhaps, with the strength of a soul burst, there was still a glimmer of hope. Although each soul burst was excruciatingly painful, Yin Zhiruo couldn't care less at this point. As Yin Zhiruo charged, Isagen, seeing him, felt as if he were facing a madman. Startled, Isagen retreated several steps. "You madman, get away!" Isagen shielded his body with his own power, simultaneously gathering strength to push Yin Zhiruo away. However, his efforts seemed to have no effect on Yin Zhiruo, who remained unmoved. Yin Zhiruo's body wrapped around Isagen, and despite Isagen's attempts to push him away, Yin Zhiruo clung to him like a piece of gum, refusing to let go. A faint blue aura began to surround Yin Zhiruo's body, and in an instant, a powerful force exploded, engulfing Isagen. Isagen's eyes burned with anger. He had never expected Yin Zhiruo to use such a method against him. Although the soul burst couldn't kill him outright, each one inflicted significant damage. Every soul burst from Yin Zhiruo caused harm, and if this continued, Isagen would surely be the one to suffer. Gazing at Yin Zhiruo now, Isagen felt as if he were looking at a monster. Ordinary people would die from a soul burst, but not only did Yin Zhiruo survive, his strength seemed to grow with each burst. Isagen couldn't comprehend this. What is going on here? After experiencing the sixth soul burst, Yin Zhiruo's body was racked with pain once more. His bones felt as if they were being reassembled. It hurts. Yin Zhiruo clenched his teeth as his bones underwent a dramatic transformation, as if they were about to fall apart. But then, he suddenly felt a new force gathering within him. This power didn't seem to belong to him, yet it felt like it was giving him a new lease on life. "Ah!" Yin Zhiruo screamed as a faint blue aura enveloped him. He could clearly feel his bones disintegrating and then reforming, undergoing drastic changes. A pair of bone wings sprouted from his back. The wings grew larger, and Yin Zhiruo was at a loss, unsure of what was happening to him. He was equally astonished by the transformation of his body and his weapon. His previously flexible and versatile weapon, the Sui Xian Ru Yi Qi, had now transformed into a spear. The changes in his weapon also surprised him. Everything was beyond his expectations, and the transformations were unlike anything he had imagined. Could this be body refinement? Yin Zhiruo thought, recalling the concept of body refinement he had heard of before. The general idea was that by repeatedly subjecting the body to the most severe damage, new opportunities for growth would arise, making the body stronger and more resilient, with even subtle physical changes occurring. Upon realizing this, Yin Zhiruo couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had never expected such a thing to happen to him. This is truly incredible. As the pain in his body subsided, a sense of relief replaced it. Behind him, a pair of bone wings had grown, dark black in color, a stark contrast to the white wings he had before. At the same time, a smile appeared in Yin Zhiruo's eyes. Gripping his spear, he charged toward Isagen. Isagen, seeing Yin Zhiruo approach, was first stunned, then filled with doubt. He couldn't understand how Yin Zhiruo could still fight him. Moreover, Yin Zirua's aura had become even stronger, as if ready to overwhelm him at any moment. Assassin had no choice but to confront Yin Zirua head-on, gathering all his strength into his weapon. As he spoke, he charged toward Yin Zirua. But Yin Zirua was no pushover. With his spear, he unleashed a crescent-shaped aura that swept through the air. The ground where Yin Zirua struck with his spear caved in, and a nearby stone shattered instantly. Feeling the enhanced power of his spear, Yin Zirua realized that the transformation had made it even stronger than before, surpassing ordinary divine weapons. This change filled Yin Zirua's eyes with joy. Who would have thought that the weapon would become stronger after the transformation? With a surge of confidence, Yin Zirua charged forward, a smile appearing in his eyes. Holding the spear, he felt a sense of pride. What is going on here? Assassin couldn't understand why Yin Zirua's strength had suddenly become so formidable. Just moments ago, Yin Zirua's power had been so weak, yet in an instant, it had grown so strong. This sudden surge in strength piqued Assassin's interest. He couldn't fathom how the opponent's power had increased so dramatically. "You've piqued my interest," Assassin said as he charged toward Yin Zirua. Chapter 675. Ultimate Eruption, Turning the Tide. A strange smile suddenly appeared in Assassin's eyes. This smile looked terrifying, yet on Assassin's face, it seemed completely normal. "The battle is getting more and more interesting," Assassin said, and with that, he charged directly toward Yin Zirua. Seeing this, Yin Zirua quickly grabbed his spear and began to defend himself. His spear once again soared into the air, and this time, his strength seemed even more vigorous. At that moment, a smile appeared in his eyes. "Now, our strength is almost equal. If we fight, it's hard to say who will lose." As Yin Zirua spoke, he activated the spatial cage, locking Assassin in place. Then, holding his spear high, he thrust it toward Assassin's position. As the spear approached, Assassin tried to break free, but the spatial cage held him firmly in place, leaving him no room to move. The spear then slashed across Assassin's chest. Just as the spear touched Assassin's chest, he suddenly began to struggle, and the spatial cage shattered. Red flames condensed on his arms, wrapping around them like a fiery cloak. In an instant, a tremendous change occurred on Yin Zirua's side as a surge of power enveloped his entire body. He focused all his strength into his spear, making it the most lethal weapon. However, this left his body unprotected. But Yin Zirua didn't care about that now. He charged toward Assassin again, unleashing all his power in a single burst. Assassin quickly responded. Yin Zirua's speed had become incredibly fast. In the next second, he appeared behind Assassin. As Assassin turned, Yin Zirua thrust his spear forward. The spear grazed Assassin, forcing him to take a few steps back to avoid the attack. But Yin Zirua's speed increased once more. In the next second, he was behind Assassin again, and the spear thrust toward him once more. Now, Assassin was truly alarmed. The spear slashed a wound on his back, and bright red blood trickled down. Instead of anger, Assassin once again showed that sinister smile. Despite being injured, he seemed to grow more ferocious, his eyes turning a deep crimson. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Yin Zirua. "You've angered me," Assassin said, punching Yin Zirua, who was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep crater. Yin Zirua spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't expected Assassin to hold back earlier. The force of that punch filled him with dread. He truly hadn't anticipated Assassin's strength to be so formidable. He knew that continuing the fight would be futile. His energy hadn't been depleted much. If he used his remaining strength to detonate his soul, he might still inflict some damage on Assassin. With that thought, Yin Zirua flew toward Assassin. In an instant, Assassin realized what Yin Zirua intended. With his current injuries, any further damage could seriously affect him. Assassin quickly retreated, but Yin Zirua's speed was also fast. In the next second, he was by Assassin's side. Assassin continued to back away, but Yin Zirua pursued relentlessly. He grabbed Assassin's hand, but Assassin quickly pulled it back. However, Yin Zerua wasn't about to give him a chance. He then embraced Assassin's body, and a surge of power emanated from him, causing the surrounding rocks to tremble. All the stones seemed to be drawn toward Assassin, while a strong light appeared on Yin Zerua's body. The intense light forced Assassin to close his eyes. But in the next moment, a powerful force exploded around him. Another soul detonation, Assassin realized, acknowledging that Yin Zerua was a tough opponent. Normally, detonating one's soul meant certain death, but Yin Zerua not only survived but also healed all his injuries each time. This revelation left Assassin somewhat astonished. After the soul detonation, Assassin spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't expected Yin Zerua's strength to reach such a level. Yin Zerua used his points to heal his injuries and then appeared in front of Assassin. Seeing this, Assassin finally felt the sense of crisis. He realized that Yin Zerua's strength had broken through to the 6th rank of true god. "How did your strength break through?" Assassin asked in surprise, but Yin Zerua remained silent. He dashed toward Assassin in a single stride. Assassin opened his mouth, but there was nothing he could do. He could only quickly retreat. With his severe injuries, he couldn't continue fighting Yin Zerua. If the battle continued, he would be the one to suffer. But how could Yin Zerua give Assassin a chance to escape? He raised his spear, slicing through the air. It's too late to run now. At the same time, a powerful aura pressed down from above. Assassin spat out another mouthful of blood. The spear shot toward him again, and Yin Zerua's body shot toward Assassin like a cannonball. The spear pierced Assassin's chest, and a smile appeared in Yin Zerua's eyes. This was the result he wanted. Now, he just wanted Assassin dead. After the spear pierced Assassin's chest again, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood, and his life force began to fade. "I can't believe I'm dying at your hands," Assassin said with a look of unwillingness, but he hadn't expected Yin Zerua to defeat him. Chapter 676. Battle ends, Alliance arrives. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving a high amount of points as a reward. The cold electronic voice echoed in Yin Zerua's mind. At that moment, Yin Zerua, having just killed Assassin, finally couldn't hold on any longer. He fell to the ground as if gravity had abandoned him. Seeing this, Jun Xingju rushed to Yin Zerua's side. He used his own power to check Yin Zerua's body and sighed in relief when he found no serious injuries. It was a miracle. He was fine. Jun Xingju had already examined Yin Zerua's body. Although he had severe wounds, none of them were life-threatening. As long as they could find the Saintess Ruoxia, she would surely be able to heal him. Just then, the Saintess Ruoxia arrived. She quickly came to Yin Zerua's side, checked his injuries, and then slowly transferred her spiritual energy into his body. He has serious injuries, but they are not fatal. However, it will take at least half a month for him to wake up, the Saintess Ruoxia said with a hint of sorrow. She hadn't expected Yin Zerua to suffer such severe injuries, something even she hadn't anticipated. "If we had come earlier, maybe it wouldn't have been like this," Jun Xingju said, feeling deeply guilty. He hadn't expected to find Yin Zerua injured when he arrived. "Let's take him to a cave quickly." With that, Jun Xingju lifted Yin Zerua's body, and they found a cave to rest in. The Saintess Ruoxia began treating Yin Zerua's wounds. She took out a bottle of pills from her bag, opened it, and placed one in Yin Zerua's mouth. Her eyes showed a hint of anxiety, as she hoped Yin Zerua would recover soon. Night fell quickly, and the group spent the night in the cave. The next morning, Yin Zerua regained consciousness. He stretched and felt a wave of pain throughout his body. As he sensed the changes in his body, he realized it had undergone a dramatic transformation. His injuries had been severe, but now, much of his wounds had healed. With his increased cultivation, his recovery ability had also improved, something he hadn't expected. Yin Zerua was surprised by this development. The Saintess Ruoxia, seeing him awake, also showed a look of astonishment. "You're awake." She blinked her big eyes, never expecting Yin Zerua to wake up so soon. She had thought he would remain unconscious for some time, but seeing him now, she was taken aback. How is this possible? Xianxia entered, having checked Yin Zirua's injuries the previous day. Although they weren't fatal, they should have kept him unconscious for many days. Seeing him awake now, even Xianxia couldn't believe it. Yin Zirua, you're truly a monster. Why did your injuries heal so quickly? It's probably due to my physique. Yin Zirua scratched his head. He couldn't reveal the existence of the system, so he took all the credit himself. But next time, please take better care of your body. The Saintess Wuxia pouted, looking at Yin Zirua with some distress. Seeing him injured yesterday, her heart had skipped a beat. Though she didn't say it, she truly couldn't bear to see him hurt. Are you concerned about me? Yin Zirua asked, looking like a carefree young master. Who would care about you? I just don't want you to die so quickly. Who else would I have to take my anger out on? The Saintess Wuxia spoke with a pouting tone, and Yin Zirua could sense the concern hidden in her words. Now, Yin Zirua had a new plan: to quickly return to the demon god cult and spread the news of Assassin's death. Just as he thought about informing the demon god cult, the representatives from the Alliance of Gods arrived. Yin Zirua was surprised to see them. He hadn't expected the Alliance of Gods to come at this time. By the way, why are you here? Yin Zirua asked with a hint of curiosity, recognizing the man in front as a member of the Alliance of Gods. The elders are concerned about your safety, so they sent us to check on you. The man spoke with a gentle tone, showing great respect for Yin Zirua. There were indeed some dangerous situations earlier, but they've been resolved, Yin Zirua said, patting his chest. However, as soon as he did, a wave of pain hit him, causing him to cough again. The Saintess Wuxia quickly came to his side. What happened earlier? The man asked, looking at Yin Zirua with confusion. He didn't know what Yin Zirua had experienced. I encountered Assassin. He was the leader of the Shadow Kill Alliance. But I've already slain him. Upon hearing this, the man showed a look of astonishment. He knew how powerful Assassin was, yet Yin Zirua had slain him. The man's face showed a hint of disbelief. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua to be so powerful, able to kill someone like Assassin. Is that true? I never thought you could slay someone as formidable as Assassin. The man suddenly showed a look of envy. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua's strength to reach such a level. He thought that there might not be many in the Alliance of Gods with such power. It cost me dearly to deal with Assassin. He was indeed a tough opponent. Yin Zirua shook his head. Thinking about yesterday's battle, he didn't want to relive it. If he had to go through it again, he definitely wouldn't want to. But since you've killed Assassin, it proves you're truly formidable, the man said with a faint smile. By the way, there's one more thing, the man suddenly recalled. What is it? Yin Zirua asked. The elders request your presence. They hope you can return to the sect soon. Hearing this, Yin Zirua quickly stood up. Chapter 677. Returning to the Alliance, receiving a mission. When Yin Zirua heard that he was being summoned back, he was initially puzzled but eventually nodded in agreement. All right, I'll prepare to return immediately, Yin Zirua said as he quickly headed towards the direction of the Divine Alliance. He felt a slight sense of nervousness, unsure of why the sect had called him back. After deciding to return, Yin Zirua glanced at Xianxia, who was intently watching him. Now that the matter has been mostly resolved, you should return to your sect as soon as possible, Yin Zirua said, looking at Xianxia. Indeed, they had come together due to the Shadow Kill Alliance, and now that everything was settled, it was time to part ways. Thank you for your care along the way, Xianxia said, bowing slightly with a subtle smile in his eyes. Jin Piaomiao and Jin Xiaoyao also stepped forward, expressing their deep gratitude to Yin Zirua. If it weren't for Yin Zirua rescuing Xianxia, he might still be imprisoned in the sect. It's nothing, Yin Zirua waved his hand, indicating that it was no big deal. After that, the group parted ways once more. Yin Zirua watched their retreating figures, feeling a mix of emotions. Indeed, they had helped each other so much along the way that the sudden separation left him with a tinge of sadness. Yin Zirua's speed was quite fast, and without any rest, he soon caught sight of the Divine Alliance. When he arrived at the Divine Alliance, he found the entrance crowded with people. "Senior brother Xianxia, you've finally returned." Everyone at the entrance suddenly surged towards him. Xianxia looked at them with confusion, not understanding why they were approaching him. "Senior brother Xianxia, we heard you killed Asasin. We've come to celebrate with you." Xianxia was even more puzzled. He had just killed Asasin, so how did so many people in the sect already know? It was then that a man beside him slowly explained, "I used a transmission talisman to inform the sect about this matter. Now, almost everyone in the sect knows you killed Asasin." Everyone in the sect was well aware of Asasin's strength. When they learned that Xianxia had killed him, they were instantly filled with astonishment. Although Xianxia was exceptionally talented in the Divine Alliance, his cultivation level was still somewhat inferior to Asasin's. So when they heard that Xianxia had killed Asasin, they were even more amazed. "Brother Yin, you're so cool." A female disciple from the sect stepped forward. Her figure was quite graceful, and the moment she saw Xianxia, she was captivated by his appearance. "I never thought there would be someone so handsome and powerful." The girl glanced at her companion, who was also staring with starry eyes. "I didn't believe it before, but now that I've seen senior brother Xianxia, I realize that such people do exist in the world." Listening to this, Xianxia felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected to be praised like this by the girls. However, Xianxia knew that the main reason for his summoning was the Elder's request. But what the Elders wanted from him, he couldn't quite figure out. Xianxia quickly found the Elder's chamber and slowly walked inside. His expression was calm, and when he entered, he saw that all the Elders were seated in high positions. "Elders, may I ask why you've summoned me back?" At that moment, the Elder seated at the highest position looked at Xianxia and stroked his beard. "Congratulations, you've finally killed Asasin," the Elder said with a smile. Although his eyes were barely visible when he smiled, one could still feel his joy. "Elder, it's nothing. It's my duty to contribute to the Divine Alliance." Xianxia scratched his head. Indeed, as a member of the Divine Alliance, doing these things was his responsibility. Hearing Xianxia's words, the Elder felt even more gratified. He hadn't expected Xianxia to be so righteous. However, Asasin was no easy opponent. "How did you manage to kill him?" The Elder was also quite curious. He had sensed Xianxia's cultivation level, which had improved, but even so, he didn't have much confidence in facing Asasin at his peak. "During the fight, I risked my life to kill him, but I'd rather not discuss the specifics," Xianxia said. Seeing that Xianxia didn't want to elaborate, the Elder didn't press further. The Elder's eyes still carried a smile as he focused his gaze on Xianxia. "However, the main reason for calling you back isn't just to praise you." Another Elder seated in the second chair suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Xianxia came to his senses. Indeed, the Elders had summoned him back for another matter. Actually, there's an even more important task. There's a place in the western regions with extremely rich spiritual energy. "May I ask, Elder, what place is that?" Xianxia blinked his big eyes, feeling quite puzzled. He hadn't heard of any place with such rich spiritual energy. "That place is the Thunder God Array," the Elder slowly explained. At this, Xianxia was left bewildered, as he hadn't heard of such a place. "This junior has never heard of this place. Please enlighten me, Elder." Xianxia was also curious, and since he hadn't heard of this place before, he was eager to learn more. "This place is quite peculiar. It is surrounded by a formation that only opens once every 100 years. After the Elder finished speaking, Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder he hadn't heard of such a place. There was a formation blocking it. The Elder continued, "Because of this, the spiritual energy there is extremely rich. I hope you can go investigate and gain some opportunities." After the Elder finished speaking, Xianxia immediately understood his intentions. Indeed, such a place would likely hold many great opportunities. If he could seize these opportunities, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. Not only could his cultivation level improve, but he might also gain many other advantages. Chapter 678. The Promise Between Two, Return Alive. Please tell me where it is, Elder. I will go there immediately. Yin Zirua asked the Elder in front of him with a puzzled expression, wanting to know exactly where that place was. The place is not far, but I must tell you something more important. Only one person has ever survived it in the past 100 years. The Elder spoke with a grave tone, as if warning Yin Zirua. Upon hearing this, Yin Zirua stroked his chin. The Elder's words made it clear that the place was extremely dangerous, and now he had to make a decision. If you don't want to go, just tell us, and we won't force you. After all, you are an outstanding member of the Alliance of Gods, and we don't want you to be in danger. The Elder continued, and at this moment, Yin Zirua finally raised his head. I will definitely go this time. Yin Zirua clenched his fists tightly. He had been to many dangerous places before and had always returned safely. This time, heading to the Thunder God Array, he believed he could do the same. Indeed, you are young and promising, the Elder said, stroking his beard again. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Yin Zirua. He had long been paying attention to Yin Zirua, so it wasn't surprising to hear such an answer. However, he still hoped that Yin Zirua would return safely. Remember, you must come back safely. When you return, we will hold a grand celebration for you. After the Elder finished his instructions, he prepared to leave, and Yin Zirua stepped out. What happened? Why did the Elder call you in? As soon as Yin Zirua came out, he ran into Wuxia, the Holy Maiden. She had returned with him, and upon seeing him, she immediately approached. The Elder told me about a place with abundant spiritual energy. He wants me to go on an adventure and strengthen my abilities, Yin Zirua said, as if it were all very casual. Upon hearing this, Wuxia was instantly puzzled. What place has such rich spiritual energy? She didn't understand and asked Yin Zirua directly. They say it's called the Thunder God Array, and it only opens once every 100 years. After Yin Zirua finished, Wuxia's mouth dropped open. She couldn't believe Yin Zirua was going to such a place. She had heard of the Thunder God Array before and knew how dangerous it was. When she learned that Yin Zirua was going, she immediately objected. If you're going to such a place, I absolutely won't agree. Wuxia spoke angrily, clearly aware of the dangers. She instantly wanted to stop him. Don't worry, I will definitely return safely, Yin Zirua said, patting Wuxia's head to reassure her. But Wuxia was too concerned about his safety to be calmed down. I once heard the clan leader talk about that place, and I know how dangerous it is. If you really want to go, then I must accompany you. Wuxia spoke with a hint of anger, showing her concern for Yin Zirua, but he seemed indifferent. You know how dangerous it is inside, yet you still want to go with me? I can guarantee my own safety, but I can't guarantee yours. Indeed, even if Yin Zirua faced danger, he could use his soul burst technique to minimize risks. But Wuxia was different. She didn't have a system or any special abilities. If she encountered danger, she would have no chance of survival. He didn't want Wuxia to take such a risk. But I really care about you, Wuxia said, almost on the verge of tears, but Yin Zirua remained calm, just staring at her. I know you care about me. How about this? You come with me, but wait for me at the entrance. Yin Zirua suggested to Wuxia, and eventually, she relented. All right, I'll wait for you at the entrance. But you must come out alive. If you don't come out before the entrance closes, I will definitely go in to find you. Wuxia spoke decisively, as if making a life or death pledge. Hearing this, Yin Zirua felt a warm sensation in his heart. Don't worry, I will return unscathed. After saying this, the two of them set off. Their destination was in the western starfield, so the journey was somewhat long. However, they enjoyed the trip together. Their pace was swift, and after 3 days, they finally arrived at the Thunder God Array. When they reached the place, thunder rumbled in the sky, and lightning streaked across the heavens, as if ready to split them in two. Upon arriving, they found that the array's core had not yet fully opened and would require some more time. Yin Zirua looked around and noticed significant changes. Everything was shrouded in darkness. They would have to wait for the core to open before they could enter. Yin Zirua, Are you really sure you want to go? Ruashue was once again shocked by the surroundings when they arrived. Such a harsh environment would be impossible for ordinary people to survive in. Since I'm here, I will definitely go, Xianxia said calmly, glancing at Ruashue to reassure her. I know you're concerned about me, but don't worry, I will return safely. As he spoke, Xianxia extended his little finger, and Ruashue did the same. Their little fingers intertwined. Remember, don't lie to me. Xianxia looked ahead as the core began to stir. He noticed small cracks appearing. Seeing this, Xianxia was surprised. He hadn't expected the changes to happen so quickly. Just moments ago, he thought there was still some time before the core would open, but in an instant, it had already begun to crack. At the same time, the previously solid blue barrier suddenly formed a gap, which rapidly expanded. In the end, the gap split in two, and the blue barrier completely disappeared. A white mist then surrounded the Thunder God array. Xianxia was astonished by this sight. Chapter 679. The first checkpoint, the Wind Elemental Beast. He had never seen such a sight before, and when he saw it this time, it left him quite astonished. I'm going in, Xianxia said, glancing at Ruashue, the sacred maiden beside him. At that moment, Ruashue was also looking at Xianxia in front of her. Xianxia made a renewed promise to Ruashue, the sacred maiden, extending his palm to meet hers. All right, be sure to stay safe. This time, Ruashue did not stop him. She simply stared at Xianxia's determined back. Xianxia slowly stepped inside. No sooner had he entered than a fierce gale swept in. The wind knocked Xianxia off balance, and before he could even regain his senses, he was blown to the edge. Xianxia got up from the ground and found a giant beast standing in front of him. The beast's body was green, and it had two horns on its head, with some plant leaves visible on its body. As Xianxia looked closer, he realized this beast was a divine beast imbued with the power of wind. How dare the ignorant mortal barge into our heavenly thunder formation? The wind elemental beast spoke with an air of supreme authority. Xianxia was surprised upon hearing this, never expecting the giant beast in front of him to be capable of speech. I mean no harm. I am merely here to seek treasures. Please do not hinder me, Xianxia said resolutely, bowing his hands. However, the wind elemental beast in front of him was not appeased. The wind elemental beast charged straight at Xianxia, and at that moment, a fierce gale swept toward him. The wind howled, and Xianxia quickly grabbed a nearby rock to steady himself. Despite this, the wind elemental beast continued its charge toward Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia knew the situation was dire, and had to use the wind's direction to propel himself toward another spot. The wind elemental beast then opened its gaping maw, and Xianxia, seeing this, felt his heart skip a beat. He hadn't expected the wind elemental beast to be so powerful. Instantly, he struck a palm against the beast, but it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. How is this possible? Xianxia was astonished. He had exerted half his strength, yet it felt like striking cotton. It seemed his power was not even enough to tickle the wind elemental beast. Seeing this, the wind elemental beast charged at Xianxia again, its horns knocking him flying. Xianxia got up from the ground, feeling waves of pain coursing through his body, as if his bones were about to shatter. Ignorant human, leave now, or I will show no mercy. The wind elemental beast spoke again, and Xianxia felt an invisible pressure. This pressure was not born of fear, but at this point, there was no way he could turn back. Xianxia charged at the wind elemental beast again, but before he could reach it, a sudden gust of wind blew him aside. Xianxia fell to the ground once more, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Ignorant human, since you wish to die so badly, I shall grant your wish, the wind elemental beast said again, this time with no intention of holding back. It charged straight at Xianxia. When it reached him, it raised its massive feet and stomped down toward Xianxia. Yin Zerua's eyes filled with fear. He knew that if he were to be crushed by that massive foot, he would surely die. Quickly, Yin Zerua rolled to the side, escaping his original position, but the wind elemental beast showed no signs of giving up. It stomped down again, this time with even greater force, but Yin Zerua was not willing to surrender. He raised his hands just as the foot was about to land, and with a great effort, he managed to hold it up. Impossible, a human with such strength, the wind elemental beast said, its voice tinged with anger. Looking at Yin Zerua, it seemed to be filled with rage. I do not wish to fight you. Please let me pass. I only want to take a look inside, Yin Zerua said, straining under the weight, but the wind elemental beast would not let him go so easily. Immediately, the wind elemental beast began to laugh maniacally. Letting you go is out of the question. At that moment, the beast let out a long howl, and a tornado formed, sweeping toward Yin Zerua. Realizing the danger, Yin Zerua took out his spear and thrust it toward the tornado. The tornado was split in two, but the force of the wind remained. Two smaller tornadoes then swept toward Yin Zerua. His body was caught in the tornado, and he felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. Seeing this, the wind elemental beast was elated. It let out another roar, and several more tornadoes formed, rushing toward Yin Zerua. Yin Zerua knew he could not give up. He noticed tiny gaps between the tornadoes and decided to use them to escape. But just as he made this decision, another, even stronger tornado appeared in the sky, blocking his final escape route. Since you wish to kill me, then I have no choice but to offend you, Yin Zerua said, unleashing his full strength. His body was now enveloped in a crimson flame. The wind elemental beast, sensing the power emanating from Yin Zerua, realized he had been holding back. Yin Zerua looked ahead, and the flames on his body emitted intense heat, dispersing the tornadoes. Feeling the situation turn dire, the wind elemental beast quickly retreated to steady itself, but Yin Zerua would not give it the chance. With a loud shout, Yin Zerua activated a spatial cage, trapping the wind elemental beast in place. At that moment, the wind elemental beast found itself unable to move. Yin Zerua then seized the opportunity. His spear thrust forward, piercing the wind elemental beast. Chapter 680. Fire Elemental Dragon, the second obstacle. As the wind elemental beast personally experienced such power, it instantly spat out blood, and its form began to dissipate rapidly. Human, although you can defeat me, you will never be able to defeat the other divine beasts. The remaining elemental divine beasts will avenge me. The voice of the wind elemental beast disappeared at this moment. Yin Zerua was extremely surprised at this moment. He hadn't expected the wind elemental beast to disappear so suddenly. Following that, its original body transformed into a stream of spiritual energy. Yin Zerua felt the spiritual energy, and instantly, an endless surge of power began to spread around him. This power was extremely gentle, as if caressing Yin Zerua's body. Yin Zerua also felt this power to be very gentle. Then, he attempted to absorb all the spiritual energy into his body. As this spiritual energy circulated within his body, he felt a warm sensation. Moreover, this spiritual energy was not as violent as he had imagined, but instead nourished his meridians, instantly causing his strength to increase slightly. I never expected that the spiritual energy left behind by a divine beast after its death would be such a good thing. Yin Zerua couldn't help but sigh. He truly hadn't expected the spiritual energy to have such an effect. Yin Zerua sat in place to recover. He had been injured earlier, and now he needed to take the opportunity to recover properly. Only by restoring his strength could he continue to the next location. After the previous battle, he had discovered that the divine beasts here were not as weak as he had imagined. If he really wanted to deal with them, it would indeed be quite difficult. After a brief rest, when his strength returned to its peak, Yin Zerua continued his journey. As Yin Zerua slowly advanced, he noticed that the area ahead seemed somewhat different. Unlike the previous stone formations, this place seemed to carry a wave of heat, a heat that could melt him in an instant. When Yin Zirua looked closer, he found that although there were many stone walls, below them was a river of magma. The magma below emitted waves of heat, which almost melted him on the spot. At this moment, a loud rumble echoed from the sky. A colossal flying dragon appeared before Yin Zirua. This dragon's body radiated a red glow, and on its back, it had a pair of wings. Unlike the ordinary golden holy dragon, this dragon lacked a bit of the sacred aura but was imbued with a fiery presence. Could this be the fire elemental divine beast, the fire dragon? Yin Zirua was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected the guardian here to be a fire dragon. Dragons, a species that had essentially gone extinct 1,000 years ago, were now appearing here in the form of a fire dragon, similar to the golden holy dragon, which was quite unexpected for him. I didn't expect you to break through the first level and arrive here. The fire dragon saw the situation before it and couldn't help but exclaim. It truly hadn't expected Yin Zirua's speed to be so fast, and for him to have overcome the wind elemental divine beast. But it won't be so easy for you to pass here. With that, the fire dragon directly charged downward, flapping its wings and spewing a ball of fire from its mouth. The fire, upon being released, directly struck Yin Zirua. Feeling the might of the fire, Yin Zirua instantly felt as if his body was about to melt. However, having once possessed the power of fire, although the burning was extremely painful, he could endure it. The fire dragon continued to spew flames, and after a short while, it finally stopped. It found that its fire had seemingly caused no substantial damage to Yin Zirua. Although Yin Zirua's clothes had been burned away, he was still alive and well. Seeing this situation, the fire dragon was a bit stunned. It hadn't expected Yin Zirua to be so formidable. Don't waste your effort. Your power is useless against me. As Yin Zirua spoke, he flashed to the side of the fire dragon and, at that moment, raised his fist and struck the fire dragon's head. After being hit, the fire dragon fell onto a nearby rock, creating a large crater and shattering the surrounding stone walls. Seeing this situation, Yin Zirua naturally felt a sense of pride. Compared to the wind elemental divine beast earlier, this divine beast was much more challenging to deal with. You've truly angered me. The fire dragon charged downward once more. This time, it flapped its wings, and several jets of fire directly shot toward Yin Zirua. These jets of fire formed a line, and all landed on Yin Zirua. However, although Yin Zirua's clothes were burned, his body remained unharmed. Seeing this situation, the fire dragon felt that something was amiss. It immediately flew into the air, intending to escape. But how could Yin Zirua let it leave? In that instant, Yin Zirua leaped onto the fire dragon's back. With a forceful kick, the fire dragon fell into the magma. Seeing this, Yin Zirua revealed a triumphant smile. Originally, Yin Zirua thought the battle would end here, but suddenly, the magma below began to boil. The fire dragon flew out of the magma, now covered in it. At that moment, the fire dragon suddenly spewed out magma from its mouth. When the magma landed on Yin Zirua's skin, he finally felt excruciating pain. Although my fire did not harm you, this magma is no ordinary thing. It contains the power of heaven and earth. Yin Zirua looked at his arm, which had been burned black by the magma. But he felt that something was wrong. In an instant, that force caused Yin Zirua to gasp. He truly hadn't expected the magma to be so hot. Moreover, the fire dragon's ability to contain magma in its mouth was something Yin Zirua hadn't anticipated. Now, let's see what else you can do. With that, the fire dragon spewed out more magma. All the magma it released filled the air, and in an instant, it rained down like a red drizzle. The red rain fell from the sky, all landing on Yin Zirua. At this moment, Yin Zirua could only spin his weapon in the air. Instantly, a protective barrier formed around him, a barrier he had condensed. He did this to defend against the harm of the magma. Chapter 681. The Icy Secret Realm. Biting cold. Yin Zirua clenched his teeth, knowing that he absolutely could not sit still and wait for death. If he did, the fire dragon would surely seize the opportunity. Without hesitation, Yin Zerua leaped onto the fire dragon's back. Once there, he swiftly drew his spear and plunged it into the dragon's back. However, unlike the wind elemental beast from before, the fire dragon's skin was incredibly tough. To Yin Zerua's surprise, his spear could not pierce through the dragon's hide. This discovery left Yin Zerua astonished. He hadn't expected the fire dragon's skin to be so hard. He knew he had to think of a way out quickly. The red magma rain continued to pour down, and his protective shield was weakening by the second. It wouldn't be long before the shield vanished, and with it, Yin Zerua's life would be forfeit. Suddenly, he remembered his battle with Asasin. Back then, Asasin was a body cultivator, so direct attacks were ineffective. Instead, he had targeted Asasin's eyes. Similarly, the fire dragon's eyes were exposed despite its tough skin. With this in mind, Yin Zerua leaped onto the fire dragon's snout. The dragon, seeing Yin Zerua on its face, opened its mouth to swallow him. But Yin Zerua wasn't about to let that happen. In an instant, he raised his spear and thrust it directly into the fire dragon's eye. The dragon's eye burst open, splattering blood-red liquid all over Yin Zerua. The air was filled with the scent of blood, and the fire dragon, now a one-eyed beast, glared at Yin Zerua with fury. The dragon's body radiated intense heat, raising the surrounding temperature to an unbearable level. Yin Zerua felt the searing heat envelop him. "Human, how dare you treat me this way?" The fire dragon roared, violently shaking its body, causing Yin Zerua to fall. Looking down, Yin Zerua saw a sea of magma below. If he fell into it, he would be reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of his existence. Just as he was about to fall, he managed to grab onto a rock on the cliffside. His body dangled precariously, and if he let go, he would plummet to his doom. The situation was dire. He couldn't afford to die here. He had promised Wuxia, the Holy Maiden, that he would return safely. The fire dragon flew over to him, its expression one of supreme arrogance. "Weren't you quite proud earlier? Let's see what you can do now." The dragon stomped down on the rock Yin Zerua was holding, crushing it. A smirk spread across the dragon's face as it watched Yin Zerua fall. But after a moment, the dragon realized Yin Zerua had grabbed onto its claw instead. It tried to shake him off, but Yin Zerua held on tightly. No matter how much the dragon shook, Yin Zerua remained firmly attached. Finally, the dragon's violent shaking sent Yin Zerua flying onto a nearby flat ground. The dragon, seeing this outcome, grew even more furious. It hadn't expected things to end this way. The dragon flew back to Yin Zerua, and more magma began to rain down from the sky. Yin Zerua knew his shield wouldn't hold much longer. With a swift motion, Yin Zerua leaped into the air and thrust his spear, this time piercing the fire dragon's other eye. The dragon let out a pained roar, while Yin Zerua smirked in satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Zerua darted to the dragon's underbelly and plunged his spear into its vital spot. The fire dragon began to dissipate, its body turning into a faint glow. As the dragon's remains dissipated, a surge of spiritual energy filled the air. Yin Zerua felt the energy and smiled, absorbing it into his dantian. This spiritual energy was vastly different from the previous one. While the earlier energy had been warm, this one was fiery and restless. Yin Zerua began to circulate his cultivation, trying to transform the energy. It burned through his veins, and it took considerable effort to fully absorb it. The energy seemed as if it were the fire dragon's unwilling essence, resisting assimilation. With increased effort, Yin Zerua eventually managed to absorb the energy. He felt his strength increase slightly, though his cultivation level remained unchanged. However, he sensed that his foundation had grown more solid. Moreover, he could now feel the power of elements with every spell he cast. This newfound strength left Yin Zerua elated. He sat down to meditate, knowing that more treasures awaited him ahead. The thought brought a smile to his face. He restored his strength to near peak condition, knowing he had to press on. The Holy Maiden Wuxia was waiting for him outside, and the thunder array's opening times were unstable. He had to leave before the array closed, so he couldn't afford to waste any more time. As Xianxia moved forward, a bone-chilling cold swept over him from all directions. The cold felt as if it could freeze his very soul. Only then did he realize his clothes had been burned off earlier. He quickly retrieved a new set from his storage space and put it on, feeling a bit warmer. Looking ahead, he saw a small snow-covered mountain. Snow was falling heavily, and as soon as he stepped in, his feet sank into the snow. "How dare you trespass in my domain? You're seeking death." A cold voice echoed in Xianxia's ears. Chapter 682. Absolute Ice Seal, Elemental Snow Maiden. Xianxia heard a cold voice, which instantly puzzled her. She looked around, trying to determine the source of the voice. Despite her efforts, she couldn't find the source of the sound, until suddenly, a figure appeared above her head. Xianxia looked up and realized the figure was a woman. The woman wore a white dress, and her face showed no emotion, as if she only had one expression. After descending, the woman looked at Xianxia and slightly moved the corner of her mouth. "You are the intruder," the woman said, her voice devoid of any emotion. "And what if I am?" Xianxia replied with a challenging smile, which finally angered the woman. "Intruder, I warn you. Even though you've killed the previous 2 elemental beasts, I can let you go if you leave now." The woman spoke, but Xianxia was puzzled. He didn't know who this woman was or why she was here. In his mind, this should be the territory of the snow elemental beast. So who was this woman? "You're asking for it." The snow maiden clenched her fists tightly. Instantly, the gentle snowflakes that had been drifting in the air suddenly became fierce and aggressive. "Why are you so angry? This is the territory of the snow elemental beast. Who are you?" Xianxia, seeing the sudden increase in snowfall, quickly dodged under a tree. Before encountering the beast, there was an odd woman. The woman in front of him spoke again. "I am the snow elemental beast, the snow maiden." Xianxia was shocked. He hadn't expected the beast to take human form. "So you're the beast." Immediately, Xianxia became nervous and started to be wary of the snow maiden in front of him. He quickly stepped back, afraid that the snow maiden might attack him. With her so close, if she really attacked, he wouldn't be able to escape. "I'll give you one last chance. Leave now or die." The snow maiden's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. "I've come this far with great difficulty. You want me to leave now?" Xianxia retorted. At this point, the snow maiden was completely enraged. She raised her hands, and the snowflakes in the air instantly froze in place. The snow maiden began to chant something, and the originally drifting snowflakes all surged toward Xianxia. "Snow blade sword!" the snow maiden exclaimed, and the snowflakes instantly transformed into sharp, dart-like blades. All the snow blades shot toward Xianxia. Seeing this, he quickly pulled out his spear. Xianxia spun the spear in front of him, creating a natural protective barrier. Then, he quickly moved to evade the snowflake's attack. However, after several attempts, he realized the snowflakes seemed to lock onto his position. No matter where he went, the snowflakes followed. The snow maiden's face remained expressionless as she gently turned her hand, changing the direction of the snowflakes once more. "Then I'll take down the leader first," Xianxia said, making a quick dash toward the snow maiden. At this, the snow maiden merely raised the corner of her mouth slightly. "You're seeking death." The cold words carried a killing intent. All the snowflakes surged toward Xianxia, but he quickly dodged behind the snow maiden. The snow maiden watched the snowflakes approach but showed no fear. The snowflakes, instead of harming her, passed through her body. Xianxia thought he had evaded the attack, but as the snow maiden's body disappeared, the snowflakes struck Xianxia directly. His body felt like it was being cut by knives, and blood began to seep from his wounds. "My body is made of snow, and I am one with the snow. You cannot kill me. And now that you're in my territory, you're doomed." The cold, emotionless voice echoed, making Xianxia shiver involuntarily. "Why are you so ruthless?" Xianxia quickly ran to the side, but the snowflakes continued to chase him. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now, you will die. The Snow Maiden's voice reverberated around him, but Yin Zerua still couldn't locate her. The snowflakes continued to drift in the air, transforming into sharp blades. If you have the guts, fight me directly. Don't use such underhanded tactics. Yin Zerua began to panic. If the snowflakes kept chasing him, he would eventually run out of strength. If that happened, he would be doomed. Yin Zerua clenched his teeth, feeling helpless. You cannot defeat me. The Snow Maiden's figure appeared again not far away, still dressed in white, her complexion pale, even her eyebrows a frosty blue. Well, I don't believe it. Seeing the Snow Maiden's figure, Yin Zerua charged toward her. In an instant, he reached her side. He swung his fist toward the Snow Maiden, but as he struck, her body turned into snow. Snowflakes swirled around, and Yin Zerua searched frantically. Suddenly, the Snow Maiden appeared behind him, her palm raised, a blade of ice forming in her hand. The icy blade exuded a chilling aura as the Snow Maiden swung it toward Yin Zerua. Yin Zerua was stunned. He felt a sharp pain in his back, and blood began to flow from his wounds. The blood stood out starkly against the snowy landscape, even staining the snow red. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. The cold voice echoed in Yin Zerua's ears. System, exchange points to fully heal my body. Feeling the pain in his body, Yin Zerua activated the system within him. Exchanging points, please wait. A warm sensation spread through Yin Zerua's body, and a faint blue light enveloped him. Soon, his weakened body returned to its peak condition. Chapter 683, Breaking Through the Ice Realm, Killing the Snow Woman. The Snow Woman was slightly surprised by this development. She didn't know how Yin Zerua had managed to achieve this, but she was certain that Yin Zerua had to die today. Before she could make a move, Yin Zerua raised his fist and struck directly at the Snow Woman's chest. This time, her body did not turn into snowflakes, which proved that Yin Zerua had hit a solid target. At the moment of impact, the Snow Woman's face revealed a hint of anger. You scoundrel, I'll fight you to the death today. The Snow Woman exclaimed, raising her hand. Instantly, all the snow around them began to move, and the snow on the ground transformed into a massive snowman in an instant. The snowman charged directly toward Yin Zerua. Surprised by this, Yin Zerua hadn't expected the Snow Woman to be able to control all the snow and ice here. Let my snowman entertain you properly. The snowman raised its fist and swung it toward Yin Zerua. Yin Zerua quickly raised his own fist to counter. When the snowman's hand touched Yin Zerua's fist, it immediately turned into snow. So this snowman isn't that strong after all. Yin Zerua smirked with satisfaction, but his expression changed again when he saw the scene before him. How is this possible? The snowman's arm that Yin Zerua had just struck had reassembled itself in an instant. I told you, you can't win. This is my domain, and all the snow and ice here are under my control. The snowman regained its original form and moved to crush Yin Zerua, who felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. Bang, bang, bang. Yin Zerua swung his fists again, and the snowman was shattered into snowflakes once more. But moments later, the snowman reformed, leaving Yin Zerua wide-eyed in disbelief. This snowman seemed invincible. No matter how many times he defeated it, it would always reform. Seeing this, Yin Zerua didn't know what to do. How is this possible? Yin Zerua continued to attack, but each strike had no effect. Every time he defeated the snowman, it would return to its original form. After several rounds, he finally decided to give up. Yin Zerua thought hard, trying to figure out a way to deal with the current situation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Earlier, when fighting the fire elemental beast, the surrounding flames had been extinguished by water. If that was the case, then snow-meeting fire would surely melt into water. With this thought, Yin Zerua quickly channeled his energy, and a flame appeared in his palm. When he brought the flame close to the snowman, it immediately melted. Satisfied with the result, Yin Zerua amplified the fire, and in an instant, the flame grew into a massive blaze. The huge fire spread around, and the snow woman reappeared. You dare use fire to destroy my ice and snow realm. The snow woman was furious, and at that moment, the snow in the sky grew heavier, piling up to a meter thick on the ground in the blink of an eye. If you had just let me pass, none of this would have happened, Xianxia said, charging toward the snow woman. He had already wasted too much time here, and if he delayed any longer, Wuxia Saintus would surely grow impatient. In an instant, Xianxia enveloped the snow woman in flames. Feeling the heat, the snow woman screamed, "Please take it away." At that moment, Xianxia created a fiery spatial cage, locking the snow woman inside. Escape was now impossible for her. The fiery cage trapped the snow woman, and Xianxia smirked victoriously. "Weren't you very smug earlier? Let's see what you can do now." As he said this, Xianxia tightened the cage. But the snow woman, though seething with anger, had no way out. "Please, spare me. I'll let you pass." The snow woman's tone had changed, but Xianxia remained unmoved. If it had been an ordinary woman begging for mercy, he might have agreed, but before him was just a transformed divine beast. As long as it wasn't human, no matter how much it pleaded, he wouldn't listen. "This is your own fault." The snow woman stopped begging, and her power began to surge. Her strength seemed to skyrocket to a new level, and the once calm snow woman suddenly rose to a new height. Seeing this, Xianxia felt a sense of impending doom. He realized what the snow woman intended to do. "You're going to self-destruct." Feeling the danger, Xianxia knew he had to act fast. If the snow woman really intended to self-destruct, it would take some time. As long as he could kill her before she completed the process, her self-destruct would fail. Without hesitation, Xianxia quickly tightened the fiery cage, and all the flames clung to the snow woman's body. She screamed in agony, "I'll kill you." Her power was still gathering, but at that moment, Xianxia drew his Sui Xian Ru E-scale transformed spear. The spear sliced through the air, leaving two crescent-shaped marks in the sky. Thunderbolt strike. In an instant, all the energy converged on the snow woman. She felt wave after wave of pain, and her power was interrupted. "Even if you can kill me, you'll never defeat Lei Yu." With her final words, the snow woman collapsed into the snowy ground, her body beginning to disperse. Her original form turned into a stream of spiritual energy, which immediately entered Xianxia's body. Feeling the icy energy, Xianxia shivered. The cold aura within him sent chills through his very being. Chapter 684, Rolling Thunder, the Fourth Trial. "So, this is your power." Xianxia began to sense and absorb it, and in the next moment, the power was directly under his control. Having undergone the purification of the previous three elemental forces, Xianxia now felt his strength had reached a new level. After a brief moment, Xianxia opened his eyes, and before them, a layer of icy blue mist greeted him. Having absorbed the previous three spiritual energies in the Thunder God Array, he had already gained numerous opportunities. In truth, he was also eager to see what lay ahead. Xianxia got up and walked forward, but as soon as he took a few steps, he found that the snowy landscape had disappeared. The Snow Maiden is dead, and the icy land has vanished as well. Xianxia sighed, and as he took a few more steps, the sound of thunder once again reverberated in his mind. Looking ahead, Xianxia saw a swirling black mist, within which flashes of lightning flickered, exactly as he had seen from the outside. "You killed my Snow Maiden sister. You must die." Xianxia looked at the man before him and realized that the two elemental beasts behind him had both transformed into human form. Upon closer inspection, Xianxia recognized him as Lei Yu, the one the Snow Maiden had mentioned earlier. Lei Yu's body was black, and he had a pair of black wings. Surrounding Lei Yu was a black mist, and as Xianxia sensed it, he realized the power within was extraordinary. "You must be Lei Yu, the one the Snow Maiden spoke of." Xianxia asked the man before him, and Lei Yu finally spoke. "Since you've seen me and know my name, You must die here today." With that, Lei Yu charged directly at Xianxia, his body enveloped in black mist. As he approached, the sky rumbled with deep thunder. The thunder roared continuously, echoing all around. Xianxia felt a chill as he realized the thunder contained the power of lightning. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck directly toward Xianxia. Seeing the lightning approach, he quickly leaped into the air. The lightning struck the ground, leaving a crater where Xianxia had just stood. "This lightning is incredibly powerful," Xianxia thought as he looked at the crater. If he hadn't moved quickly, he might have been split in half. "You're lucky to have escaped that time, but this time won't be so easy." Saying this, Lei Yu began to chant, and dozens of lightning bolts struck the ground from the sky, each accompanied by thunder that seemed to shake the very air. "I'd like to see where you can hide now." The lightning descended, and Xianxia felt there was nowhere to escape. He quickly stepped back, but the lightning still struck toward him. Xianxia gathered all his strength, forming a protective barrier in front of him. When the lightning struck the barrier, he felt a numbing sensation. "Well done, you've withstood it again. Let's see my ultimate attack." With that, Lei Yu formed a massive lightning orb, filled with lightning, as if casting it down would destroy the world. Feeling the terrifying power, Xianxia knew something was wrong. He quickly flew into the air, but it seemed too late. The massive lightning orb was cast, directly striking Xianxia. Feeling the pain, Xianxia lost consciousness in an instant, his body seemingly numb. He fell like a projectile, crashing straight to the ground. His body continued to twitch, and Lei Yu, seeing this, revealed a sinister smile. The smile was incredibly terrifying, and Xianxia on the ground seemed still unconscious. "Weren't you quite capable just now? Now, what will you do?" Lei Yu approached Xianxia, who lay on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Lei Yu crouched down, but in the next moment, Xianxia suddenly jumped up and swung his fist toward Lei Yu. The punch landed, sending Lei Yu flying several meters. While Xianxia appeared unconscious, he had already used the system to exchange for points, fully restoring his body to peak condition. "Now, what will you do?" At this moment, Xianxia drew his spear. After Lei Yu was knocked back, Xianxia seized the opportunity to turn and stand before him. Lei Yu hadn't yet recovered, and Xianxia thrust his spear down. As the spear made contact with Lei Yu's body, a powerful current surged, as if lightning had struck Xianxia. In an instant, he felt his grip on the spear weaken. "You were careless." Lei Yu on the ground jumped up, his body seemingly charged with boundless thunder. All the power surged toward Xianxia, who spat out a mouthful of blood, his body turning black. At that moment, Xianxia was charred, his flesh cooked. A burnt smell emanated from his body, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Lei Yu, seeing this, was extremely pleased. He thought he could kill Xianxia directly, but in a moment, Xianxia's body was restored to its original state. Before Lei Yu could react, Xianxia closed in with a single step. Lei Yu felt the scent of death approaching, and in the next second, all the power converged on Xianxia's spear. Learning from the previous lesson, this time he unleashed two sword energies, forming a cross shape that struck Lei Yu's head. How is this possible? Lei Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body began to dissipate. All his power dispersed into spiritual energy. Feeling the spiritual energy, Xianxia began to absorb it, and his cultivation once again improved, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. But just as he was about to break through, the feeling stopped, as if all power had frozen in that moment. "It seems I was overthinking," Xianxia sighed. Chapter 685, Crisis Looms Again, the Ancient Dragon Clan. With Lei Yu's disappearance, Xianxia suddenly felt a powerful force surging into his body from the outside. The sensation was both shocking and invigorating, as if an innate strength was cleansing his very being. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the rank of Celestial Deity First Grade. Celestial Deity First Grade. Xianxia now felt as though the wind around him had slowed down, and every element appeared crystal clear. It seemed effortless to control them. Was this the power of a celestial deity? The feeling of being one with the universe, of dominating the heavens and earth. Yin Zirua felt a mix of curiosity and awe for the overwhelming power coursing through him. He had initially thought that the final Thunder Beast would be the most formidable, but after defeating it, he realized it wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. Reflecting on the battle, he concluded that perhaps his earlier breakthrough had made the latter stages feel less challenging. Forget it. Yin Zirua shook his head, focusing once more on the newfound strength within him. To awaken as a celestial deity, transcending his previous limits, he had never thought it possible. This whole experience felt like a dream. At this moment, the first thing he wanted to do was share this news with Wuxia, the holy maiden, who was waiting for him outside. Feeling the changes in his body, Yin Zirua finally broke through. His strength surged anew, and when he stepped out, the ground beneath him crumbled. The once flat surface now had a deep crater, something Yin Zirua hadn't anticipated. His power had grown immensely. After some time, he managed to control his newfound strength, and his body finally obeyed his will. Blinking, his eyes regained a semblance of calm. His immediate thought was to find Wuxia and tell her about his breakthrough. He believed she would be overjoyed. As he approached the door, several aged figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Yin Zirua recognized them as the elders of the Pantheon Alliance. Though their interactions had been minimal, he had seen them a few times during meetings. Seeing the elders, Yin Zirua was initially delighted, thinking they had come to congratulate him. However, as he approached, he noticed the severe injuries on their bodies. This sight left him stunned. He couldn't understand why the elders were injured or what had happened. "Elders, what's wrong?" Yin Zirua asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Seeing the fresh blood on the elders, he felt a pang of concern. He wanted to know what had caused such injuries. "We were attacked," one elder gasped, his voice weak and labored, his eyes already losing focus, as if his life was slipping away. "Don't worry, elder. I have a medicinal pill here," Yin Zirua said, his tone filled with worry. "Thank you," the elder replied, taking the pill and swallowing it. Almost immediately, he felt his body begin to heal. "Take your time and tell me what happened," Yin Zirua urged, though he was anxious not to put the elder in further danger. "We were ambushed," the elder repeated, leaving Yin Zirua even more bewildered. The Pantheon Alliance was a formidable force. How could such a powerful entity be attacked? The elder's words left Yin Zirua in deep confusion. "The ancient dragon clan is awakening," the elder gasped, his words sending a chill down Yin Zirua's spine. He had never heard of the ancient dragon clan before. "What is the ancient dragon clan?" "I've never heard of them," Yin Zirua asked, puzzled. The elder continued, his voice trembling with fear. "The ancient dragon clan once ruled the entire continent." "Once ruled the entire continent?" Yin Zirua repeated, his breath catching. The idea was inconceivable. The continent was now fragmented, and if the ancient dragon clan had once ruled it, they must have been an incredibly powerful race. "But elder, I've never heard of this clan before," Yin Zirua said, growing even more confused. He had no recollection of such a race. "The clan has been gone for a long time, hidden away. We only learned of their resurgence when we were attacked," the elder explained, though his knowledge of the clan was limited. Yin Zirua blinked, his gaze fixed ahead with a mix of shock and curiosity. "In fact, the clan has always been hidden within the star domain," the elder continued. "They disappeared long ago, making the ancient dragon clan a mere legend. Since it's a legend, it's not something people care about," the elder added, leaving Yin Zirua wide-eyed. He had indeed never heard of them before. Even dragons, which he had only read about in books, were something he had never seen in reality. The mention of the ancient dragon clan left him incredulous. Yin Zirua's mind raced as he tried to process this revelation. But even if the clan is awakening, why attack the Pantheon Alliance? Yin Zirua wondered, struggling to understand. The clan's resurgence didn't necessarily mean they had to attack. This thought left him even more perplexed. The ancient dragon clan is known for their volatile nature. They act without reason, attacking anyone they deem unworthy, the elder explained, his words sending a shiver through Yin Zirua. The situation was dire, and Yin Zirua knew he had to act quickly to uncover the truth and protect those he cared about. Chapter 686, Sudden Revival, the Ancient Dragon Clan. The elders finally regained some composure, and the other elders seated themselves nearby. They quickly began circulating their internal energy to hasten their recovery. At this moment, a white glow enveloped their bodies, while Yin Zirua found himself lost in thought. He couldn't understand why the enemy had launched an attack, but he knew that once an attack was made, no matter the motive, it meant a conflict had been established. The Divine Alliance was the sect he belonged to, and if it suffered, it would undoubtedly affect him. But is this race truly that powerful? Yin Zirua wondered, looking at the elders in front of him. One of the elders finally looked up. They are indeed very strong. However, I don't know much about the Ancient Dragon Clan. There will be a conference soon to discuss them, and you can attend it. Upon hearing this, Yin Zirua's eyes filled with determination. He knew he had to attend this conference to understand the situation. The conference was likely of great importance, and he needed to be informed before he could make any judgment about the Ancient Dragon Clan or truly understand what they were. Don't worry, I will definitely attend that conference, Yin Zirua said, nodding. His eyes sparkled with a newfound resolve. He was determined not to let the Ancient Dragon Clan continue their reckless actions, and he had to find a way to deal with them. After settling the elders, Yin Zirua stepped outside, where he happened to see Wuxia, the Holy Maiden. She was overjoyed to see Yin Zirua's breakthrough, and immediately approached him. "Zirua, you've broken through," Wuxia exclaimed, her large eyes wide with disbelief and surprise. "Yes," Yin Zirua replied, still preoccupied with thoughts of the Ancient Dragon Clan. Other matters seemed trivial to him now. Wuxia, observing Yin Zirua's serious expression, knew he must be troubled. She gently stepped closer and took his hand. "You look so solemn. What's wrong?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. It was rare to see Yin Zirua in such a state, and it worried her. "Do you know about the Ancient Dragon Clan?" Yin Zirua inquired slowly, looking at Wuxia. She nodded. "I've read about them in books before," Wuxia recalled, remembering her past readings. However, she had always thought such things were mere legends. The sudden question from Yin Zirua puzzled her. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Is something wrong?" Wuxia looked at Yin Zirua, confused. "The Ancient Dragon Clan has revived, and their members have severely injured the elders of the Divine Alliance," Yin Zirua explained. Wuxia's eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined that the Ancient Dragon Clan truly existed. In her mind, they were just mythical entities from books. Yin Zirua's revelation made her doubt her own beliefs. "Are the Ancient Dragon Clan really real?" Wuxia asked, half believing, half doubting. "Yes, they are real, and they have already revived," Yin Zirua said firmly, and Wuxia finally believed him. Initially, even Yin Zirua had been skeptical, but he knew the elders of his sect wouldn't lie to him. Thus, he had fully accepted the existence of the Ancient Dragon Clan. Now, hearing this from Yin Zirua, Wuxia understood that he wasn't lying. "What are you planning to do?" Wuxia asked, knowing Yin Zirua must have his own ideas. "I've heard there will be a conference soon to discuss countermeasures. I plan to attend to gather more information," Yin Zirua explained. Wuxia decided to join him, and Yin Zirua didn't object. However, he knew the meeting would be risky, but Wuxia was resolute, and Yin Zirua didn't try to dissuade her. By this time, many sects had arrived, and the atmosphere was filled with the sound of drums and gongs, signaling the formality of the occasion. The host of the conference was from the Divine Alliance. As the representatives of the Divine Alliance stepped forward, all eyes turned toward them. Yin Zirua sat at the front, eager to see what would unfold. A senior elder from the Divine Alliance finally took the stage. This was the Great Elder, and Yin Zirua focused his attention on him. The Great Elder began speaking, his voice calm and steady, silencing the crowd instantly. "Everyone knows the Ancient Dragon Clan has revived, right?" the Great Elder said, and the crowd erupted into murmurs once more. Great Elder, what should we do? The situation is already dire. If we continue like this, we'll surely become their next target. A sect leader stood up, and others followed suit. They were visibly agitated, their voices trembling as they spoke of the ancient dragon clan. The mere mention of them filled them with disbelief and fear. Yet, the revival of the ancient dragon clan was a reality they couldn't ignore. Everyone knows the ancient dragon clan carries the bloodline of the ancient era. Their strength is formidable, the Great Elder continued. They are also a difficult foe to deal with, and many believed they were just a legend. But now, a blood sky formation has appeared in the Western Star region, a clear sign of the ancient dragon clan's revival. As the Great Elder finished, the crowd fell silent, their faces filled with dread. The mention of the formation sent shivers down their spines. We know how powerful and evil they are, but what can we do about this? One voice asked, panic evident. Are we just going to wait for them to fully revive and let them wreak havoc? Another added, desperation creeping into their tone. Chapter 687. The Gate to the Realm, the Ancient Dragon Tower. The other clans began to stir, but at this moment, the Grand Elder gestured for everyone to quiet down. Can everyone please calm down? It's not like we're all going to die. As long as something is alive, there's always a way to solve the problem. You're living beings, so why let that thing scare you to death? After the Elder spoke, the crowd finally regained their composure. I have an idea, one person suggested. We should take care of them before they fully awaken. Although they have extraordinary talent for cultivation, they still need time to grow. If we can eliminate them before they fully break through, then there won't be any further issues. The Grand Elder laid out his plan, and finally, someone in the crowd voiced their agreement. Indeed, if they could eliminate the ancient dragons before they fully awakened, then no other problems would arise. Although the idea was good, the moment someone mentioned taking action, the room fell silent again. Does anyone here feel capable of representing us to eliminate the ancient dragon clan? The Grand Elder asked the crowd. However, the previously noisy gathering suddenly fell silent, and everyone closed their mouths. They all knew how terrifying the ancient dragon clan was. No one was willing to go and risk their lives. At that moment, Xianxia, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly stood up. Elder, I am willing to go. As Xianxia stood up, all eyes in the room turned to her. Xianxia, are you really going? The Elder asked, examining her. In truth, Xianxia felt a bit helpless. Since no one else was speaking up, it seemed like the responsibility fell to her. Yes, I am willing to go, Xianxia replied. The journey to the ancient dragon inferno is extremely dangerous. You must be careful, the Elder said, his tone reflecting his own helplessness. If the ancient dragon clan weren't so powerful and dangerous, the situation wouldn't be so awkward. Xianxia nodded and immediately walked toward the exit of the meeting hall. She had to hurry. Xianxia, wait. As soon as she stepped out of the hall, Xianxia heard a familiar voice. Turning around, she saw it was Xianxia. Xianxia, what is it? Are you planning to go alone? Xianxia seemed quite upset. Otherwise, Xianxia was a bit confused, not understanding what Xianxia meant. Of course not. You can't go alone. Xianxia was clearly angry. Don't you know how dangerous that place is? Of course I've heard, Xianxia replied, feeling a bit helpless. Earlier in the meeting, when everyone heard about the ancient dragon clan, no one stepped forward to volunteer. Perhaps people sometimes lack a bit of courage, but someone has to step up and take action. Look, don't cause trouble for me, okay? Xianxia said, feeling a bit frustrated. Xianxia, this is a serious matter, and I have to hurry. I don't care. If you're going, then you have to take me with you. Xianxia blocked Xianxia's path. With Xianxia standing in the way, Xianxia had no choice but to sigh. I really don't know what to say to you. Xianxia blinked, knowing that Xianxia couldn't do anything about her. Xianxia was more concerned about not wasting time. After all, the urgent task was to prevent the full awakening of the ancient dragon clan. The first step was to reach the ancient dragon inferno. The journey to the ancient dragon inferno wouldn't take too long, but as they approached the boundary of the inferno, a figure suddenly blocked their path. "Young Master Yin, please wait." The voice was familiar. Zaimawayo and Yin Zirua turned together to see who it was, and both were surprised. It was none other than Yao Jiuhong, who had previously parted ways with them to go to the Qinyuan Star Domain. Yao Jiuhong now looked different from before. Dressed in a simple yet elegant gown, she exuded a noble and powerful aura. It seemed her cultivation in the Qinyuan Star Domain had made significant progress. "Jiuhong, why are you here?" Yin Zirua felt a flash of surprise at seeing her here. "Actually, we were waiting here for you," Yao Jiuhong said, looking at Yin Zirua. "The ancient dragon inferno is just ahead. Young Master Yin, I didn't expect it would be you who chose to come here." As a resident of the Qinyuan Star Domain, Yao Jiuhong was naturally aware of the major events unfolding in the Star Domain. "There's no point in talking about that now," Yin Zirua said, shaking his head. "Just tell me what you need to say quickly. Time is of the essence." "All right, I'll keep it brief. There's a tower ahead. Can you see it?" Yao Jiuhong pointed forward. Yin Zirua and Zaimawayo looked ahead and saw a tall tower faintly standing in the distance. "The only gate between the ancient dragon clan and the outside world is that tower. You can enter by claiming to be a challenger," Yao Jiuhong explained. "The ancient dragon clan is focused on cultivation, but also reveres martial prowess. They welcome practitioners who wish to test their strength against them." Yin Zirua was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected this. Previously, he had thought the ancient dragon clan was completely closed off. Now, he realized that the Divine Alliance wasn't very reliable, sending him here without even providing basic information. "Thank you so much, Jiuhong," Yin Zirua said, feeling grateful as he looked at Yao Jiuhong. "If you hadn't been here waiting for me, I wouldn't have known any of this." Yao Jiuhong shook her head. "Young Master Yin, you've done me a great favor. Helping you is nothing. Now, go quickly. Oh, and take this." She handed Yin Zirua a strange-looking circular artifact. "What is this?" Zaimawayo asked, a bit curious. "This should be given to Zaimawayo," Yao Jiuhong said, handing the artifact to Zaimawayo. "This is the sacred artifact of the Qinyuan Star Domain, the Star Cloud Disk. Young Master Yan's journey won't be easy, but this artifact has powerful healing abilities. Zaimawayo, you can use it if needed." "Wow." Zaimawayo accepted it. "Thank you so much, Jiuhong." Yao Jiuhong nodded and gave Yin Zirua a meaningful look. "Go now, young Master Yin. The fate of the Star Domain is now in your hands." Yin Zirua felt the weight of his responsibility. Nodding, he turned and headed toward the tower. As he approached the entrance of the tower, Yin Zirua felt the immense power emanating from within. This power was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. This must be the innate strength of the ancient dragon clan. The power was supreme and pure, so overwhelming that it made one instinctively want to kneel in submission. Yin Zirua gritted his teeth. It seemed the path ahead wouldn't be easy. Chapter 688, The Dragon's Tower, First Challenge. Yin Zirua and the kitten spirit soon arrived at the first level of the Dragon's Tower. When they reached the tower, a man stood there, serving as the guardian of the tower. Upon seeing Yin Zirua and the kitten spirit approach, the man's face showed a look of surprise. "Who are you two? How dare you come to the Dragon's Tower? Don't you know that not just anyone can enter here?" The gatekeeper's face was filled with anger as he scrutinized Yin Zirua and the kitten spirit, finding nothing particularly special about them. "We have come here to challenge the Dragon's Tower," Yin Zirua said gravely, meeting the gatekeeper's gaze. He noticed a hint of mockery in the man's eyes, as if he looked down on him. As expected, the man was astonished upon hearing Yin Zirua's words. He couldn't believe someone like Yin Zirua had the audacity to challenge the Dragon's Tower. The Dragon's Tower was renowned throughout the entire cultivation world as an extremely formidable place. Ordinary people couldn't even dream of challenging it. Some didn't even survive the first level. Although the gatekeeper was surprised, he couldn't refuse any challenger, as his duty was merely to safeguard the tower. The ancient dragon clan welcomed challengers, and once someone arrived to challenge the tower, he had to allow them to enter. So, he opened the door to the dragon's tower, letting Yin Zirua and the kitten's spirit pass through. Upon entering the first level of the dragon's tower, Yin Zirua and the kitten encountered a red-haired man. His entire body was enveloped in raging flames, and his eyes radiated boundless killing intent. Another two fools coming to die. I advise you to turn back now. I just woke up and I'm feeling lazy today. Consider yourselves lucky. I don't feel like killing you, the red-haired man said disdainfully, looking at Yin Zirua. He had been here for over 1,000 years, during which countless challengers had tried to defeat him, but none had managed to leave his presence alive. Seeing that Yin Zirua was just an ordinary mortal, he didn't have the heart to kill him. Who wins and who loses is yet to be decided. Can you even kill me? Yin Zirua retorted without giving the man any face. In his eyes, the red-haired man was just an ordinary being, and his cultivation might not even be as strong as some he had encountered before. The kitten's spirit, however, was shocked. She could see that the red-haired man's true form was actually a fire dragon. Master, be very careful. This red-haired man's true form is a fire dragon. His cultivation must be quite high, the kitten's spirit said with concern. Any dragon capable of taking human form had already reached an extraordinary level of cultivation. And this man was not just any dragon. He was a fire dragon, one of the top-tier beings among the dragon clan. The kitten's spirit was deeply worried. If Yin Zirua were to engage in battle with this fire dragon, would he be in danger of losing his life? I understand. I'll be careful, Yin Zirua replied, his expression immediately growing serious. He hadn't expected the red-haired man to be a fire dragon. Huh. Even if you know my true form, it's too late to regret now. Your words have angered me, and today you must die here. No one will leave alive, the red-haired man roared, releasing all the fury within him. Flames shot up 3 zhang high from his body, illuminating the dark space and filling it with scorching heat. The unbearable temperature spread rapidly, making the air feel heavy and oppressive. He had originally planned to spare Yin Zirua, but the man's blatant disregard for him infuriated him. Now, he would make Yin Zirua experience the true power of a fire dragon. In the next moment, the red-haired man lunged at Yin Zirua, leaping into the air and spewing out a massive torrent of fire from his mouth. The fierce flames surged toward Yin Zirua like a tidal wave. No one had ever survived his flames. Yin Zirua, witnessing the legendary fire dragon for the first time, was awestruck by its power. The raging flames seemed capable of burning everything in their path. Without hesitation, Yin Zirua swung his sword, releasing a powerful chill that instantly froze the surrounding area into a block of crystal-clear ice. When the icy aura clashed with the flames, clouds of white smoke rose, and the flames were immediately repelled. The ice sword technique? The red-haired man was surprised. He hadn't expected Yin Zirua to have mastered the ice sword technique, a skill specifically designed to counter fire-based techniques. This made him feel a sudden unease. If he were hit by the ice sword technique, it could very well mean his death. I need to end this quickly. The red-haired man's eyes darkened. In an instant, he transformed into a fire dragon, coiling in the air, his flames growing even more ferocious. Only now did the red-haired man realize the gravity of the situation. He had thought Yin Zirua was just an ordinary mortal, but it turned out the man possessed magical abilities. Moreover, the ice sword technique was an ancient, long-lost art. He never expected anyone to have learned it. The massive fire dragon lunged at Yin Zirua, its jaws wide open, its claws slashing through the air. 5 razor-sharp glimmers of light shot toward Yin Zirua. Without delay, Yin Zirua swung his sword again, creating a thick ice barrier in front of him. The ice barrier was half a meter thick and rose to over 10 meters high, completely enclosing the space. Bang! The ice barrier shattered under the dragon's claw, and the fire dragon lunged toward Yin Zirua, its razor-sharp teeth gleaming with a deadly light. If it bit down, it would mean certain death. "Master, be careful," the kitten's spirit shouted, shocked by the fire dragon's terrifying momentum. If she were to fight the fire dragon, the kitten's spirit knew she wouldn't stand a chance.
Ice.
Xianxia roared, throwing his sword into the air. A sharp, overwhelming aura surged, and the surrounding area was instantly covered in countless layers of ice. Even the air was frozen solid. The walls around them were covered in thick ice, and the dragon's tower was filled with a chilling aura. Seeing such a powerful force coming toward him, the fire dragon's face filled with fear. He immediately turned to flee. "As long as I can escape from here, I won't let him off," the fire dragon thought bitterly, glaring at Xianxia. He couldn't believe that, as a member of the dragon clan, he was being beaten to a standstill by a mere mortal. He decided that once he escaped, he would find reinforcements to kill Xianxia. "Wanna run?" Xianxia smirked, sending another wave of icy energy hurtling toward the fire dragon. A powerful, deathly aura surged from behind, forcing the fire dragon to speed up, but it was too late. His tail began to freeze, and soon his entire body was encased in ice, turning into a massive ice sculpture hovering in the air. Chapter 689. The Ritual, Reunion with an Old Enemy. The fire dragon never expected that even the flames on his body would be unable to withstand Xianxia's overwhelming chill. The cold was simply too terrifying, and even the fire of the dragon race couldn't suppress it. Seeing this scene, the little cat demon beside them was also astonished. She hadn't thought that Xianxia would actually defeat the fire dragon. After all, the fire dragon's strength was no less than that of any top-tier expert. "Great, you've finally defeated him," the little cat demon exclaimed excitedly as she ran towards Xianxia, her face full of joy. "The matter isn't over yet. If we don't shatter him completely, he won't die." Xianxia nodded, then struck out with a palm, sending a powerful gust of wind that instantly shattered the ice sculpture into countless fragments. The fire dragon's body turned into chunks of ice, which fell to the ground, glittering and translucent. If the fire dragon wasn't completely shattered, he would definitely come back to life. Only by doing this could he be completely eliminated. Soon, those ice fragments turned into streams of light like stars, disappearing without a trace. Only a fiery spirit bead remained on the ground. The fire spirit bead emitted waves of flames, and within the bead, it seemed as if a fire dragon was endlessly roaming. That fire dragon was his last remnant soul. With this fire dragon bead, Xianxia's strength would receive another significant boost. Afterward, Xianxia and the others took the fire spirit bead and proceeded to the second level. The gatekeeper outside also saw that the light from the first level had completely disappeared. He was deeply shocked, never expecting that Xianxia and his group had actually passed the first level, indicating that the fire dragon inside had been dealt with. Who exactly were those people who just went in? How could they have solved the fire dragon so quickly? It's unbelievable. The gatekeeper's gaze gradually shifted to the second level of the dragon tower, but in his heart, he seemed to have gained a bit of respect for Xianxia. After all, no one had ever been able to defeat the fire dragon so quickly. When Xianxia and his group arrived at the second level, they found a crowd gathered there, as if conducting some kind of ritual. Everyone formed a circle, and in front of them stood a statue of a dragon. These people all knelt on the ground without moving, their mouths chanting prayers. The atmosphere here was eerily strange, as if everyone was fixated on the dragon statue. "Little cat demon, be careful. I sense a dangerous aura here," Xianxia warned. Upon entering, he felt as if there was a terrifying presence hidden here, but he hadn't yet found its source. The two of them immediately became cautious, carefully moving closer to the crowd. They hadn't expected that these people would be so devoted to the dragon race. "I never thought the dragon race would be so revered here. It's hard to believe, and luckily, they don't know we've already dealt with the fire dragon." Xianxia glanced at the fire spirit bead in his hand, feeling a sense of relief. If they found out that Xianxia had just killed a fire dragon, these people might erupt in fury. Then, Xianxia and the others blended into the crowd, and he approached a man. "Excuse me, What are they doing? Who are these people? Yin Zirua was quite curious about the ritual in front of him and didn't understand what kind of race these people were. These are the followers of the ancient dragon clan. They are worshipping the ancient dragon clan, hoping to gain mysterious powers from them, the man explained. Upon hearing this, Yin Zirua and the little cat demon exchanged glances, feeling a sense of unease. They hadn't expected these people to be followers of the ancient dragon clan. As he carefully observed these people, Yin Zirua suddenly felt a familiar aura. It was the dark force. He took a few more steps forward and immediately realized that these people were members of the Three Peaks cult. Why are they here? And why are they worshipping the ancient dragon clan? Could they be plotting something? Yin Zirua couldn't believe that these people were from the Three Peaks cult, and they were now worshipping the ancient dragon clan. This made Yin Zirua feel that they must be planning a huge conspiracy. The Three Peaks cult had always been a group of people who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. They wouldn't do anything without a purpose, so their worship of the ancient dragon clan likely meant something big was about to happen. Master, why do you think they are here? The little cat demon also recognized their identity and immediately became vigilant, observing the surroundings for any signs of danger. I don't know, but I feel like they definitely have ulterior motives. Yin Zirua's gaze was fixed on the group in front of him, carefully observing their every move, hoping to glean some clues. At that moment, a kneeling man stood up, spreading his arms before the crowd. Sacred ancient dragon, please grant me strength to protect this land and bring peace to the turmoil. From the man's words, it seemed their desire was to gain the magical powers of the dragon race, so they could bring peace to the war-torn regions. Those outside, upon hearing this, were filled with admiration and reverence. I never thought they were such good people, thinking of us. I hope the dragon race truly grants them strength. Yes, I'm tired of war. If they can truly bring peace to our land, that would be wonderful. The surrounding crowd had completely believed the words of the Three Peaks cult, thinking that these people would indeed bring peace to the region. Yin Zirua, however, wouldn't be fooled by their lies. He was well aware that the Three Peaks cult were not good people. Their actions were likely aimed at obtaining the power of the dragon race, only to wreak havoc across the entire star domain. The Three Peaks cult is really good at manipulating people. They still haven't given up, trying to use the power of the ancient dragon to destroy the entire star domain. Yin Zirua's face was filled with anger as he saw through their intentions, which was why he was so furious. If the Three Peaks cult really obtained the power of the ancient dragon clan, the star domain would likely face a catastrophic disaster, with war and destruction everywhere. If it came to that, Yin Zirua and his group would be in even more trouble. Originally, their mission here was to deal with the ancient dragon clan, but they hadn't expected to encounter some old friends as well. Chapter 690, Declaration of War Against Sanfeng. The battle begins. Master, what should we do? We absolutely cannot let them obtain the power of the ancient dragon clan. We've come all this way, and if they get that power, everything we've done so far will have been in vain. The little cat Yao clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with fury, as if she wanted to rush forward and kill all the members of the Sanfeng Shijiao right now. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let them succeed in their plans. They want to use the power of the ancient dragon clan to destroy the entire star domain. That's nothing but a pipe dream. Yin Zirua glared at the enemy with clenched teeth, already planning how to sabotage their actions. He would not allow the star domain to fall victim to the sinister plot of the Sanfeng cult. Yin Zirua stepped forward and stood among the group of people who were talking. If we are going to discuss this place should be entrusted to those who are capable of protecting it. People like you are not worthy. Yin Zirua's words were a direct challenge to the members of the Sanfeng cult. At this provocation, several of them immediately rose to their feet, unable to stay seated any longer. Who's there? An old man in a black robe, emanating a strong dark aura, growled in a hoarse voice. The crowd parted, revealing Yin Zirua and the little cat spirit standing behind them. Most of the people here were members of the Sanfeng sect, and Yin Zirua shielded the little cat spirit behind him. It was I who spoke those words. I never thought that after skulking in the shadows for so long, Your Sanfeng cult would finally reveal yourselves here, Xianxia said coldly, his gaze fixed on the elderly man before him. Your cult has perpetrated countless evils, and now you're here solely to pilfer the power of the ancient dragon clan. Aren't you? You are. Xianxia. The old man glared at Xianxia, his voice filled with a seething hatred. Xianxia had eliminated numerous members of the Sanfeng cult in the past, and now, he found himself face to face with the leader of the Sanfeng cult. So, you're the leader of the Sanfeng cult, huh? Xianxia frowned. The dark aura emanating from the old man was so intense that even Xianxia felt a sense of dread. It was because of this power that Xianxia concluded that the man must be the leader of the Sanfeng cult. Ha ha ha, you're not entirely stupid. I am the leader of the Sanfeng cult, the Sanfeng demon. The old man laughed maniacally, his arrogance evident. The Sanfeng demon, a name that sounded like a formidable and dangerous foe. Xianxia, you chose the path to hell when heaven was within your grasp. Now that all the elite members of the Sanfeng sect are gathered here, you've come to meet your end. A disciple of the Sanfeng sect taunted loudly. Xianxia looked at him and extended his hand. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Xianxia's hand reached out, and the man was suddenly lifted off the ground as if being choked by an invisible hand, his feet dangling in the air. The man's face was filled with terror, his face turning purple as the sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him. Before anyone could react, an invisible blade pierced through the air and impaled the man to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. The surrounding crowd screamed and scattered in panic. Even if you're all here, what does it matter? Xianxia sneered. In front of me, you're all nothing but ants. Xianxia was not one to take life lightly, but having learned of the unspeakable atrocities committed by the Sanfeng sect, he saw no reason to show them any mercy. You can directly manipulate the power of spatial elements? The Sanfeng demon's voice was filled with surprise as he looked at Xianxia. He hadn't expected Xianxia's power to grow so rapidly. No one had seen how the man had died, but the Sanfeng demon knew. Xianxia had used the wind force inherent in the space to condense a blade and kill the provocateur. Moreover, that man was a true god of the 9th rank. The fact that Xianxia could instantly condense a weapon capable of killing a true god of the 9th rank with spatial elements was a terrifying display of power. Yes, it seems you still have some insight. Xianxia raised his gaze to meet the Sanfeng demon's eyes. All of this is your own fault. If you hadn't been so cruel and ruthless, I wouldn't have come after you. But since that's the case, let's fight. The members of the Sanfeng cult finally snapped out of their shock and charged at Xianxia en masse. True gods below the 8th rank were practically one-hit kills for Xianxia at this point. Xianxia activated the earth fire Qinglian, and the Qinglian flames surged out explosively, engulfing the charging crowd. The little cat demon beside him was a bit frightened, but at that moment, a transparent barrier appeared. Xianxia, while engaged in the battle, had also set up a protective barrier around the little cat spirit. As the low-level cultivators were consumed by the flames, the 5 protectors of the Sanfeng demon stepped forward. These 5 were all at the level of Heavenly God Rank 1, and they quickly formed a 5 elements formation. Within the 5 elements formation, the 5 protectors took their positions at the 5 points corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The wood protector, skilled in the power of plants, instantly unleashed a plant-based spell, and vines appeared in the air, wrapping around Xianxia. Ha ha ha, now you're nothing but our prey. The wood protector was extremely smug. It seemed that Xianxia was just a paper tiger. Now, it seemed that even the Sanfeng demon didn't need to lift a finger. They could easily kill this arrogant brat. Heh, is that so? Xianxia snorted coldly. Flame God strike. A blinding white light flashed, and the surging power of the flame god within Xianxia erupted. The vines that had bound Xianxia were instantly ignited by the flames, which then spread back toward the wood protector. Ah! The wood protector let out a painful scream. The flames were unlike any ordinary fire. Once they attached to the body, they could not be easily extinguished. Let me help you. The water protector immediately summoned the power of water, spraying it onto the wood protector, which managed to extinguish the flames. He's a fire-type spellcaster, so it seems we need both of you to counter him. The wood protector, now in a sorry state, said to the water and earth protectors. Indeed, within the 5 elements, water and earth were relatively effective in countering the power of fire. You're too naive. Did you really think I only possess fire-based spells? Yin Zirua shook his head, clearly disappointed. He hadn't expected the members of the Sanfeng sect to be so foolish. Yin Zirua instantly summoned the Sui Xian Rui scale, transforming it into a blade of ice. With a casual swing, ice blades shot toward the 5 protectors. Crap, this guy isn't just skilled in one element. The protectors were shocked to discover that Yin Zirua had so many tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 691. Defeating the 5 protectors, breaking through in power. There's no other way. It seems we must use that method to deal with this guy. Fire Protector said. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed. Within that light, the figures of the 5 men visibly transformed. Yin Zirua, be careful. They seem to be about to unleash some powerful technique. The Kitanyal's voice echoed from the nearby barrier. Though not directly involved in the battle, the kitten demon had been closely observing the events unfolding. Yin Zirua was now facing 5 formidable opponents alone. Naturally, the Kitanyal was deeply concerned for his safety. Don't worry, Yin Zirua reassured the kitten, though he remained highly vigilant of the opponent's movements. Yin Zirua's senses were heightened to their sharpest, intently focusing on the enemy's actions. The 5 figures had transformed into monstrous shapes, sprouting skeletal wings and tails, with their arms and legs covered in bony spikes. These people, Yin Zirua frowned. They must have gained a portion of the ancient Dragon Clan's power, resulting in their current mutation. Heh, you're not entirely ignorant. Metal Protector sneered at Yin Zirua with an air of arrogance. Now kneel and beg for mercy, and we might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Yin Zirua let out a cold laugh. Is that so? It seems you have a rather poor understanding of yourselves. With that, Yin Zirua transformed into a massive flaming orb and charged forward. Earth Protector, block him! The other protectors shouted in unison. Among the protectors, Earth Protector's defensive techniques were the strongest. In battles, Earth Protector usually took on the role of defense. Earth Protector spread his bony wings and stood in front of the others. Earth Shield. With a loud shout, Earth Protector formed a powerful barrier in front of him. Yin Zirua had now reached the group, and facing the Earth Shield, he could feel its strength. Heh, it seems you've indeed tapped into some power, Yin Zirua sneered, feeling the power of the Earth Shield. Immediately, he activated the Earth Fire Green Lotus, a crushing force that broke through the Earth Shield. Ah! Earth Protector screamed as he felt the scorching heat of Yin Zirua's true flame god power. That fire was completely different from the flames of ordinary cultivators. Yin Zirua's flames were now the purest and most supreme existence. Quick, save him! Metal Protector panicked, shocked by Yin Zirua's strength. There was no choice but for Water Protector to step in. Water Protector struggled with all his might to extinguish the flames on Earth Protector's body. It's no use. We must join forces now. Fire Protector said. As soon as he finished speaking, Fire Protector drew a sword. The sword was surrounded by dark flames, with a colorful aura at the edges, exuding immense power. It seems you still have something worth seeing, Yin Zirua said, more excited than wary. He wanted to see what abilities these 5 incompetent protectors had, hoping it wouldn't be too boring. In an instant, the surrounding sky darkened. Countless lightning bolts flashed across the heavens and earth, and the 5 figures burst forth with different colored powers, all converging around Fire Protector's magical weapon. Ultimately, the powers fused into one within the weapon, radiating a dazzling light. At this moment, the entire world was shrouded in darkness, with only the sword glowing with an unyielding brilliance. Yin Zirua immediately drew the Sui Xian Rui ruler, transforming it into a long blade, which he gripped and planted on the ground, forming a defensive stance. The sword emitted a clear, resonant hum, as if eager to strike, driven by the powerful forces of the 5 elements. That challenger is truly brave, to force the 5 protectors to combine their powers. The onlookers below were already buzzing with discussion. The kitten bit her lip, watching the battle unfold above. Will that guy be torn to shreds? A disciple of the 3 Peaks sect asked. The combined power of the 5 elements is truly magnificent, someone exclaimed in awe. Heh, do they overestimate that Miao Zi? A 3 Peaks demon sneered with disdain and a hint of malice. In his eyes, Yin Zirua was not worthy of such a move. However, Yin Zirua had some skill, and this attack should be enough to obliterate him. It was better to deal with him quickly, as he was a potential threat. Meanwhile, Yin Zirua remained calm and composed, unruffled by the situation. Since you insist on going down this path, we shall fulfill your wish. Fire Protector's voice echoed like thunder from the heavens, empowered by the immense force. 1,000 swords, destroy my enemy. With a loud shout, several beams of light shot down toward Yin Zirua at lightning speed. The flame god strike at my command can break through an army. Yin Zirua shouted sharply, and a blinding white light erupted, colliding with the beams of light. A massive surge of energy erupted instantly. Within the fiery glow, Yin Zirua's flame god strike surged forward with overwhelming dominance. What? How is this possible? Fire Protector's face was filled with disbelief. This was the power of the 5 elements. How could it be overpowered by Yin Zirua? But the fiery energy wave was already upon them, instantly engulfing them. Ah! The screams of the 5 protectors rang out. Yin Zirua panted, as the previous strike had nearly drained all his strength. He had felt the terrifying nature of the 5 elements' power, so he had concentrated all his strength into that one attack. Fortunately, he had succeeded. As Yin Zirua looked at the corpses of the 5 protectors, he felt another surge of power coursing through his body. He quickly sat down, his hands clasped together in front of his chest, as a powerful energy wave surged within him, as if ready to burst out of his body. Feeling the intense energy, Yin Zirua's eyes suddenly showed a hint of crimson. How could this be? The power seemed ready to burst out of his body, as his entire being radiated with intense heat. Ah! Yin Zirua let out a loud cry, and the surrounding forest began to stir, with all the spiritual energy converging into his body at that moment. He felt the power within him growing even stronger, and at that instant, a layer of white aura emerged on his body. Breakthrough! Yin Zirua shouted, and a wave of energy surged from within him, shattering the surrounding stone walls in an instant. Chapter 692. The Formidable Enemy, 3 Peaks Demon, Heavenly God 3rd Rank. Yin Zirua had unexpectedly broken through, his strength now directly reaching the Heavenly God 3rd Rank. Feeling the power coursing through his body, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his eyes. He had never imagined that his breakthrough would be so effortless, happening in the blink of an eye. Yin Zirua's eyes regained their calm, and at this moment, he knew he had to seek out the 3 Peaks Demon. The 3 Peaks Demon was the ultimate mastermind behind the 3 Peaks sect, so if Yin Zirua wanted to eliminate the 3 Peaks sect, he had to deal with the 3 Peaks Demon first. Yin Zirua slowly advanced, and suddenly, the sky turned black, as if an unusual energy fluctuation was surging through the heavens and earth. Feeling the positive energy fluctuation, Yin Zirua instantly felt that something was amiss. It felt as if the positive energy was eroding his body. How could this be? Yin Zirua looked up and saw a swirling mass of black mist in the sky. This black mist billowed in the air, and all the power seemed to converge towards it. The sky darkened, and behind the black mist, the sun had transformed into a blood-red full moon. The crimson moon hung in the sky, and all the power descended at once. The black fog slowly dispersed, and Yin Zirua could vaguely see a man in the center of the black mist. The man had a sinister smile on his face. Such a smile brought Yin Zirua immense pressure. Feeling the power of the person in front of him, Xianxia immediately sensed that something was wrong. This person's strength seemed to exert too much pressure on him. I never expected, Xianxia, that you could make it here. It seems my protectors are truly a bunch of good-for-nothing gluttons. The Three Peaks demon spoke in a deep voice, but Xianxia could still detect a penetrating quality in his tone. This penetrating voice seemed to directly reach Xianxia's mind, bringing with it an intangible pressure. Don't play act here. Do you think I don't know who you are? Xianxia said, his eyes directly locking onto the Three Peaks demon in front of him. The Three Peaks demon, however, remained silent, continuing to wear a sinister smile. You certainly know who I am, but you'll soon forget that, because I won't let you leave alive. As he spoke, the aura around the Three Peaks demon continued to surge, and the sky had darkened, as if the only source of light left was the crimson moon. Feeling this aura, Xianxia also felt the pressure. He had never imagined that the Three Peaks demon's strength would be so formidable, definitely not an ordinary existence. Let's see what you're made of. With that, the Three Peaks demon charged directly towards Xianxia, his body surrounded by black mist. In an instant, the black mist transformed into countless vengeful spirits, all rushing towards Xianxia. These are all made from the corpses of everyone in the Three Peaks sect, and they are the people you killed. They carry resentment and will take your life directly. As he spoke, all the black mist surged towards Xianxia, the vengeful spirits swirling around him, as if ready to tear him apart. Seeing this, Xianxia activated his technique, and a flame suddenly enveloped his body, protecting him from the vengeful spirits. All the power at this moment burned towards the vengeful spirits, and upon seeing this, the spirits could only retreat. Seeing this situation, the Three Peaks demon also activated his technique. All the vengeful spirits merged together into a massive black mist, pressing down towards Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia quickly moved to another mountain, where he still could see the enormous black mass. In his hand, he held a spear, which he swung through the air, sending a powerful force directly towards the black mist. With a single strike, the black mist was split in two, and the mountain range on the opposite side was also shattered by Xianxia. Xianxia's power seemed to have reached its peak, and the Three Peaks demon, seeing this, couldn't help but admire him. I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. Now, let me see your true power. With that, the Three Peaks demon placed both hands on his chest, and all the vengeful spirits merged once again, including the previously split black mist. The black mist then surged towards Xianxia with incredible speed, reaching him in an instant. Feeling this power, Xianxia could only envelop himself in flames to resist the black mist. The black mist continued to burn, but at the same time, everything around them was sent flying. This force was too strong, and in an instant, the flames on Xianxia's body were suppressed. Shortly after, the black mist completely enveloped Xianxia, obscuring his figure. Xianxia, you are doomed to die here today. The Three Peaks demon began to laugh maniacally, convinced that his power was the strongest in the world, making dealing with Xianxia a trivial matter. The Three Peaks demon's laughter grew more and more eerie, and the black mist on the ground continued to press down on Xianxia, as if he had ceased to exist. Seeing that there was no movement below, the Three Peaks demon finally relaxed, never expecting Xianxia to be so easy to deal with, being annihilated in an instant. I thought he was so powerful, but he's just a worthless piece of trash. The Three Peaks demon continued to laugh maniacally, but the black mist that had enveloped Xianxia suddenly glowed with golden light, as if the light was emanating from within. Feeling this power, the black mist instantly exploded. The once intact black mist no longer existed, completely burned away by Xianxia. You seem to be celebrating a bit too early. As Xianxia spoke, he charged directly towards the Three Peaks demon, all his strength concentrated in his fist. His fist was enveloped in flames, and he knew that the Three Peaks demon should be afraid of fire, while his techniques carried a strong, sinister energy. Chapter 693, Crimson Blood, Dark Surge. The pure, blazing flames enveloping him were the perfect counter to the evil spirits of the Three Peaks. In an instant, he closed the distance to the Three Peaks demon. His fist shot out, unleashing a surge of powerful energy that struck the demon directly. For the first time, the Three Peaks demon felt pain, and it was sent flying. Its body slammed into the ground like a cannonball. Xianxia remained calm, but the demon was far from dead. It rose from the crater, standing once more. "I didn't expect your strength to be so great," the Three Peaks demon said, charging towards Xianxia. Its hands transformed into claws, wreathed in black flames. These flames contrasted sharply with Xianxia's fiery red aura. The demon's claws lunged towards him, forcing Xianxia to retreat several steps. "You're too slow," Xianxia muttered, exasperated. The demon surged forward again, this time with even greater force. Its claws struck Xianxia's body. Pain surged through Xianxia as he felt his skin burning under the demon's black flames. The flames carried no heat, only an icy chill that seemed to freeze his veins. "What is this power?" Xianxia said, his eyes filled with fear. He hadn't expected the demon's strength to be so overwhelming, nor the cold to suppress his very soul. "This extreme icy flame was specially created to counter you," the demon said. "You should feel the chill now. Soon, you won't be able to use your power at all." The demon smiled, a smug expression on its face. Xianxia could indeed feel his cultivation freezing, his strength waning. "To recover, you'll need at least 10 or 15 days. Today you'll die here." With a flash, the demon appeared before Xianxia, its claws slashing out. Xianxia dodged, but the demon pressed its attack, focusing all its power into its claws. It struck Xianxia's arm. The demon believed Xianxia's power was sealed, but in that moment, a golden light enveloped him, and flames erupted once more, burning the demon's palm. The demon was stunned. It had thought Xianxia's power was locked away, but now it was unleashed with terrifying force. Its hand ignited in flames. Confusion filled the demon's eyes. It couldn't understand how Xianxia's power had returned. Earlier, it had clearly sealed his strength. However, the demon had overlooked one crucial detail. Xianxia possessed a powerful system. Earlier, Xianxia had indeed felt his power sealed and couldn't use it. But in an instant, he used his system to exchange points, instantly healing his injuries. The demon's sealing technique was a form of damage, and with his wounds healed, the seal was broken. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxia closed the distance to the demon's back, drawing his spear and thrusting it into the demon's spine. Pain rippled through the demon as black blood surged from its body. Under the crimson moon, the blood was strikingly vivid, and even from it, Xianxia felt an icy chill. "Today, you must die," the demon roared, its cold aura intensifying. Its blood enveloped Xianxia, tightening around him. Xianxia struggled, but the blood only tightened further. The only way to escape was through self-detonation. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia's power surged to its limits. The demon sensed the force and tried to release him, but it was too late. The explosion engulfed it. The demon's black aura shattered, and it reverted to its human form, injured but alive. "Even if I'm wounded, Xianxia, you're finally dead." In the demon's mind, anyone who detonated their soul would die. It had succeeded in its plan. But as the fog cleared, a figure appeared before it. Xianxia. He hadn't died. In that instant, he activated his system, restoring his body to peak condition. "You detonated your soul earlier, didn't you?" the demon asked, confusion in its eyes. It had clearly felt Xianxia's soul explode. Yet, here he was alive. Xianxia smirked, not bothering to explain. In the next moment, he appeared behind the demon, seizing its body. The demon transformed into a pool of black blood, once again engulfing Xianxia. Chapter 694, Divine Power Descends, Explosive Soul Energy. Xianxia felt his cultivation being suppressed once again. This force seemed to be specifically designed to counter his abilities. He tried to resist, but the black blood enveloped him even tighter. Meanwhile, the crimson moon above still hung in the sky, radiating its formidable energy, which the Three Peaks demon was basking in. The power of the crimson moon is truly marvelous, the Three Peaks demon exclaimed, as it absorbed the energy of the moon to enhance its own strength. To its surprise, its cultivation continued to grow even as it absorbed this power. Xianxia, now completely entangled, found it impossible to break free. The only option left was to detonate his soul. With a soft sigh, Xianxia's body surged with boundless energy, layer upon layer, until it reached its peak. His eyes revealed a calm determination, knowing that only by detonating his soul could he defeat the Three Peaks demon. A wave of pain coursed through him, but he managed to activate the system in his mind. Exchange points to restore my body to its peak condition. As he spoke, the points were deducted, and a green glow enveloped him, instantly repairing his injuries. You actually detonated your soul again, the Three Peaks demon said, its eyes filled with astonishment. It couldn't fathom how Xianxia could recover and return to his peak after detonating his soul. What does it matter how I did it? You're only going to die today, Xianxia replied, breaking free from the blood's grip. His body formed a circle behind him, and flames erupted once more. With a spear in hand, he slashed forward, creating a crescent moon in the air, radiating a powerful aura and flickering with flames. This crescent struck the Three Peaks demon, sending its body flying and crashing deep into the ground. The demon quickly emerged from the crater, its body bursting with red energy that resonated with the crimson moon above, further enhancing its strength. Xianxia realized the situation was dire. Killing the Three Peaks demon now seemed impossible. Without a system, the demon relied solely on the moon's power to continuously boost its cultivation, keeping Xianxia at bay. Panic filled Xianxia's eyes as he quickly retreated, trying to steady himself. He was baffled by how the demon could use the crimson moon to increase its strength. Ignoring his confusion, Xianxia charged at the demon, gathering all his strength into his spear. The spear struck the demon, but instead of piercing its skin, it felt like hitting a steel plate. The demon's skin had hardened, now covered in scales, making it nearly impenetrable. Defeated, Xianxia retreated. But the demon transformed into a pool of blood, which then turned into ropes, binding him tightly. The demon's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, its mouth dripping with fresh blood. Xianxia, you are doomed to die here today, it declared, tightening its grip. Trapped and unable to move, Xianxia's expression turned grim. Escape seemed impossible, and death loomed. Realizing this, he decided to detonate his soul once more. Power surged through him, drawing all the remaining spiritual energy around him. With a deep breath, he clasped his hands together, and a tremendous force erupted from his body, shattering the stones around him and breaking free from the demon's hold. The Three Peaks demon was sent flying again, while Xianxia recovered nearby, his brow soaked with sweat. The pain of detonating his soul was excruciating, but it was the only way to survive. How is this possible? You've detonated your soul 3 times, yet you're still alive? The demon was shocked, unable to comprehend how Xianxia could survive such a feat. Today, it's either you die or I perish, Xianxia declared, charging at the demon with a calm smile, spear in hand. Thunderbolt slash, he shouted, and with a final strike, the Three Peaks demon was split in two. Chapter 695. The Disappearance of the Blood-Red Moon, the end of its demonic influence. Despite being split in half by the attack, the Three Peaks demon managed to recover within moments. Not only did it heal, but its strength seemed to have increased, reaching a level far beyond what it had been before. Don't forget, this is the Blood Moon period. Not only can I enhance my cultivation, but I can also quickly recover from injuries, the Three Peaks demon said with a greedy smile. At this moment, Xianxia finally realized something. With the Blood Moon hanging in the sky, the Three Peaks demon could draw power from it to boost its strength. However, once the Blood Moon's time ended, the demon would lose its greatest advantage. Realizing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Yin Zirua's eyes. He didn't need to rush. He only had to wait for the right moment to eliminate the Three Peaks demon. From that point on, Yin Zirua stopped attacking the demon. Meanwhile, the blood moon in the sky began to fade. The Three Peaks demon seemed to have caught on to Yin Zirua's plan. The demon could no longer afford to wait. The sky would soon brighten, and when that happened, the blood moon would completely disappear, along with the demon's enhanced strength and regenerative abilities. In a desperate move, the Three Peaks demon charged at Yin Zirua, channeling all its power into its palm. With a mighty shout, "Great Heaven Palm!" A massive palm print, enveloped in a blood-red mist, hurtled toward Yin Zirua, threatening to engulf him entirely. Feeling the immense pressure, Yin Zirua quickly retreated. The massive palm print missed him and instead slammed into a nearby mountain peak, causing it to collapse instantly. The impact also created a massive crater in the ground, and all the birds in the sky vanished. "If you dare, fight me to the death instead of running away!" The Three Peaks demon roared in fury, knowing it had to eliminate Yin Zirua as quickly as possible. But how could Yin Zirua give it the chance? In an instant, he darted behind the demon, only to quickly change direction and move elsewhere. The Three Peaks demon was now thoroughly enraged, watching as the blood moon in the sky began to fade. It knew it had to go all out. The demon began to channel all the red energy toward itself, causing the fading blood moon to grow brighter once more. With a grimace, the demon spat out a mouthful of black blood, which seemed to merge with the moon. Its strength surged to an even higher level, shocking Yin Zirua. The demon's power was now far greater than before, and Yin Zirua knew he stood no chance against it. "Yin Zirua, prepare to die!" The Three Peaks demon bellowed, unleashing another powerful palm strike. This time, the force was even greater, and in the next moment, it slammed Yin Zirua into the ground. Feeling the crushing pressure, Yin Zirua quickly activated his protective shield. Although the attack was blocked, the residual force still pinned him to the ground. Yet, Yin Zirua refused to give up. He summoned his spear, which flew from his hand and struck the demon from behind. The spear pierced the demon's body, causing it pain, but the demon simply pulled it out and tossed it aside. Then, the demon closed in on Yin Zirua, grabbing his neck and hurling him across the ground. Yin Zirua, feeling the pain, knew he had to resort to self-detonation once more. All his remaining strength gathered within him, and as the pressure built, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His crimson blood stained his white robes, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. With a loud explosion, Yin Zirua's body disintegrated into fragments, leaving nothing behind. The Three Peaks demon knew Yin Zirua wouldn't die so easily and searched for his reincarnated form. However, the shockwave from the explosion had already damaged its internal organs. The blood moon in the sky began to fade, and in the next moment, dawn broke. This was a severe disadvantage for the Three Peaks demon. With a determined smile, Yin Zirua seized the opportunity and charged at the demon once more. The fading blood moon signaled the perfect time to strike. As he approached, his eyes filled with resolve, and his spear thrust forward. Although the sky was beginning to brighten, the demon's strength remained at its peak. The Three Peaks demon caught the spear with its bare hands, a sinister smile spreading across its face. With a powerful throw, it sent both Yin Zirua and the spear flying. Yin Zirua crashed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Even if you've discovered my weakness, it's impossible for you to kill me," the demon declared, charging at Yin Zirua with a crazed fury. It grabbed him and delivered a crushing punch. Chapter 696, Ancient Dragon Sacrifice, descending from the sky. His fist carried a faint crimson hue, and the moment it struck, Yin Zirua spat out another mouthful of blood. Yin Zirua hadn't expected the opponent's strength to be so formidable. At that moment, a fierce flame erupted from his body. The flames directly burned onto the hand of the Three Peaks demon, causing it to release its grip on Yin Zirua. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Zirua quickly retreated dozens of meters. Yin Zirua finally felt fear. Indeed, the Three Peaks demon had brought him immense pressure. If he continued to waste time here, it would be detrimental. Therefore, he had to deal with the situation as quickly as possible. But how could the Three Peaks demon be so easily dealt with? Seeing Yin Zerua retreat to the side, the demon swiftly closed the distance to him. Yin Zerua knew he couldn't let the Three Peaks demon catch him. Taking advantage of the moment, he dodged again, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from his palm. The overwhelming force sent the Three Peaks demon flying several meters, but its body was incredibly resilient. Despite Yin Zerua's best efforts, the attack didn't cause significant damage. The Three Peaks demon smirked, its eyes revealing something sinister. Its power surged once more. This power was terrifying, carrying an aura of slaughter, as if it had been forged through countless killings. The aura of slaughter enveloped the Three Peaks demon, forcing Yin Zerua to retreat. How many people have you killed to possess such a killing aura? The intense aura filled the surroundings. How many have I killed? That's none of your concern. What you should worry about is your own life. With that, the Three Peaks demon closed in on Yin Zerua. The killing aura combined with its crimson mist, forcing him back dozens of meters. Yin Zerua just wanted to end the battle quickly, but under these circumstances, that was impossible. Gritting his teeth, Yin Zerua knew he had no choice but to risk everything. His body shot forward, enveloped in a crimson glow. He gripped his spear, channeling all his strength into its tip. Two formidable energies surged forth with his spear's movement, creating a massive crater in the ground. However, the Three Peaks demon dodged the attack with incredible speed, its eyes revealing a hint of confusion. It hadn't expected Yin Zerua's power to remain so strong at this moment. Yin Zerua didn't hesitate any longer. His strength surged once more. The full moon in the sky had completely disappeared, signaling the perfect timing. The Three Peaks demon's power was rapidly waning. If Yin Zerua could close in and detonate himself, he could kill the demon. Yin Zerua seized the opportunity when the Three Peaks demon was recharging its energy. With a terrifying smile in his eyes, he closed in on the demon. The Three Peaks demon sensed danger. If it allowed Yin Zerua to proceed, it would surely die. But in this situation, it couldn't do anything. It tried to retreat, but Yin Zerua grabbed its hands. This time, he detonated himself, and his body was torn apart. The Three Peaks demon finally collapsed to the ground, and the crimson moon in the sky disappeared. Looking at the demon's corpse, Yin Zerua's face showed a calm smile. He hadn't expected the Three Peaks demon to be so difficult to deal with. Although the system had healed his injuries, the pain still lingered, making him feel uncomfortable. Yin Zerua sat cross-legged to recover. His strength rapidly returned, and soon he was back at his peak. Feeling the power in his body, his eyes regained their usual calm. He had to move forward now. As Yin Zerua advanced, a man suddenly appeared before him. The man's clothing was simple, and a faint green glow could be seen on his body. Yin Zerua recognized him as a member of the ancient dragon clan. "What is your intention here in the ancient dragon clan?" the man questioned, his eyes filled with hostility. Yin Zerua knew the man was hostile. He remained silent, making no move. "The person I killed was a villain, someone who had wronged me. It has nothing to do with your ancient dragon clan." Yin Zerua spoke decisively. He knew any explanation would be futile, so he took full responsibility. "Whether he was a villain or not is none of my concern, but he was our follower. By killing him, you've defied the ancient dragon clan. Are you sure you want to do this?" Qingyu's eyes burned with resentment as he blocked Yin Zerua's path. Yin Zerua gritted his teeth, feeling anger toward Qingyu. He hadn't expected the ancient dragon clan to act so recklessly, attacking without reason. "I've already said he was a villain, and he didn't truly worship your clan." Yin Zerua's eyes burned with fury. He couldn't believe these people were so unreasonable. "Whether he truly worshipped us is our business. You trespassed into the dragon tower and injured our follower, which is an insult to the ancient dragon clan." Qingyu continued, his words unyielding as he stared down Yin Zerua. "I am Qingyu, the sacrificial priest of the ancient dragon clan. Today, I will punish you on behalf of the clan. Chapter 697. The Art of Eye Killing, the Vessel of the Body. Chapter 697. Eye of Destruction, Vessel of Power. Originally, it was just a matter of Sun Ban dealing with the members of the Three Peaks cult, but unexpectedly, they now found themselves entangled with the Ji-Thur of the ancient dragon clan. However, considering that Yin Zerua had come here specifically to stop the actions of the ancient dragon clan, this battle was inevitable. You believe your noble bloodline entitles you to rule the world, yet you fail to recognize that every individual has their own value, Yin Zerua said, locking eyes with Qingyu. To his surprise, Qingyu's expression turned contemptuous upon hearing this. If these words were spoken by a race more powerful than ours, I might find them worthy of respect, Qingyu sneered, his cold laughter filled with disdain for Yin Zerua. Unfortunately, you are merely a human insect. Your only value is destruction. With that, a massive burst of light shot into the sky, its terrifying power even making Yin Zerua wary. Be careful, Yin Zerua. Little Cat Yao's voice suddenly echoed. Her strength was already at a level where she had to bow before someone like Qingyu, yet she still mustered her courage. Realizing he had Little Cat Yao with him, Yin Zerua quickly strengthened the protective barrier around her, fearing the impending clash might harm her. This battle, he had to endure. Since you consider me an insect, let me show you the true power of what you call an insect, Yin Zerua declared coldly. He drew his Ruyi Chi, transforming it into a fiery longsword. The blade shimmered with deadly brilliance, its black-red flames both dim and dazzling. With Yin Zerua's strength having grown so much, his forged weapons had also evolved alongside him. He was no longer the same as before. Heh, it seems you have some skill, but in my eyes, it's nothing more than a cheap trick, Qingyu said coldly. Those who defy me shall perish. Dragon Lock Seal. Qingyu shouted sharply. In an instant, several golden chains appeared in the air, shooting straight towards Yin Zerua. The next moment, Yin Zerua was tightly bound by the golden chains. Despite his efforts to break free, the chains held firm. These chains are so strange, Yin Zerua exclaimed in surprise. He could feel that the more he struggled, the tighter the chains became. Moreover, the golden chains were steadily draining his strength. Yin Zerua immediately sensed the danger. The magic of the ancient dragon clan was Guiyi, unlike anything he had ever experienced before. This isn't going to be easy to deal with. Blood trickled from the corner of Yin Zerua's mouth. At that moment, Qingyu laughed triumphantly. How dare an insect challenge the might of a dragon? Bloodthirsty Dragon Slash. With a shout from Qingyu, several flying swords shot towards Yin Zerua. Yin Zerua instinctively closed his eyes, bracing for the blow. But then, a flash of white light appeared. The Songyi Shihu suddenly emerged, transforming into a white whirlwind that collided with the flying swords. With a roar, the Songyi Shihu charged towards Qingyu. What beast dares interfere? Qingyu raged, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this spirit beast. It's the Songyi Shihu. Yin Zerua was both surprised and delighted, never expecting the Songyi Shihu to show up at this moment. With the Songyi Shihu distracting Qingyu, he couldn't maintain his spell with full focus, allowing Yin Zerua to use Bal Huan Yi Du, refining his flesh and breaking free from the golden chains with a burst of power. How could he break free from the chains? Qingyu was shocked to see Yin Zerua escape. In his eyes, this was simply impossible. Yin Zerua snorted coldly. You underestimated me. He swung his Ruyi Chi, turn sword, unleashing a torrent of blazing winds. A swirling golden-red cyclone swept towards Qingyu, only to dissipate moments later. Yin Zerua's most Jiao move, the Yin Sun Yi Ji, had failed to pierce Qingyu's protective barrier. How could this be? Yin Zerua was stunned. Was the ancient dragon clan really this powerful? Here, the opponent was just a Ji-Thur, not even a true deity of the ancient dragon clan. If he couldn't even defeat Qingyu, what hope did he have for what lay ahead? System, exchange points, boost my strength. At this point, Yin Zirua could only place his hope in the system. Confirmed. Points exchanged. Anti-hero value converted. Strength upgraded. Heaven God Tier 5 breakthrough achieved. Eye of Destruction technique unlocked. Yin Zirua felt the surge of power coursing through his veins, circulating through his spiritual energy. Suddenly, his eyes burned with pain, and he quickly closed them. My eyes. The sensation of sudden blindness overwhelmed him. When he opened his eyes again, they had turned golden, as if burning with golden flames. This is... Yin Zirua remembered the system's prompt. The Eye of Destruction technique. Though he had never trained in this technique before, it felt as if he had mastered it. He realized that his eyes had become a weapon capable of unleashing powerful spells. Indeed, when one's cultivation reached a certain level, the body itself became a formidable weapon. At this moment, Yin Zirua was astonished to feel the flames in his eyes taking on a life of their own, forming the shape of a phoenix reborn, soaring into the sky. What? How do you possess such abilities? Qingyu seemed shaken. The Eye of Destruction technique required a unique physique to master. Not just anyone's body could serve as a vessel for advanced spells. Yin Zirua's ability to wield this technique indicated his exceptional talent. Even so, before the ancient dragon clan, it means nothing. Qingyu gritted his teeth. Thousand Swords Guizong. With a shout, Qingyu summoned a golden longsword in his hand. As he swung it, thousands of sword shadows appeared, rushing towards Yin Zirua. Phoenix flames roar. Yin Zirua wouldn't sit idly by. He commanded the phoenix summoned by the Eye of Destruction technique to transform into flames and charge at Qingyu. However, considering that Yin Zirua had come here specifically to stop the ancient dragon clan's actions, this battle was inevitable. You arrogantly believe your bloodline is noble, thinking you are the rightful rulers of the world, Yin Zirua said, staring at Qingyu in front of him. Yet you fail to realize that every person in this world has their own value. To Yin Zirua's surprise, Qingyu's expression turned contemptuous upon hearing his words. If these words were spoken by a race more powerful than ours, I would find them truly admirable, Qingyu said with a cold, mocking smile, full of disdain for Yin Zirua. Unfortunately, you are merely a human insect. You have no value other than to be destroyed. With that, a massive burst of light shot into the sky, its terrifying power even making Yin Zirua wary. Be careful, Yin Zirua. The little cat Yao's voice suddenly echoed. Her strength was already at a level where she had to bow before someone like Qingyu, yet she still mustered her courage. Realizing he still had the little cat demon with him, Yin Zirua quickly reinforced the barrier around her, fearing the upcoming clash might harm her. This battle, he had to endure. Since you think I am an insect, then let me show you the true strength of what you call an insect, Yin Zirua said coldly. He drew his Sui Xian Rui ruler, transforming it into a fiery long blade. The blade's edge flowed with deadly brilliance, while the black-red flames that wrapped around it were both dim and dazzling. As Yin Zirua's strength had grown so much, his crafted weapons had also become stronger along with him. He was no longer the same as before. Heh, it seems you have some skill, but in front of me, it's nothing more than a show of empty moves, Qingyu said coldly. Those who defy me shall perish. Dragon Lock Seal. Qingyu shouted sharply. In an instant, several golden chains appeared in the air, shooting straight toward Yin Zirua. The next moment, Yin Zirua was tightly bound by the golden chains. Despite his efforts to burst free, the chains held firm. These chains are so bizarre. Yin Zirua was surprised. He could feel that the more he struggled, the tighter the chains became. Moreover, the golden chains were continuously siphoning away his strength. Yin Zirua immediately felt a sense of crisis. The magic of the ancient dragon clan was extraordinarily strange, a feeling he had never experienced before. This doesn't seem easy to deal with. Yin Zirua's lips were stained with blood. At that moment, Qingyu laughed triumphantly. How dare an insect challenge the might of a dragon? Dragon Sword Blood Slaughter. With Qingyu's shout, several flying swords shot directly toward Yin Zirua. Yen Zirua instinctively closed his eyes, as if he had no choice but to endure this attack. But at that moment, a sudden flash of white light appeared. The snow tiger with twin wings unexpectedly appeared at this moment, transforming into a white gust of wind that collided with the flying swords. The roar of the tiger stirred the wind, directly charging toward Qingyu. What beast dares interfere? Qingyu was enraged, never expecting such a spiritual beast to suddenly appear. It's the twin-winged snow tiger. Yen Zirua was both surprised and delighted, never imagining the twin-winged snow tiger would appear at this moment. With the Songyi Shihu engaging Qingyu, he was unable to maintain the spell-binding Yen Zirua with full focus. At this moment, Yen Zirua activated the technique, exploding soul once, refining his flesh and body, and with a surge of power, he shattered the golden chains that had been restraining him. He actually broke through the chains? Qingyu noticed Yen Zirua's breakthrough and was incredulous. In his view, this was simply impossible. Yen Zirua snorted coldly, "That's because you underestimated me." He wielded the long blade transformed from his Rui ruler, and a blazing inferno surged forth. The golden-red whirlwind rolled out, directly engulfing Qingyu. But in the next moment, it dissipated. Yen Zirua's most proud move, the Flame God Strike, had actually failed to penetrate Qingyu's barrier. How could this be? Yen Zirua hadn't expected this. Was the ancient dragon clan really this strong? After all, the Qingyu he was facing here wasn't even a significant figure, merely a priest of the ancient dragon clan, far from being a true deity of the clan. If he couldn't even defeat Qingyu, let alone what came next. System, exchange points, enhance strength. At this moment, Yen Zirua could only place his hope in the system exchange. Received. Points exchanged for villain value. Strength enhanced. Breakthrough to Heavenly God level 5. Mastered the Eye of Annihilation technique. Yen Zirua felt the surging power within his body, washing through his veins and meridians, circulating in his spiritual energy cycle. Suddenly, Yen Zirua felt a sharp pain in his eyes and immediately closed them. "My eyes!" Yen Zirua exclaimed, the sudden loss of sight overwhelming him with insecurity. When he opened his eyes again, they had turned golden, as if flowing with golden flames. This is... Yen Zirua suddenly remembered the system's prompt. Chapter 697. Eye-Killing Technique. Body as a Vessel. Originally, it was just a side task to deal with the members of the Three Peaks cult, but unexpectedly, now they have attracted the attention of the ancient dragon clan's ritual. However, considering that Yen Zirua came here to stop the ancient dragon clan's actions, this battle was inevitable. You believe your noble bloodline entitles you to rule the world, but you fail to realize that every person in this world has their own value, Yen Zirua said, staring at Qingyu in front of him. To his surprise, Qingyu's expression turned contemptuous upon hearing Yen Zirua's words. If these words were spoken by a race more powerful than ours, I would find them worthy of respect, Qingyu said with a cold smile, full of disdain for Yen Zirua. Unfortunately, you are merely an insignificant human ant. You have no value other than to be destroyed. With that, a massive burst of light shot into the sky, its terrifying power making even Yen Zirua wary. Be careful, Yen Zirua. The voice of the little cat Ya suddenly came. Her strength was already at a level where she had to bow before someone like Qingyu, but she still held on. Yen Zirua suddenly remembered he was still with the little cat Yao and quickly strengthened the barrier around her, fearing the upcoming clash might harm her. This battle, he had to endure. If you think I'm an ant, then let me show you the true strength of what you call an ant, Yen Zirua said coldly. Yen Zirua drew the Sushin Rui scale, transforming it into a fiery long sword. The blade of the sword flowed with deadly brilliance, while the black-red flames that wrapped around it were both dim and dazzling. Yen Zirua's strength had increased so much that his forging artifacts had also grown stronger along with him. He was no longer the same as before. Heh, it seems to have some skill, but in front of me, it's nothing more than a show of force, Qingyu said coldly. Those who go against me shall perish. Dragon seal lock. Qingyu shouted sharply. In an instant, several golden chains appeared in the air, directly rushing towards Xianxia. The next moment, Xianxia was tightly bound by the golden chains. Xianxia's body erupted with power, but he couldn't break free. These chains are so strange. Xianxia was surprised. He could feel that the more he struggled, the tighter the shackles became. Not only that, but the golden chains were also continuously draining Xianxia's power. Xianxia immediately felt a sense of crisis. The magic of the ancient dragon clan was unusually bizarre, a feeling he had never experienced before. This isn't going to be easy to deal with. Xianxia's mouth sunchu through Xianxia. At this moment, Qingyu laughed triumphantly. How dare an ant challenge the dragon's might? Bloodthirsty dragon sword. With Qingyu's shout, several flying swords directly shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia instinctively closed his eyes. This attack seemed like he could only endure it. But at that moment, a sudden flash of white light. The two-winged snow tiger suddenly appeared, transforming into a white gale and colliding with the flying swords. The tiger's roar generated a wind that directly pounced on Qingyu. Where did this beast come from? Qingyu was furious, never expecting such a spirit beast to suddenly appear. It's the two-winged snow tiger. Xianxia was both surprised and delighted, never expecting the two-winged snow tiger to suddenly appear at this moment. With the two-winged snow tiger Zhuchanja Qingyu couldn't focus 100% on maintaining the magic binding Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia used the explosive soul technique, refining his body, and directly broke free from the golden chains with the power he erupted. He actually broke through the chains? Qingyu noticed Xianxia had broken free and was very incredulous. In his view, this was simply impossible. Xianxia snorted coldly. That's because you underestimated me. Xianxia waved the long sword transformed from the Sushin Rui scale, and a scorching flame wind howled out. A golden-red whirlwind rolled out, directly sweeping over Qingyu. But after a moment, it dissipated. Xianxia's most proud flame god strike actually failed to break through Qingyu's barrier protection. How could this be? Xianxia didn't expect it to turn out this way. Was the ancient dragon clan really this strong? After all, the Qingyu he was facing here wasn't even a big shot, just a ritualist of the ancient dragon clan, not yet a true god of the ancient dragon clan. If he couldn't even defeat Qingyu, let alone what comes next. System, exchange points, strengthen my strength. At this moment, Xianxia could only place his hope on the system exchange. Received, points exchanged for villain value, strength upgraded, Heavenly God Level 5 Breakthrough. Mastered the eye-killing technique. Xianxia felt the surging power within his body, washing through his meridians and blood vessels, circulating in his spiritual energy cycle. Xianxia suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes and instantly closed them. My eyes! Xianxia exclaimed, the insecurity of sudden blindness overwhelming him. When he opened his eyes again, his irises had turned golden, as if flowing with golden flames. This is... Xianxia suddenly remembered the system's prompt. Eye-killing technique. Although he had never practiced this so-called eye-killing technique, it felt as if he had already mastered it thoroughly. Xianxia realized that this was using his eyes as a weapon to unleash powerful magic. So, when his cultivation reached a certain level, his own body would become a powerful weapon. At this moment, Xianxia was very surprised, because he could feel the flames in his eyes like they had a life of their own, forming the shape of a phoenix reborn, instantly rushing out of his eyes and soaring into the sky. What? I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Qingyu seemed to be shocked. To practice the eye-killing technique, one needs to have extraordinary talents. Not everyone's body can serve as a container for advanced magic. The fact that Xianxia could practice this eye-killing technique first shows that his body is very gifted. However, even so, in front of our ancient dragon clan, it's nothing. Qingyu gritted his teeth. Thousand swords Guizong. With Qingyu's shout, a golden long sword appeared in his hand. With his waving motion, thousands of sword shadows appeared again, rushing towards Yin Zirua. Phoenix flame roar. At this moment, Yin Zirua wouldn't sit idly by. He commanded the spell, and the phoenix summoned by the eye-killing technique instantly turned into flames, directly rushing towards Qingyu. Although he had never practiced this so-called eye-killing technique, it felt as if he had already mastered it. Yin Zirua realized that his eyes had become a weapon capable of unleashing powerful spells. It turned out, when his cultivation reached a certain level, his own body became a formidable weapon. At this moment, Yin Zirua was astonished, as he could feel the flames in his eyes forming the shape of a phoenix reborn, instantly bursting out of his eyes and soaring into the sky. What? You actually have such a skill? Qingyu seemed to be stunned. The eye-killing technique required a person with extraordinary talent to cultivate. Not everyone's body is capable of serving as a vessel for advanced spells. The fact that Yin Zirua was able to practice the Mo Sajur Su, Eye of Annihilation technique, in the first place indicates that his physique is exceptionally talented. Even so, in front of the ancient dragon clan, it's nothing. Qingyu gritted his teeth. 1,000 swords converge. With a shout from Qingyu, a golden long sword appeared in his hand. With his movements, thousands of sword shadows emerged and shot toward Yin Zirua. Phoenix flame roar. Yin Zirua would not remain passive. He commanded the spell, and the phoenix summoned by the eye-killing technique instantly transformed into flames, charging directly toward Qingyu. Chapter 698. Endless Struggle. Until Death Do Us Part. A mere trifling technique. Qingyu looked down disdainfully at Yin Zirua's spell, summoning his protective barrier once more. However, this time, the barrier shattered and collapsed after holding for only a brief moment. Arg! The phoenix fire surged towards Qingyu, who was unable to dodge in time and found himself scorched uncomfortably all over his body. I did it! Yin Zirua was greatly encouraged. Previously, he couldn't even break through Qingyu's defenses, but now he had managed to do so. For Yin Zirua, he had to seize every opportunity. Now, spread the Earth Fire Lotus, the Blazing Fire Lotus. The Blazing Fire Lotus was the ultimate perfected form of the Earth Fire Lotus. The Earth Fire Lotus might not be able to harm Qingyu, but the upgraded Blazing Fire Lotus was another matter entirely. At this moment, the world in Yin Zirua's eyes had turned entirely golden. Within this golden realm, flames burned slowly, and then the surroundings were revealed once more. This was because Yin Zirua's body was undergoing a fusion with the freshly refined flame energy, allowing him to wield the upgraded techniques. Extinguishing Crimson Lotus. With a roar, Yin Zirua activated his golden rock steps, accelerating to his utmost speed and almost instantly reaching Qingyu's side. The distance between Yin Zirua and Qingyu was now extremely close. As Yin Zirua chanted the incantation, the spell erupted instantaneously, and a crimson golden lotus appeared before Qingyu in an instant. The next second, it engulfed Qingyu's figure. Qingyu's eyes flashed with disbelief. He couldn't believe that Yin Zirua possessed such power. He tried to dodge, but found himself unable to move, forced to watch as the extinguishing crimson lotus bloomed before his eyes. This was the eerie nature of the eye-killing technique, capable of controlling the enemy's vision for a short period. How could this be? He's just a mortal. Qingyu no longer dared to be careless, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. He had never imagined that Yin Zirua could possess such strength. Qingyu immediately activated the Dragon's Cry Clarity technique to counter the negative effects of the eye-killing technique, but it was too late. From the start, Yin Zirua had been fully prepared for Qingyu, aiming for a fatal blow with every attack. Qingyu, struck head-on by the extinguishing Crimson Lotus, instantly erupted in a shower of blood. However, almost immediately, Qingyu's body underwent a transformation. Countless hard, dragon scales emerged, covering his body, not only protecting him but also greatly enhancing his strength. Dragon Transformation Technique. The ancient dragons' greatest strength lay in their bodies, which were inherently different from mortals. In terms of cultivation, they possessed an innate advantage over humans. Even so, Qingyu couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy towards Yin Zirua. A mere mortal like Yin Zirua had achieved this. For Qingyu, this was simply unacceptable. After all, using the body as a vessel for powerful spells was a privilege exclusive to the ancient dragons. Otherwise, how could they claim supremacy over all others? Yet now, Yin Zirua had managed to do the same. At this moment, the extinguishing crimson lotus continued to burn, already penetrating Qingyu's dragon scales. Enraged, Qingyu's body erupted with an incredibly powerful burst of dragon energy, radiating in all directions and breaking through the barriers of the eye-killing technique. Yin Zirua himself was blown away by this force, barely managing to steady himself. This Qingyu was so powerful. Yin Zirua knew that his current attack, even against the previous Three Peaks demon, would likely have knocked it out in one blow. But against Qingyu, his most powerful attack had only managed to inflict minor superficial wounds. Such overwhelming strength was ingrained in their very bones. Yin Zirua was deeply shocked in his heart. This was true power. No wonder, after learning of the ancient dragon's ambitions, everyone was outraged, but none dared to challenge them. The ancient dragons, sitting at the pinnacle of cultivation, were legendary and unassailable, and it was this power that gave them the right and the means to do so. Sacred Water Binding Dragon Technique. Bind the traitor. Qingyu raised his sword high, the gem on its hilt glowing with a radiant light. It was the sacred stone of the ancient dragons, containing limitless power. At that moment, icy chains appeared from all directions, wrapping around Yin Zirua once more. Arg! Yin Zirua let out a pained roar. Most of Yin Zirua's techniques were fire-based. As mentioned before, at this level, Yin Zirua's body and spells were closely intertwined. Qingyu had naturally noticed that Yin Zirua's spells were fire-based, and that his body was enhanced by fire energy. Therefore, he changed tactics, using ice-based spells to counter Yin Zirua. The sharp icicles pierced deeply into Yin Zirua's body, instantly staining them red with blood. Yin Zirua's blood, burning like molten lava, immediately began to steam, emitting a terrifying hissing sound. Even if you are a somewhat capable insect, before the true rulers of the ancient dragons, you can only bow down. Unfortunately, you won't get that chance. I'll send you to the afterlife now. Qingyu's tone was icy cold. He just wanted to quickly deal with Yin Zirua, this troublesome adversary. As Qingyu chanted the incantation, a complex spell formation appeared beneath Yin Zirua's feet. Several blue, glowing energy spheres also surrounded Qingyu's body. Yin Zirua could feel the immense power within them, realizing that Qingyu intended to use them to attack him. Now, he felt his strength rapidly draining. Heh, you're not much after all. You're just skilled with fire-based spells. But as ancient dragons, we can manipulate any element at will. Qingyu spoke with utter disdain. Go, ice energy, finish off this arrogant insect. In Yin Zirua's vision, those energy spheres shot towards him at lightning speed. The eye-killing technique activated once more, with a phoenix appearing and spewing flames, but it couldn't withstand Qingyu's energy spheres. At the last moment, Yin Zirua activated the 6th-degree soul burst. This time, Yin Zirua's body underwent another transformation. Chapter 699, Shedding Human Form, Defeating Qingyu. Yin Zirua, having undergone the 6th-degree soul burst and modified his own body, gained an additional layer of enhancement. Now, Yin Zirua had skeletal wings sprouting from his back, and his body was covered with spikes that pierced through his skin, protecting his flesh. Seeing Yin Zirua's transformation, Qingyu's face once again showed a look of shock. How is this possible? Qingyu was even more incredulous. Yin Zirua had actually managed to upgrade his own techniques and alter his form. Qingyu felt a chill run down his spine. He finally understood that the opponent he was facing was far from a mere ant. The ancient dragon clan, able to dominate countless others, was so because their lifespan far exceeded that of human cultivators like Yin Zirua. Having lived through eons, they had roamed the great mountains and rivers, encountering numerous human cultivators along the way. The Dragon Tower, in particular, had been challenged by countless talented cultivators. However, those talented cultivators would quickly fall. Even less likely was the chance of them facing an opponent of Qingyu's caliber. They might not even have the opportunity to meet him. Now, witnessing the level of mastery Xianxia had over his techniques, Qingyu's shock was not without reason. Therefore, Qingyu was even more certain that he must kill Xianxia. Otherwise, if Xianxia continued to grow, this man's future would be limitless, and he might pose a threat to the entire ancient dragon clan. By then, it would be too late. Qingyu had already revealed his true form. His true form was a dragon covered in iron-gray scales. Now, Qingyu was half human, half dragon. The ancient dragon clan, when revealing their true forms and unleashing their techniques, were far more powerful than when in human form. So now, Qingyu believed that crushing a human like Xianxia should still be within his capabilities. At this moment, the two combatants in the sky could no longer be called human. Xianxia held the transformed long blade of the Xianxia Rui ruler and stood high in the sky, facing off against Qingyu. "I never thought you'd force me to reveal my true form," Qingyu said, his eyes cold as he looked at Xianxia. "Don't you think it's your arrogance that brought this on?" Xianxia shook his head. The members of the ancient dragon clan were far too arrogant. Even now, getting Qingyu to admit that Xianxia was strong seemed harder than taking his life. "At this point, let's save our strength for the battle," Qingyu snorted. "However, since you're not entirely insignificant, I'll grant you a whole corpse." With that, Qingyu immediately launched a frost technique, and instantly, snow filled the sky. Xianxia felt that what surrounded him wasn't snow but countless hidden weapons, gleaming with a cold light. Xianxia immediately activated the golden bell cover of poisonous spikes to protect himself. The power of these hidden weapons was enough to shred him to pieces. However, with the golden bell cover in place, it didn't matter. At that moment, Qingyu had already appeared right in front of Xianxia. A sword slashed down, aimed directly at Xianxia's crown, the blade's cold light shaking the heavens and earth, the sword energy stirring the 8 directions, as if the power of the heavens and earth had been concentrated into one strike. Any bystander would likely tremble and kneel. But Xianxia showed no fear. In a battle against a formidable enemy, a strong will was just as important. Xianxia immediately activated the golden rock steps, and by the time the blade's light descended, he had already vanished from his original spot. He reappeared behind Qingyu, evading the deadly strike and, in the same motion, unleashed a raging inferno of wind that surged toward Qingyu. At this moment, Qingyu's eyes were blood-red, showing a determination to fight to the death. He struck again with his sword, this time directly shattering Xianxia's blade wind, forcing Xianxia to retreat repeatedly. Xianxia could feel that the force had injured him internally. He decided not to hold back any longer. Xianxia's hands instantly grew golden bones that covered his flesh, and he began unleashing a torrent of punches, each one powerful and precise. In the sky, the collision of 2 brilliant lights created a massive shockwave. The two of them now resembled demons, or asuras. To be precise, Qingyu looked more like a demon or asura. His injuries were more numerous, and he seemed like a demon god descending, surrounded by a chilling blue aura as he charged at Xianxia. Xianxia, on the other hand, primarily used fire techniques, looking like a heavenly deity or a golden crow taking form. Xianxia wasn't unscathed either. Each clash in the sky left drops of blood, and the raindrops falling from the sky were tinged with crimson. At that moment, Xianxia seized the opportunity and used his body as a cutting edge, leaping into the air. From the ground to the sky, and then descending from the sky, a golden blade light flashed. It was Xianxia's Xianxia Rui ruler transformed into a flaming blade. The blade wind sliced down, directly cutting Qingyu in half. The air was silent for a moment. Then, a massive energy sphere exploded. Qingyu's dragon form was reduced to ashes. Qingyu's human form crumpled into a pool of blood, his voice filled with unyielding resentment as he gasped, "Why? Why? How could this be? How could this happen? Yin Zirua panted, watching as Qingyu gradually dissipated into specks of light. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon. Yin Zirua felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, and the entire tower started to tremble. The levels above this one were essentially destroyed, and a thick fog filled the horizon. Someone's coming. Yin Zirua quickly released the protective barrier, cradled the little cat demon, and leaped into the air. Just as they left, the tower suddenly collapsed. At that moment, Yin Zirua felt his eyes sting and was overwhelmed by an immense sense of pressure. Qingyu, my son. A mournful roar, as loud as a bell, echoed. Yin Zirua opened his eyes to see a colossal dragon, its body glowing with golden light, its eyes seemingly shedding tears. The dragon slowly transformed into human form. The immense sense of pressure came from him. You are Qingyu's father? Yin Zirua asked tentatively. Yin Zirua was horrified. This was likely the most terrifying existence he had ever faced. He could accurately be called a god. More precisely, he was the dragon god. Is it you who killed my son? The dragon bellowed. Do you know who I am? I am the elder of the ancient dragon clan, the divine dragon emperor. The divine dragon emperor. Yin Zirua couldn't sense the man's cultivation level. There was only one possibility in this situation. The other's strength was far too great, and the gap between them was too vast to even detect. But was there even a chance of victory against such an opponent? Chapter 700, Divine Dragon Emperor, the Might of a Great Emperor. Today, I will make you pay in blood. The Divine Dragon Emperor spoke with an aura of supreme authority, each word resolute and decisive. You want me to pay in blood? You'll have to see if you have the ability to make me. Yin Zirua spoke with a hint of a smile, as if he didn't care at all about what was being said. All he needed to do now was to quickly deal with the Divine Dragon Emperor in front of him. Once that was done, he could make a swift exit. Although he wasn't sure if he could win, he had already killed Qingyu. If he didn't deal with the Divine Dragon Emperor, he wouldn't have a chance to survive and escape. At this point, you still dare to spout such arrogance. I see, you truly have no regard for your life. The Divine Dragon Emperor was furious. He hadn't expected that even now, Yin Zirua would still dare to provoke him. As soon as the words left his mouth, golden light emanated from the Divine Dragon Emperor, layer upon layer, enveloping his body. The overwhelming divine aura radiating from the golden light was terrifying to behold in Yin Zirua's eyes. The light bathed the Divine Dragon Emperor, transforming his appearance in an instant. His body changed, and his once somewhat white hair now gleamed brilliantly under the golden light. Divine Dragon Emperor, boundless might. With a loud roar, the Divine Dragon Emperor summoned all the surrounding light, which began to converge inward as if obeying his command. Yin Zirua's eyes filled with a hint of confusion, but in that moment, the golden light surged toward him. All the light converged directly onto Yin Zirua's body. Feeling the light approaching, Yin Zirua quickly darted to the side, knowing that if the light hit him, it would surely cause damage. The light struck the ground, and as it hit, it created deep craters, as if a massive object had crashed down. Yin Zirua was astonished. He hadn't expected the light to be so powerful. The Divine Dragon Emperor was clearly aiming to confront him head-on. Yin Zirua continued to retreat, but his body was already nearing its limit. The speed of the light was increasing, while his own movements were slowing down. How could this be? Yin Zirua said in surprise, not expecting the light to accelerate so quickly. The light descended rapidly, as if it had all come crashing down in an instant. It's too late to be afraid now, the Divine Dragon Emperor said, then launched an attack directly toward Yin Zirua, who finally felt the threat of death. Die! A powerful force struck Yin Zirua, causing his body to explode instantly. He was blasted into a boulder outside, shattering it into pieces. The little cat demon outside the barrier watched in distress, but she was powerless to enter. Yin Zirua spat out a mouthful of blood, and at that moment, he was seriously injured. Feeling the weakness in his body, His eyes trembled as he looked ahead. His consciousness was now completely blurred, and he was at a loss, staring at the divine Dragon Emperor. Is it over like this? Xianxia's bones creaked, as if all his joints had shattered, and bloodstains covered his face. These blood marks spread across his body, and his once white clothes were now stained red. Xianxia stared blankly ahead, and at that moment, his heart tightened. No, I haven't fulfilled my mission. I haven't finished what I need to do. Xianxia clenched his teeth and activated his system once more. System, use points to fully repair my body. Xianxia said in his mind, and the system immediately acted. After deducting his points, a burst of green light erupted, enveloping Xianxia. Under the green light, Xianxia's body began to rapidly recover. The blood on his body slowly retreated back into him, and the broken joints gradually mended. The wounds on his skin healed rapidly. At that moment, the Divine Dragon Emperor saw Xianxia and was visibly surprised. He hadn't expected Xianxia to be able to repair his body so effectively. At the same time, Xianxia rose from the ground, though still with some difficulty. His injuries had recovered significantly during the repair process. Do you want to come and die again? The Divine Dragon Emperor said, curling his lips into a disdainful smile, a superior's contempt for an ant. Even with Xianxia's astonishing recovery ability, he could still kill him again. Although Xianxia was an exceptional cultivator, his current strength was still far from matching the Divine Dragon Emperor's. The Divine Dragon Emperor's cultivation was far superior, and despite his advanced age, what did age matter to them? He could easily suppress Xianxia with his higher cultivation. It's you who should die now. Xianxia coldly spoke a few words, and at the same time, his body began to gather power rapidly. All the light flashed around him, and the Divine Dragon Emperor, seeing this, was startled. You're trying to self-destruct. The Divine Dragon Emperor said in astonishment, not expecting Xianxia to resort to such a desperate measure to kill him. Although Xianxia's current strength was not much compared to the Divine Dragon Emperor's, the damage from a self-detonation would be exponentially increased. If Xianxia really detonated with full force, it could seriously injure him. Die! With that, Xianxia charged directly toward the Divine Dragon Emperor, grabbing his body in the process. The Divine Dragon Emperor, caught off guard, showed a look of surprise. Chapter 701. Mortal's Ascent to the Heavens, a Descent into Madness. He truly hadn't expected Xianxia to be willing to go to such extremes, to risk everything in a desperate gamble. In a flash, Xianxia had embraced the Dragon Emperor of the Heavens, using his own body as a shackle to bind the mighty deity. The Dragon Emperor struggled to push Xianxia away, but the mortal's grip was as unyielding as a sticky piece of gum, refusing to let go. Now, even he found himself unable to break free from Xianxia's hold. This turn of events was completely unforeseen by the Dragon Emperor. In that moment, he channeled all his power into his hands, and with a sudden burst, a palm strike imbued with divine energy hurtled toward Xianxia's body. The impact sent Xianxia flying several meters. But how could Xianxia possibly give up? In an instant, he once again activated the Golden Rock Steps, closing the distance to the Dragon Emperor, this time embracing him with even greater force. There was no turning back now. At that moment, golden light burst from Xianxia's body, and his flesh began to sprout golden patterns, radiating a powerful aura. This was the precursor to a soul explosion. This time, Xianxia was attempting the ninefold soul explosion. However, unlike before, the difficulty of the ninefold soul explosion was immense, and Xianxia wasn't sure if he could withstand it without being obliterated in the process. There was no retreat for him now. His only path forward was to slay the Dragon Emperor before him. Finally, the Dragon Emperor found himself unable to break free. But as Xianxia's cultivation continued to skyrocket, in the next instant, a blinding white light erupted from his body. The explosion resounded through the heavens, and the surrounding boulders were shattered into pieces. The Dragon Emperor, who had been standing just moments before, was now blasted backward hundreds of meters. The Dragon Emperor was forced to retreat until he slid into a crater. When he stood up, he coughed heavily. Yet, surprisingly, his body showed almost no signs of injury. I must admit, your soul explosion is nothing more than a tickle to me, ha ha ha. The Dragon Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Such injuries were nothing more than superficial wounds to him. But he knew that Xianxia would surely perish from the soul explosion. Although he had suffered a minor injury, Xianxia was undoubtedly at the end of his strength. Eliminating Xianxia would be an effortless task. To challenge the supreme existence of the ancient dragon clan with a mortal body was, in itself, a foolish endeavor. You are, without a doubt, the strongest mortal cultivator I have seen in recent years. If you weren't so audacious, perhaps, if you were willing to become our follower, I might have been inclined to bestow some of the ancient dragon clan's power upon you. The Dragon Emperor's tone was cold, more like a divine decree. Among the ancient dragon clan, those who truly coexisted peacefully with humans were few and far between. In their minds, humans were but lowly beings beneath them. Even someone of Xianxia's caliber, who had reached the pinnacle of human cultivation, was still insignificant in the eyes of the Dragon Emperor. Yet, Xianxia showed no sign of giving up. System, use points to repair my body. Xianxia issued the command once more. He called upon the system to restore his cultivation and repair his body. But when he did, he realized that the ninefold soul explosion had consumed 9 times the usual points. Though expensive, Xianxia still chose to restore himself. But in that instant of recovery, a sharp, relentless pain surged through his head. What is happening to me? Xianxia clutched his head, feeling as though it might explode. His body began to radiate a strange, unstable energy. This energy was completely different from his usual aura. His consciousness began to blur as he took in his surroundings. Yet, the Dragon Emperor hadn't even cast any spells? Could it be? His body could no longer withstand any further enhancements? A flicker of despair crossed Xianxia's mind. Give me your body, and I will help you kill him. A voice echoed within Xianxia's mind. At that moment, a vague suspicion began to form in his thoughts about what was happening to him. Could it be? The soul explosion had driven him into a state of demonic possession? And this voice, was it his demonic soul? Realizing this, Xianxia steadied his mind once more, attempting to regain control over his demonic soul. He sat down and began circulating his energy. But in the next moment, he lost consciousness entirely. His once black eyes turned crimson. When he opened his eyes, they locked onto the Dragon Emperor before him. In that instant, Xianxia's gaze was filled with a wild, mocking smile. He looked at the Dragon Emperor with disdain. Outside the barrier, the little cat demon sensed that something was wrong with Xianxia. Xianxia, what's wrong with you? The cat's spirit was frantic, trapped outside the barrier and powerless to intervene. She knew Xianxia well, and this version of him was not right. The Dragon Emperor, too, was at a loss. But the aura emanating from Xianxia now filled him with unease. This cultivation was completely different from what Xianxia had displayed earlier. Before, Xianxia's energy had been a righteous force, but now, the aura radiating from him was shrouded in darkness. This was the first time the Dragon Emperor had encountered such a situation. He prepared to attack Xianxia once more, but in the next instant, Xianxia was already before him. Xianxia extended his hands, which transformed into writhing tendrils, stretching hundreds of meters long. Even without moving, he managed to seize the Dragon Emperor's neck with a monstrous claw from a distance. Xianxia, snap out of it. The cat demon screamed from outside the barrier, desperate to help. She had a vague idea of what was happening, realizing that Xianxia had likely descended into demonic possession. If he continued like this, it would surely damage his cultivation, and even if he recovered, the demonic influence might take over his body. Or worse, his demonic soul could cause him to explode from within. Chapter 702. The Emergence of the Demon Soul and the Tempter's Whispers. The little cat demon placed her hands over her chest, and instantly, A purple aura emanated from her palms. Transforming back into her original form, she clawed fiercely at the protective barrier. In the next moment, a tiny crack appeared in the shield. Witnessing this, the little cat Yao redoubled her efforts, eventually managing to tear a hole in the barrier. Taking advantage of the opening, she lunged towards Yin Zirua, aiming to seize her with her claws. But in an instant, Yin Zirua's fist struck her, sending her flying. The pain coursing through her body made the little cat demon realize she had to subdue Yin Zirua first. Yin Zirua tossed the Dragon Emperor of the Heavens aside and turned her attention to the little cat demon. Realizing the imminent danger, the little cat Yao charged toward Yin Zirua, her claws slicing through the air towards her. However, Yin Zirua appeared indifferent, her Sui Xian Rui ruler swirling in the air, unleashing fiery whirlwinds towards the little cat Ya. Feeling the terrifying aura of these attacks, the little cat Ya was astonished by Yin Zirua's strength. Yin Zirua, wake up. It's me, the little cat Yao, she pleaded, her voice trembling, on the verge of tears. Looking at Yin Zirua, she was deeply worried, hoping desperately for her to return to normal. She didn't want to harm Yin Zirua, but with her lost consciousness, how could she pose any threat to her? Yin Zirua showed no emotion, his blood-red eyes devoid of feeling, staring at the little cat demon as if she were an enemy. In his demon soul's view, the little cat demon was merely an annoying interloper. In the next instant, he charged towards the little cat Yao, raising his fist glowing with a red light, similar to the glow in his eyes, as if it were controlling him. The little cat demon desperately called out to Yin Zirua, but he seemed completely devoid of consciousness. Yin Zirua, wake up. Do you really want to kill me? She asked in despair, giving up her struggle. She knew her cultivation was no match for Yin Zirua, let alone his chaotic, power-unleashed state after falling into demonic possession. Meanwhile, within his consciousness, Yin Zirua roamed aimlessly, his body trapped in his mind, losing control. Yet, he was aware of what was happening outside and refused to give up, trying to regain control, only to find himself powerless. He knew the little cat demon was in danger, and if he didn't act quickly, she might be killed by his own hands. At that moment, a black mist coalesced before him, swirling around his body, making him realize its presence. Who are you? Why are you in my body? Yin Zirua asked the black mist, wanting to know its origin. Why had it appeared now, when he had never sensed it before? Who am I? The shadow chuckled. I am Yin Zirua, or rather, I am you. The shadow materialized, revealing a figure identical to Yin Zirua. Stop pretending. Yin Zirua raged, disliking such trickery. Losing his temper, he swung a punch, but the Yin Zirua dissipated like smoke. I am just a thought, a notion in your mind. The shadow reappeared behind Yin Zirua. You're ruthless, even willing to strike yourself. Tiske, trying to hit me. The shadow mocked Yin Zirua's body, laughing. Well, I'll tell you. People call me the demon soul. At this, Yin Zirua understood. The black mist was his demon soul, a manifestation of his dark thoughts and desires. Everyone had a duality of good and evil, and even Yin Zirua, though self-aware, wasn't perfect. He could control himself, acting according to his principles, resisting temptations. But that didn't mean these dark thoughts didn't exist. What do you want? Yin Zirua clenched his teeth, asking what the demon soul intended. He knew regaining control was impossible unless he dealt with the demon soul. Why not collaborate with me? Let me control your body forever. I'll grant you limitless power, elevate you to greatness, and eliminate all those you wish to kill. The demon soul spoke with a smile, tempting Yin Zirua. Are you not tempted? What are the gods' alliance but users? You are meant to reign above all. The demon soul's tone grew more alluring as Yin Zirua remained silent. Seeing Yin Zirua's silence, the demon soul thought he was wavering. Imagine everything you desire within reach. Just hand over control of your body to me. Yin Zirua had no other thoughts. The demon soul was relentless in its temptation, seeking control. I believe my strength is already formidable. I don't need your help, Xianxia said firmly. Besides, you're just my demon soul. Wanting to control my body is delusional. Chapter 703, True Self versus False Self, the decisive battle with the demon soul. As he spoke, Xianxia charged forward, gathering all his strength into his fist in that instant. With such immense power, he struck directly at the demon soul. Seeing this, the demon soul quickly retreated. In the depths of Xianxia's body, within his consciousness sea, his spiritual mind, he could still freely launch attacks. The demon soul, however, was somewhat surprised to see Xianxia attacking him. Usually, anyone swayed by his words would be easily persuaded, but Xianxia was an anomaly. No matter how much temptation the demon soul used, Xianxia remained unmoved. Don't be hasty. I can give you anything you want. The demon soul quickly waved his hand. But what could the demon soul offer that Xianxia needed? Before the demon soul could continue, or perhaps Xianxia didn't give him the chance, his fist had already landed on the demon soul. The punch was fierce, containing years of accumulated cultivation power. The demon soul, feeling the force, was blasted several meters away. Do you really want to fight me? The demon soul's voice carried a hint of anger. I don't want to fight you, but you've left me no choice. Xianxia's tone was icy. Either let me take control of the body, or I'll destroy you. With that, Xianxia charged again, this time concentrating all his strength into the spear formed by his Sui Xian Ru Yi ruler. His spear sliced through the air, sending 2 crescent-shaped marks flying. If you insist on fighting, don't blame me for being ruthless. The demon soul now radiated a crimson glow, as if it could melt everything around it. His hands glowed red as he quickly swung his palms, then thrust them upward. Xianxia felt the power and quickly blocked with his fist. When the two forces collided, both were sent flying. Only then did Xianxia realize that the demon soul's strength was evenly matched with his own. It would be extremely difficult to defeat the demon soul, because the demon soul was essentially a second Xianxia. Attacking the demon soul was like fighting himself. Xianxia gritted his teeth, and with his spear slicing through the air, he unleashed the thunderous lightning slash. The demon soul, on the other hand, produced a spear from somewhere, also sending 2 crescent-shaped energies flying. This surprised Xianxia. He hadn't expected his weapon to be mimicked. I told you, it's useless. I am you, and you are me. Everything you can do, I can do too. Fighting me is pointless. The demon soul's eyes still carried a smile as he spoke. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't wait any longer. He charged forward once more. While the demon soul was still fighting him, he was also controlling the body from the outside. And now, the little cat demon was still struggling to resist. If Xianxia didn't regain control of his body soon, the little cat demon might be seriously injured. No matter what, he had to take back control of his body. After a moment of thought, Xianxia returned to his spiritual mind. He swung his fist again, aiming at the demon soul, but the latter countered with his own fist. It was as if the demon soul could predict Xianxia's attacks. Every time Xianxia tried to attack, the demon soul would see through his moves and counter with the same techniques. Don't waste your energy. Wouldn't it be better to let me control your body? Your heart is too soft. Letting me control your body will make you stronger. With that, the demon soul launched an attack, this time using the thunderous lightning slash. The attack was unleashed, but Xianxia could only retreat to dodge. He wanted to counter, but he had no way to deal with his own move. This was something he had only used against others before, and now it left him at a loss. Why don't you stop dodging? The demon soul attacked again, but Xianxia could only retreat. He had no way to counter his own moves, so he could only fight head-on. The demon soul attacked again, and Xianxia cautiously defended, but the demon soul's attacks were no weaker than his. Defeating the demon soul now seemed impossible, Xianxia thought. Although the demon soul was powerful, there must be a way to defeat him. But what could he do now? I believe there's a limit to your strength. If my power exceeds yours, I can surely win. Xianxia clenched his teeth, facing the demon soul without fear. The demon soul's eyes carried a smile. Do you think you can kill me? I have the same attacks and cultivation as you. To defeat me, you must first defeat yourself. With that, the demon soul struck at Xianxia, who quickly stepped back. When the demon soul's palm hit the ground, it created a massive crater. Even though this was the spiritual sea, the impact caused considerable disturbance. Outside, Xianxia's body began to lose control. The little cat spirit was still struggling to maintain control, but Xianxia's headache intensified. Unable to bear it, he slammed his head against the wall. Ah! Xianxia let out a painful cry. He was in agony and desperately wanted to eliminate the demon soul. Xianxia, don't do this. The little cat demon was still trying to hold on, but she was running out of strength. Chapter 704. Regaining Control. Re-entering the battle. Within the sea of consciousness, Xianxia was also in a state of disarray. He was unsure of how to expedite the elimination of this demonic soul. Otherwise, before the demonic soul could do anything, his body might already collapse under the strain, choosing suicide as a way to end the internal struggle. Since you possess the same cultivation level as me, let me surpass you in strength. As Xianxia spoke, he swiftly activated the techniques within his body. His cultivation had always been restrained, and he wanted to break through this limitation at this very moment. Xianxia began to rapidly circulate his energy, and his previously weak aura quickly intensified. His original cultivation level also began to rise rapidly. The demonic soul, witnessing Xianxia's sudden surge in strength, was momentarily stunned. It had originally copied Xianxia's previous cultivation level, but now that Xianxia's strength had increased, it could no longer replicate it. Feeling the boost in his own strength while the demonic soul remained stagnant, Xianxia immediately formulated a plan. He once again wielded the Changjiang sword, which sliced through the sky. This time, the Thunderstrike slash descended with full force. The demonic soul also attempted to use the Thunderstrike slash, but its power was no longer comparable to Xianxia's. Its eyes revealed a hint of panic. The two attacks collided, and Xianxia's strike became increasingly dazzling, surpassing the demonic soul's attack in an instant. The demonic soul was struck down to the ground. Without the support of spiritual energy, the demonic soul dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, drifting away. Seeing the black smoke, Xianxia once again summoned the Changjiang sword, which he hurled toward the smoke. The black smoke was instantly locked within the sea of consciousness. Stay here for a while longer, Xianxia said as the black smoke gradually faded. At this moment, he regained control of his body. The little cat demon, who had been locked in combat with Xianxia, suddenly felt him release his hold on her. Xianxia's blood-red eyes reverted to their normal black. Xianxia, you've returned, the little cat Yao said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with delight. As long as Xianxia had returned, nothing else mattered. Yes, I'm back, Xianxia replied, his voice carrying a magnetic tone that exuded a hint of gentleness. Xianxia slowly stood up, feeling waves of pain surge through his body once more. It seems that not detonating the soul was the right choice. Xianxia finally felt the aftereffects of the soul explosion. His eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. His gaze then fell upon the Dragon Emperor, who was also looking at him. Since you're not dead, continue the battle, the Dragon Emperor said with a sharp tone. Xianxia stood up and once again summoned the system. There were still some leftover points in the system, so he decided to exchange them. System, restore my body to its peak condition. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, green light enveloped his body, and his condition rapidly improved. In moments, he felt no more pain. Looking at the Dragon Emperor before him, a smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. With a single step, he closed the distance to the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was momentarily stunned by Xianxia's sudden appearance. He hadn't expected Xianxia's speed to be so fast. Xianxia directly swung his fist, which glowed faintly with a red aura. This aura gathered on his fist, imbuing it with immense power. His fist struck the Dragon Emperor's abdomen, sending him flying. The Dragon Emperor's body crashed into a nearby mountain, which was instantly shattered. The ground was gouged out, leaving a deep crater where the Dragon Emperor lay. Indeed, recovering feels much better, Xianxia said with a smile, feeling the increase in his strength. As the Dragon Emperor lay in the crater, he realized that Xianxia's strength had significantly improved compared to before. This development left the Dragon Emperor puzzled. He couldn't understand why Xianxia's power had suddenly surged. The Dragon Emperor climbed out of the crater, his mouth still stained with blood. "You've angered me," the Dragon Emperor said as he charged toward Xianxia, flames erupting from his body. These flames seemed capable of incinerating everything in their path. Xianxia, feeling the intensity of these flames, was filled with apprehension. The flames on the Dragon Emperor's body were unlike any he had encountered before. They seemed to carry a natural force, akin to primordial fire. Xianxia quickly retreated, but the Dragon Emperor's hands were already engulfed in flames, which he hurled toward Xianxia. The crimson flames resembled blooming lotus flowers, swirling around Xianxia. Spatial cage, spatial seal. Xianxia attempted to use spatial manipulation to confine the flames, but when he tried to move them, he realized they were beyond his control. "It's useless. You can't control them," the Dragon Emperor said with a smile, knowing that these flames were unique to his dragon lineage and couldn't be mastered by ordinary beings. "You won't know until you try," Xianxia said as he once again attempted to control the flames, only to find it futile. The flames converged on Xianxia, engulfing him in searing pain. "Feeling the burn, aren't you?" the Dragon Emperor said, recalling how he had also sensed fire energy in Xianxia, though it was incredibly weak compared to the dragon flames. The dragon flames could incinerate anything, and now that they were on Xianxia, he naturally felt the excruciating pain. Chapter 705. Unexpected Gain, Divine Flame Refining the Body. Xianxia's eyes gleamed with a crimson hue as he struggled to break free from the flames that bound him. Despite his prolonged efforts, he found himself unable to escape their grasp. "It's useless. The flames of our dragon clan will not extinguish until they have completely consumed their target," the Divine Dragon Emperor declared. "Then I'll take out the mastermind first," Xianxia retorted, charging directly toward the Divine Dragon Emperor. Though engulfed in flames, his limbs remained functional, and despite the searing pain coursing through him, he thrust his spear toward the Divine Dragon Emperor. In his mind, the flames were controlled by the Divine Dragon Emperor. If he could eliminate the source, the flames would naturally dissipate. Seeing Xianxia's assault, the Divine Dragon Emperor once again revealed a smirk. His hands conjured even more flames, which blossomed like lotus flowers before being hurled toward Xianxia, instantly creating a sea of fire. Xianxia charged through the inferno, only to discover that the Divine Dragon Emperor had vanished from his original position. Confused, he searched for the dragon's whereabouts but found no trace. Just then, the Divine Dragon Emperor reappeared behind Xianxia, his hands once again manifesting more flames. Aware that a physical confrontation would put him at a disadvantage, the Divine Dragon Emperor opted to wear Xianxia down with his fire magic instead. Xianxia, still struggling, hastily retrieved a water flask from his storage space and poured its contents over himself. Despite dousing himself entirely, the flames showed no sign of diminishing. Instead, they burned even more intensely. "This is our clan's Thunder Divine Flame. Do you really think ordinary water could extinguish it?" the Divine Dragon Emperor taunted. "Your defiance only makes it burn hotter." As expected, Xianxia's flames grew even more ferocious. "Burn, flame. Consume this wretch entirely," the Divine Dragon Emperor continued, his voice filled with glee. Despite the flames consuming him, Xianxia refused to yield. His sole focus was to eliminate the Divine Dragon Emperor before him. The Divine Dragon Emperor once again vanished, leaving Xianxia's flames to rage unchecked. His clothing had long since been incinerated, revealing his charred skin. Even the feline spirit, who watched from the sidelines, blushed at the sight. Desperate to help, She attempted to extinguish the flames, but was instantly burned. Realizing that ordinary water was powerless against the inferno, she found herself at a loss. "Stop running and face me in single combat," Xianxia demanded, though the Divine Dragon Emperor paid no heed. "I'm not skilled in hand-to-hand combat. To face you one-on-one would be foolish," the Divine Dragon Emperor mocked, his words dripping with sarcasm. Xianxia continued to search for the dragon's presence, finally spotting him atop a nearby mountain. With all his strength, he charged toward the Divine Dragon Emperor, his spear glowing with fiery intensity. The spear struck true, piercing the Divine Dragon Emperor and causing him to spit blood. However, when the blood fell upon the flames, they grew even more intense. Xianxia, now consumed by the flames, felt an unbearable agony as his skin was devoured. The sensation was akin to thousands of insects gnawing at his flesh. Desperate to escape, he found himself powerless. As the flames began to consume his very bones, a new wave of pain surged through him. All his strength was channeled into resisting the inferno, but the power of the flames was simply too great. Eventually, he gave up, allowing the flames to ravage his body. "So, you finally resigned yourself?" the Divine Dragon Emperor sneered, a smile playing on his lips. Yet, Xianxia remained eerily calm, unafraid of death. Even if the flames brought him to the brink of death, he could rely on his system to recover. "Has the fire burned you into a mute fool?" the Divine Dragon Emperor continued to taunt, as the flames completely enveloped Xianxia, obscuring his form. The feline spirit, desperate to rescue him, could only watch helplessly, her heart breaking as tears streamed down her face. "Xianxia!" she cried out, her voice filled with anguish. The Divine Dragon Emperor, reveling in his apparent victory, watched as the flames gradually subsided. What remained was a charred, blackened figure, motionless and seemingly lifeless. "Xianxia, this is the fate of those who oppose us," the Divine Dragon Emperor declared triumphantly, approaching the scorched form. But in the next moment, the seemingly dead Xianxia's eyes snapped open. Chapter 706, The Grand Finale, Part 1. Xianxia's eyes turned golden, as if they were flowing with molten gold. At the same time, his body began to radiate a power that was completely different from before. That power was vast, immense, and even caused the Dragon Emperor of the Divine Dragon Clan to feel a sense of pressure. "How could you?" the Dragon Emperor frowned. He couldn't understand what had happened. In his view, Xianxia should have been reduced to ashes by now. How could his power have actually increased instead? "Thank you for using the heavenly thunder divine fire to help me temper my body," Xianxia said, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. When he had stopped resisting earlier, he had unexpectedly discovered that his body did not disintegrate in the Dragon Clan's flames. Not only that, but he felt a surge of immense power accumulating within him. At that moment, Xianxia immediately tried to circulate his spiritual energy within the flames. He then discovered that a thin membrane was protecting him, similar to an incubator, continuously absorbing the power of the divine fire from the outside. At that moment, Xianxia heard the voice of the double-headed whale shark. The double-headed whale shark had been in a deep slumber for some time, and this was the first time in a long while that Xianxia had heard his voice again. "Xianxia, are you all right? I feel so hot here." The double-headed whale shark, residing in Xianxia's consciousness, was feeling the heat. Xianxia realized that the whale shark must have woken up during the previous battle with the demon soul. "Whale shark, you woke up just in time. I need to ask you something." Xianxia was in a hurry and had no time to catch up with the whale shark. "What's wrong? What happened?" the double-headed whale shark quickly asked. Xianxia didn't waste any time and quickly explained what had happened to him. "So, you're currently fighting the Dragon Emperor of the ancient Dragon Clan." "My goodness!" the double-headed whale shark gasped. The existence of the double-headed whale shark could be considered a spirit race. However, any spirit race paled in comparison to the ancient Dragon Clan. This time, Yin Zerua had actually come face to face with the strongest lord of the strongest spirit race. But, you said his divine dragon flames didn't affect you? The double-headed whale shark was a bit confused.
Yes.
Yin Zerua was also puzzled, and I feel like that strange membrane is helping absorb the power of the divine flames. Oh, could it be that you're being tempered by the dragon clan's divine flames? The double-headed whale shark exclaimed in surprise. Tempered body? What does that mean? Yin Zerua was puzzled. The double-headed whale shark quickly explained that, according to legend, wherever the dragon clan's divine flames passed, everything would be reduced to ashes. However, since Yin Zerua hadn't been instantly incinerated, the whale shark had also heard a rumor that those who could withstand the erosion of the divine dragon flames could cultivate a divine dragon diamond body. But that's just a legend. The double-headed whale shark's tone was tense. Yin Zerua, are you really going to take the risk? Trapped in the fire prison, Yin Zerua had no choice but to try. Moreover, since he hadn't been instantly consumed, it meant there was still a chance, right? And so, Yin Zerua began his attempt. After breaking through the membrane, the searing heat of the flames immediately caused Yin Zerua immense pain. However, most people would have been reduced to ashes the moment they came into contact with the divine dragon flames. Since Yin Zerua could endure, it meant there was still a glimmer of hope. Time passed slowly in the torment of the divine flames. At times, Yin Zerua even doubted whether he was already dead, surrounded only by heat and silence. Until, after an unknown period, the searing heat gradually subsided. When Yin Zerua opened his eyes again, he clearly felt a shocking change within his body. Could it be? I've succeeded. Yin Zerua was both thrilled and anxious. He quickly checked his body and found that fine golden dragon scales had grown on his skin. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host! You have achieved a breakthrough beyond your level, reaching the 9th rank of the heavenly god and cultivating the divine dragon diamond body. At that moment, Yin Zerua couldn't suppress his excitement. If it weren't for the double-headed whale shark, he wouldn't have known that the dragon clan's flames could help him temper his body. Earlier, he had directly used that flame to refine his body, and now his physical strength had increased significantly. Basic attacks no longer had any effect on him, and he had even cultivated the divine dragon diamond body. This development left him astonished, and even the dragon emperor in front of him seemed somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that what he had intended to use to destroy Yin Zerua would lead to such an outcome. With that, Yin Zerua broke free from the fire prison. Flame tempering. I've never heard of such an effect from the divine flames, the dragon emperor said, looking at Yin Zerua with a peculiar expression. However, since you were able to achieve this, it only proves that you are indeed different from other mortals. If his initial anger towards Yin Zerua stemmed from the latter's killing of his son, Qingyu, then now, his view of Yin Zerua had completely changed. Yin Zerua's talent was even greater than that of Qingyu, who possessed the true bloodline of the ancient dragon clan. I am willing to give you another chance. The dragon emperor's gaze was deep. Why not join us? Together, we can rule the entire galaxy. In your mind, the galaxy is merely a territory waiting to be divided and ruled, isn't it? Yin Zerua asked, looking at the dragon emperor in front of him. Naturally, you continue to cultivate and improve your strength. Aren't you also striving to become stronger? The dragon emperor waved his hand. In essence, our goals are the same. So, why not cooperate? Cooperate? Yin Zerua looked at the dragon emperor. In your eyes, humans are merely ants, devoid of any value. And I am human. How could I share the same stance as you? Stubborn? The dragon emperor flicked his sleeve. The notion that humans are ants is merely because their performance is so disappointing. He then unfurled a scroll of illusion, depicting the past glory of the ancient dragon clan. Look, once upon a time, humans worshipped us as gods. Over the years, we have lived in seclusion, but now, it is time for us to return to the galaxy. The Dragon Emperor said, looking at Yin Zerua, don't you feel tempted? Chapter 707, the grand finale, Part 2. In my view, every race is different, yet equally equal, Xianxia said, looking directly at the Dragon Emperor of Heaven before him. Even though your ancient dragon race is a spirit race, humans are humans, and there are many spirit races not as powerful as you. The fact that each race can exist in this world means there is a reason for it. Xianxia's tone was earnest. The belief in his heart had been what had carried him to where he was today. He wanted to save those struggling in the depths of suffering, just as he had once wanted to save Yao Jiuhong's homeland. He hoped that tragedies like the one that befell the Qingyuan star domain would never happen again, never to be repeated in the lives of other children. I don't know if you're being hypocritical or just plain foolish to say such things, the Dragon Emperor of Heaven sneered, his face full of disdain. To him, Xianxia's words were either hypocritical or simply foolish. By this point, Xianxia understood that there was an irreconcilable divergence in their beliefs. We cannot stand on the same side. You want me to join you in oppressing the weak, but I can only tell you, that's impossible, Xianxia said coldly. Since there's no turning back, then let's fight. At that moment, the surroundings suddenly shook with a violent tremor. Then, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. What was that sound? The Dragon Emperor of Heaven's expression changed slightly. Xianxia's gaze was drawn to the direction of the sound. He saw that the ancient dragon race's barrier had been destroyed. The figures that appeared next surprised Xianxia greatly. They were none other than his friends. There were people from the Alliance of Gods, members of the Beast Soul Cult, Huamiaowan leading the Hua family, and Yao Jiuhong bringing people from the Qingyuan star domain. Xianxia was astonished. He truly hadn't expected his friends and fellow sect members to come here. Leading the Alliance of Gods was the Grand Elder, Saint God Wu Zun. As a sect from a star domain, if we retreat from such a matter, it would be disgraceful. Previously, I was in closed-door cultivation, so I was unaware of what was happening outside, Saint God Wu Zun said. When Xianxia had been urgently called back earlier, it was indeed because Saint God Wu Zun was in closed-door cultivation. At that time, the Alliance of Gods had been leaderless. Now, Huamiaowan had also arrived. Xianxia, something this big happened, and you didn't even tell me? What exactly do you mean by this? Huamiaowan shouted from a distance. They hadn't seen each other since their last parting. Until today. When Xianxia saw Huamiaowan, he knew this was not the time for sentimental matters. Behind Huamiaowan were even more familiar faces, Jun Qingjiu, Jin Xiaoyao, Jin Piaomiao, and others from the Supreme Dao sect. Yin Xiao, we've come to lend you a hand. This is a matter for the entire star domain. Jun Qingjiu shouted. We were delayed because we were preparing our forces. Xianxia's heart was filled with indescribable gratitude. Seeing them, he felt his inner strength grow even stronger. You see, this is the meaning of what I stand for, Xianxia said. The meaning of what I stand for is a world where everyone can live in happiness. So you've brought reinforcements, the Dragon Emperor of Heaven chuckled, his smile carrying a hint of mockery. Of course, he didn't take these people seriously. Or are you planning to win by sheer numbers? You must be the leader of the ancient dragon race, the Dragon Emperor of Heaven. I never thought you truly existed. A deep, powerful voice rang out. It was Saint God Wu Zun. Although his hair and beard were white, the power radiating from his body was incredibly strong. His voice boomed like a bell. There are exceptions to everything, Dragon Emperor of Heaven. You are far too arrogant, and far too early to be so. Do you really think you have a chance of winning? The Dragon Emperor of Heaven sneered, his disdain evident. In the next moment, a blinding golden light enveloped him. Be careful, everyone cried out. The Dragon Emperor of Heaven's body underwent another transformation. When the light faded, what stood before them was a half-human, half-dragon being, covered in golden scales, wearing a golden scale armor, with dragon wings on his back, a dragon tail, and dragon claws for limbs. The golden light now exuded an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Originally, I only planned to make these humans our slaves after we conquered the star domain. But since you are so ungrateful, I've changed my mind. The Dragon Emperor of Heaven's voice carried a chilling tone. If I win, don't blame me for turning this star domain into a hell on earth. The first thing I'll do is slaughter all of you insects. His words sent shockwaves through the onlookers. This was a direct threat. It meant that Yin Zirua had to win this battle. Otherwise, no one could imagine what fate would befall them if the Dragon Emperor of Heaven emerged victorious. At that moment, a deafening explosion rang out. Countless golden beams erupted from the Dragon Emperor of Heaven's body. Each golden beam, upon closer inspection, revealed the shape of a golden dragon within. Moreover, everyone present could hear the deafening roars of dragons, shaking their very souls. The Dragon Emperor of Heaven, enveloped by these beams, seemed like a supreme deity of the world. The dragon god descends, punishing the rebellious. A solemn, ancient incantation fell like divine retribution. Instantly, thunderbolts rained from the sky. Everyone, protect yourselves. Saint God Wu Zun immediately threw his staff into the air, which instantly expanded into a translucent blue barrier. The blue barrier blocked the thunderbolts from above. Otherwise, just that one strike could have caused numerous casualties. All members of the Alliance of Gods, listen to my command. Form protective barriers immediately to shield those with lower cultivation levels. Yin Zirua said gravely, already sensing the overwhelming power of the Dragon Emperor of Heaven. Although those present were all elites, in the face of such power, they were nothing to speak of. Even though Yin Zirua was already at the 9th level of the heavenly god realm, seeing the Dragon Emperor of Heaven's true form made him uncertain of his chances of victory. Zirua, do your best. We all believe in you. Hua Miao Wan's voice echoed from a distance. That's right, Yin Zirua. We are all counting on you. Behind them, Mieshin's voice joined in. You all believe in me. Their voices once again gave Yin Zirua strength. Chapter 708. The Grand Finale, Final. Yin Xiao, don't worry. We'll all help you build a barrier. Just focus on the fight. Jun Qingjiu and Mieji's voices echoed at this moment. They all knew that only individuals like Yin Zirua and the Holy Divine Martial Saint were qualified to engage in this level of battle. However, they could still fulfill their roles in providing protection. All right, I'll give it my all, Yin Zirua steadied his mind. At that moment, the several beams of golden light had already gathered in front of the Dragon Emperor, forming a dozen coiling golden dragons, each radiating a power that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Zirua, what are your chances of winning? The Holy Divine Martial Saint's voice came through. Yin Zirua looked at the Holy Divine Martial Saint, momentarily unsure of how to answer. The pressure he felt was immense, but he also had some confidence. I believe my chances against the Dragon Emperor are about 50-50, Yin Zirua said. Oh, so you have a 50% chance of winning. The Holy Divine Martial Saint's tone seemed somewhat surprised. In that case, we will do everything we can to support you. Yin Zirua let out a wry smile. He hadn't expected the Holy Divine Martial Saint's initial expectations of him to be so low. After all, when he first faced the Dragon Emperor, he had thought he would be crushed. It was only due to his ultimate breakthrough to the 9th level of the heavenly god realm that he had gained such formidable strength. At this moment, the dragon-shaped figures formed by the golden light were already poised in front of the Dragon Emperor, ready to strike. In the next second, several furious dragons charged directly toward Yin Zirua and the Holy Divine Martial Saint. The sheer power of this attack made even those far away, like Hua Miao Wan, feel a chill run down their spines. But Yin Zirua showed no fear. He stepped forward, brandishing his Sui Xian Rui Qi, and unleashed the Flame God Strike. The blazing light sphere intertwined with the dragon's light, colliding to create a massive shockwave. Even the residual energy from the explosion was enough to shake the heavens and earth. This was a battlefield of gods, where no mortals could survive. Howl of the Malevolent Dragon. The Dragon Emperor unleashed another move, and a tidal wave of red light surged toward Yin Zirua, more ferocious and savage than ever. Yin Zirua remained calm, instantly activating his golden bell of venomous spikes. Then, With the Sui Xian Ru Yi Chi in hand, he struck again. Flame tornado slash. Yin Zirua shouted. A blazing firestorm erupted instantly. Over the years, the Sui Xian Ru Yi Chi had grown alongside Yin Zirua, its power increasing with his own. At that moment, Yin Zirua summoned the Qian Kuren Lotus Pagoda. The pagoda shot out blazing golden light, striking the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was burned by the intense light, a look of disbelief on his face. How could he, the Dragon Emperor, be injured by a mere artifact? At the same time, the Holy Divine Martial Saint activated his staff, sending a beam of white light toward the Dragon Emperor. Do you still think you're invincible, Dragon Emperor? The Holy Divine Martial Saint's voice boomed across the heavens. Yin Zirua acted in perfect sync, unleashing his full power with the tenfold soul burst. Tenfold soul burst. Yin Zirua's strength had been forcibly elevated to an unprecedented level by the soul burst. Now, his every strike was capable of devastating destruction. The battle was dazzlingly magnificent. In the sky, one could only see the flashes of various colored spells flying back and forth, so fast that the combatants themselves were barely visible. The Holy Divine Martial Saint activated the Radiant Barrier, a defensive shield formed by the power of light. He was also aware of the terrifying power Yin Zirua now possessed, and he had to ensure that this destructive force wouldn't escape and harm others. In the sky, the Dragon Emperor was furious, continuously launching pure energy spheres toward Yin Zirua with his dragon power. Yin Zirua countered with fire-based spells. If this power were to run rampant, countless lives would be sacrificed to their battle. I cannot lose. The Dragon Emperor's mouth was now bleeding. Every move from both sides was capable of reshaping the heavens and earth. Yin Zirua's body was also covered in blood, sustained only by his continuous soul bursts. At that moment, he seized an opportunity and delivered a devastating strike. Sui Xian Ru Yi Chi, Thunderous Judgment. The strike tore through the sky like lightning, plunging the heavens into darkness only to illuminate them once more in an instant. The blinding light forced everyone to close their eyes. The Dragon Emperor was engulfed in the flames, disbelief written across his face. No, impossible. I can't lose. Yin Zirua now glowed with golden light, resembling a deity. I'm sorry, but for the people of the Star Domain to live freely, this is the only path, Yin Zirua declared coldly, announcing the Dragon Emperor's demise. Several beams of golden light appeared in the air. The Dragon Emperor had vanished. Yin Zirua felt the changes within his body as he breathed in the golden power remnants in the air. He had now awakened to the level of a celestial emperor. Yin Zirua, the heavenly emperor. He did it. Yin Zirua succeeded? Despite their disbelief, the golden dust gently falling in the air could only belong to the Dragon Emperor. Yin Zirua closed his eyes and suddenly lost consciousness. Record of the Star Domain asterisk in the 568th year of the Star Domain calendar, Yin Zirua, known as the Star Domain's Yin Celestial Emperor, became the first person in the history of the Star Domain to awaken the bloodline of a Celestial Emperor. Yin Zirua founded the Star Domain's first cultivation academy, located north of the Luo River, named the Bei Luo Academy. The academy was dedicated to providing opportunities for talented but impoverished children to become cultivators. Another winter arrived, and the first snow fell. The opening ceremony of the Bei Luo Academy always took place in winter. Let's go, it's time, a lively voice called out. It was none other than Hua Miaowan. After the great battle, Hua Miaowan had spent a lot of time by Yin Zirua's side. Yin Zirua held the things he had prepared and smiled, taking Hua Miaowan's hand as they walked out. Originally, he had more choices, but in the end, he chose to establish the Bei Luo Academy. Although it sounded somewhat humble compared to his legendary feats, Yin Zirua didn't want his life to be entangled in the struggles for power. It was the first snow of the year. Yin Zirua looked up at the sky, filled with flowing light. Miaowan, look, it's snowing. Yin Zirua slowly closed his eyes. Only he knew that this peaceful life was the ultimate meaning of everything he had fought for. The end.